All right. Good morning, everybody. We are live here for the full shift. My name is Jen Crow, and I'm joined with Trish Temple and Taylor Page. And we are here to celebrate International Nurses Day. And we are going to be with you for a full shift of positivity and empowerment and a lot of really amazing stories. We have a huge amount of incredible nurse speakers come in to talk about their experiences in nursing and to answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? So thank you so much. If you are joined up on our live stream, we're broadcasting over 5 different platforms. I've got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn, and YouTube. So lots of places to see us. It's going to be a great day. We're going to have giveaways on the hour, and we're also going to be lighting candles for our hope for the future of nursing. We know there needs to be some massive overhaul and massive changes, and but we first need hope. And so this is what this event is all about, is bringing back the why on why we're doing what we do in the first place, and hopefully being able to provide that hope for nurses everywhere. So thank you so much. Trish Temple, give us a little bit about yourself. I'm so grateful you're here and you gave us your trust to be able to put this together.
Well, I don't even know where to start. I mean, I am so excited and so panicky and concerned and wobbly about the whole event, just because it's like this amazing dream that's been realized. I just cannot believe it. I mean, it started off with, I think, Taylor, I just chatted to you about, I was a director of nursing in my past life, before COVID and before the pandemic and before all that sort of thing. And one of the things that I really loved was our candle lighting ceremony that we used to have for the nurses on Nurses Week, particularly on Nurses Day itself, and how we would all light the candles and we would repledge ourselves and we would re-find our nursing why. And that's what it was all about. And I mentioned that to you and also said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could just light candles all over the world? As nurses, because we all come together as nurses and light candles all over the world. And then Jen, I think it was woof, 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 woof. And you and Taylor and Emily, just next minute, there's this full shift, online, live stream, all these words that I'm not really familiar with. And here it is. And I'm just so thrilled and delighted and so amazed, so honored, so privileged to be part of it, because it's my passion, it's my purpose, it's what I believe in. I am a nurse in capitals, always have been a nurse. I believe.
I froze up just a little bit. Trish, are you there? All right, that's okay. Hopefully we can get her stream back. Taylor, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know about some of the work that you're doing.
First, I just want to take a moment to celebrate you, Jen. You literally exactly what Trish said. You took this and you made it happen. And it was just incredible to watch. So really, I just want to honor you and just thank you so much for putting this together. I know how much it means to Trish, and I'm hoping, and I know that it means so much to everyone who's going to be impacted that joins us today. So thank you. You did an amazing job, and I've got chills, and it's just going to be an emotional day. So my name is Taylor Page. I am the founder of Rise and Restore. I met Jen a year ago. We were kind of both in the beginning of our journeys into entrepreneurship and just in the LinkedIn world. And we've stayed connected over the last year. And now we're kind of working together to bring nurses, as well as Emily Knife. She's also kind of in the tribe too. And we're just working hard to bring nurses everything that they need, as well as other disciplines outside of nursing. So yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a lot of things going on, but yeah, thank you so much for everything you did.
All right. Oh, we got Trish back. Okay,
Trish,
perfect. All right.
yeah, she's
Welcome back,
on.
Trish. All
Hi, I'm
right.
sorry. The Wi-Fi connection is a little bit unstable, possibly.
That's
So
okay.
if I just pop in and out, it's not that I'm disappearing. It's just that I'm popping in and out.
That's okay. No big deal. All right. So I wanted to first start off with what some of the things that my business Nurses for Nurses offers, and then it'll kind of transition really nicely into a recording that we have for you guys. My business Nurses for Nurses is a platform full of resources to be able to help nurses along their career path, whatever that is, whether it's entrepreneurship, staying within the nurse, like bedside nursing practice, or doing coaching, or kind of whatever you want to do as a nurse. So I have a lot of resources on my website, Nurses for Nurses. And then one of the pieces that I'm really, really proud of is our community platform, Heartbeat RN. And this is a place that we are growing. It's a free community for all nurses to sign up and join. And it's a really great spot to be able to promote your business. If you have a business, if you have a coaching business, or you're an author, or you want to create your own community space, we can do all of that for you right inside Heartbeat RN. Or if you just want to come in and be a part of a really nice community of people, then just sign up. It's a heartbeatrn.org. And we are also giving out a bunch of Modern Nurse Fest tickets, another project we're working on throughout the day, to all Heartbeat RN members. So you get sorry, let me go back and retract that. It'll be a drawing for all Heartbeat RN members to be entered to win a free Modern Nurse Fest ticket. We'll be giving them away almost every other hour. So yeah, we're very, very excited about that. I'm going to go ahead, and in Heartbeat, about maybe a week ago, we got onto a group chat, and we asked some of our members, and this is going to be the overall question that we're going to ask all day today, is what does being a nurse mean to you? And so we got on a meeting here with Trish, one of our founders, Emily Knife, one of the coaches within our community, Julie, and myself. And we talked about what being nurses means to us. And we got the responses that we got were just so beautiful. So I'm going to go ahead and play that right now. And so just hang back, grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be back in a little bit after this recording.
But I do have something that I'd like to say about why we're here today, perhaps.
Absolutely. Yeah. Please do.
And if I could make it personal, because obviously this sort of thing is deeply personal for me, and explain briefly the background to why I'm actually sitting here this morning at 4 a.m. from Africa. A long time ago, it seems, I was a director of nursing in Kuwait. And one of the things that I did during Nurses Week is we had a special day, which was May the 12th, which was Florence's birthday, where we actually celebrated by having a candlelighting ceremony, where we renewed our pledge and we gave ourselves to nursing once again. And it's something that's always stayed with me, and something that I was thinking about whether we could do this year, to have a global online candlelighting ceremony in honor of nurses and who we are. And I'm so grateful that I've been given the opportunity to do this, because I spoke to you, Jen, I spoke to Taylor, I spoke to you, Emily, and next minute you picked it up and you ran. So it's been absolutely awe-inspiring to see how this has all taken place and how we're actually sitting here this morning. I'd like to start with perhaps saying what nursing actually means to me, how this has all taken place and how we're actually sitting here this morning. I'd like to start with perhaps saying what nursing actually means to me. how this has all taken place and how we're actually sitting here this morning. I'd like to start with perhaps saying what nursing actually means to me.
All right, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties as we get this video to play. I'm going to go ahead and try one more time here and get it to come back up. 2 seconds.
But I do have how this is all taken.
Doesn't look like it wants to play. Oh no. I'm going to go ahead and pop Trish back on and Taylor back on. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure why I don't know if it's our connection or what, but it's a beautiful video. Trish, why don't we kind of pivot a little bit, and do you mind telling us a little bit about your journey into nursing?
No, not at all. I don't know how long ago you want to go back, but really I've been a nurse for as long as I can remember. It's something that I always wanted to do. It's something that I'm passionate about. It's something that I believe I was actually born to do. So it's never been a question in my mind as to, wanting to be a nurse. That was something that I always wanted to be. I've had a long career in nursing. It's spanned continents. I've been all over the world. I've worked with many different cultures, with many different ethnicities. And one of the things that I've had to take throughout this nursing career of mine is the steadfast belief in nursing and nurses. When you're working in very different multicultural environments and things like that, you often find that your nursing why is questioned, and you often found that your nursing values are tested. And you have to remain true to those, and you have to keep on remembering exactly what it is that you're doing there. And it's something that I found was very, very important with the nursing staff that I led, that they remember who they are as nurses. In different cultures, nurses are considered different. They are less than. They are doctors' handmaidens. They are not professionals in their own right. And it is something that I found I had to inculcate in all of the nurses that I've ever led, and all the nurses that I've walked alongside, all the nurses that I've helped to grow, is the belief in themselves as nurses and what they actually do give as nurses, who they are. So I have this great belief in the value of nursing and how important we are to patients and the impact that we have on patients' lives daily. This is something that I think was exemplified in our candle lighting ceremony, and that's why I think it's so important to carry on this sort of ceremony where we can, as nurses from all over the world, rededicate ourselves to what we believe as nurses. I think it's summed up when you look at my poem as well, the legacy that we have, the legacy that I would like to continue, the legacy that we inspire and motivate other nurses with. It's important. Nursing is important.
Yeah. It's interesting because we have nurses on today everywhere, all over the world. So we are going to be joined by nurses everywhere. I've got Trish, who's in South Africa. I'm in Alaska. We've got nurses all over the U.S. joining. At closer to the end of the day, we'll have a group from Ghana coming in and talking about their work in nursing. So it's interesting how nursing it's like it transcends cultures. Once you're a nurse, and you can nurse anywhere, and you can do this job pretty much anywhere. It's all just it's about compassion, and it's about really caring for those in those moments of time where they can't care for themselves. So I'm just absolutely honored that you're here and talking about all of it. And so you wrote a poem that talks about passing on a legacy and passing on, keeping the lamp lit and keeping that compassion in your heart, and being able to send it off into the future of healthcare and the future of nursing. What inspired you to write this poem? Because it's absolutely beautiful, and we'll read it here in a little bit. It's just beautiful.
I think the main thing was I, apart from always wanting to be a nurse, I always wanted to teach in nursing. I think that was something that I was really very, very keen on. When I was a young student nurse, my first nurse tutor was Miss Reed. I'll always remember her, very tall, very strong lady, frightened us to death, but she was wonderful. And she taught me and inspired me and made me, you know how you have role models in nursing that you meet and you think, oh, I want to be like her when I grow up. Yeah. And I so wanted to be like her when I grew up. And I eventually did manage to get accepted and went to university and did my nurse tutors course. And when I came out of my nurse tutors course, I was living and working then in what was then Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe. And I was given the privilege of taking my first group of nurses, A1980. That means they started in January 1980. And I was the tutor, and I was there in my brand new tutor uniform. And in those days, we used to wear those old-fashioned veils. So I had those special veil on. And these were my nurses. And that's what inspired it, I think, is from as early on as that, is I've always believed in nurses and nursing. And I've always had this great passion and this purpose to share it with others, to say, we are valuable, we are worthy, we are such incredible, amazingly awesome people. Please believe it. Don't be a less than. And that's what inspired me to do that. So they went on to their nursing careers. It was right at the beginning. They had another 3 years to go to get registered and et cetera. But I do hope that somewhere out there, there's girls from group A80 who are still keeping that lamp alight. And I hope that as director of nursing, as I've been in Kuwait and various other places, that there are still nurses that I've worked with that are now out in the world there, that are still believing in nurses, being the nurses that they want to be, and keeping that lamp alight. You can't blow it out. You can't blow us out.
No.
You can't extinguish us. We are the light.
Absolutely. And I think that it's easy to feel like you're burned out. And when we talk a lot about, burnout in nursing, it doesn't mean that you're burned out from, yes, we have compassion, fatigue and moral injury and all of these things that are happening to us as a profession. And you're right that we do almost in a way are like kind of second citizens to the healthcare system. But being able to be a nurse, like that doesn't go away ever. It's always going to be there. You can use nursing in so many different ways too. It doesn't just have to be at the bedside. You can utilize your nursing experience and your passion, and you can shift it into other things. And I think we're going to see a lot of nurses kind of stepping into this like power of either owning a business or doing something else. But when you look at what people are actually doing, the nurses that are kind of stepping away from a bedside role, they're really helping other nurses. And so at the end of the day, we're still nursing, like we're nursing the nurses. And so that's kind of what this whole whole full shift is today. It's nursing the nurses and just pouring back into that cup, because I know a lot of our cups are pretty empty, especially coming out of COVID. And Trish, you worked through COVID, correct?
I did indeed. And that's one thing that I wanted to bring up, a shout out to all those nurses who worked through COVID, those nurses who, like me, suffered from COVID and were suddenly put in critically ill patient positions as opposed to nurse positions. And then after that, suffered long COVID. And then after that, had the years of fighting and standing up for ourselves. And finding the transition was amazing. I had to give evidence at the Royal College of Nursing COVID inquiry in the UK recently. And one of the things that I said then, and I think it still holds true today, is it's amazing how we were clapped for 1 minute and declared disposable the next. Yeah. And that is something that I think is a shocking reflection of what happened during COVID. But we have to find compassion resilience. And that is where I'm actively working now, is with my new program, my Nursing Wisdom Plus. I've taken my experience and my knowledge and my wisdom and, like I like to say, a little pinch of magic fairy dust and put it all together in Nursing Wisdom Plus. And I've said to nurses, okay, I've been there, I've done that, I've got the T-shirt. I had COVID, I had long COVID. I know what it means to be compassion fatigue. I know what it means to be morally injured. And I can walk alongside you whilst you find compassion resilience again. And I think that's what it's all about, is being able to give back and continue to nurse in whatever capacity you can. And I applaud all the nurses who are finding these amazing nursing places outside of what we think of as regular bedside nursing. It's just a different place for us to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Nursing Wisdom Plus, when the recording that was not able to play, when you shared what being a nurse means to you in that recording, I went back and Emily and I were talking about, like, if Patricia Temple cannot inspire you to find your Florence Nightingale again, then maybe there's no help for you, because you are so inspiring and you have so many, I'm sure, just amazing stories. But you really embody the heart of nursing. And like I said, I'm just so honored that you're here. And I think at this point, I think we should go ahead and read your poem, if that's okay with you. I'd love to pull it up here and show it. It's just so beautifully written. And then at the end of the poem, I'm going to try to pull Emily and Taylor back in, and then maybe we can all light a candle for our hope for the future of nursing and healthcare. So,
Indeed.
Okay. I'm going to pull it up to the screen here. There it is. Hopefully everybody can see that okay. And happy Nurses Week to everybody in the chat.
Yes, happy Nurses Week to everybody. And thank you so much for giving me the honor of actually being able to do this. The poem is called A Legacy, and as I explained, it was written for a wonderful, amazing group of nurses that I was a tutor to in 1980. And it's dedicated to all nurses out there who know you know who you are. We are proud nurses. We are nurses in capitals. The poem goes like this. They lit the lamp decades ago and kept it trimmed and bright. We picked it up and held it high and joined the age-old fight against disease and misery and pain and death and tears and the never-ending panoply of human doubts and fears. We joined the fight, we kept the faith, we donned our white with pride. We often wondered how and why, but through it all we tried. We tried our best to help the old, the mums, the dads, the young, to comfort and to succor them from birth till life was done. In dead of night, when all was still, save sleepless souls in pain, we held a hand, we murmured low, we gave them strength again. We tried to understand this life and not to wonder why, but times untold we heard and said, why did they have to die? And then, because it isn't done and others' needs remain, we didn't weep, we carried on, but never quite the same. We had some good, we had some bad, and oft times we despaired. But then a smile, a thank you touch, and worry disappeared. And now we pass it on to you. We feel you've earned the right. Be worthy of this legacy. Please keep our lamp alight.
It's just so beautiful. Thank you so much, Trish. And thank you so much for being here and coming in all the way from South Africa. It's just truly, truly inspiring and incredible. And your poem is just so beautiful. And it truly embodies just the heart of nursing. So thank you so much. And so I am going to go ahead and let's go back to the screen. And we've got Taylor back with us, and I'm going to pull Emily in. We are moms here, and we drop off kiddos, and we are nurses and family members, and we've got to get all the stuff done. So thank you guys for being here, and it's starting off great. So we're doing some really fun stuff so far. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I got you guys. Let's see. Emily, can you hear us okay?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Taylor, how about you?
We can't hear you.
Hold on.
Good morning, Trish. Thank you so much for just reading that poem. Every time you read it, I just tear up, and it's just so powerful. So thank you for sharing that.
I have another one that I'm going to dedicate to you later on in the year. So wait for that.
Yes, some more time to cry. I love this. Yes. Got to process those nurse emotions, right? But yes, absolutely. We will be so ecstatically excited to receive that poem, and just your presence just means so much to us. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me. I really can't tell you how much it means to me.
Oh, of course, of course.
Let's see. All right, Taylor, did we get, I don't know why are you muted maybe?
Oh, let's see if it's on our end.
That's okay. I don't. All right.
And we have a couple people on here. We could maybe have them come on, and does that sound good to you?
That sounds great. We're a little ahead of schedule. So I've got Laura Alesso and Darlene Schnadel coming to talk about and answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? So go ahead and introduce yourselves, and then we'll kind of get into the heart of it.
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you, Darlene. I can't hear you, Laura.
I heard Laura. Hi, good morning. My name is Darlene.
Good morning. Yay, audio works. All right, who wants to go first?
Well, I'm happy to start. Do you want me just to introduce myself? We'll do the talk in a bit.
That sounds great. Thank you.
I'm delighted to be here, and just a big shout out to all of you for putting this together, and a big shout out to nurses everywhere across the world. And I'm coming to you from just outside Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So to all the nurses from Canada that are here, we're all lighting a lamp together. And I just have to say that when you talk about, the nurse's nurse, that's actually that's who I am. And when I first decided that I was going to take all my skills and my training and to really care for nurses, I was at a business women's group, and I was explaining what I did, and she goes, "Oh, you're the nurse's nurse." So it came from the public. "Oh, you're the nurse's nurse," and so that's how I got that title, and I've had it ever since.
Muted. That's great, Darlene. And so why don't we kind of jump into it and answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Well, the interesting thing about that question is that I never wanted to be a nurse, ever. I never even thought about it. I was an athlete. I loved playing. I was in the Edmonton Junior Symphony, but it was so hard. It was so hard for me to keep up with all those amazing musicians. And so in junior high, I said to my mom and dad, I said, you know what? I just can't do this. And I was really an athlete. I wanted to do basketball and volleyball. And I said, you know, I'll still play in church, but I just can't do this symphony stuff. And they said, okay. So fast forward, and I was the female athlete of the year at my high school. And my parents every day at dinner would say, okay, Darlene, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do with your life? I'm like, I don't know. Which is different from Trisha's story. There's a lot of nurses that say, oh, I knew when I was little I was going to be a nurse. Not me. Got my very first job out of high school. And it was at a nursing home, a brand new nursing home here in Edmonton. And I met my boss, my leader, was the most amazing psychiatric nurse. She was big, beautiful, full of life. And she showed me what it meant to care. She showed me what all of us, we were all 18, 19-year-old young women, were trained off the street. But she showed me what it meant to be a nurse, to care. And she helped us to understand making rounds with the doctors, and when you gave a new medication, how it might affect your patient. They might be dizzy or unstable, and how you had to care. And I thought, and I said to her one day, oh my gosh, this is amazing. It just had grabbed me by the heart. And I said, do you think I could be a nurse? And she goes, oh, Darlene, you'd be an amazing nurse. And the rest is history. I've been a nurse now for many, many years. I've been from the bedside to the boardroom table. All of that included. And, you know, and we know the stats now. We know that how terrible things are, what nurses are going through and what they're struggling with. But, you know, here's the thing that I want people to understand, that, you know, there isn't enough time to do this. There isn't enough time to do that. But what if I told you that I don't think nurses have a job problem? I think we have a purpose problem. I think we have a purpose problem. And just stick with me here, because, you know, what's happening is that we need to find our purpose. We need to find what we're actually all about. It's not about the job. We can take the job out of the equation, but then what's left? You have a whole life. You all explained to me. We have family, we have friends, we have responsibilities, we have community. And, you know, it's not the job that's the problem. You have a purpose problem, because being a nurse is just one part of what you do, but you are a whole person. Yeah. So you need to understand how your home life, your personal goals, and how this all comes together. And that's what we need to understand. What is your purpose? What is your actual purpose? So, you know, in my role as the nurse's nurse, it's all about, you know, one of the nurses that I was coaching, she said, you know, Darlene told me that she holds me as a cocoon, and then I do the work. And really, being a coach, that's exactly what I do. And in many ways, nurses at the bedside, leaders, could do that too. But we're so overwhelmed with everything else that we have to do, and the statistics are bad. But that's because we've lost our purpose and our passion. It's not the job. And when we talk about all the things that are happening with the job, nursing did start out. When we think about the history of nursing and where Florence started, and, you know, all the things she did, it was at the bedside. But now, you know, even after what we've learned living through COVID, is that, you know, and as a neuroscience nurse, it was always about fixing broken brains and bodies, you know, over here in the system. But now the work has shifted upstream to building better brains and bodies for nurses, for people, for everybody, because we can't survive if we have to have everybody in a hospital. That's not where all our care is provided. We've got a whole full scope of practice in nursing that we're going to hear about over this day. In a 12-hour shift, nurses do all kinds of incredible things, and we're going to hear about that from everybody. So we have a full scope to think about. And so again, it's like, where do you fit? Where do you fit? And figuring out, what do you want your life to look like? And I think in many ways nurses have lost that, and that's what brings you to burnout, and because things aren't connected. So one of the things that we know is that we've got systems problems, that's right. And yes, we've got nurses that are burnt out. But what happens is, if we're not listening to nurses wherever they are, right where they are, right where we serve people, we're not listening to them, that's when we get into issues. And that's where burnout happens. So if you look at the statistics, you'll see that, why are 1 in 25 patients that in 25% of all the people we look at after are harmed? Why does that happen? Well, it's because of the issues that nurses are dealing with. So if you're a frontline manager, then you need support. You need support because everything is coming from the top down. And that doesn't help the nurse that's in the first line nurse manager position, to listen to the nurses and say, okay, I'm going to take this issue and we're going to move it upstream so we can fix the problem. And that's where the nurse's voice is getting stuck. And that's where they're overwhelmed, exhausted, and dreading going to work. And we need to address that issue. And that's what my work now is all about, is helping to fix the system. There's so many things I could tell you about my story, but now, being the nurse's nurse, I care about the nurses that are wherever you are. And nurses are moving out of they're understanding that they don't work just at the bedside. So many possibilities of what nurses can do. I remember being a guest lecturer in a nursing program, and the nurse, it was in community health. And the nurse, I asked the nurses, so what do you want to do when you finish your degree? Almost everybody had a specialty they wanted to. Oh, I want to do maternity. I want to do pediatrics. I want to do emergency. I'm going to ICU. Only one young nurse said to me, I want to work in community health. And I said, tell me more about that. She said, well, my mom and dad work at Boyle Macaulay, which is an inner city community health program here in my city. And she had seen what community health looks like and how the role of the nurse could be so effective in that place. And this is what I see happening, is that nurses are seeing their potential and the possibility for care that they can bring. And that speaks to what they're all about and to their heart. And yet, as they move up, they're being stymied by the system, often, which we talk about. So we must continue to listen to the nurses down here, and then take that voice. So, that's what I'm all about. Where are you? What is your voice? And let's take that further up. And that's what a lot of times, when we're wanting to listen to nurses, they're feeling, oh, you know what? What's the point? I'm just going to quit nursing, whatever. And we need our senior nurses. When I look at you, Trish, I just resonate with you and the experience you've had, because the younger nurses, they really resonate. They want to learn from the people that have had experience, that have lived that life, that know what they're about to come up against. And there are things that we don't know because technology is changing constantly. But there's a lot of things that technology can still help us with that isn't being done because we're not listening to nurses. They can, if you listen to their problems, we could say that, oh, I see how technology can help us give better care, keep people healthier, have them live a longer life. And here's the other thing that I'm very passionate about. There are more family caregivers in our world, in our countries, than there are healthcare professionals. And it's a great impact. So family caregivers, often as nurses, we may have family that we're looking after, aging parents, children with issues. And so we need to understand how important caring for the family caregiver is for us as nurses, because many of us are also family caregivers. There's so much I'd love to share with you, and I'd love to just open it up to you to see what more you'd like to know about me and how I can help be the nurse as a nurse.
Wow. Thank you so much for all of that. And I really resonate with that. When I went to nursing school, it was not the cool thing to do community health. But now, 11 years down the road where I have experience through the hospital system, I wish they would have put more into community health and wellness and preventative care, because it's something that at least up here, and I think in the States too, that they just don't really focus on. There's not a huge focus on preventative care and keeping people outside of the hospital and keeping them healthy and well. And so I think we have your nurses for sustainable care. Yeah, we've got you guys coming on, the whole group of you coming on in a little bit to share the work that you're doing through that organization. And I just think that's so important, that we shift from this like sick care system where we just manage the sick patients to like looking at problems within a community and seeing that, you know, and working to solve those problems that cause these, you know, like these diseases and sickness that like we don't really need to have in the world if we had clean water and we had, you know, better education on health and wellness starting in the, you know, elementary school level. So yeah, I think the work you guys are doing is really, really incredible. And I just like, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this. And I'm excited to talk to you guys, to your whole organization about the work more in detail.
Well, and part of the challenge is like I say, is that, you know, is having nurses come together. So doing this event and inviting nurses and saying, you know, you don't have to do this alone. You don't have to do this alone. You know, I'm such a Stephen Covey fan, and a lot of things that I teach and that I bring into my coaching and teaching program. And like Trish, I love teaching. And I just attended my alumni association meeting here at the University of Alberta. And it was so amazing because we had the current nurses present their research projects. And it was amazing. But then afterwards, talking to them and I said, I want you to look at this website. I want you to look at this podcast about, you know, ICU, getting patients on a ventilator up and walking and blah, blah, blah. And so sharing other things. And so the new nurses need that guidance. They want to know that there are other people that they give them more ideas. And so there's a lot of room for all of us from here to here, you know, from wherever. And so if there are nurses that have had a lot of experience, I just encourage you to stay. You have a huge role in nurturing the nurses that are coming up. And yes, they'll teach you stuff about, you know, what's happening and the tech you can use and those kinds of things. And the other area that I do work in a lot is with internationally educated nurses. You know, we're like the United Nations all over, right? You know, everywhere you look. And so, you know, including them. And as Stephen Covey said, for me, it's about helping nurses find their voice and then helping others to find their voice. So what you're doing here in the Full Shift and what we're all about is helping nurses find their voice and to speak up and not feel like you're just being pushed down all the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add in?
I would just, if I may, I would just echo that. The importance of, and I think I've spoken to you and Taylor about it previously, Jen, is that we as nursing elders, and I say that in the best sense of the word, and I think it's very much part of my African tradition because I am African. And one of the things that elders do in the tribe is actually, it's their role and their function to pass on their wisdom. And they, as I say, they gather the young around them and share their wisdom with them. And I think that is a role that we as older nurses must assume, is that we have an enormous, that's where our legacy comes from. We have this enormous wisdom and knowledge and expertise and experience that we are more than willing to share, to say, here it is, this is what I've learned, this is on my journey, this is what I discovered. Here it is, I'll share it with you as you journey on your journey. And so I think it is important that we do occupy that particular role and share our wisdom as widely as we can.
And since you were lighting candles, I have a lantern. I have a lantern that I use because for me, I use this in my teaching and my coaching all the time. Because, the thing is, our light has gone out and we need to light the lamp. We need to light the lamp. And that's how I help people understand what are your values and your beliefs and all of those things. Because if we go back and figure that out, we can light our lamp and our lamp can be lit for whatever it is, our God-given purpose, whatever we feel that we're on this earth to do. That's what we need to bring. That's what we need to bring. So I'd like to add this light from Florence's lamp to the event.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's see, what time are we looking at? I know I've got a group. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. I was worried we're going to be behind schedule because I've got so many people packed into today. So thank you guys all for coming on. Taylor, did you have anything you wanted to add in? Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Taylor. We'll get you fixed up here shortly. Just closing remarks here before we transition. We're probably going to go to our first commercial break here in just a moment. Anything else anybody wants to add in about just the nursing practice? Any help or advice for the future for our future nurses, or any advice for somebody that wants to get into nursing with the state of healthcare and the state of nursing right now? I know there's a lot of negativity surrounding it. And so we'd like not to gloss over that, because there's some true problems within our profession, but to show that we need to stand up and stand together, and we need to have hope for the future, because without hope, there is no real future,
Well, I'll just share an interesting experience I just had. So I was invited to do a career day at a junior high school, and then also at a high school here in Edmonton. So when I asked the students that were in my group, in the groups, and I did several of the talks, and I said, so, you're here because we're going to talk about nursing. So where do nurses work? Well, what do you think? These were junior high students. So I'm thinking, where does this thinking that, nurses, that they only do this job? Well, it's already started. We're embedding this in children. And they see that the place that nurses work are in the hospital. So on the whiteboard, I drew a little circle and I put an H in it. So, okay, you told me nurses work in a hospital. But then we started talking about but nurses care from people from birth to death. And under on this line, this is illness and this is health. So under here's the hospital. But I'm here talking to you about health and about all the possibilities. So it's health. So do you see how nurses work in all of these areas? From birth to death, and every hardest illness and tragedy to the greatest health and all this. And it was like, so somewhere in our cultures, we have this thing that nurses work in a hospital. So we as nurses need to take that and we have the potential to change that in kindergarten, in with our own children. And there's where we need to, as you said, generally we need to be focusing on health right from the moment the child is born.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd just like to add, the question that you raised there, Jen, was nurses coming into what is potentially we see as a broken healthcare system. And what would you say to nurses who are wanting to join nurses today? I would challenge them to come anyway. I would challenge them to, I really would. I would say, come and be part of the solution.
Yes.
Don't be part of, come here and we can stand tall, we can stand together as nurses. We are, after all, an incredible warrior tribe. Come and join us and we will change the system.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really would challenge them to not think twice, come in anyway.
Yeah.
We can get this sorted. We're nurses after all.
Yeah, if you have that drive or that calling and want to do it, absolutely, like, come help us fix it. We need as many people as we can to get on board and to be disruptors for the system and to like step into this power, because we have the numbers to make the changes. There's over, in just the United States, there's well over 5 million nurses. And I think the statistic I read a while ago was like 2 million or 20 million nurses in the world. So we absolutely have power in our numbers. We just have to get out of this mindset that we don't have power in the healthcare system. We absolutely do. Welcome back, Emily. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up, and I think I'm going to send us to our very first commercial. Oh no, we are actually going to go and look at. I have a map that I created where we have zip codes from our members in Heartbeat. And what the map represents is candles being lit across the world. So I just want to take a second and share my screen and show you the map here. This map is going to be updated every hour with all new members of Heartbeat. And so if you want to join in, sign on up for Heartbeat RN. Your zip code will come in, and it'll be, we'll put a little candle on your zip code, and hopefully by the end of this event, we will have lit the whole wide world. We're already across the world.
I'm just praying that I'm not the only little soul voice down there in Africa. You know, I mean, I've been trying to get as many people together as I can, and come, please light. You know, I don't want to be this little light shining at the bottom of darkest Africa.
I know, and it's hard to get people to get onto a live. It's scary. This is my first live, so it's a little mind blowing, but it's been really fun so far, even with some of the technical difficulties. So here is
Jen,
our
Jen, sorry, I did prepare a little thing, a little speech, few words, or quite a few words, just to go with the candle lighting. So I don't know when we're going to actually light a candle, but if we do, if I could just, I won't be able to say it off by heart. I'll have to just read it, what I've prepared.
Okay. Why don't we can do that? We can go ahead and do that right now, and then we'll move on to the map and all the other stuff we have planned. So let's.
And you'll understand if I it's something that's actually that I prepared because I feel so strongly about it. So if you don't mind, I'm going to actually read it again.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Today, as we come together to light our candles, we honor something far greater than a profession. We honor what is the very essence of nursing, that heart, that soul, and that spirit that connects us as nurses across the world, across oceans, across cultures, and across generations. Nursing is so much more than what we do. It's who we are. It's the way we bring our whole selves, our hearts, our souls, our humor, and yes, even our little sprinkle of magic fairy dust to every patient, every moment, and every challenge. We are the light in those dark hours. We are the therapeutic use of self. We are the gentle touch that soothes pain. We are the steadfast courage, the caring, compassionate concern, that unwavering presence that reminds people that they're not alone. We are the ones who keep going when others stop, who find solutions when others see none, and who believe, even in the face of impossible odds, that what we do matters. We are everywhere, in every corner of the globe, in every kind of setting, but we are one community, one purpose, and one light. We are steadfast, we are resilient, and we remain undaunted, no matter how hard the road ahead. Today, as we light our candles, let them remind us of the magic we bring to the world, the lives that we touch, and the incredible legacy that we continue to build. This is nursing. This is who we are. Tonight, today, we honor the legacy of Florence Nightingale, and we light these candles to honor this legacy, our legacy, to honor that incredible connection to every nurse that has ever walked this path, to honor those who came before us, those on whose shoulders we stand. We light them for the nurses of today, courageous, exhausted, compassionate, but human, who continue to serve with resilience and grace. And we light them for those yet to come, the torchbearers, the dreamers, the difference makers, those who will shape the future of our profession. Let these candles be a symbol of our unity and our strength and the profound impact we have on the world, because we are nurses in capitals.
That's so beautiful. Thank you so much for that. That was so beautiful. So if you have a candle, I encourage you to just light it and shine hope on the future of our profession, because we do have a bright future ahead of us. It's just all about coming together and sticking together. So thank you guys so much for being on. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to show our reach and show candles lit all over the world. So let me see here. Right. All right. So here is our map that we have. We have nurses all the way up in Alaska, which is myself. Probably that's my light. Throughout the U.S., in the United Kingdom, Patricia's light down there in South Africa, and then off in Australia. So hopefully by the end of the day here, we will be able to fill this map with nurses everywhere. And to have your zip code entered into the map to put a light on where you are at in the world, just sign up for Heartbeat RN, and we will update this every hour. So there's that. And then the very next thing that we're going to do at the top of the hour, which is so exciting, is to offer up a Modern Nurse Fest ticket to a lucky winner. And so bear with me while I pull up my spin the wheel of names. Also, to enter to win a Modern Nurse Fest ticket, just join Heartbeat RN, and in the next hour, your name will be entered in our spin the wheel.
Jen, can you hear me?
I can. Woo. Woo. Welcome back, Taylor.
We figured it out.
Woohoo. Let's see here. Let me see how to share this part of the screen. 2 seconds. Let's see. Let's stop the share.
Trish, that was beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
Very beautiful.
Glad you liked it, yeah.
I'm having some technical difficulties. Just 1 second here.
Nice.
Well, let's see. Sorry, guys.
No worries at all, Jen. You're doing awesome.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to Trish and Darlene. We'll see you, Darlene. We'll see you in just a little bit with Nurses for Sustainable Care. Thank you both so much for being on. Just from the bottom of my heart, you guys are amazing.
Thank you for having me. It's been a privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off while I figure out how to share this app that I downloaded. I thought it would be easy, but it's not.
Sounds good. All right, until Jen gets that all worked out, let's go ahead and just talk about nursing. Let's talk about nursing, and Taylor and I will talk about our experience with nursing. So currently we are out of the bedside, which is pretty cool. Can be also scary, right? Can be scary leaving that identity that we know of bedside. So I've done all sorts of nursing, and I really honestly don't have a favorite nursing. All nursing that I've done has quite literally been my favorite, like in the moment when I'm in it. And so I've done, I think probably the most moving nursing that I've done would probably be hospice. Definitely hospice. I loved hospice. I loved being there with people in their homes, helping them transition into another realm or wherever they went. And like to be the person at that person's bedside holding their hand, and you have no idea really who this person is. Maybe you've just met them a few days ago or a couple weeks ago, depending when they started their admission for hospice. But to be, just giving me chills right now, to be at the bedside with somebody that's taking their last couple breaths, like, I can't tell you what an honor, such an honor to be with that person at the end of life. And as well at the beginning of a birth with our moms that are delivering babies, it's very much the same thing. Birth and death are very, very close. And they both should be celebrated. And so it's so exciting to have a bunch of nurses on here today that have worked in all sorts of different areas of nursing. And like we had just previously discussed with Darlene, is that there's nurses just not in the hospital. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Taylor. So Taylor switched. She was a lovely educator with our students, our nursing students, for a while. She's worked a leadership position. She's worked at bedside, and she's a plethora of experience. So Taylor, what has been your favorite part of nursing so far up to this point in your career?
Yeah, such a great question. And I feel like it changes. I feel like it changes all the time. But when I really think about like what I'm doing today, I can like pull the thread all the way back to like my first shift as a nurse, like just being in the hospital and realizing that, I came from an entrepreneurial space before I became a nurse, and I was a second career nurse. So I didn't become a nurse until I was in my 30s. So I had a lot of life experience. And when I got into that environment, I realized that like there's a lot of politics here. There's a lot of rules. You got to do all this eye care. Like there's this whole other unseen part of what we do as nurses, besides what we do when we're at the bedside caring for the patient. And I think it's just really interesting because when I go all the way back, advocacy and change agent have been with me the entire time. And so if I think about it right now, it's like, that's probably my favorite thing because it's the thing that keeps me moving forward. It's the passion. It's my purpose is really like, I became a nurse to help nurses. I became a nurse to help healthcare. I want it to be for the patients, right? Which it is, but now it's like, okay, my purpose and my favorite thing is that being a leader was my favorite job in leadership was just like, just to be able to change the culture. I get emotional when I think about it. And today's just an emotional day because this is like amazing, right? Did we think that we would be doing this 6 months from now, even a month ago? Like Trish has this idea and like incredible. And it's just, this is the beauty of nursing. Yeah. This is leadership. This is advocacy. This is culture change. This is everything that we stand for. And it's a part that I think is often overlooked in nursing. We talk about the caring, and that's so important. But if we get lost in only caring, we'll never create change for how we can improve the care. And I think it's just such a blessing to be able to be part of it. And that's my favorite thing. My favorite thing is just helping create change to keep us at the bedside. Or if not, then that's okay too. It's all okay. But we do need people to care for our communities. And I just want to help make that the best it can possibly be for all of our healers.
Yes, I love that. And I love everything you said. And to focus, on the advocacy and the passion and not just the caring, because nurses are like just so great at caring, but there's all these other parts and pieces to it. And I loved how you talked about how you were a later nurse, a later career nurse, and I was as well. And I think that there's probably a lot of nurses that are watching today, or people that might be like, maybe I should go into nursing. Absolutely. Like, absolutely. And it's, don't ever ask like, how am I going to do it? Because I know both Taylor and I had kids when we were going through nursing school, and we're either pregnant, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's that added stress. But really, I feel like when I was in nursing school, like I was working full time. I did have babies under 3. I was also a wife, a mom, and an aunt, like all these things, but somehow we get it done. And it's like, just really moves to this moment currently of like, nurses are literally capable of everything and anything. And like just being on this live today, and seeing our partners.
Like, look at the tech involved.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Jen is a nurse through and through.
Yeah.
And she just amazingly knows all this tech. And like, it's just incredible to me that we are not just nurses.
Yeah.
We are so much more than that. But all of those experiences enhance the type of nurse that we can be.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And you came from a cosmetology background, right?
Yes. Yeah. I was a hairdresser for years. I did like platform work on stages. And so it was really fun. Like the public speaking thing was always like that. It's so funny because there's a lot of nurses who used to be hairdressers. Yeah. Or the other way around, they leave nursing, and it's still a very like, what do you tell your hairdresser? Think about, I know deep dark secrets. So like, you're really vulnerable with your hairdresser, and you're really vulnerable with your nurse. And so it's just there are so many correlations between the two that I definitely think all of those years created how I was able to show up for my patients, just being able to communicate. I mean, it's just so much, but yeah, it's beautiful. I love being a nurse. I absolutely love being a nurse.
Yeah. Yeah. I love
Even
that.
though I'm not at the bedside.
Yeah. 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 It's so cool how like your previous skills can transfer into nursing, because nursing really is, it's everything. And from customer service, right, to the admin, to like a consultation. I was thinking like when I go see my hairdresser, like the consultation is like your admission as a nurse. Like you're doing an admission, right? It's the same thing. Like you're seeing how your client wants their hair, you're seeing what they don't want, you're seeing what they let, right? It's like so similar to an admission of nursing with a patient. And, even like the discharge, you're following up, you're making another appointment with, it's like so transferable and in so many ways, including like if you really love to write, if you really love to draw, like all of the things that you're like, no, I won't need this in nursing, you could absolutely use in nursing,
Every single thing I've done up until today, like, and more recently I realized fundraising, like everything I've done in my past has shown up today. Like, oh, I taught you that on purpose. I don't mean to run, but I got to go for a little while, but I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
Sounds good. Thanks, Taylor. All right, Jen, we were just saying how awesome you were. So we just want to
thank you so much. Just like the tech support,
excited for the next piece. All right.
Rachel Dumas is actually on the line, and she's in the middle of a tornado. So I'm going to go ahead and pull her right in, and then we will figure out the tech piece for our spin the wheel. Safety always comes before spin the wheel. Sorry, guys.
Safety first. Safety first.
Yes, safety
Rachel,
first.
welcome.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just pull her on. Hey, Rachel, how are you?
Hi, everyone. It's Rachel, actually.
Rachel, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for having me. Hi. So good to see you. Hi, Emily.
What's up? So great to have you.
Yes. It is a day here. I'm in Kentucky, so it's been tornado after tornado, and I'm from New Orleans, so the PTSD is kicking in a little bit, but we're here. So
yeah.
Be okay.
Hopefully you're safe and nothing bad happens. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we had a little bit of tech issues at the very beginning, but we're getting them all figured out. This is our very first live, so thank you so much for being here and joining us. And we're here to basically celebrate you and the work you're doing, and then we'll be asking you the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the work you do with your nursing career.
Absolutely. Happy Nurses Week, everybody. Yes, we made it. Another year. So I do a lot in nursing. When I first became a nurse, I was like, I want to touch almost every specialty except for maternal health and pediatrics. That is something I do not want to touch because that is not my area of expertise. And ER, I am an ICU nurse, so ER is off limits for me because, either you one or the other, rarely both. But I started in surgical trauma ICU right out of nursing school. I always knew I was ICU. I got burnt out very quickly at a level 1 trauma center in the middle of Atlanta. Loved it, but it was crazy. I would watch the news and my patients would be right there, and I loved it. I went to New York to help with COVID. I was on a COVID ICU, saw a lot of death there. Got sick with COVID twice, was fighting for my life. I did education or pre-op. I've done so much. I can't even think of everything. Informatics. I just got my master's degree last week in informatics, so I just added that to my repertoire. And I will be starting my doctorate in August for informatics. So I'm also in tech. I'm a woman in tech as well too. So, and that's the thing about nursing, right? It's so versatile. So to me, nursing means that I get to do whatever I want in my profession, but still keep RN behind my name. And I'm also able to do whatever needs to be done. And when I say whatever needs to be done, we see needs and we fulfill them. We see a problem and we solve them. We see a deficit and we become innovators. That is what we do, literally what we do all the time, whether we're at the bedside or away from it. So throughout my nursing journey, I experienced 9 pregnancy losses. And because of that, I created Light After 9, which is my nonprofit to help other moms in their village just along their difficult pregnancy journey. So I made sure they had maternal mental health resources, and we vet providers for them. We help with grants because it is expensive. I always tell people I should be riding a Bugatti, but I decided to have a baby instead. I help them navigate the healthcare system. And then I also teach healthcare providers how to care for us during this very difficult time and vulnerable time, using my pregnancy journey as a grand rounds presentation where those who are looking at the presentation, they could vote on what care options should have been chosen using a QR code. So very interactive, definitely a learning experience. And people may forget my name, but they never forget my story. So yeah, nursing just means that we just get to, one, we have a responsibility, but also a duty. But also for us, we're able to navigate it how we would like to. It looks so different from nurse to nurse, right? My career is so different than anybody else's I've heard of. Like Emily's career is so different than anyone else's I've heard of, and it's amazing. And I love that about nursing. And even on our bad days, we become advocates. We still are solving issues. So I love that about us.
Thank you so much for sharing that your journey and your story just so much. And I just like the work that you're doing with a Light After 9 to help moms that have had miscarriages or to help moms through difficult pregnancies is such a needed thing, and to be able to turn so much adversity into something so beautiful is just amazing. So, thank you so much for all the work you do and all the heart and soul that you put into your life and your career and all of it. And thank you so much for being here. I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and having me here today. Thank you so much.
We also, Laura, who had some technical difficulties earlier, just joined our call too. So I'm going to go ahead and pull. Oh, did she drop off again? She did. I think she's in Puerto Rico. So she's having some issues. Yeah. Coming in.
I could taste the mofongo right now when you said that.
Tell us a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit more about the work with A Light After 9 and what it entails? Like what can somebody utilizing your services expect
Yeah.
when they get in contact with you?
So it depends on if you're a healthcare provider or in hospital, or if you're a mom or a village, right? So if you're a mom or a village who may be navigating a difficult pregnancy journey, we offer mom-to-mom mentorship programs. We offer assistance, and we find grants for you and help you fill out that paperwork, because sometimes it could be just a lot. We make sure we vet providers for you, because that was a big issue I had in my pregnancy, just getting the right providers too, and not knowing which providers to get. I was a trauma nurse. I didn't even know a reproductive endocrinologist was a thing. I knew an endocrinologist was a thing. I didn't know a reproductive geneticist was a thing, and doing that journey, you just don't know what you don't know most of the time, But we also, like I said, help with maternal mental health resources. This is Maternal Mental Health Month, and 1 in 5 women suffer from mental health issues because of their pregnancy journey and things surrounding it. So it is very, very important to address those issues. And then if you're a healthcare professional, hospital, clinic, we come in and I love to do this, especially with students, because they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, to help those students understand what they're walking into as far as the maternal health arena. We are miscarrying. We're having stillbirths. We're dying, because we're being gaslit, or you're not listening to us and our symptoms, all of these issues. So typically when you come in, after hearing this story, it sticks with you, and you're thinking about, how can I transform maternal mental health? So I find that it's a good catalyst to change. So yeah, we work with hospitals to basically renovate their maternal mental health programs as well. Hello.
Thank you so
Hi
much.
there.
That's really amazing. That you offer that many services, and it sounds like you really, like, somebody can go in and work with you, and you kind of take them all the way through the whole journey. It's such a needed thing, and just, yeah, thank you
That
so
is the
much.
plan. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I'll be on Capitol Hill next week, like literally
Awesome.
in 8 days.
Wonderful. And how can people find your services, and where do they go to reach out to you?
Yes, if you're on social media, A Light After 9 on all social media, and then our website is a light after 9 .org. If you want to email, it's info@alightafter9 as well. So yes,
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
absolutely. You all take care. Happy Nurses Week again.
Thank you. Be
Hi,
safe.
everybody in the
Yep.
comments.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye.
Laura, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate you having me. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we're good. Sorry about all the technical difficulties.
No,
We're
it's
getting them
okay.
sorted out. It's our very first live stream, so I think it's going okay.
I think it was my end too, because I'm not in my normal office today.
So tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do with your nursing career, and then what being a nurse means to you.
Sure, thank you. Well, happy Nurses Week, everyone. I really want to, thank you for having me on here. It's a great opportunity. My name is Laura Alicio. I am originally from San Diego, California, and I moved to Puerto Rico last year. So that's where I currently reside. And I have been a registered nurse since 2010. And really been reflecting a lot on the question that you asked about what it means to be a nurse, because I feel very blessed to have had an opportunity to explore a variety of nursing careers. And most recently, I think in the last, well, almost 2 years now, I've found my true passion. And I've really loved learning about, everything that nursing has to offer, and when first think about the question, what does it mean to be a nurse? I was thinking, I feel like it truly means to be like a lifelong learner and a lifelong helper, because we have the opportunity to learn so much about all the different areas that we can go into. And then, healthcare is ever evolving. So we're learning about changes, new research, evidence-based practices. And with that, becoming a helper to be able to share, what we're constantly learning and be able to spread that knowledge with our clients and patients and the general population as well. So I had the opportunity to work as a public health nurse for quite a few years in San Diego County. And then I did case management. I did that for injured workers and also for attorneys. So I got into legal nurse consulting, and I started doing that about 5 years ago. And then I ended up actually starting my own business, and that was kind of just baptism by fire, fell into my lap. I'm really lucky with how it turned out. I kind of had the work before I had the business. A colleague said she could, I took the course during COVID, during the downtime that we had, because I was always interested. My dad was a personal injury attorney, and I never wanted to be an attorney, but I always thought his cases were interesting. So I took the course just to learn, and I then, had a colleague that said, "Oh, I could send you a referral, how do we pay you?" And I was like, "Oh, I hadn't really thought about it." She just made it sound so easy, like start an LLC, and I was like, "Okay." And so then the rest is history. And I still do a little bit of that work, but I actually was at a Med Legal conference 2 years ago in June, and that's when I first met a nurse coach. Her husband was there doing video interviews of the attendees, and I started chatting with him, and he said his wife is a nurse who teaches nurses how to be nurse coaches. And I, immediately was like asking him all these questions. Tell me more. I want to know all about it. It sounded exactly like something that I, first couldn't believe that I hadn't heard about before, because it was something just in my own personal health journey that I definitely could have utilized. And then in my, out of nursing activities, side hobbies, I love to do yoga. And so when I did a yoga teacher training, I wanted to, be able to incorporate everything I was learning into nursing, but I didn't know how. I didn't know that there was a thing, like you could get board certified as a holistic nurse. And so needless to say, took the nurse coaching program and graduated last summer, and then took my board certification. So I'm now a board certified nurse coach, and I'm also studying to become an advanced holistic nurse, and really excited about that. And so I have also since started my business as a nurse coach. So I also become really passionate about meditation and mindfulness. So that's as far as the direction that my niche is going. I've struggled with, claiming what I want to have as my specific niche, because it feels really limiting. But I just love all the, learning that comes with being a nurse coach, and everything that I can share and empower my clients. And there's this thing I'm not sure you guys have heard of. I'm sure you have, the shiny object syndrome, which is like wanting to take all the different, courses. And there's just so much within nurse coaching. Like, I took functional medicine for nurses course last fall, and now I'm in a nutrition for nurses course. And so I really, it's interesting how I came into nursing, because it wasn't like something that I remember wanting to do when I was really young. I actually remember wanting to be a pediatrician. And my mom was in a traumatic car accident when she was 10 weeks pregnant with me. And so I feel like growing up with a parent who has, head injury, I just naturally, learned to have a lot of patience with her and with people. And so I feel like subconsciously, I went into nursing. And yeah, it wasn't until, later on in life, but I'm really grateful, that I did choose that path. And yeah, happy to be able to share, my experiences with everyone here. And I just realized it's Florence Nightingale's birthday. I didn't realize that.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I think it's really interesting point you made about like that digging in and like kind of not getting enough like education. When you find like your true passion for something, like I never thought I would like want to like go back to school or really learn, you know, I'm like after nursing school was done, I'm like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do this I don't want to have to like, you know, keep going to college. But once you find like your passion for something, it's like you can't get enough of it. And it's like you can't get enough of that education. So that's really cool that you've been able to just kind of really hone in and like hone your practice to something that really works for you and your lifestyle and your moral code. And I just wish you like the best of luck with your coaching business. How can people find you if they are interested in getting some coaching from you?
Sure. So they can find me through my website, which is nursecoachalicio.com, as well as I have a YouTube channel with the same name, Nurse Coach Alicio, and Instagram with the same handle, or my Facebook is my name, Laura Alicio, or they can email me, Laura@nursecoachalicio, and yeah, I have a few other, social media avenues, but those are my main. LinkedIn, Laura Alicio. And I have my phone numbers accessible on those platforms as well. So
nice. You're brave putting your phone number out there on social media.
I've gotten used to it because I've had it for my legal nurse consulting business. So
yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here. And I feel like I see a little flicker of flame every now and again. Do you have a candle that you would like to shine on the future of healthcare?
I unfortunately don't, but I have one,
That's okay. We have
share ours.
So.
We'll share our light.
So, thank you so much, Laura, for being here. And Laura's a part of our Heartbeat community. And I think we're trying to get Laura to come be a speaker at one of our Modern Nurse Fests in 2026. So you will be seeing much more of Laura in the future. So thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you for having me. Happy Nurses Week.
Happy Nurses Week. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, like moving right along here. Let's see. I thought I had somebody hop on. Maybe they had to back off. Okay. Oh, there she is right here. I've got Ann Jordan, and she is with Nurses for Sustainable Care. Their group is going to come on and talk about the work that they do for nurses and for healthcare. Hello, welcome. Sorry.
Ann.
Oh, we can't hear you. No.
We can see your lips move.
I'll put you backstage for just a moment that way. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to figure out our wheel of spin the wheel. So I'm going to let Emily take over for just a moment.
That sounds
Got
good.
it.
Oh, and there she is.
Okay, good.
And I'll do this too. I'll do that.
Perfect. Yay. Thank you.
We got that stuff out of the way. Okay.
Oh, and Darlene is back on with us too.
Oh, great.
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead.
Can get her in here for us.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And then I think you have a few others from your team hopping on today. Is that correct?
Well, we can hope so. Our Chief Innovation Officer and the other nurse part of the leadership team, Miles Berry. But technically speaking, they all heard about this last night. And my LinkedIn newsfeed blew up with all of this. And I thought, how can we not be involved? Mainly to watch. But Darlene, we were to follow Darlene as Darlene Schindel and her own stuff. This is the Nurses for Sustainable Care space. But I'd really like to honor Darlene's amazing. She's been my coach for years. Yay, Steve's here. There's our Chief Innovation Officer.
Wonderful.
Let's just get started then.
Yeah, just dive right in and tell us all about the work that you guys do for Nurses for Sustainable Care. And before we get started, let me put up, how do people get in touch with Nurses for Sustainable Care? What's the best way?
The best way would be LinkedIn. We are on X. We have a website is the best way.
Okay.
So we have
What's
social, but nursesforsustainablecare.com.
okay. Great. Thank you so much.
And it would list email, contact, and phone number, etc.
All right. Go ahead and get started and let us know about all the things that wonderful work you guys do.
Steve, I'm going to lean on you because nurses like to explain a lot. We have 15 minutes, and I am going to let you lay it down, and Darlene and I will add the color to that.
Okay. Well, my name is Steve Young, and I'm not a nurse, and but what I bring to the table is this sort of lens of business acumen and innovation. And so Nurses for Sustainable Care is really, the mandate is about bringing nurses together and giving them a voice and a platform. And as the Chief Innovation Officer, it's about trying to find ways for the system to improve beyond just simply labor and those kind of things. But let's look at patient care, patient outcomes. And as the sustainability part is really about how does it continue on and be sustainable, both financially and also in terms of healthcare outcomes. So we need to innovate, and we need to leverage the nurses who work throughout the system and provide insights and ways to do things better. Okay, ways to do things more efficiently. Simply doing the same thing and just adding more and more nurses is not effective, or just spending more and more money is not effective. We know that it doesn't work. We in Alberta spend some of the highest in the country on healthcare, and we don't have the highest level of outcomes. So it's not about the money, it's about innovation and efficiency. And there's some low-hanging fruit. There's lots of different pockets of excellence across the country and the world. And ours is to sort of, let's consider those and see where they can fit into the system. Some of the challenges that we've faced so far is, let's say we got a great idea. Let's say, oh, wow, it checks off all the boxes. Well, the system seems very bureaucratic and managing for the status quo. Where do we take that to be considered? So we're advocating, to sort of find a place where great ideas, wherever they come from, whether it's us or an individual nurse or different organizations or innovators, where can they take that? So those are one of the early things that we've seen as a bit of a barrier, but our focus is really trying to create a platform for nurses to leverage their expertise and insights and sort of innovate for change.
And I'll just add to that one of the things we found as we came together was that nurses don't know where to go with their ideas. They don't know. And so there's a lot of things, like if you think about it, how much do we learn in nursing school? I mean, people always say, oh, here's what I wish I would have learned in nursing school. But there's only so much you can learn in nursing school. And then you get out into the real world. And that's when we need to continue to have that support and listening to nurses, because they come up with ideas, but they don't know about policies and how does policy get made in our countries, in our political systems, and all of those things. So it's you start with what you learn in nursing school, but then it's like taking your passion and your purpose and how is this the best thing for our patients? How is this the best thing for nurses? And so that's the part that we saw was really, really kind of deficient in the nursing profession.
Yeah, just to kind of break in here, just from my experience working inside a hospital setting, any type of innovative thing, anything that you say that as a nurse, like, hey, we could be doing this way, or we would like these, even just like these resources, it's like moving a mountain to try to get your voice heard. So I think the work you guys are doing is really, really important because nurses, like, we're the ultimate like creators and crafters of so many different things. So we're like natural entrepreneurs, jack of all trades. We can do anything. We can MacGyver anything. So thank you guys for like the work you're doing.
One of the big impediments of that is the system is so big and we've siloed it. And so if you look inside your silo, you need to actually have it level up where somebody's looking at the different silos and say, here's the opportunity, where individually it may not make sense, but if we work together, that's where the synergies come from, is where we work at that above the silo level. And those tend to be really at the really executive or the government level needs to be facilitating that, because the person in that silo doesn't have the ability to break out and influence outside. So those are some of the challenges we've seen. But if we get people together, get nurses together, creating good ideas, my hope is those great ideas will find a way. And if we can advocate over some of those silos to make them trial them or implement them, then the winner is all Albertans. It's the patient, it's the systems.
And I just want to add to what Steve just said about the different levels. So as you can see within our group, just a portion of it, we've got a nurse manager and a founder of some huge initiatives and a nurse coach. Darlene would certainly be in the rooms with executive level nursing voices. Steve, coming from government relations and the political, he's a former MLA and government relations perspective. Me, I roll out of bed and I invent stuff all day long. I'm like, well, why can't we do it this way? And like you, Jen, it's like, who do I tell this to? So 3 years ago, I was in a room with creators and I said, well, how do I do it with nurses? And they said, do this, this, and this. No idea about business. I did that, and that, and met all these amazing people. And it's like, okay, this is a great idea. How do we structure that? So we created and founded the not-for-profit. We gave space for that. And then it looked large. Like, how do we do this as a national group? Can't. Let's go back yet. Let's go back to this piece, this area. And our invite is to nurses, wherever they are. If they're idea makers, they've got ideas like Jen, wherever you are, like in that space, if you've got an idea on how that should be and could be better, in that, impacting that, when you have the idea, we need to mature it and then create the solution and take it to government officials and policymakers, even nursing management. It has to come from outside the system because they don't hire you to spend the time and effort to actually shape that. And so we've created a space where people can come to us and we can start shaping these things with regional consideration, and we know where to take it. So that's the exciting part. I expect you to, in our group meetings, we all talk with each other and it's like this really live, active thing. So interrupt at any time.
Yeah, that is, that you guys have like a dream team of just like people that can actually make the changes happen. That's really cool. And that's like kind of the same dynamic I have with my team is like, we can bounce ideas and we get really excited about them. And then we just do the work and make them happen. Just like this event, like 2 weeks ago, this was not a thing. And look at here we are. And I've got a whole, lineup of like amazing speakers that want to come and talk about nursing and talk about like what a good career path this is. We just have to make changes in like at the healthcare system level. So, no big deal.
Yeah. And I love the many hands make like the work and all those things about all of us. Nurses just automatically understand collective work. So we were scheduled and we have 5 minutes, I think, according to our process. And there's so many nurses I will be watching and continuing to be inspired all day long. But Darlene, did you get your 15 minutes before us?
Oh, yes. I
missed it.
We got a little ahead of schedule. We had some technical difficulties. So we brought, thank goodness Darlene was on the call and we were able to bring her in early.
Okay, good. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed it. Now, is any of this going to be watchable later? Or is that like you miss it and wait for the next one?
I believe it records through the Restream platform, and so we can send it out. I don't know what it's going to look like downloading a 20 or a 12-hour recording, but it will be available, and it will sit on my in my the YouTube channel. So it should be there for viewing later. Yeah. Okay. And Darlene was fabulous. We really appreciate her coming on early.
Oh, we know she's fabulous. Absolutely. I'd like to get the clip of and whatever clips, if there's a way to, if your tech team can do that, because I can post that. I don't think I can post a whole day thing, but.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can, we will definitely, we can probably chop up the feed and be able to send it out to all the presenters. I think that would be really great. So thank you.
I think the most important thing that's happening today in this whole full shift and nurses coming together, I hope, is that if anybody who's listening, and whether it's somebody like Steve who says, man, I could really help those nurses because they're kind of way off here. I need to just
I never said that.
I know. I know we found you, but that's the thing. That's the thing that, if you're a nurse out there and you're feeling stuck, you just know that you don't have to stay there. We need you. We need you. Patients need you. The system needs you. We need you to bring your zone of genius to the table. And so wherever you are, whatever you think you can't do, just think, okay, I don't want to be stuck here. So reach out. Connect with us, with any one of us. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find almost anybody on LinkedIn and Facebook. And so wherever you are, and if you can't find somebody, just ask one of the other people. So the thing we don't want is we don't want nurses to stay out there stuck or overwhelmed or saying, what's the point? Because we need you. We need you. Somebody in that you serve needs your care.
Absolutely.
And your ideas. And
Yes.
so just to emphasize, our group is, you can get a whole bunch of nurses together, but unions would say, well, we already collect nurses and speak for nurses. I don't know if possible. I do believe that you have to be a cross-functional team. So we have lawyers, legal advisory, we have economic geniuses. If you go to our website and look at Meet the Team, you have a tiny piece of who wants to be public. I'm, as co-founder, not on the website because I haven't signed conflict of interest forms, 87 pages to read. There's real restrictions around how much you can speak. So I want to do things correctly. We really value credibility. Nurses are the most trusted profession, yet the public doesn't know what we do because we're everywhere and we all do different pieces. So if we have a credible group, we've got doctors, we've got nurse executives, like I said, all of us working together can really take nursing voice in different areas and work out all the multiple solutions as we prioritize them. But we do need your ideas brought forward, and do not think it's not valuable in some way. So some things may not happen overnight, but realize that there's a working group out. I don't want to say outside the system because it sounds rogue. We work beside the system, beside the associations, beside the union. We want to work with you. I don't know that being adversarial serves anybody except add to burnout and vilify you and stigmatize you. So, work collectively with us on problem solving in a really creative way. You're not restricted with time. You just can blow it up. Like, it's so exciting to be around innovators, like listening to you guys. Like, I follow both of you. You guys post the stuff. It's like, go girls. Like, that's exciting. I want to be around that, not the put your head down and, be the automaton. Innovators really can do that for so long. And then it's like, I need to talk about how we can do this better. And that's part of our group. So
some of the things I'm trying to do is to create structure and process. So we get to create a platform for nurses. You bring your idea to, you brainstorm them, mature them, because not all ideas are great, but if we need them to be developed and matured, and then our work is to try to find a process for them to be considered in the big system. So we're knocking on that door and say, listen, we've worked through this idea. We believe it's a good idea. We've done our due diligence, and this should be considered, and then to the betterment of the system and then the betterment of patients.
And we're not afraid to fail. And we happily disagree all day long, because I do think you need that friction. I don't want to have the same. I don't believe you start creating that way. We can all just agree with each other. It's like, I don't need that. I've literally chosen to work with people who are smarter than me and think differently than me. And that's how I'm constantly learning. And I would love to see healthcare acknowledge that and create that kind of psychological safety that we can just come and say that. And then instead of, well, no, we can't do that, or the dismissiveness because you need the wheels to keep moving, they actually have a space to say, well, why not? Let's take a look at that and bring you along with that, right? So
yeah, wow. Thank you guys so much for being here, contributing. And if you have an amazing idea that you want to try to bring into fruition, head on over to nursesforsustainablecare.com or .org?
.com.
.com. Okay. Yeah. I got it right. .com, and get in touch with these guys and see what they can do about bringing your ideas forward and helping to promote changes within our nursing system and the healthcare system. So thank you guys so much for being here. It's an honor to showcase what you guys do. So thank you. And keep the candle lit, guys.
Steve, I forgot to tell you about the candle. Thank you both for doing this. Wonderful.
And cheers.
Now, how do I leave?
I will, I'll go ahead and take care of that for you. Thank you guys. Okay. Bye. All right. Okay, Emily. Going right along. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Right. This is exciting. So many great communities and people for our full shift, 12-hour shift that we're pulling here today. And just so excited for the rest of the day. So we have some wonderful speakers coming up soon.
Yeah,
just
I've got
in a few minutes here.
I think we've got Kathleen Bartholomew in the waiting room. Let's go ahead and bring her in. And then we've got a few more that are going to trickle in, hopefully. And I'm so excited to talk to Kathleen. She's going to be speaking at Modern Nurse Fest. So
yes, she is
Hi,
amazing.
Kathleen.
So excited. Kathleen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be here. We're honored to have you.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. First of all, Kathleen is going to come up to Alaska and do 2 different presentations. And I do have your email. I'll get back to you probably tomorrow. My weekend was filled with doing this. So don't worry about that video. We'll take care of it. But thank you so much for being here. And thank you for what your contribution to Modern Nurse Fest. I'm really excited about your presentation and your workshop. So maybe while we're waiting for I've got a few more that are going to trickle in. Maybe you could talk a little bit about what you're going to do at or present at Modern Nurse Fest.
Sure. For 25 years, I've taught board members, physicians, nurses, anyone in hospital settings about what it takes to create a team and safety. And in those 25 years, I've heard hundreds, if not 1,000 stories. And these stories, my background is sociology, tell me a lot about the culture. And so I learned about how I didn't see how the power was taken away from nurses by the structure. And I'm super excited to share with everybody how each voice, each nurse being dauntless individually and then collectively, how we can make an impact on healthcare and what the future could look like. If you ask nurses, what's healthcare going to look like in 20 years? I usually get a blank stare. And Carl Sandburg said, nothing happens if not first a dream. So wouldn't it be fantastic to get a group of nurses together and start that dream? And so my work, I'm a founding member of NursesTransformingHealthcare.org. And what we want to do is transform health in America from a business to a service, from illness to wellness. So where do you start? And I'm going to share with everyone the research that shows that when you have a big, complex, adaptive system, change doesn't happen from the top down. You just create a you create a little spot in that system, and you create the new system in that spot, whole and complete in itself. So what if we could flip one zip code in America? And that's the work of Nurses Transforming Healthcare right now, is to flip one zip. But what if I had the wisdom and the imagination of a whole bunch of nurses at Modern Nurse Fest to contribute to this template, to say, what if nurses, led healthcare, administered healthcare? What would healthcare look like if we had the resources and were free? Or I guess a better question would be, what structure would unleash the power, potential, and autonomy of the nursing profession?
Wow. That is I think that's going to be really powerful, because the idea is to turn that into a workshop at Modern Nurse Fest, and to give nurses a chance to sit down and really like utilize their, like, if you could have anything you want, what would it be? What would healthcare look like with like no barriers? And I think we're going to get some really powerful ideas thrown out there. And it's really amazing to me that it's usually for nursing, it's usually the simplest answer. It's not these super complex systems. It's usually coming back to very, very simple answers to some of these problems that we're facing. So thank you so much for putting that workshop together. I'm so excited to have the nurses in Alaska participate in it.
Speaking of simple, one of the most important questions we're going to answer is this. So in every culture, there's a meme. It's called a meme in sociology. Firemen fight fires. Teachers educate. Police keep us safe. Nurses. What's the answer? Yeah. So until we have the answer to that meme, until we all can articulate it, all over the world can articulate it. And I'll throw out to you, nurses, heal body, mind, and soul. But whatever it is, there's a picture that goes with the meme. And it doesn't matter if we're not the most, it doesn't really matter if we're the most trusted profession, because if you understood why, it's because we're most related to the idea of mother in our society. It's not because of anything we've done. We need to strive to be the most respected.
Yeah.
Right?
That's so very true. Thank you so much. And then
You're welcome.
Did you want to just share with us, the big question of the day is, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Oh, it means the world. From my TED Talk, you can tell I was thrown into the profession, had no idea that I was going to be a nurse. But it is an honor, it is a privilege, and there's something, the only word I can use is sacred. There's something sacred that happens when the paths of a patient and a nurse meet. And that doesn't always end up in healing. It's healing of some kind, maybe, but maybe it's just a going with, or I'm with you. But I have hundreds of stories of those moments, and I treasure them more than I treasure anything.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And then we are also joined by Karen DeMarco from RNegade. Modern Nurse Fest is partnered with RNegade. They're going to be doing all of our CEs. So all of the classes that you take at Modern Nurse Fest are going to go on the RNegade platform. So we're super excited to have you here. And then we're also joined by Jennifer Johnson, who is a nurse, author of Nursing Intuition, How to Trust Your Gut.
Save your sanity and survive your career.
Perfect. I knew there was a lot more to it.
It's a long time.
So let's start with Karen. Karen, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then tell us a little bit about RNegade, and then we'll end with the question, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Okay. RNegade is continuing education for nurses who don't just do what they're told. That was a probably my fifth nursepreneurial inspiration that came to fruition. And my background was, first I started out in ICU, trauma, and flight nursing. I did that. I kind of started my own private patient advocacy business in 2011. And then that I kind of just followed my word for God is George. Just because, I mean, I also pray to the, sometimes it's the universe, sometimes with George, sometimes when I want to have a nice casual conversation with something that is the ground of beingness, all that is, but also feel like it's my kind of buddy, it's George. So wherever George threw me breadcrumbs, I embraced the flakery. It took me a while to embrace the flakery because I was too concerned with what everybody thought about me switching career paths so many times, but I learned to embrace the flakery and just follow breadcrumbs. So private patient advocacy led to my hobbies of collecting sea glass and coaching certifications, and that led to corporate wellness, and then that led to publishing research. I did a self-funded research study that was published in the APA Journal of Spirituality and Clinical Practice in 2020. And that took me around the globe speaking at conferences about the results of the research study. So through nursing, I became a nurse because my mom told me to, which kind of actually seamlessly leads into what nursing has led to me. It has taught me discernment for life that has reached into all areas my life, my health, happiness, and human potential. Because with every darkness in my nursing career, there has been a lesson and a blow up in my health, happiness, and human potential. And I come to see as it life knocks you down. It's inevitable. It's every spiritual philosophy, every religion talks about suffering. Well, I've come to see as my suffering as George is the blacksmith and I am the sword. And on occasion, I'm supposed to be put into the threshing fire and can I swear here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beat the shit out of, but I come out sharper and shinier and better able to cut through the world's bullshit and especially my own. And every time that has happened, I've learned to go, okay, we're going in again. Whoa, I've got metaphors for everything. One other one is life is like being strapped to a boulder in supine position, rolling downhill. So it's like, it looks like, oh, the sunshine, the blue sky. Oh my gosh, there's the ground. And you're going to get clobbered. But if you stick your feet out like Fred Flintstone and plan on like, no, I don't want to go through it. I just want to go. It's gravity. It's the fire. It's going to happen. Just tuck your little legs in and get squashed and you'll come up. There's a blue sky again. And you're a totally different person with a totally new career. Nursing has been, I'm so glad my mom told me I became a nurse because she told me to and I wanted her to like me. But through nursing, I have found the courage to be disliked. So I would say that's what nursing has meant for me. It's like, there's just these, I'm riddled with ADHD. So I think in metaphors and less pockets. Like one of the things that nursing has given me is I've learned to don't follow the advice of people whose lives you don't want. Yeah. And that's what we do. We start our careers and you have to cut your teeth in this kind of nursing or that kind of nursing. And no, you can't. It's 10 years out before you do flight nursing or start a business. No. Do you want that life? Maybe you do. And then follow the advice. That's good advice to follow if that's the life you want. I've also learned if it doesn't have eternal consequences, what are you doing it for? If you are submitting your mind, your body, your mind and your soul to things that suck the life out of you, what are you doing it for? Yeah. I believe that George speaks to us I'm sorry, am I going on and on? I just became really self-aware.
That's fine. You're just fine.
If you learn, nursing has given me discernment. That's kind of what I started out for. And it is becoming clearer and clearer the older I get. It's just like hunger. You're told we know hunger tells you that you need to eat. Thirst tells you that you need to drink. You're tired, you need to rest. You're restless, you need to move. If there's this feeling to what you're supposed to do next that I think comes from the eternal, it's kind of like, what do? I used to say, I wish that God would just sit down with me on a park bench and just tell me what to do. I would give up everything I think I'm supposed to be doing for the clarity of what I am really eternally supposed to do. But we're told in the feeling. When Renegade came about, I was on a hike listening to a podcast and I'm like, it was with James Nestor. He wrote the book called Breathe. It was anatomy, physiology review. It was history. It was theology. It was like all of these techniques and these things that I knew that were not only going to improve my life, but I was going to incorporate and integrate into my practice so that I could better serve whatever I was doing at the time. Right. And I got down off that mountain, 2.5-hour podcast. My nursing license was up for renewal and I called Antra. She's here with us. She's passed away in September, but oh my gosh, I love them. I can hear her talking in my voice. But I'm like, why was that not worth 2.5 continuing education credits? Why do I have to pick through this antiquated pile of crap to check the box of a mandate? every 2 years to renew mine so I could continue to be a nurse with everything I'm constantly learning, with how I'm constantly growing. I have to follow this. No, nurses should be able to, that's stupid. We should be able to get credit for the education that we are naturally inclined to pursue. And we made that happen. Now it starts to feel like pushing a boulder uphill through tar when it's not meant for you. That's like eating when you're not hungry and drinking when you're not thirsty. When I worked in the ER, I had people come in all the time with low sodium because they're following somebody else's advice on how much to drink. When you know how the complexity in our bodies that give you the sensation of thirst.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting off track, but to answer, I think I've answered all your questions. You kind of get an idea of what it's like to listen to one of my Renegade podcasts.
I love it.
But you know what? We go around the houses and we always come home to the shadow of a coherent point, and somebody learns something, and usually Antra would cry. Now Wendy keeps me sane, and yeah, it's fun. It should be fun. Life should not feel like pushing a boulder uphill through tar. Effortless productivity, when you can work a 16-hour shift, but you love the connection with your patient, you've gotten your charting done, you get to spend extra time with the family, and you come out of there, you're woohoo, and then there's a 16-hour shift where you feel like your life is sucked out of you. I will leave you all with this piece of advice that my dad gave me, and I'm staying here with Cleveland, and it is the best piece of advice I've ever gotten. If you're having trouble, oh, let me do it like him. Aaron, I don't know what's bothering you, but I've always discovered that if I'm having trouble finding my smile, I help somebody else find theirs. And I usually find mine in the same place. And I think that is at the core of nursing. You could work forever when you're plugged into the mains, when you're plugged into your vocation and your passion. And burnout comes from not, when we're getting the focus back on ourselves. That's what is draining, when it's me. If you're stuck in life, in nursing, in your career, in your health, go help somebody else out, and you'll probably find your smile there too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Karen. That was just wonderful. I really appreciate it. And the work that you're doing through
entertaining. But thank you. And what was your name? I'm sorry, because I came in late. I left to go get Jen and bring her back with me.
We've got Kathleen Bartholomew.
Kathleen.
Yes.
What I listened to was so touching. That was beautiful. And cheers to you all.
Cheers to you. Thank you. All right. Up next, we've got Jen Johnson, author of Nursing Intuition. Thank you so much for coming on, and tell us a little bit about your book, and then maybe a little about your nursing journey, and then the big question, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Yeah, so Nursing Intuition, How to Trust Your Gut, Save Your Sanity, and Survive Your Career. I was born out of burnout. When COVID hit and I was still working the ER full time, we had lawyers come and offer to do everybody's wills for free because that's how they could help. And as much as that was a huge gift and a huge gift, it really kind of solidified in the moment that we weren't expected to survive, or at least that's what I took home. So I kind of thought, okay, how do I tell my kids, who are 4 and 5.5 at the time, that mom chose to continue to go to work during this when nobody knew what was going on and all the like. And so I started writing stories, my good stories about how I helped the patients, those times where I was supposed to be there, I was meant to be there. There were a few, a couple, and very quickly the rough trauma-induced stories quickly came out. All the times that I lost a patient or had something traumatic happen, or bullying instances and all this kind of stuff. It all came together, and I kind of sat back after writing all the stories and went, okay, what does this mean? And so listening to a podcast, the author of Intuition at Work was talking about her book, and I thought, oh, intuition at work. I use my intuition all the time at work. And I'm like, dang, that's the light bulb. And ended up doing a deep dive into intuition, and it's, the peer-reviewed supported articles that are less than 5 years old, blah, 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 blah. All the science that was there that it's supported by science, but nobody's really looking, or at least we're not talking about it. And so I thought, well, if somebody's going to be the first one to really put themselves out there, I guess it'll be me. So that's the book. It's, you know, a culmination of teaching and my stories and coming together and understanding that, you know, your career is the teacher. And yes, it is hard. And yes, it totally sucks at times, but it sucks for a reason. And if you can gain a lesson out of it, that's really the silver lining. So that's my baby. The joke is if I ever need a new therapist, I just hand them the book and be like, here's volume 1 of why I am the way I am. So you could just, we're going to save ourselves some time. You can be a little bit entertained. Here you go. So that's been my journey the last couple of years. It finally got published in December. So it's out there. I'm finally, you know, moving and shaking, teaching with Nurse Blake in August at nurse camp, and teaching nursing intuition, as well as a bunch of other things to 450 fantastic nurses who I'm so beyond thrilled that it still hasn't even clicked in that this is happening. I'm still in the emerge. I'm still in the emerge part-time. I do a little bit of agency nursing here, there, and everywhere. And when people ask if I'm going to leave the bedside, I'm not. I'm meant to be at the bedside, but I'm meant to be part-time, like in per diem. It's one of those things where that is the work that I love, and that's where the most teachable moments happen, is at the bedside in the moment. And so if I can be there to help somebody else learn, that's the true gift that I'm hoping to pass on, instead of nurses eating their young. It's nurses are nurturing their young, and we're helping and we're feeding them, and we're supporting them from moment one. And that's where my heart is, and will continue to always be, because the nurses eat their young needs to die a horrible death.
So this book is about nurturing and supporting and teaching. So I'll send you a copy, Jen. But this is filled with the story. It's filled with the stories. It's actual stories of 63 nurses from the student nurses saying, "Tell me about your clinicals." And I actually threw everything down and switched my career to focusing on communication, because I thought, you know, without the schools, they won't be able to be without this knowledge, you know, they won't understand that they're perfect. They're great. We need them, you know.
Kathleen, can I have you on my podcast
Kathleen,
so that nurses can get continuing
Anytime,
education
yes.
credit?
Absolutely.
That would
Love
be
to.
awesome. I love the name of it, Dauntless. That's tough.
Yeah, that's what we need. Dauntless, bold, intrepid nurses who speak their truth like this 12 hours.
Yeah.
Amen. Exactly. Well, thank you guys so much for participating. This is such a great event so far. We've had so many just wonderful people come on, and we've got a bunch more to come. And thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy Nurses Week. Happy International
Thank
Nurses
you.
Day.
Happy Nurses Week.
And have a great rest of your day.
Take
Keep the
care.
candle
Thank
lit.
you.
Cheers.
You guys are wonderful.
Yep. Thank you guys.
I'll see you periodically throughout the day. I'll be watching.
Excellent. Excellent. Take care.
So many great nurses. So many great nurses just coming on here. And do we have a drawing for Modern Nurse Fest coming up?
We do. I think I got it figured out. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to do a full screen share and hopefully get this app up so we can at least get one drawing in. I think we can get 2 spins out of this. One second. Let's see.
This is exciting. And if any of you are watching right now and are interested in checking out Modern Nurse Fest, we can go ahead and just direct you. So you're going to go to modernnursefest.org or .com, whatever spice you're feeling. They'll both go to the same location, and you can purchase tickets there. And right now, I believe, do we have the nurse special going on?
We've got 20% off Modern Nurse Fest tickets, promo code FEST.
Promo code FEST. I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat so the word fest will get you 20% off, and we're going to be doing this for the month of May. So we're celebrating nurses obviously all year round and for 12 hours today, but up until the end of May, you can get that 20% off of the Modern Nurse Fest ticket. So make sure you get in and on getting those tickets, and those tickets are good for Alaska. And then if you want to come to any of our other fests in Texas, Massachusetts, Florida, or California, buy those tickets. We'd love to hug you, see you, and also see your family. It's a community festival as well. So it's going to be a grand time, and we're excited to give some tickets away for Modern Nurse Fest. And it's not only for Alaska. These tickets will be able to be used at any of our festivals for our tour for 2025 and 2026.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to do a drawing here shortly, and it will be with our Heartbeat members. So if you are not in Heartbeat, rn.org, get in and get on there today. It's free. You can create a free account. And we're going to take all of our Heartbeat members, and we're going to give some of our Heartbeat members today free tickets, and we're going to have free merch too. So free swag, free merch, all the good things. We might even be, I don't know, maybe I'll give a book away. Who knows? We'll give some books away.
I also know we've got Rise and Restore has donated 5 wellness boxes. So
yes.
All
Awesome.
right. Are we ready for the first spin the wheel?
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
Exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Oh, look at all those people. Look at all the people. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Watch it be a speaker. Watch it be a speaker.
I hope it's not the help desk. I forgot to take them out.
And the help desk wins. 2 tickets.
All right, slowing down.
Oh, who's our lucky winner today for this moment in time?
Are we gonna?
It's who's it gonna be?
I don't know. It just keeps going.
And
Elena. Woo!
Woo! Elena!
All right.
Elena.
You have won a Modern Nurse Fest ticket. Congratulations.
Elena.
We will be in contact with you. We have your information through Heartbeat RN. So we'll be in contact for your free Modern Nurse Fest ticket, good for any Modern Nurse Fest in 2025 or 2026. So thank you so much for being a part of our community. And yeah, woohoo, we got the drawing to work. Excellent. And then we are right on time now for our next group for Rise and Restore. I'm going to play a little promo here for our good friends Taylor and Ashley and Matt and Kim, who are hopping on to join us.
Hey, I'm about to go level up. I cannot settle for nothing. I never been regular. Always knew I could do better. I finally made it this far and I'm not looking back. They didn't see all the time that I put in. Now me and the money are way too attached. Still repping 919. The city is mine and I put it all on the map. Coming for what I deserve. I put in the work. Now I'm about to level up. Been on my grind since 2013. Now the way. Hey, I'm about to go level up. I cannot say. Hey, I'm about to go level up. I cannot.
All right, let me get them in the chat room here. Taylor.
That was so fun.
Wasn't that fun?
Oh my gosh, I'm pumped.
I love it.
Go.
I totally creeped on everybody's TikToks and pulled some stuff in. So
good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was so awesome.
For us.
All right, girls, tell us all about your work with Rise and Restore. I'm going to throw your name up in the tagline here.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. We're so excited to be here. Absolutely unreal. This morning was amazing. Like, this is just like the coolest thing. The coolest thing. All right. Ashley, you want to introduce yourself?
Well, my name's Ashley Chancellor, and I am a hired nurse, turned nurse author, turned nurse coach, and I am so excited to be a part of the Rise and Restore movement. We launched the nonprofit a couple weeks ago, and it is just really, really exciting and such an honor to be a part of this organization that wants to reach not only nurses, but beyond that, from the janitor to the C-suite. So, and even outside of the hospital. Yeah, I'm really honored to be part of this and so honored to be here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ash. So my name is Taylor Page, and I'm the founder of Rise and Restore, and we have been through several renditions. I feel like the versions of Rise and Restore keep changing daily over the past 2 years. It's been a really awesome journey, and I can't believe where we are today. I was just talking to the team earlier. We had a board meeting, and I was like, you know, so excited and sharing the vision, and we're talking, and they're like, yeah, you said that, you know, like 6 months ago. And I was like, yeah, but it's like real, you know, and it's really happening. Our community is live. So today we have officially launched our community. It is heal.riserestore.org. So please go ahead and join us. This space is not only for nurses. Yes, we are nurses. The people that are running this wonderful community are nurses, but we are here for everybody. And it's been one of those things that's been gnawing at my heart since Rise and Restore became a thing. When Rise and Restore first started, it was solely for nurses. It was for burnt out nurses. I was angry at the system. I wanted to scream really loud. And while all of those things are still a little bit true, the one thing that was in my heart was like, but everybody needs a Rise and Restore. Like every human needs to heal their mind, body, and soul. We're really just a bunch of, you know, Emily has said this to me before, we're a bunch of little children running around in adult bodies. And we're running around unhealed. And I didn't know that I was running around unhealed. And this Rise and Restore was really born from being through my own healing journey and realizing I could show up differently for my children. I could show up differently as a nurse. I could show up differently as a wife. And it just was like on my heart that although I'm so passionate about nurses, everyone needs this. And so the latest rendition of Rise and Restore, and I know I'm going to get emotional, is that it's for everyone. Like it's literally for everyone. Of course, we have passion for nurses and healthcare teams, and we want to partner with organizations, and we want to partner with clinics, and we want to help them build a positive culture where wellness is not the cost of care. And that's something we really want to drive home. And we want this, we believe that part of the healing team is the CEO. And that might sound shocking, but they're part of the team. Without them there, we wouldn't have our healthcare organizations. And so Rise and Restore really wants to look at things differently. And we want to look at them from the top down and from below up. And we want everyone to circumpound in one big family, like just one world where we all can exist and see each other, and that we can support each other, that the CEO knows how to approach a nurse and hold their hand and ask how they can show up for them. And that a nurse knows how to turn to the CEO and be there for them, right? Like we can't just focus on nurses because it's the whole team. That's to IT. You know, starting this community, I was having some IT issues and I reached out to a friend and he supported me on this and was able to help me get the community up and running. And I knew him through healthcare. And so my point is that there's so many people involved that are behind the scenes. And for Rise and Restore, those people matter too. And we want to help them heal mind, body, soul as well. I knew it was going to happen at some point. And I think just, it's just kind of amazing that it's like here. I'm blown away and I get to share it today on this platform with two amazing women as well as you, Ashley. I just mean these guys made this whole day, this 12-hour shift happen. And what are we doing but changing the world right now in nursing and in healthcare? And I also feel like it's important for us to recognize our patients and our patient population who is reaping some of these repercussions of an unhealed healthcare system. And it's unfortunate because they're not necessarily getting the care that they need and that they deserve. And so we want patients to join us in heal.riserestore.org. We want everyone to be there so we can be seen by each other in a united fashion, and that we are no longer pitting ourselves against each other, that we are truly rising and restoring our healthcare system. And we can't do that without
all of the people that are on right now. I just think this is so amazing, and I'm so honored to be here. I'm just blessed and honored.
Thank you so much for being here, and just you're doing beautiful work, your whole organization, and I think it just speaks volumes, because we've all watched you grow, and over the year, like look at where we all are. Like a year ago, Ashley just put out her book. She's a year into her book. Taylor, it was just an idea that you wanted to create, and now it's here. Same with Nurses for Nurses and Modern Nurse Fest. All of these ideas are just they're just little like embers that are starting to like really catch on. And I just know the work you're going to do in the future and what's coming this year is going to be so incredible and so damn impactful. I know you're going to be, I know it's going to come full circle. So, and that's
same with you guys, you know,
one of the things that is like not talked about. It's like all you see is you see a lot of like, oh, they were an overnight success story. No, they weren't. They struggled. You just didn't see it. They failed again and again and again, and nobody saw it. It's overnight because now there's light shining on them. And so you have to dig in, and there are going to be things that are going to come up that like are going to really impact you and set you back. Just like Karen DeMarco was saying about the big boulder, like you're going to get run over and over and over again. But it's what you do when you're facing the sunshine that is going to be impactful, and that's going to matter. So the work you guys do is going to be really, really good. I just know it.
If I share one other thing with you guys?
Yeah, we have you guys for half an hour, so we have all the time in the world to share and cry and.
I know, right? This is very healing, and I just want to say, like, honestly, I don't think I could be here without the two of you, and Ashley and Matt. So Matt is our director of communications, and Matt right now he's not with us because he's self-caring, right? Ash is our director of Pure Wellness. So just tell them a little bit about what you do behind the scenes while I find this thing to read.
Yes. So literally, when I jumped on today, I was like, oh my gosh, have they gotten a break? Jen and Emily, have you guys gotten a break? Do you have a lunch built in? When are you taking a water break? When are you guys going to the bathroom? Who's taking over for you? That is ingrained in me. I was always that nurse as a travel nurse for 14 years. Of course, I went without my lunch, but I was like, hey, new grad, go eat. Hey, you've been coding all day. You need to go eat. Hey, here's a Klondike bar for you because I know you haven't eaten all day and you've been like changing meds and everything. And so that has just always been ingrained in me. And I wasn't aware of it, I don't think. I was just like the unit cheerleader no matter where I went. And it really has carried over into the rest of everything. And it seems to be the perfect position for me to fill within the Rise and Restore community. And I'm so honored to be there. And that brings us to Matt. So Matt is our third. He is he's the voice of the bedside. He's so strong. He's got so much, just such a
spicy.
Calm, yeah, he is, but he's calm about it. And he brings it to the table and it's like, yeah, we're gonna change this. I'm a nurse and I'm proud to be a nurse, and this isn't okay. Recently, though, Matt was assaulted in his bedside position, and he suffered an injury and is fortunately or unfortunately dealing with the repercussions of a system that's not supportive through that. Luckily, we are here to support him, and we're helping him. And so he's out, and he has granted us all the permission to share this because he says this is what nurses are going through. And he can't be here because he's going to appointments, and we wanted to honor that for him. He said, do I change the appointment so I can be on the live? Absolutely not. You go take care of you. We are human beings. We are not superhero. We do not have magical powers. We deserve the same love and compassion that we give out to the world. And you know what? No one's going to come along. I want to come along for everyone and remind you to eat. I want to remind you to take your break. I want to make sure you eat today. I do, and I'm going to try to do that for Rise and Restore. But individually, you have to take that accountability and you have to know it's okay. And then you have to support our peers. Oh, you called out yesterday? Yeah, I had to take yourself because clearly you needed it.
Yeah.
Clearly you needed the self-care. And so as Director of Pure Wellness, the title just seemed to fit in the most basic sense of really supporting and encouraging. We're taking care of in nurturing that person before we show up to provide, answer, heal, lift patients, feed them, do all of these things. It's so important that we check ourselves first. And so we are honoring that. It's a really interesting endeavor to be starting a nonprofit. And him showing up to this, he wants to show up. I'm so sorry. And it's my sound not working.
Ash, we're
Just
having
come a little closer.
I think you just need to come a little closer.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's okay. We got a lot of it. It just kind of was fading in and out. No, that's okay. But yeah, just going back to your point about like, we're like holistic creatures, and we're people too. And so when we started this, Emily's has to drop her children off, and it's like, we don't have to pretend as nurses that we don't have lives and families and like other things, like all of like that. Like, why don't we matter? Why don't we matter? Why do we get shit when we call out sick because like we're sick? We need a mental health day. Our dog is sick or our child is sick. Why is it not okay for us? And why isn't the staffing built into hospitals to provide that? So I think the self-care of nurses is something that we as a society need to prioritize, because we're burning nurses out left and right. It's not sustainable to not be able to take a break or drink water or go to the bathroom. Like, you can't treat people like that. And so I think especially this new generation of nurses coming in and realizing like, whoa, like I didn't sign up to literally run all day long and not be able to provide the best care I can in a broken system. I signed up to care for people and to work it within my passion. And so, like I said, the work you guys are doing, providing that space for nurses and providing services for nurses to help with their self-care is just incredible. And it's really needed. So maybe tell us a little bit about like your plans for the future of the organization and what the goal is. Like, what is the mission? Yes, the self-care nursing, but like how as an organization do you plan to deliver that care globally?
Great. Well, globally is always the vision. I was just talking to Ashley about this. When I think of things, I don't think of them small. Like, how can I help 20 people? I'm like, how can I change the world? And I don't care so much about that. Like, I think it's great. Like, let's just go change the world, right? If we just put it out there, we can make it happen. So we are going to change the world, but we're just going to do it very small and grow and grow and grow. Some of the things that we're going to be rolling out. So right now we have that community space. It's going to be free forever. That is a free community. We will be funded in the back end. We are still pending as a nonprofit. I know we have, if anyone feels called to donate and help us, we are looking for our first $10,000 that will get us our foundation. So really supporting us from the legal aspect, making sure that we have our foundation set very securely, because I do believe, and I've believed since day one, right? And we're here now with this launch, that we are going to make a change, but we do need to make sure we have a solid foundation. And so when you donate for that first $10,000, you become a founding member of Rise and Restore. And that will give you quarterly updates. You'll be seeing where your money is going, how the programs that we are developing. And we don't want to tell you everything we're doing, but one of the things we can say for sure is we're going to be hosting events where people can come together, like a gala, let's say, an event where we can all come together and really just relax and have some fun. And I think that's the soul piece of Mind, Body, Soul, is really just connecting to like, how do we have fun? Do we have fun anymore? Like, I know when I became a mom and I went into nursing school and I had all these kids, like I stopped having fun. I used to be on a softball team, co-ed with my husband. I played co-ed hockey, did all these things. And I slowly started to see that life change. And so really bring some fun back into it. We do have one event that we are officially planning. Today, I am putting the deposit on our Nurse Blake tickets. December 7th, we will be hosting 50 nurses at the Nurse Blake Comedy Show here in Fort Myers, Florida. It's not going to be our first event, but it's the first one we're starting to plan because we need to, we need to do these things way in advance. We're also going to be having some sort of gala before, more details to come. We're not sure exactly what that looks like, but we will host 50 nurses to go there for nothing, for free. They'll just get a night out. They'll get gift bags with Rise and Restore. They will get the things that we, like our wellness kit that we have. On our community space, we're going to have meditation. We're going to have body movement, yoga, community walks that are live. And this is for the whole tribe, right? This is not just for nursing. This is for the whole tribe. If patients want to join, we're going to have our walks will have themes like gratitude. Miss Ashley is going to be launching soon. More details to come again. An hour of coaching each week. It may not be her each and every week, but she'll be there doing some group coaching and really just helping people navigate what we see day to day, right? So recently, hopefully, is it okay if I share just a little history about your sister? Recently, she had gone through a traumatic death in the hospital setting, and she called Ashley, and Ashley was able to hold space for her and like walk her through that. And her sister was like, we need to have this in the hospital. Like we need this level of support in the hospital. And so, one of the things we'd like to do is be able to provide that type of service in hospital organizations. Down the road, we're going to be going into organizations and helping with culture. This is one of our plans. It's probably like 18-month plan. We're right now mapping out what we look like from now until December of 2027. So closer to the December 27, going into organizations and really doing culture assessments and helping them bring a culture of wellness and bringing the CEO and our EBS worker and everyone in between together. That's really what we want to see. And we believe that we have to just do a lot of healing. And that's where that mind and body come in. We would love, like when we start our staff meetings, our board meetings, we do a check-in. We just like go around, like, where are you coming in? Today, one person's coming in a 3 out of 5. One person's coming in a 5 out of 5. And so we know what our team is coming in like, and we want to see that stuff happening in the hospitals when we are at huddles in the morning. And I don't want to just say hospitals. We know that this stuff all needs to happen in clinics as well. It's just the vernacular, I guess, that I instantly go to because I was a bedside nurse. So we're going to be implementing programs like that. We will have workshops. I think we're going to have, usually it's a 1 month, we do one a month, but there's been a lot of people who have reached out to support and they'd like to do workshops more frequently. So we might even get to a point where we're doing live workshops and recorded workshops once a week. But yeah, we're going to be doing like lots of beautiful and wonderful things. We also have our gift boxes, our wellness kits. We launched that before we transitioned to a pending nonprofit, and we were able to gift 20 wellness boxes, which was really fantastic, and people should be receiving those any day. I got them out a little bit later than I wanted to. I apologize. Please have some grace. I was sick and all the things, but they're out, and I just can't wait to move forward with this project. If you go to our website, riserestore.org, there is I think it is titled Get Involved. And you can also purchase items for nurses on our wish list. And we'll be developing kits, and quarterly we'll be delivering those to the hospital. We're going to start with nursing, and then we're going to branch into physician and so on and so forth. And we'll just be, quarterly giving out these kits and honoring nurses across the country and hopefully across the globe. And I have reached out to Nurses in Charge, and I have been trying to connect, and they would like to connect with us to see how we can bring Rise and Restore out beyond just right here. So, Ashley, what am I missing?
You've covered it all. That's pretty great.
We got, and more events. We're going to have more. Just once we get all these events in, we'll be putting them on the calendar. Please join us at heal.riserestore.org. The space is for anybody. We will also always have space in Heartbeat RN for the nurse tribe, as well as anybody else that joins in there. We'll have a wellness room that will be regularly updated and filled with some really awesome stuff to help that community out as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Taylor. that's just beautiful, like the work you guys are doing. I love that you guys are going to get into the hospitals and incorporate everybody, because we're so siloed off, and we're very pitted against each other. The C-suites against the, boots on the ground frontline workers, even with, EVS and lab, like, the lab hemolyzed again. Ooh, lab. Like, but yeah, I really love the idea of being able to provide some sort of program for everybody to just start working together, because that's how we're going to make changes for healthcare overall. Tell us, so you have donated 5 wellness boxes to us to give away in our drawings. And so maybe tell us a little bit about what is in these amazing boxes.
Well, each box was slightly a little different. Initially, our first plan when we had gotten these boxes was that we were going to have like a massive amount sold. I wanted to sell 6,000. But it's okay that we only served 20 nurses this year, because we're going to serve more in July. And I'm so grateful that we only sold 20, because I wouldn't have known what to do if we had 6,000. And so we like to try to put in things that are representative of mind, body, soul. And so inside you'll have a QR code where you can scan and listen to a meditation. There's 3 meditations. It's a pre-shift meditation. These are specific to it's specific to nurses, but honestly and truly, anyone going in for a shift could listen to these. And I can't remember if I've used the word nurse in there or not. I try to be healer. So you'll get a pre-shift, a mid-shift, and then an after-shift meditation. You'll have a reflective journal that is a Rise and Restore journal that has to do with the mind, body, and soul. And you'll have like a daily kind of check-in, as well as a journal entry with a prompt. Again, having to do with mind, body, soul. We have these little lavender shower tablets that you can put in the shower, which I just think is really nice and calming after a shift. What else? We have handmade candles. We have bracelets, like healing bracelets, the little beads. We have a invitation to our community space. We have, what else do we have? Essential oils. We have one of our books from Ashley, which is super awesome, Just a Nurse. And Ashley, can you just talk about that a little bit too? Like, I want people to have the context of what the book is about.
Sure.
It's beautiful.
I suffered my burnout midway through COVID. I was an ICU nurse, and I had a back injury, and unfortunately I needed to step away from bedside. And I fell into a massive depression, complete PTSD. Is my sound okay?
It's a little echoey, but it's okay. We can hear you.
I can turn this down too. So the book really came from that place of pain. When I fell apart and I was at home, I couldn't stand, I couldn't walk, I couldn't do anything. I was just massively depressed, and I just started writing. And I wrote, kind of like Taylor said in the beginning of this, everything angry and hateful and hurtful that I wanted to say to the healthcare system. The crazy thing was, I was mad about myself, but I was more mad about what we were doing to patients. And the lack of education we were giving to them, and how they just left and they had nothing else after that. And so it came out of a place of anger, but as I wrote it, I really wrote my journey into and through nursing, and how tried to expose my heart that I'm genuinely here to help people. And that is my passion. And I think in my travels, as a travel nurse of 9 years and a nurse for 14 years, I met so many different nurses across this country, and we all had very similar stories. We decided to serve from typically a place of pain, and a place that taught us that we were not important. And unfortunately, that I think is my passion, is to get back and instill the importance of each and every one of us into ourselves, so that we're caring again for ourselves. So it's a good, fun read. Lots of people say it makes them laugh and cry. It's a little bit emotional, which is great, but it leads you to really get back to your why in nursing, and truly understand that you're not the only one. You are not the only one going through these experiences, and that the compounded effect of what these have done to us does leave us in a place of wanting and deserving more, and truly needing more, because we have ignored our own self for so long. Which brings us back to Rise and Restore and getting back to caring for ourselves. And like Taylor said, she mentioned the vernacular with hospitals and environments and shifts. And I think the same is to be said. You know, we say nurse, and I don't say nurse just thinking about RN. I say nurse thinking about my RTs that are at the head of the bed. I say nurse thinking about my aide that's going to get me more wipes. You know, I say nurse in that all-encompassing, those people that show up to the bedside, that are really there hands-on with those patients. And those are the people that are hurting most. And getting back to empowering them and really helping them, I think, is just what my passion is, what my book is about, and again, what Rise and Restore and Heartbeat RN, just really opening up the opportunity, and Modern Nurse Fest as well. How can you use the gifts and love that you were given in this world to make it a better place and heal some part of it? So it's the start to something amazing, ladies.
I love it. Yeah. Thank you so much. You guys are just so wonderful. I love the work that you're doing. And I'm so glad that we've got to connect and become friends and colleagues in this like really remarkable way. Like I wake up every day so excited to like check my emails because I'm in Alaska, so I'm like 4 hours behind you guys, so I'm still sleeping when you guys are like up doing your things. And so I wake up to all these like beautiful messages and little videos sent to me, and it's just like it's like unbelievable that this is like my life now. Like I can't believe it. So thank you guys for being there. And yeah, I think we're going to do some really great things in the future, and we are doing really great things now. So I don't think I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I keep telling you to stop saying things.
It's happening.
Yeah. And Taylor, Taylor and Ashley, you're really the epitome of getting over your fear. I know you both had fears getting into this, whether it was writing a book, pushing submit, remember Taylor on Amazon, Kindle direct publishing. You're like, and you did, and you've done it over and over again. And it's so cool. It's so freaking cool to see you in that place of fear. And then you're like, fuck it, I'm going for it. And it's the coolest thing to watch you do this. So I just want to say, as an observer and as like one of your coaches, maybe I guess it could be called, that, it's just cool to see you in this space. And just like your confidence in the last 3 months, like, good job. Good job.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And honestly, I owe a lot of it to you too, like you have been there. Like, I mean, I'm sobbing. These ladies love me because I show up wild and crazy and making up all kinds of stories, and they're just like, they still love me. And I think that's something I needed as part of my own healing journey, is like to show up crazy and batty and like, I don't know what the hell is happening, or emotional, mental basket case. And then they still like love me, and they're like, okay, just like calm down. Like everything's good. And I just needed that through this journey. And so I just want to thank you guys, all of you. And Kim, our marketing and event specialist, we didn't mention her, but she's amazing, and she's doing beautiful work with this Nurse Bleak event. She's really taking it and rolling. So I just want to say thank you to her as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Ashley. You guys have a great rest of your day. And Ashley, we'll be seeing you later to come in and talk more about Just a Nurse. I'm so excited. So Thank you, guys.
I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm here.
Oh, you're here? Okay, you're going to stick. We've got Maureen Metzger coming in from the, what is that called? The waiting room.
Yes, from the waiting room.
Maureen,
I just want to
welcome.
out how well we're doing on time.
We're doing perfect on time. We are right on schedule.
Time management.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Marina!
Welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome. We're so excited to have you here. You're such a legend and a battle axe and all the things, and a mother to me. And happy Mother's Day, by the way.
Thank you. Same to all of you who are moms.
Yes. So we're so excited to have you here and to tell us about what you're doing and just the changes that you're helping create as well. So I'll hand it over to Jen in case she had something else to say. I'll just hand the baton back over.
No, but just thank you so much for being here and welcome back. Trish Temple signed up for this slot too, just to come in and still be a part of it. So thank you for coming back and being here, Trish. Trish is all the way from South Africa. So we have such a huge reach today. So Maureen, let's just kind of get started. We've got a good amount of time. I want to hear a little bit about your coaching business and your journey as a nurse. And then we'll get to the question of what being a nurse means to you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you. I feel like being asked to talk about nursing is sort of like being asked to talk about your children, or in my case, grandchild. You're like, oh, yes, thank you for asking. So I've been a nurse forever, for 41 years to celebrate my 41st anniversary as a nurse. So that's pretty exciting. And I'm one of those lucky people. I felt called to serve at a pretty young age. I wasn't sure what that was going to look like, but found nursing. So that was pretty awesome. And my coaching business is really is anchored in my nursing practice. So I was very patient-centered in clinical practice, learner-centered in the classroom, participant-centered in my research, and now I'm very client-centered in my coaching. And being a coach in many ways feels like coming home, because it's all about the relationship. So just like the relationship between patient and nurse is a metaphorical vessel in which the healing takes place, I feel like in coaching, the relationship that you have with your clients is that metaphorical vessel in which their growth and transformation takes place. But they're doing it, right? So each of us has everything we need inside ourselves to be living the life of our dreams, right? And so I feel like as a coach, I'm kind of walking, just like I was with patients, kind of walking alongside them. And I almost imagine, I'm a very visual person, that I'm handing them these excavation tools and they're just chipping away so that they can unveil what is already there inside them. So just helping them kind of tap into that, to their own power, to just live the lives that they're meant to be living. So that's kind of what my coaching practice is all about, kind of empowering people to step into their authenticity and to live the life that they are dreaming, for themselves. And so I tend to work with people who, what I call, rock that caregiving energy. So they're not all caregivers, although a lot of them are, but they definitely have that caring energy. And so I try to help them maintain that without sacrificing their well-being. And I know, preaching to the choir here, but that's a real problem that we have, not just in nursing, but in general in healthcare professions, where people come in with an intention to serve, but if they're not careful, you can drop down into fix-it mode and just have the energy, the life force sort of sucked right out of you because you're not attending to your own health and well-being. And so I think we've adopted a little bit of a unhelpful, shall we say, narrative in nursing that self-sacrifice is the price tag for being a good, quote unquote, good nurse, good mom, good leader, good whatever, fill in the blank, when we know in our heart that's just not true, right? We've got to attend to our own health and well-being, because it's all connected, your physical body, your emotions, your spirit, all connected. And so, that's what we spend our time doing, I think, as nurses, as sort of that global healing. And I feel like as coaches, sort of doing that too, just wanting to be a source of hope and healing in the world.
Yeah, I think that's it's so important. And the thought of like a nurse coach and like why somebody would need coaching can, like, it just takes it back to like, hey, like, your life matters, like your wellness and your mental well-being and your physical well-being and your spirituality, they matter. And you don't have to compartmentalize them off to the side to seem like you're a better nurse. Like you can be a holistic being and be a really excellent nurse. And so there's a lot of coaches kind of coming out of this. It's like kind of this new wave of coaches, and you guys are doing some really amazing work. And so I just kind of want to feature that a little bit. If you're a nurse out there that is struggling to make it, consider finding a coach that that you really resonate with, and working with them and seeing if you can like find that joy in your career again, because there are just some incredible people out there that are here to help. So both Maureen and Trish are both nurse coaches, and they're both in the Heartbeat community. So thank you guys for being there. We really appreciate it. And so Maureen, I know like your answer, I think you kind of touched on what being a nurse means to you. And what is your hope for the future of nursing? Like, what do you want to see in nursing?
Well, at the risk of being accused of being a potty mouth, I'm trying to start a fucking revolution, because we are, we've got to change the narrative in nursing, because this is not the way that our healthcare system is showing up, and for the people that are working in it and the people that are being served by it, is we have fallen out of alignment. And so not everywhere. Some places are, there are places that are doing it right and that are really, a place of hope and healing along with their intention. But for many other places, that is not the case. And so we've got to get back to that, because that's really who our identity is. Sort of being holistic beings, showing up and attending to other holistic beings. It's not a nice to have. That's what being a human being means. That is, we've got to get back to our essence. And I think, although Florence was certainly a woman of her time, and so we can look and say, oh, got the whole self-sacrifice narrative started. Not really. Really her message was, if you look at what she was trying to do, she was saying we have to attend to all areas, all dimensions of the human experience. And we have to show up with compassion, but we have to show up with knowledge, with science, the art of knowing. And so all these ways of knowing and kind of bringing that into the space. And so I think that that's what a lot of people like, Tricia and myself, I hate to say, we'll probably have 85 years of nursing experience between the two of us. So there are, we know what is possible, for nursing. And, I think more of us that are still in love with our profession, not in a love is blind kind of way, and as we know what's possible kind of way, need to step forward and say, you know what, we can choose. We can choose to show up differently, and let's freaking choose it. Not just for our own health and well-being, but for the people, for the whole planet, everyone we're trying to serve. So yeah, that's my thing. Let's change the narrative.
Love it. Love it. Trish, any other thoughts or anything you want to add in there about the hope for the future?
I think, like I've said before, I so believe that we have it within us to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And like Maureen says, as nurse elders, perhaps, we have the wisdom and experience that we can share with others to give them the tools that they need to stand and fix the broken healthcare system, to work within it and be part of the solution, not part of the problem anymore. But I wouldn't mind if I could just take an aside and go off at a slight tangent. Do we have time to do a quick tangent?
We absolutely have time. We have 12 hours for tangents, so we're good.
No, I just wanted to go back to something what happened to me when I lost my way. Because I've seen a lot of nurses here who've said what's happened to them when they've lost their way. And this really, really happened to me. And it's how I'd like to share how nursing gave it back to me. I was a director of nursing in Kuwait. I left Kuwait, came back to South Africa, and immediately got involved in family crises. I had a younger brother who was diagnosed with gastroesophageal cancer, who was taken into hospital, and how he survived, I have no idea. How he survived, I really have no idea. His indomitable spirit and the fact that he was a bagpiper and he had good, strong lungs, that was one thing as well. But he came out of, at the end of that, he came out with an esophagectomy and 6 months of pig feeding and a near-death experience. And that was really where I saw the medical profession fail and the nursing profession fail. And I had to advocate and advocate and advocate and advocate. I have never seen so much unfeeling care in all my life. I really was so disappointed. It was horrifying for me to discover that in actual fact, nursing and medical care had become that. And it was something that I just didn't believe in it anymore. I mean, there was such a high degree of negligence. There was such a high degree of unethical behavior. There was such a high degree of medical mistakes, of uncaring and unfeeling practitioners. I was so disappointed. I totally lost my faith in the profession. Not a scrap of compassion and empathy did I see in a lot of those practitioners. So I decided that I was going to do something about this. I'd lost my faith in nursing. So I decided, okay, what I'll have to do is have a full circle moment. So I took myself off to the UK. I applied to be a staff nurse, and I went back to the bedside. And I started work again in CCU as a nurse at the bedside. And slowly, I started to rebuild what I'd lost. And I started to have faith that nurses were still nurses, and the system did still sometimes do what it was supposed to do. And then, of course, the pandemic came. And during the pandemic, I was a staff nurse on the front line. I saw nurses pushed to their limits. I saw nurses becoming compassion fatigued. I saw nurses who were morally injured. I saw a healthcare system that really had to struggle to deal with this government in crisis, and I saw nonsensical decisions being made, and I really began to despair once more. And then I got COVID, and I was admitted seriously ill in respiratory failure, not ventilated, thank God. But I had a little nurse there who put me on CPAP when I was at a desperate stage of my life, who actually restored my faith in nursing, because she was of a compassionate, caring concern, because she was walking in my shoes, and she understood me. She made me feel seen and heard and understood. And slowly, my nursing soul started coming back. And then I got long COVID, and I went into this whole bureaucratic fight with unfeeling human resources people, with unfeeling managers, with unfeeling people who just didn't understand that you've gone from a nursing career where you're a fit and healthy nurse. And I was a fit and healthy nurse. I mean, I was running 6Ks regularly, and I was a fit and healthy nurse. And suddenly now I was now a disabled nurse. And getting absolutely no sympathy at all, and having no accommodation made for what I was going through. And a lot of long COVID nurses actually suffered the same, where no one was prepared to accommodate the relative disabilities that we'd suffered as a result of COVID that we had acquired at work, and were not prepared to accommodate us. And what happened? You eventually give up. You think, I cannot fight the system any longer. I just have to admit defeat. And there I came to a sudden and abrupt end of my nursing career. And like I mentioned before, it was interesting in COVID how 1 minute we were clapped for, and we had saucepans banged for us, and the next minute we were declared disposable. But anyway, I was declared disposable, and I thought, fine. I'm out of my nursing career, but I still hadn't lost faith in nursing, and I still hadn't forgotten my nursing why, and I still hadn't forgotten why I was nursing. And I thought, let me take all of this that I've learned, and let me Nurses need to find themselves. Nurses need to make sure that they don't lose their nursing why. They don't lose their nursing souls. I lost my nursing why. I lost my nursing soul. And it was a struggle to find it again. But I managed to find it again. So I thought, okay, let me take all of this and give it back to nursing. I'm now a nursing elder. Let me share this with others. Let me show that despite how nursing can disappoint you and how being in a broken healthcare system can disappoint you, you can actually get the good out of it. And that's what nursing did for me. It took me on that whole full circle moment. It took me through all that disappointment and that awful broken healthcare system that I saw my brother suffer from. And it took me through the whole journey of COVID. It took me through the whole journey of long COVID. And it still sort of spat me out at the other end with a firm belief in nursing and a very firm nursing why. My North Star still remains, and a fervent desire to now share this with others. And to say, okay, here's Nursing Wisdom Plus. This is what I do. Let me share it with you. This is the journey I've been on. And if I never, ever lost sight of my nursing why and my nursing values, as much as they were very, very, very small at some stages, you can do it too. And I think that that's what we have to do, is we have to encourage all of those nurses that are in that broken healthcare system to say, we can do it. We can stay true to our nursing values. We can have our nursing why as our compass, as our North Star, and we can do it because we're nurses, in capitals, like I say again.
Thank you so much. What just like beautiful words. You need to be like a public speaker, Trish. Just beautiful words. Thank you, Maureen, for being here. Thank you, Trish, for being here and being a part of this. And our whole idea behind this is to keep the light lit inside of you, keep the hope alive, and go forward with purpose. And let's start a fucking revolution. So. Thank you.
I'd applaud you there, Maureen. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I think that's the caption of the day.
Yeah.
Like that's the caption right there.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of your day. And thank you again for being here.
And thanks for doing this. This is beautiful. What a wonderful way to spend Florence's birthday.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you guys. Have a super
Trish
good
is our
day.
modern day
Thank you.
Florence.
Take care.
Yes. Bye. All right. So many good speakers today. So many. And I believe, let's go ahead. Should we do another drawing? Should we do another?
I think we should do a drawing. I think we've got a wellness box coming up.
Yeah, I should have grabbed one. They're all packed.
All right.
I should have grabbed one.
I'm going to do a quick, we're going to take a look at our map really quick and just review our reach across the world. Find the map. Map review.
Jen, I'm in awe of you. This is so beautiful. I can't even handle it.
Thank you. This is way beyond my tech skills, so I appreciate that.
You're doing amazing.
You're doing amazing.
So here is our reach so far. We have nurses from where I'm at in Alaska, all throughout the U.S., in the United Kingdom. Trish is down in South Africa with her light lit, and over in Australia, we've got nurses there too. So we just have a huge reach. We're going to be talking to even more nurses as we go forward throughout the day. We've got a bunch more in store for you guys. So let me pull up the spin the wheel. One moment.
Yes. And now who is all enrolled in this spin the wheel? Is it just our heartbeat members, or are there some other extras in there?
Heartbeat. All heartbeat members are entered into the spin the wheel.
Perfect.
So excited.
Yes.
Christmas morning. Who do we get to give a wellness box to?
Let's see here. All right. Shuffle this. Do this. And spin.
Oh, we got music now too?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Who gets a Rise and Restore Wellness Box? This is so cool.
Rosemary. Woo! I believe Rosemary is one of our coaches in Rise and Restore. So, Rosemary, you get a wellness box. We will be in touch probably tomorrow with instructions on how to get your box. Oh, shoot. And this is what it looks like.
Yes. Yay, Rosemary. Congratulations. You get a box.
Congratulations. All right. Let's see.
Ooh, we had somebody comment from LinkedIn that they are from South Africa as well.
Awesome. Welcome. We're so excited you're here. Thank you so much. And Ebony's in the chat. Thank you all for being a part of the chat. We'd like to kind of engage a little bit. We've got a few more minutes before we get our next group of presenters on. We've got Doris Taylor coming in just a little bit with Moonshine Wellness. I'm super excited to talk to her. She is going to be featured at Modern Nurse Fest. So maybe we take a second. Emily, what is Modern Nurse Fest?
What is Modern Nurse Fest? What is it? Modern Nurse Fest is celebrating nurses. Like, it's the fest that celebrates nurses, because all of the other conferences, we don't really celebrate. We're not celebrating, we're learning. We're there to learn, but we're encompassing everything from learning. You're going to get CEs with us through RN Renegade. They are going to record all of our awesome speakers and workshops, and you'll be able to receive them from coming to the actual fest, or you can even purchase them online as a bundle. So if you can't make any of our fest, you can get in on the fest as well. And Modern Nurse Fest is spanning 5 states. So from Alaska to California to Florida, Texas, we're going to Boston. And then who knows where we'll be at in 2027 and 2028. But for right now, we have Alaska coming up September 25th and 26th. It's going to be so epic. We are inviting the community. That's how epic it's going to be. And so we want everybody, as nurses usually have families. So we're also caregivers, right? We're caregivers not only to our patients, but we're caregivers to the community. I don't know about you, but as a nurse, we usually get the question like, hey, can you check this out? What do you think this might be? Should I go to the emergency room? All these kind of questions, the community is always asking a nurse. And so we also want to celebrate the communities and the communities that we serve. So we're inviting the community in, and we're inviting your family in as a nurse. We're going to have an awesome place for kids to experience how it is to be a nurse, maybe try on some things like a stethoscope or a blood pressure cuff, play around with the cool equipment that we get to play with every day. So we're really excited to dive into these states and these communities to welcome all the nurses within that state and surrounding states to come celebrate. Come celebrate with us, come celebrate yourself, and show the world what you're about from our Nurses Book Nook. We're having nurse authors featured, and they get to sign, like, come and sign your book. How cool is that, right? So we have nurse authors. We have a biohacking area with some really cool sponsors in the wings right now. We're going to make some really cool deals these next couple of weeks to get you the best of the best. So we look forward to hugging with you, crying with you, high-fiving you, and just holding space for you. So go ahead and make sure you book your tickets for Modern Nurse Fest, Alaska, and all the other states.
Perfect. What isn't going to happen at Modern Nurse Fest? What are we not going to see?
We're not going to see competition. We're going to see a lot of collaboration with all of the nurse speakers and the workshops, but we're not going to see death by PowerPoint. That's definitely, we're not having a bunch of PowerPoints. It's just not happening at Modern Nurse Fest. All of our speaker engagements and workshops are very interactive. Yes, they might have some PowerPoints as a guide, but we're not going to bore you, and you definitely won't have death by PowerPoint on your tombstone. So please sign up your wills right now, because you're not going to need them. You're not going to need a DNR. You're not going to need any of that, because we're not going to bore you by PowerPoint. And honestly, you don't even need an abstract. So we're changing the whole culture of what it is to be a nurse and how it is to be a nurse. And so we're getting rid of a lot of the red tape that you have to go through in order just to speak on a stage. We want to hear you and we want to see you. So literally our application process is a Google form. It's probably the easiest application you'll ever fill out as a nurse, because we filled out some applications, you know, nurses like from school to speaking, from certification. So it's a super easy process. And we actually have wait lists right now for several of our fests. So please, even that being said, go ahead and sign up for a speaking gig. And even if it's your first time, we want to have you. We want to help you get that recognition, get up on stage. We're here to support you. And we even have a speaking workshop. So if you're like, I'm so nervous to get on stage, cool, we got you. We got a speaking workshop just for you inside of Heartbeat. So make sure you also become a member today, if not already.
Excellent. I'm also very excited about some of the workshops that we're going to have and some of the kind of more interactive things we're going to do for our ticket holders. One of them is an RN escape room, which is going to feature several different scenarios that you as a nurse have to overcome to be able to maybe go to lunch, get off of your shift, or escape the hospital altogether. So we're super excited about that. The Book Nook, as Emily mentioned, it's an amazing place for nurse authors to come in, and whether you can be at Modern Nurse Fest or not, you can send us a copy of your book and information about yourself and your book and a QR code on where people can purchase your book, and we will feature your book in our Book Nook. You deserve to get your hard work out there without having to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to go to these conferences. We want to feature you in an easy peasy way. So that's one way we are trying to break the mold. We are disruptors of the conference system, I feel like, and we are going to do some really cool things. Another part of Modern Nurse Fest is our wellness area. And then Emily mentioned biohacking. We're going to be putting on short yoga classes, meditation sessions, sound healing, myofascial release, a bunch of different workshops that you can come in, spend a half hour, and just kind of relax and take back your day a little bit, and then hit those classes again. So it's 2 full days of a whole lot of engaging activities, amazing speakers, and we're community minded. The community can come into our exhibitor hall and career fair and get that information and inspiration on what it takes and what it is to be a nurse. So super exciting stuff. And Taylor's going to come up and speak at our Modern Nurse Fest. Taylor, do you want to talk a little bit about what you're going to talk about?
Talk about my unbecoming journey. But before I get there, I just also want to say we're going to have mocktails. I'm really excited about mocktails, and I'm hoping Emily is potentially going to be a bartender or something, because we like to have fun and we want to also do it in a wellnessy way. So I'm really excited about that.
I want to just pop in a quick plug here. If there is any mocktail company that wants to sponsor Modern Nurse Fest, we would love to have you. You get in touch with us and we will feature your mocktails all over our Modern Nurse Fest.
I love that. That is amazing. Yes. I love that. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about my journey of unbecoming, and really just what that looks like as far as walking this earth in an avatar where I just thought this was the only way. And through my own healing journey, I realized that there's a different way. And it just requires us to be open-minded and realize that we have choices in life, and we can be a victim or we can be a hero. And sometimes we can be both for a short period of time. I think that's important too. But it's really just hopefully to inspire the nurse tribe and our community to do the healing, to do the work, to know that like this isn't the way we have to live. Like we can do work and we can make decisions that change our life. And that's how I was able to get to Rise and Restore, was just by making decisions that it's okay to be vulnerable, it's okay to be seen, it's okay to struggle, it's okay to have hard times, because the dream is there and the goal is there. We just have to keep moving forward. And I'm just hoping that it will inspire somebody to do something that they've always wanted to do, that ache and that gnaw on their heart, and they just keep saying no.
You know, like we can unbecome, and we can become whoever we want. We just have to do the work to get there. So I'm really excited, and I can't wait to be there, and I'm honored.
Thank you so much, Taylor. The unbecoming part is, I think it really resonates with me, because so much of your identity is tied into like your career and what you do. And if you are somebody that maybe you're like the rock star ICU nurse, how do you but you know, you're burned out and you're morally injured and you're tired and you don't want to do it anymore, but that's your whole identity. You know, your whole team is like, we couldn't even make it without you. We couldn't, you know, you're the one that always picks up the extra shifts. You're the one that's like the backbone of the team. You're always going above and beyond. How do you unbecome that and turn into something that really like takes back control of your life and your career? So I'm really excited to hear your presentation, Taylor. And I think it's going to touch a whole lot of people. So thank you so much. And we have Doris Taylor coming in. I'm going to pull her in from backstage.
Coming in from the back, Doris. Welcome.
The full shift. Doris Taylor is here from Moonshine Wellness. And she is also going to be speaking and hosting a workshop at Modern Nurse Fest. So we're so excited to have you. And we've got a good amount of time. So tell us a little bit about yourself and Moonshine Wellness, and then we'll get into the question of what being a nurse means to you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. So my name's Doris, and I've been a nurse for almost 25 years now. I started out in adult med-surg and ended the last 13 years of my career in a pediatric GI clinic here in Seattle. And I quit in 2021 because of burnout. Like, I just hit my final wall and was like, I can't move through it, around it, over it. And I didn't want to take FMLA and have to come back, because I was also turning 45, and I was like, I can't do this for another 20 years before I can retire. And I can't, not the nursing itself, like it wasn't the patients and it wasn't the families, it was like the institution and just how I was not engaged and felt alive in my life. I mean, burnout doesn't just affect work, right? It affects every piece and part of you, and it feels like a dark hole. And so now I founded Moonshine Wellness in 2022, and now I coach nurses experiencing burnout, and not just nurses, but people who work in healthcare specifically. So I do coaching, and I have a workshop with CNEs, and I host a twice a month group to talk about integrating the tools on regulating your nervous system, because we know the tools, but using them and integrating them into your life can be really hard. And it's just, every little thing is overwhelming when you're already in overwhelm. And so I'm trying to give people the resources that they need to get out of burnout, so you don't feel like you have to quit. Because that's a really hard decision to make, to leave the profession that you love. And I think a lot of nurses, like you were just saying, it becomes our, like, who we are, you know, being, like, I didn't start out as a pediatric nurse, but it certainly like becomes who you are, because you get such kudos and such gratitude, especially when you say, oh, I work at Seattle Children's where I was working, and it's like, oh my God, like, you know, there's such high gratitude, and that it does become like part of your personality and who you are. And it's hard to unwind from that. And I think it's also really important to not have who we are based on what we do, because then you can never disconnect from that, and you're like truly never disconnected from work. And that's a huge part of how we get burned out, is like we don't have that disconnect. Like, like when I was a newer nurse, I remember like waking up in the middle of the night, hearing that call bell and like jumping out of bed and then being like, oh wait, I'm at home, right? Like, but you hear that in your sleep, and it just becomes it becomes part of your DNA. And I think is what helped me be able to leave as a staff nurse was that I had started figuring out who I was underneath that nurse label. Like if I didn't have this label as a nurse, if I didn't have this label as a mom, if I didn't, like, who am I underneath all of this? And that's kind of what I work on as well with my coaching, is like, who are you underneath all the different labels that society puts on us? Because then you can kind of start creating those boundaries of not being that backbone of the floor or the department, because we can't pick up all the pieces because we don't feel supported all the time in being able to do that. So
going back to what you said about how everybody is like so proud of you that you're a nurse and that you work in the pediatric wing, and you hear these like, your family brags about you to other family members, and to have to like unravel that because of this like corporate healthcare system that we're also like just struggling in, and to have somebody, to have that like go away, because there's all this pride in you and you don't want to let anybody down, but at the same time you can't keep like continuing on like you are, and so it's really, really hard to say like, no, I'm not doing that anymore, I'm starting a business and I'm making up my own job because I can't do that anymore. So I really applaud you and the work you're doing and the lives that you are touching and the help that you're giving healthcare workers, to say that it's okay to remove yourself from bad situations that are causing you harm, whether it's internally or externally, and screw anybody else that thinks that you're doing something that's not right, because I don't think anybody thinks that. It's the own stories that we make up in our heads, that cause us. It's that imposter syndrome that comes along and says you're not worthy of doing this other work. Like, you need to stick to what you're good at and what you're doing. So thank you so much for doing the work that you do. And I'd love to hear a little bit about the workshop that you're going to put on at Modern Nurse Fest. Let's start with, like, you also do some work with herbal medicine. So what does that entail?
So I've always been interested in what is called alternative medicine, or what Western medicine calls alternative medicine, because working in adult med surg, I would give cupfuls of pills to patients 2-3 times a day. And I was like, I don't want that to be my life. And so I really explored how to live differently. And so in 2020, especially when everyone else was, making sourdough bread and picking up all these other hobbies, I learned how to make herbal body oil. And my first oil was St. John's wort, which is a nervine when you apply it topically. And so which means it relaxes the nerves. And so working as a clinic nurse, you're like this, typing away at the computer, and you're like bad posture, and you're like on the phone, and right. And so it's amazing, like, it relaxes the nerves, and like your lower back gets really achy when you're on the sitting a lot. And so I started making St. John's wort oil, and then I added arnica and lavender oil. So I take the herbs and infuse it into the oil itself. And so there's no essential oils. And so it takes the properties of those herbs. And, arnica is an anti-inflammatory. And so the combination of the St. John's wort and the arnica is magical, because it just relaxes your nerves and your muscles. And so I make tension release oil. And then I've started making herbal teas as well, because you can take things like lemon balm, which is great for like really calming your mind. And, you know, just as an alternative to drinking coffee, you hit that 3 p.m. slump. And when I was working at the hospital, the coffee shops would have a line, you know, come 3 o'clock, and everyone's getting their huge lattes, which is not like, then you're on caffeine and then you're not sleeping well at night, and it creates this really bad cycle. And so the idea with the teas is to create a kind of like a ritual, even if you're just doing it quickly at work or, you know, after work, but a way to like engage your senses, because you're smelling the tea. Like I make a peppermint ginger blend, which is great. It's a great kind of pick me up, and it tastes really good. You don't even really need a lot of sweetener, if at all. And the same thing with a hibiscus, spearmint, and red raspberry leaf blend, where it's sweet enough and it's a good afternoon tea, or like right before or soon before you're going to bed or you're unwinding from work. And it's just, the idea is to like create these rituals that relax your nervous system and do them every day. Because I feel that the first step in trying to either prevent burnout or get out of burnout is learning to relax your nervous system differently. And so that's my focus with my herbs, is to relax and nourish, because the red raspberry leaf is very nourishing for women. And my other blend, I put in nettle, which is kind of like the multivitamin of the herbal world, and it just has a lot of nutrients to it. And so the idea is to create some different rituals to your nervous system. And so that's what I do with my herbs. And so at the Modern Nurse Fest, I'm going to do a workshop on like how to make these for your own, like teas and oils and tinctures, because there's a lot of different ways to access herbs. And I think people are interested, but it can also be very intimidating. And so this will be just kind of an intro, and people will be able to walk away with their own herbal tea blend.
I love that so much. And I think it's really going to help break the stigma about like kind of not stepping away from Western medicine, but like being able to say that there is other like alternatives to all of these like, you know, psych meds or sedation meds or things that we are taking, you know, more and more prescriptions added to the pot for every symptom that you have. It's okay to get back to just more traditional practices and to look at natural practices. Most of the medicines that we see have some sort of like component from herbs, like cardiac meds. There's a ton of cardiac meds that are made up or from the compounds of herbs. So I love that we're kind of, again, disrupting the process and you know, just creating change. And I think that your workshop's going to be excellent. And I'm really, really excited to have you at Modern Nurse Fest. So thank you so much for, you know, joining along this like kind of crazy journey. You know, I just kind of started reaching out to people and was like, hey, we've got this like really cool idea and we really want you to be a part of it. And you signed right up. So thank you so much, Doris. I appreciate you. And
I'm really excited to be there, and I'm excited like the concept of nurses putting on these conferences for other nurses, because it feels so much different I mean, I love the Nurse Association conferences, and I just went to a conference that put on by a local union here in Washington, but it hits differently. It's changing that culture of nurses supporting other nurses in a different way. And that's a huge thing to shift how we are in our nursing profession and our nursing career, is to like change that culture of where we support each other versus like it's a big competition. Yeah. Because if we can learn to support each other, then like we are shifting culture and healthcare. Like we're shifting how we want to see and how we want to be as a nurse. And that's really what needs to happen. I think that'll have a huge ripple effect and long lasting effects.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time and being here. And I guess just final question for you, and we kind of already hit on it, but what is your hope for the future of nursing?
So my hope, as a business, my hope for nursing is that we revolutionize healthcare. Like, we kind of take back the reins and be like, this, like, what is going on now is not working not for us, not for patients. And we completely revolutionize it and change it, because that's what needs to happen. So,
yep. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for being here, and we will see you at Modern Nurse Fest.
Definitely. Bye.
All right. Take care, Doris. All right. What time is it? Is it time for our first official commercial break? Do we get a break?
Yeah.
If you are a nurse in a hospital and you are watching this, this is your reminder that you get a break. You deserve to take a break. So go take your break, drink your water, go to the bathroom, whatever you got to do. We will see you back here in roughly 20 minutes or 15 minutes for our next round of guest speakers. Thank you guys so much.
See you in a little bit.
There were so many times when, it was a nurse that was the one that was providing the care, and the nurse that would calm us, when we were worried. And so I just want to take time to thank those people who, go way above and beyond their job, and to help families and patients just feel secure and cared for. And thank you.
Love stuff. I love this kind of stuff, all of this kind of stuff, this kind of stuff, this stuff, and this stuff that I don't even use.
Maybe one of the greatest stories ever told. It's got it all. It's got a little something for everyone. A story of betrayal, violence, love, terrorism, action, drama, mystery.
You deserve to be celebrated during Nurses Week, and pretty much all the time. You deserve healing from the trauma of being a nurse and doing the job of a nurse. And you deserve to feel empowered to take control of your nursing career. That's why we're coming for you. Modern Nurse Fest is coming to a city near you. Check out the dates on our calendar on our webpage, modernnursefest.org. This is not a conference. This is a festival to celebrate you as a nurse, to empower you, to heal you, to help you do the things that you want to do and take control of your nursing career. So check out modernnursefest.org for more details. 20% off tickets through the month of May. Happy Nurses Month.
Hey y'all,
my name's Ashley. I am a nurse of about 15 years. My specialty was ICU, and I traveled for 9 of those years before COVID. I burned out, unfortunately, during COVID and got very injured, and my passion shifted from caring for the patients to caring for the nurses. And so that's what I do. I wrote a book called Just a Nurse, right there, about my journey, but also I am a nurse coach and becoming a nurse advocate and getting involved in groups and communities that are really fighting to change the system and to support the nurses. That is who I am passionate about. I have always been passionate about mentoring. I love taking students, and I love the field of nursing, but I don't love what it has done to us, the way it is not showing up for our patients, and the way it demands so much without anything in return. So my passion is truly to support the nurses and to help change this ship to a better direction, because our patients deserve better and we deserve better. So that's who I am.
Every day, nurses face the weight of the world, the long hours, the emotional toll, the never-ending demands. It's hard to carry it all. But what if we focus on what we can change? What if we focus on the things within our control? When we shift our focus to what we can control, the journey becomes lighter. It's not about doing it all alone, it's about doing it all together. That's why we created Rise and Restore, a community where nurses support, inspire, and restore each other. Together we rise. Join us and let's change the journey together.
Hello, my name is Chaira Suarez and I'm part of the Moxie Scrubs team. I'd like to tell you a story about how a nurse made a profound impact in my life in one of the most challenging moments I have ever lived. This happened a few years ago when my miracle baby was so sick that we thought he had leukemia. So my 4-month-old baby was so chubby that it was very difficult for nurses to find his little veins and draw the blood out. I took him to many places until I found this amazing nurse who took my baby in her arms. She sang to him, she rocked him, and then she put him back in my arms. She was the only one able to draw the blood out without hurting him. She was incredible because for months she was the only nurse who took care of my baby. She transmitted that peace to us, that compassion, that passion for everything that she did, and she made a huge difference in our lives, in the treatment, and everything. I will forever be grateful for her existence, for everything that she does, and I know that many of you do the same thing. So thank you. Thank you very much for everything that you guys do. You are truly amazing, and we value everything that you do.
Of course, I'm scared, but I can turn that energy, the fearful energy, into excitement instead. So I don't know if you're following along, but hey, my name's Emily Knife. I am the founder and creator of Modern Nurse Fest, Somatic Nursing, School of Modern Nursing, and I want you to follow along because it's not all that it's dreamed up to be. A lot of us fail a lot and make a lot of mistakes, but what you see is the end result. And obviously the end result's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a great time at Modern Nurse Festival, but getting there can be such a fuckery. It is a mind mess. You have to rely on your inner self to get yourself out of your worst critic and all of the limiting beliefs that you might have about yourself. So if you're doing something big, just keep going, get through the mess, because the end result is going to be so amazing. So follow, like, save this stuff, and I'll see you in Alaska September 25th and 26th, Modern Nurse Fest.
When was the last time you trusted your gut? To all of us nurses, we know exactly what that means, and we keep talking about it, so I decided to write the book on it. It's taken 3 years of ins and outs of being an ER nurse And I'm just so happy to bring it to you. We're currently the #1 top rated in nurse and patient relations. And I'm so thankful to all of you who've bought the book. We're killing it. And it's just another reminder to show the world that nurses come together and support one another. And we're here for it. So to everybody who's bought the book already, thank you so much. To anybody else who wants to read about all of my trauma in nursing over the last 16 years, please head to Amazon and pick up a copy, because honestly, it's my heart on a platter and I can't say enough. And thank yous to all of you. Let's come together. Let's start to heal, guys, because it's time.
Level up, I cannot settle for nothing. I never been regular, always knew I could do better. I finally made it this far and I'm not looking back. They didn't see all the time that I put in. Now me and the money are way too attached. Still repping 919, the city is mine and I put it all on the map. Coming for what I deserve, I put in the work. Now I'm about to level up. Been on my grind since 2013. Now the way that I live, I feel. You ready?
I just wanted to hop on and give you, my beautiful nurses, a daily affirmation. Are you ready? You don't have to put up with that bullshit. You can do something else. So, when you are struggling to get through your shift, if you're struggling to get through your shift, maybe it's a great day and you don't need to invoke this very powerful affirmation that I'm offering. But if you're not having a good day and you haven't had a good day in a while, think to yourself, I don't got to put up with this bullshit. There's so many things you can do as a nurse. There are so many things. You don't need to put up with it. Start looking. There's jobs out there. There's programs out there. There's so many opportunities out there. So you've got RN behind your name. You can do anything. Have a great day. And I hope there's no bullshit.
What's up? It's Emily from Modern Nurse Fest, and I wanted to sorry, we have construction going on. The reason why I came on here, because I wanted to invite you personally to Modern Nurse Fest. We not only have one in Alaska in September, but we have 4 more in 2026, and we're probably coming to your state. So I wanted to come on here and invite you personally to Modern Nurse Fest. It's all nurses. It's a celebration of nurses. This is why we're putting Modern Nurse Fest on, is to show the world what nurses are capable of and beyond, because nurses aren't just at the bedside taking temperatures and listening to pulses. They do all sorts of stuff, from entrepreneurship to legal nursing to nurse coaching to nurse aesthetics to building empires and getting acquisitions. So nurses are way more than the general public knows, and that's why we've invited the general public into our Nursing Fest. So we'll see you in Anchorage, Alaska in September 25th and 26th, and we want you there, and at all of them. Check it out.
Nurses, we know how demanding your work can be, which is why Rise and Restore Wellness Community is here to help you prioritize your well-being. Today we're sharing 3 essential wellness tips that will help you feel your best. Maybe you're looking to relax with one of our virtual yoga sessions, or how about a gratitude walk with the tribe? These are just a few of the amazing services we offer inside the Rise and Restore Wellness Community. Join us today and start your journey to a healthier, more balanced you.
All right, we are back. Thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed our beautiful commercial break. And I am going to bring in our next round of speakers. We've got Demetrius Kirk and Julie Atkinson coming on to talk about their journey in nursing, what being a nurse means to them, and their hope for the future of nursing. Welcome, Demetrius. Welcome, Julie.
Hello. Hi, thank you. I'm
you for having me.
enjoying this.
Thank you so much for being here. This has been really great so far, and it's moving right along. So
Yeah.
Nerve-wracking on how it was all going to come together, but it's coming. So thank you guys so much for being here. And why don't we start with Demetrius? Tell us a little bit about what you do, and then we'll get into the big question of the day of what being a nurse means to you.
Yes, first of all, thank you for putting this on. This is amazing. You're connecting with nurses all across the world, different countries, different states. I know you're in Alaska. I'm in Hawaii. And what other time would this world collide, right? So thank you for putting this on. A little bit about me. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm a registered nurse, started out in healthcare. Oh, do I dare say close to 15 years ago as a CNA, worked my way up to now my DNP, and just have enjoyed the ride and the journey.
Excellent. Excellent. And then Julie, give us a little bit of background on your nursing career.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for letting me be here, and happy Nurse Day to everyone. Yeah, so I started my career in the burn unit. I thought I know pain very well through my childhood, and I would know how to connect with patients in severe pain. And the trajectory of my nursing, I realized that my specific uniqueness was connecting with the patients. And so I realized that for me, being an advocate is what has been my best strength, one of my best strengths. And I did bedside nursing, and I went into private nursing with plastics, reconstruction, cosmetics. And that was only because I had a young family and I needed a 9-to-5 job. And then I went into director of long-term care for 6 years. So I've kind of done a bit of everything over 30 years, for sure.
Wow. Thank you guys so much. So many years of experience just sitting right in this room right here. So thank you guys for all that you have done for all of your patients and the sacrifices that you had to make these careers happen. Just thank you. Demetrius, tell us a little bit about I know you've got a coaching business, and then I know you're working on an app, and I know you've got a whole lot of
you never know where I'm coming from when you talk to me.
That's what people say when they talk to me. They say, we get inspired talking to you because you always get something new. Yes, so I am an executive coach. I coach leaders in and out of leadership, and I always like to put that caveat on it because people think leaders often want to grow and excel, but some leaders want to transition out and they want to step down from their C-suite role or their director role. So I help leaders with that. I'm also work for SMK Medical as the senior consultant, really helping post-acute care, whether it's long-term care, group homes, assisted livings, anything post-acute care, we help them with risk and compliance. That's actually my specialty area. Like Julie, I've worked in long-term care. I was a nursing home administrator in long-term care, of course, and a director of nursing at some point in long-term care. And then, as you mentioned, right, I'm secretly behind the scenes working on something to change the landscape of healthcare, is what I'll say. I'm hoping to have that out by the end of third quarter, early fourth quarter of this year.
Excellent. I wish you all the luck in the world, and I know it's gonna be successful.
I appreciate you.
I'm excited to hear. This is a good little teaser.
I know. Juicy stuff.
We're
Julie,
talking about revolutionizing healthcare, and he's just dropping some good stuff.
Yeah.
Listen, I think I was listening to your teaser, right? We are all nurses. We have RN behind our name, LPN behind our name. We have nurse behind our name, most importantly. So we can take that knowledge and package that up in a way that, people want to buy to streamline their workflows and improve healthcare. And that's what I'm doing.
Excellent. Julie, tell us a little bit about the work you're doing now.
Sure. Well, about 7 months ago, I walked away from my 6-figure job, and I had no plan. I just went, and then I left, and I thought, oh my goodness, God, what am I supposed to do now? And this teaching job came for me, teaching nurses, and I said no. But it was part-time, and everyone was saying, take it. And I went, no, I don't think so. It's not what I was meant to do. And what came to light for me was get your book out there. So I wrote my book, A New Nurse's Journey, and it's for new nurses that in that first year, all the overwhelm and how to, push through the overwhelm and find your unique identity in nursing. So that got posted, and it won an award, International Impact Book Awards for careers. So I was thrilled for my first book to win an award. And then from there, in my career now, I'm just doing a deeper dive in giving back to nursing. I know that nurses struggle a lot for different reasons. And so I've created a summit that's, the promotion starts tomorrow, and I have 28 speakers. And mostly all of them are nurses, but there are a few others. There's a patient who had 30 surgeries, and his story is so incredible what nurses did for him, the hope they gave him. And then there's a student nurse that'll be talking, and her perspective on what it's like for a student nurse. So so that speaker summit, A Nurse's Journey, starts May 27th to June 9th. So my focus right now is giving back, and I mentor nurses. I've been mentoring for 20 years. So I help them find their why, because so many nurses are great at doing their nurse job, their skills, and they like their paycheck or they don't like their paycheck, but often they go, I'm not happy. There's still something else. Should I go for more education? And so working as a mentor, we can unpeel the onion and help people see their why. Like for me, my story was I don't have a voice. As a young child, there was an incident that happened that made me believe I don't have a voice. And so guess what I'm doing in my life? I'm showing up as a speaker. I'm showing up helping others. I'm writing. All these things are about having my voice. So deep down inside of us, we all have a why.
Yeah, absolutely. We also all have that inner child that needs to be healed. And congratulations on your book and overcoming that feeling of being silenced and not being able to speak up and speak out. And I am so looking forward to your summit. I think it's going to be incredible. And I think these types of events that we're creating they're going to resonate with nurses on such a deep level. When you get patients involved, when you get students and professionals that are involved that have like kind of stepped away from a traditional nursing role and are doing all these kind of really amazing things that support nurses, that support holistic health and support communities. I think it's going to resonate, and I think we're really going to start seeing some changes as we go forward into the future. Like, we have to believe that we're going to start seeing changes. So the work you guys are doing is just great, and I would love to now get to like the meat of the question, the meat of the hour. Demetrius, what does being a nurse mean to you?
I think that's a loaded question, because I think over time what being a nurse means to me kind of changes. I'd say right now, for me, being a nurse is right in this day and age, right now in this moment, it's amazing. And to me, being a nurse is something that, if you hear me talk on my podcast or any other platform that I'm on, that's something that I would have expected me to become or to be in. And so for me, really being a nurse is inspirational. It's inspiring. It's all things I never would have thought I could be, just based on my history, based on my background. Having the ability to, care for people at their most vulnerable time is an amazing feeling. And to me, that is me being the nurse, the epitome of me being a nurse. But I really want to highlight some of the work that I'm doing in the post-acute long-term care space, because I think that don't get enough love or sunshine. I believe the work that I'm doing in long-term care, just even from a nursing perspective, is going to change the way that long-term care operates. There's no secret, as my teacher used to say, we are all in the dying process. We are all in the aging process. And we all at some point will need some level of post-acute care. And for me, what I love about being a nurse is being able to shape the future of where I'm going. Right. So my DNP project is on fall prevention for our senior populations. And for me, it's important that I publish this work. I get this work out there, because at some point I will be a senior and will benefit from this work that I'm doing research on. So for me, being a nurse is an amazing feeling, but also what I'm doing as a nurse is shaping the future of healthcare. So I am grateful that I'm a nurse. I am honored to be a nurse. I never would have thought I was going to be a nurse, but as a nurse, I am proud to say I am a nurse, or a nurse, as they call it.
Congratulations. And just a quick follow-up, what does if you could have it any way you want, what does the future of nursing look like to you?
That's a loaded question.
Sorry.
Hours on that.
The future of nursing would be safer. The future of nursing will be safer on so many fronts, right? Safer for the patients, safer for us nurses. I mean, just safe as a whole. I think the way that healthcare is right now, and this is one of the reasons I got my MBA and I transitioned to the business side of healthcare, is because I remember when I got out of nursing school, I thought nursing was just going to be about care. And then I learned it's really about budgets and dollars. So I transitioned into the leadership side of things so I can push the care narrative, not just budget and dollars. So if I was to look at the future of nursing, I would wish that it focused more on safety and care delivery. It's called health care.
I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Julie, what does being a nurse mean to you?
My legacy. And from that, I feel like, as I said earlier, I'm an advocate for patients, for families. And because when you are in a hospital setting or in a retirement setting, you need somebody to listen, to hear you, to advocate for you with no judgment, to be there for you. So that's what nursing means to me on one level. On another level, nurses, and including myself, you have to show up every day with courage, because you do not know what's going to be presented to you at any time during that day. So nurses have a lot of courage and compassion. There's got to be compassion there. You've got to set aside your own personal life when you're at work, and bring the compassion to your colleagues, to your patients. And also the other C I was thinking about is communication. So we have to know how to communicate effectively, and be able, most importantly, to have your own voice to communicate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And then if you could, what does the future of nursing look like for you?
I mean, like Dimitri says, that's a big container, right? It's a huge container. But what I'd like to see change, and I'm working towards that, is we've got to keep our new nurses. We've got to keep them when they get out of school or when they're still in school. And so I'd like to see a better mentorship program for, I've seen it work. And it was funded for 5 years, and then the funding went away. But, you know, those nurses have mentorships there for them for 5 years to help them in their pathway. So that's what I would like to see.
That's amazing. And yes, mentorship is so important. And then also the long-term care space too. I wish that was pushed more in nursing school, because at some point we're all going to need it, and there's not enough providers or facilities to accommodate the increase in population. That's a whole nother our live stream. But thank you guys so much for being here and contributing your time and the work that you're doing for nurses and patients and healthcare. Yeah, it's really, really important. And I appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate all that you guys are doing too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
We're blessed. Yeah. We're blessed.
Oh, and Julie will be speaking at Modern Nurse Fest and in Alaska. And then Demetrius, we're going to get you into Modern Nurse Fest at some point too. So you guys will be seeing them.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking. I think I'm going to talk on letting go of perfection and be present. And then I'd love to do a workshop on putting on your big girl panties.
I love it. I bet I can fit it in. I keep making more spaces for people, and I'm finding little nooks and crannies I can put people. So we'll make it happen.
You bet. Nice to see you all.
Yep. Take care. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. What time is it? It is the top of the hour, and it's time to do a quick map review, just to show you guys our reach across the world. This is our Heartbeat RN community. And let me just find the right thing here. Oh, we're in the map review. Okay.
I have like perma-smile.
I do too. This is our map review. This is our reach across the world, from the top, from not the top of Alaska, kind of the bottom of Alaska where I'm at, all throughout the US, into the United Kingdom, down in South Africa, and into Australia. So we are everywhere. And our hope is by the end of today, we'll be able to light candles all over the world. So thank you guys so much for being here hanging out with us as we go forth and do our full shift. So I think I'll take this time to spin the wheel. I think it's time to give out another Modern Nurse Fest ticket. What do you think?
Yes. Let's go. Let's go. So much goodness.
Right. Let me, hold on. I gotta stop the share, and then I gotta share it a different way. There it is.
You're a pro.
Yeah. It's a lot of clicking.
Sounds like electronic medical records.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to spin the wheel?
Spin the wheel.
Having a dance party over here.
Dancing. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Linda Jurek, you have won a Modern Nurse Fest ticket. Congratulations. We'll be in touch with you in the next day or so to give you details on how you can take your Modern Nurse Fest ticket. It's good for any Modern Nurse Fest between from 2025 to 2026. So you have 5 different locations that you get to join. Thank you so much for being a part of the Heartbeat community. All right.
Go, Linda.
Go, Linda. Okay. Well, we've got about 10 minutes before our next round of speakers come in. What do you think we should talk about?
Ooh, what should we
old
talk
song.
about?
That's
Let's talk about the positive. Let's talk about something positive that you enjoyed in nursing school or that you appreciated, and maybe another student nurse or nurse out there could incorporate it with their clinical students or with their students, or maybe it's a nursing student that's like, yeah, I like kind of dig this. Like, I want to incorporate this into my, schooling. Maybe something like that.
I love that. Okay, I've got a really good one. So in my 4th year, it was almost the senior year of nursing school, I had this really amazing professor who she had her son was in a drowning incident, and she basically brought him home and cared for him as a total care with a home vent and all of the things. And so it was a intermediate med surge class, and throughout the whole class she didn't just go off into the story initially. She started the class and you would get we would always have case studies, but then she'd have little stories about the progression of her son's care. And sorry, it still makes me tear up, because at the very end of the class, and nobody knew this as the class was going on, she discloses that at the end of the day, her son dies. And it's about the care that was involved in it. And it was the most beautiful way of presenting it, but it was so profound. And it was so it brought, I hadn't really had that heart of a nurse mentality throughout my whole nursing program until I took her class. And her heart just shone through, and she was authentic. And by the end of the class, no, there wasn't a dry eye in the class. We're all just bawling, because it was just so sad, but also really beautiful. And how he transitioned into the past, I guess. So that has stuck with me all these years. And it was just, for clinical instructors out there, if you have a story to tell like that of a patient or a family member or something like that, that storytelling inside of your teaching really, really impacts people. I'm 11 years out of nursing school, and it still just really, really resonated with me. And it's hard to even talk about. So it's not hard to talk about. It just makes me tear up, and it makes me really appreciate that I'm a nurse. And yeah. That's my story.
Yeah, it's so lovely. Yeah, that's wow. And it's stuck with you. You could still feel it. You can hear it in your voice, and you can feel it, making me tear up. And yeah, that's such a powerful learning tool, because storytelling is so underrated. And every nurse has a story to share from their own experiences or from their patients. So thank you for sharing that as I get choked up as well. Yeah, it's so powerful. Yeah, so great. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Thank you. Taylor, what do you got? You got something?
I view it so much. I have one teacher who I feel like I owe everything to, and she wasn't a nursing instructor, but I just still feel like it highlights the impact that we have on people. And, you know, I was a non-traditional student. I didn't have a lot of confidence. I quit school many times before, and I failed A&P, and I had to retake it. You know, just like adversity. Like, thankfully, I just didn't give up. And I got to this teacher, and her name's Rachel Simmons, and she just believed in me. Like, all it took was her just feeding me, like just saying, like, you can do this, you got this. Yeah, that's right. Awesome job. Like, and then I was like teaching the other students, and it was just like her belief in me. And I just feel like in nursing school, sometimes that's not represented. And I feel like I've taken that with me to give to my students, to the students that I get to lead and serve. It's just like, I believe in every single one of them. And there's so many people, so many nurse students that have failed out. And it's like, you didn't fail, you know, like the dream can still be there. And just to like give them that belief in themselves when they don't have it, I think can just be so profound. And I feel like I received that, and it's the one thing that I take with me to continue to inspire the new generations.
Wow. Yeah. The belief in oneself is so hard to come by, especially when you're in a vulnerable situation like nursing school. And for somebody to believe in you and tell you, like, hey, I believe in you, like, that's a life-changing moment. So thank you for being the ripple of change for our nursing students.
I'm grateful that I learned it, and now I get to bring it forward. So blessed.
Yeah. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, I was thinking when you were talking about your professor, the professor that I had, actually, was when I was going through my LPN program. So getting the diploma out and stuff. And Dr. Morkel was his name. And if you're from the 80s and 90s, you might remember a show called Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams.
Yes.
He's like, Nanu. And so Dr. Morkel was kind of Robin Williams in sense that he brought like fun into every lecture. And he was just like his weird, quirky, authentic self. And I always loved that and admired that about him. And it was like, because I never really was accepted, you know, like for my unique, wacky, crazy self. And he was like, he just didn't care. He's like, either you like me or you don't. And I was like, this is so empowering right now. Like, this dude is just like letting his freak flag fly, and I am digging on it. I'm like, I didn't even care about the class. I'm like, I'm just so in awe of this man. And so Dr. Merkel actually taught anatomy and physiology, and I love the body already, but he just made it so much fun and so inviting and just interactive. Everybody was interacting with each other. We like all really knew each other very well. And it was one day he always wore vests. He always wore sweater vests. And one day somebody was like, Dr. Merkel, why do you always wear vests? And he's like, because I'm invested in your education. And that will just like always stick with me, that although he was a doctor, he was never a nurse, but he just loved nurses. And he had nurses all throughout his family. And he's like, I am no longer in medicine, but I'm in medicine with nurses. And I'm here to teach the nurses because I love them so much. And I was just like, how cool. And so that just really opened a view of like, not all doctors are bad. So as a nursing student, I was like, you know, a lot of the nursing students were kind of scared of speaking to doctors and that doctors are God. And it's like, no, they're just like us. And Dr. Morkel really taught that to me. Like, it's okay to love doctors and have a good relationship with doctors because they're human too, and it's their first time, but also to just like be your freaky, unique, authentic self. Because those that love you will love you, and those that hate you will say really mean things about you and give you really awesome press. So it doesn't matter. Like, it comes full circle, right? Because bad press is good press and vice versa. So that's really what I took with me from nursing school and Dr. Merkel. And I truly embody a Dr. Merkel when I'm teaching. Like, when I'm teaching, nursing students, I'm like, let's go, you guys. Like, what is the most unique, weirdest thing about you guys? And like, let it fly. Because nobody really cares anyway. So yeah.
The Patch Adams of academia, you know, like I've called you, you remind me of Patch Adams. I feel like I said that right out of the gate. I was like, this chick is like Patch Adams. She shows up and just like does the craziest shit, and you are inspired and lifted instantly.
Yeah.
And I love that about you too.
Yeah, thank you.
It definitely creates, especially when we're working in, because business can be like, when you have a business, it's like, oh, business. It's got to be like stuffy and businessy, and there's policies and procedures, and there's all sorts of things. But like to have, just to be like weird and just yourself, and that it's teaching me to like relax a little bit. And because I'm only a few months out from like a pretty corporate healthcare job, where you had to, be super professional and super just like on point. And, you can't really be yourself or speak your mind, because you're probably going to get fired if you do, because that's what's on our mind is all the bad that's happening in these hospitals. Right. And they don't want to hear it. So I can't tell you how much, Emily, I appreciate you for being so authentic and just being yourself, and like, and allowing other people to be themselves. And it's really good. And I love our business dynamic, and I love our partnership with Taylor, and it's so good. You girls are amazing, and I just feel so blessed to be one of the girls. So
yeah. So Flo's angels over here. Flo's angels.
Yeah. Flo's angels.
Yeah. Disrupting the system. One event at a time. So we are just waiting on our next presenter. What else should we talk about? I feel like we should talk about this, I guess, like what it looks like to start a business as a nurse, to step out of that nursing space, and like, what are the first steps? Like, what do you think, and I'll pose this to Taylor, what do you think it was the most like important first step that you took to getting to where you are now?
I feel like it's inner work, truly and honestly. I think the unbecoming journey, it's like we are what society tells us we are. We are the armor that we wear. We are the experiences that we have had as children and young adults, and we have to take that armor off at some point and take those experiences off and take what society said we have to be. Like, being a nurse is professionalism, and it's like, you got to take all that aside. And I think coming into this nurse entrepreneurial space is just really hard if you don't do the inner work. If you can't, like, I've been wanting to do this for like 20 years. My first video on TikTok, my first post that was vulnerable, like, all that shit is hard. That is hard to do. And it's part of our jobs. We have to show up every day. We have to be in the public eye. We have to be under scrutiny, potentially under celebration. There's a lot of people who have talked shit about me and that are no longer in my life, that didn't believe in the vision, that whatever it might be. We have to get up and we have to rise and continue on. And I think it's hard to do that. It's very unseen. But if it wasn't for the fact that I did the inner work, that I got a coach, I hired a business coach, and we really didn't do a lot of business. We did a lot of healing, a lot of Taylor crying. I was in therapy at the same time. Like, honestly, I'm so thankful. My oldest daughter, stopped talking to me, and it was very painful. It's still very painful. But it was a catalyst to me really doing a lot of inner work, and has led me to where I am today. And I think we are our worst enemy. We hold ourselves back. We just do. And like, every time I've showed up and every time I've put myself out there, I've woken up again, and the sun still came up, and the moon, and the days still continue, and I get closer and closer to the dream. Every day I'm in disbelief. And so I feel like for me, it's doing that inner work. Hardest, best, easiest, just most challenging thing ever.
Yeah, getting out of that belief system that like you don't belong in this space, or that you like that you don't have a place
Not
here
worthy. We're not
in the
enough.
nonprofit or the entrepreneurial world. It's all in your head. It's all in our heads, we absolutely belong in this space. And I look at like some of the presenters that that we've had on, and then some of the presenters that we are gonna have on, and I look at where they're at in their journey, and you see the confidence shining through them. And I think that's it's really inspiring, because it's hard to be confident all the time. Like some days you wake up and you're like, oh shit, you just quit your 6-figure a year job to do a made up job. You love doing it. You love your made up job. It's wonderful, but
then there's no $1 coming in, and you just got and I think that's one of the hardest things was like, I work all day, every day, not all day, every day, but I work so often. And if you don't see the money coming in, you're used to this societal thing where you work and you get paid, you work and you get paid. And when you're an entrepreneur, you work and you don't get paid. You get paid in abundance, in relationships, I am so abundant. $0, but not that I have $0. I'm saying if I have $0, I'm abundant in my entrepreneurial space and life, with the relationships I've made, the people I've been able to serve. But it's hard to get away from that society. You work, you get paid. You work, you get paid. That's not how it works here.
Yeah. It's about like building, we're building this foundation for an organization. And so every little building block counts, and every little membership, or every little thing, that every ticket sell, it matters. And it will get us into a space. We just have to do the work, and it's going to get us into a space where, a year from now, like Rise and Restore is going to be in several hospitals across the US and maybe even internationally. Modern Nurse Fest, like maybe there's a wait list for tickets. Maybe we sell out in all 5 states that we're in, so it's shifting your mindset into not believing that your hours equal money, your hours of the day equal money, and that the work you put into the world equals abundance, I think.
Yeah. That energetic exchange. And, a good way to, I remember one of my mentors early on when I started this entrepreneur journey suggested, because I was like, money is not coming in. And I would be like, money is not coming in. Like, what do I do? And this person was like, well, you're obviously living in lack, because you're waiting for that $1, as Taylor would say, to come in. Right. And so this was his suggestion, and I take it with me anytime I'm feeling a lack, I look for abundance. So it could be like abundance with the air we breathe. Like there is there's so much air in the air. You are never without air. There is so much. How crazy is that? That's abundance. There are so many trees around me right now. There might be buildings, a lot of buildings around you. You might be stuck on the highway in rush hour, and you are just screaming and yelling about how you're in rush hour. You're going to attract more rush hours. If you're like, how cool is it that all these people have jobs or are going somewhere that they are breathing and alive, then you're going to get more of that. You might get a space where you can pull your car and just zoom by, right? So the living in abundance, you'll find more abundance. You'll find money on the ground. You'll start finding money on the ground. If it's a penny, pick it up. All day long, you'll have good luck, right? Seriously, pick that penny up and put it in your pocket and be like, I am so grateful. Yeah. I'm so grateful for the money.
Then you'll be buying a new vacuum.
Yes. All the things, there is abundance everywhere. So once you step into an abundance mindset, it's a practice. It's not going to be like one day you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm in it so much. No, it does not happen. It's a practice, an active practice where you're like, dang, I have so many clothes. How awesome is this? Once you do your laundry, we bitch and moan about doing laundry. Instead, be like, oh my gosh, I am so grateful that I have water that's able to wash my 7 loads of laundry today, right? Whatever it is, you live in abundance wherever you are. It doesn't matter if you're living in a hut in Africa or living in a cardboard box on the streets or living in a penthouse. Everybody has abundance. You just have to find it. So absolutely. That is definitely a mindset shift that you have to embrace.
Yeah.
Yeah. So important.
Absolutely. Let me see here. I'm looking at the time, and we had our next presenter scheduled for 1:15 Eastern time, and I think this is my first slip up here, just to be completely authentic with everybody. Between text messages and the Google sheet, I think I told him 5:15 instead.
Okay.
So it kind of puts us in a little bit of a crunch. So I'm going to pop off for a second because I want to figure this out, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah. And then just check on the live streams on LinkedIn as well.
Okay.
Like go up to the top,
yeah,
the channels, and just double check them, because I think one of them was off.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yes, Taylor, we're back into the groove. We're into the groove.
So cool.
I love this. This is the greatest. And let's go ahead and talk about, let's just keep going on, I think, with the mind shift thing, because I think that's really important to talk about in relation to, like you were talking about, like the dollars don't equal your hourly amount. And how hard it is to get through that, and like what kind of things do you do to think like the opposite, right? The opposite, like it is coming in. What kind of things do you do to kind of stay in that momentum or that thought process?
Honestly, this is still a work in progress for me. I mean, I know you intimately know this because we talk about it all the time. But I think it's just that mind shift. It's totally the mind shift of, I'm used to, the money comes into the bank automatically when you're working. And when you feel like you're working really hard and you don't necessarily see that direct deposit come in, but you feel abundant with everything you're doing, it's so hard. And it's hard for, your families, your spouses. Like my husband is alongside me in this journey, and, but it gets rocky sometimes. It gets tough because you might be able to see the vision and feel that abundance, but like your surroundings, how do I convey that abundance that I feel to my family, to say like the $1 will come because I'm this abundant here, and it's not just your mind shift, it's shifting your family's mindset. And that's hard. You don't know how to like teach. I don't know how to teach that other than like role model and live it and be excited and find joy. But it is hard. I think my not so awesome coping mechanism is to not think about it. Really, just to not think about the $1, because it's not really what's important. It's a byproduct of doing something. Like money is not like a real thing. Like money is not, I just want to live like a yogi, like I just want to live like a yogi where we just do good work and we are paid in this energetic exchange. And that is so foreign to what we're taught. And it's just, I think you have to surround yourself with the right people. I think you have to immerse yourself with people that understand and see what's happening. Because if you don't, like if I didn't have you, or I didn't have Jen, or I didn't have Ashley, or, if I didn't have the tribe to be like, guys, I'm struggling, that is so important. Just having the people beside you that have paved the way before you, that are paving it alongside you. That's been really helpful to me, for sure.
Yeah, I think, you make several great points, including like having your family get on board with you, right? Because they're also used to that paycheck coming in. And it's interesting. We connect like our nurse job in the hospital or facility, or a steady nurse job, right? Where we collect a paycheck every couple weeks or every month or every week, but it's not secure. I mean, we can get canned at any time, but that never really, it's not really hanging in the back of our head, because they're like, well, we're a nurse, they need us. But if you speak up too loud, you might get fired, right? So it's a really interesting thought process that is a secure job when it really isn't. I mean, we've just seen so many healthcare workers get or get let go from like the VA and the Health and Human Services. I mean, you just never know when you can be kind of like shit canned, basically, so it's it's an important concept to kind of, you're switching your mind, but you're switching roles in a sense that now you're your own boss. So let's talk about like being our own boss and how difficult that is sometimes, because you're not in a structured like routine anymore. And I know we've talked with other colleagues about, you know, should I have a routine? What does a routine look like for me now that I'm not like hitting the 12-hour shifts? So tell us a little bit about, you know, do you have a routine? What was that like for you going from like, you know, working set hours every day to now like you kind of have this freedom of making your own schedule? Do you have a little bit of like knowledge or wisdom you want to share about that? I think it's such an important area that we don't often kind of discuss.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I'm just blessed that I've been around so many entrepreneurs, and like I've heard so much that this was like one of the things that I had probably the least amount of difficulty transitioning, because I just follow my energy. Like if I don't want to work, the hardest part is when I didn't want to work, not feeling guilty. That creeps up on you. And I think that's a challenge. But I'm somebody who like, I don't want to be told what to do. I don't want to be boxed into you have to do things this way. That is daunting to me. And it feels so unaligned and so disconnected to be on somebody else's schedule. Like I've said 1,000 times, I think we need to revisit 12-hour shifts. I think we should have 12s, we should have 10s, we should have 8s. No nurse is in the same season for their whole life where 12 hours makes sense. We had a guest on earlier today who said, like, I'm 45, I can't do this for 20 more years. So, you know, I think that same thing needs to come into play when you're an entrepreneur. I literally work when I want to work, and I drop my kids off to school, and I bitch about it all the time because I don't get to start my workday until 10, but I'm freaking lucky I get to drop them off. You know, like the thought of being chained to somebody else's schedule is just like so far, like I can't even handle the thought of it anymore. And I quit my job in December, you know, like I can't even think about that. But I think it's important for us to realize that we don't have to be in the 9 to 5 just because that's what we were. We could be a 9 to 11 and go to the beach for 3 hours, and maybe we work from, you know, technology. And then we don't have to feel guilty about that. And then we can go pick up our kids, and we can maybe take them for an ice cream, and we can still be working, you know. And I think the hardest part is drawing the boundary of when you have to be present with family, you know, turning off, because it's so easy to work whenever you want. It's also beautiful. So it's really just about like having those boundaries of, you know, your schedule could change week to week, day to day. And that's totally okay. It has to be what works for you. And I am so blessed to have heard that from so many entrepreneurs that I was like, okay, like when I started, I'm like, I could work at 2:00 in the morning if I wanted to. If I'm awake in the night and I can't go to sleep because universe is like dropping downloads, like I'm going to get up and I'm going to go do the thing. I'm not going to lay in bed awake, pondering all this creativity. It's like, just follow the energy and then go to sleep when you can.
Yes. Yeah. Follow the yellow brick road, right? Like that. Yeah. I love that. And it's really interesting the amount of people that I work with, especially nurses, that are like, it's weird when I've stepped into now the entrepreneurship or the business role, because my mental health, that was such a prominent aspect of my nursing career, like depression, anxiety, PTSD, kind of has gotten different. Like it's different now. Yes, I still have anxiety, they might say, or yes, I'm still sad at times, but it's not taking over my life like it was when I was in the hospital. So it's really interesting when you say, you know, I can work like whenever I want, and I can get up at 3 a.m. and like bust out some Canva or whatever I need to, because you're following the flow and the creative process and your energy, right? Whereas when we're at bedside in the hospital or working for somebody else, we're following their narrative. So of course you're going to go to work from 8 to 5 or 7 to 7, and it's almost kind of robotic. And so stepping into like an entrepreneurship or a space when you don't have a routine or a schedule can be a little daunting. But as Taylor said, you really get to step into like, what do you want? what do you want from this day? You know, what do you want from this week? What do you want from this month? Like set some goals. And it's really turning about like, what do you want? What do I want? Rather than what do they want? So it's definitely an unbecoming and a identity crisis for a lot of nurses, kind of to step into this. So we have a lot of resources on heartbeatrn.org. And Taylor also has a lot of resources in Rise and Restore. And we want to just say that we're here to support you. We're here to support you if you're lost, scared, isolated, and don't feel like things are moving in your business, or you feel isolated in the sense that you're like, no other nurse is doing this. That's bullshit. There are a lot of nurses doing some really cool stuff. You just got to find them, and you attract your tribe. So just begin, like just start putting your stuff out there, and people will find you for sure.
And get around people that are doing what you want to do. I think that's so like, when you can be seen by another entrepreneur, you're like, okay, like this person totally understands what's going on. And like I said earlier, sometimes you can't come home and tell your family, or you can, but they can't see you. They don't see the work and the effort and the ups and the downs. And so I think finding your tribe and just being around that circle is so important.
Yeah. Support is so important. And that's something that I definitely struggled with when I worked with, in academia was, kind of a lack of a little bit of a limited mindset among my colleagues and peers. So sprouting off some of these ideas that have come into fruition, I was called things like, you're crazy, you don't have a doctorate, you can't do that. And it was like, I don't think I need to be around these people anymore. They're not lifting me up. They're not helping me climb. They're helping me just laterally move on like the chessboard of life. And it's important, like Taylor said, to surround yourself not only by what you want to do, like those people that are already doing it, but people that are going to lift you up, and that are like, yes, that idea is so crazy, I want to join along. Find the delusional people, because the delusional people are the ones that make things happen, quite literally. So we're excited to be crazy along with you. And if you're listening or finding us today, please join along at heartbeatrn.org. We're also sharing Rise and Restore. Taylor is here with us today. She is the owner and creator and founder of Rise and Restore. So just a plethora of awesome people that are joining us today. And we're going to have a lot of different special guests and other communities as well on here. And if you do have a light, make sure you bring your light with you because we're having lighting ceremonies all day. So make sure you live candles or lit, battery lit is fine, whatever candle you want to bring. We'll be holding candle and light for a 12-hour shift today. That's what we're doing. And we're all just taking turns. We are covered. We're covering each other's breaks. So if anybody is concerned about us nurses not getting a break, that is not the case. We are nurses and we take care of our own. So thank you for your concern. For those that are like, are you guys getting a break there, that 12-hour shift? Yes, absolutely. We are taking care of each other. So if you're on the chat right now, go ahead and drop in where you're from. I think there's a couple people on here. It's hard to see. I know we're on multiple socials, so there should be some people out there. So go ahead and drop where you're from, what kind of nurse you are, and we're going to keep this going. So let's just talk about getting your family on board. So getting the family on board can be really scary. And because like you said, they're not seeing your vision, right? Because you're in the 5D and they're back in the 3D in the reality. So what are some ways that has helped you in kind of connecting with your family or connecting with your kids and being like, hey, I'm switching gears. Like this is what mom's doing. This is what, I'm doing now. Can you maybe suggest some ways that other nurse entrepreneurs or nurses can get their family on board?
I'm still navigating all of that as we speak, and I think it's really important to bring them along with you. And sometimes that can be really hard, right? If there's any resistance or it's too much of a change or no one else understands healthcare, they don't understand like what it's like to be in that environment. But I think it's important to like I sent my husband this invite today, the live invite, and just said, like, check it out. So like he can see the things that I'm doing and be more, be on the front lines of what that looks like. You know what a nurse does. People think they know what nurses do, but like, you can imagine what a nurse does. They show up, they give care. But when you're an entrepreneur, it's a little bit different. You can't necessarily see what they're doing. And so I think that has been something that I'm recently kind of incorporating, is just kind of being more intentional about bringing them on. Like, check out the website, and what do you guys think about this mission? And you know what I mean? Just really bringing them on. My daughter's in the community space, just to like see and be exposed. Like, what's mom doing? Her following me on socials and clapping for me has been incredible. Like my 13-year-old, because it's inspired her to do things. And my 8-year-old, who now wants to sell bracelets, like she's all of my kids, my son's an entrepreneur, like all of those things are amazing. And I feel like that is going to be what's going to change everything. And I got to get my husband, and I got to like bring them through and really try to teach what it is to be a nurse entrepreneur. But I think that's the start. Immerse them from the beginning.
Yeah, that's so powerful. Yeah, immerse them and share with them what you're doing. That's so lovely, and that's so cool. Like your kids supporting you and cheering you on. That's like such a cool thing as a mom. Like to know that our kids are like seeing what we're doing and that they're proud of us. Like we want to make we want them to be proud of us, as well, of what we're doing, the changes we're creating. And just embrace and give yourself a lot of grace, right? Like be like, hey fam, like I need a lot of grace right now, as we navigate this. And, just coming from, it's a change, like the whole family has to come from a change of lack. So even like how we talk about like money or things that we have, and not putting lack, but putting this awesome awareness that we have a roof over our heads and things are going to be okay, right? Like it literally takes a long time for people to get evicted, for them to lose their car. Like it gets a little, it's a long time, so it's like, you've got time. And it's hard. It's hard when when I first started out as an entrepreneur, I had a like negative bank account, in debt and all the things. And I was just like, I believe like it's coming. Like I was just like, the money is coming, and so you have to build that relationship with like your money, like a relationship with your friends or with your loved ones. It's the same relationship. It's just energy. It comes and goes, right? And really all debt it's just money. It's just there. You borrowed it and now you got to pay it back. It's very simple, right? So once we start kind of getting away from the mentality and the societal teaching that we have around finances and abundance, it's really cool how to see people's lives shift. And we were both on a call. One of my favorite mentors, Kathleen Cameron, she was a nurse up in Canada and has literally changed her life around just from mindset and nervous system work. And now is a multimillionaire and teaches other awesome people how to do the same. And so, it's all just comes back to that thought, the change of thought.
Which really segues into the somatic course. Yeah. I feel like I just want to talk about that. I don't know where we are, but like I really want you to talk about it because it's been life-changing for me. And Emily, I might tear up, but Emily gifted me she paid for the course. Essentially, she gifted me a membership to the course, and it's a somatic course, which I want you to share, but it's life-changing. And I'm just so blessed and grateful because every human needs this. Every human in the world, nurse or not.
Wow. Yeah. It's life-changing. And, I wouldn't be here in front of everybody right now or in front of you, Taylor, if I didn't do the somatic work. I think, and I know it can change and save a lot of people's lives, not only nurses, but as humans. And so, the somatic nurse coach course certification is just an 8-week course certification, and we meet twice a week for an hour, and then the rest is up to you to dive into. But a lot of what it is, it focuses on your nervous system, and might be new news to you, but the nervous system really is like the root of all good or all evil. And so when we have dysregulated nervous systems, which many of us do, a lot of us, including our school age kids, are constantly in fight or flight all day long, whether it's dealing with mass shooter drills or having to take a test, right? So they're not even in a learning state when they're at school a lot of the time. And as well as our nurses and our nursing students, much of the time we're in fight or flight, whether it's doing a 12-hour shift or taking a clinical skills check off, which are absolutely terrifying. And so, it helps. The somatic nurse coach course helps with that. It helps you learn about your nervous system. It helps you learn moments and opportunities to either respond or react accordingly. It helps you dive into learning your emotions and your body. We are so disconnected from our bodies as a society, as planned. That's how they planned it. And it is really to disconnect us from our bodies. So the somatic work that we do in this course is to help you dive back into your body. And be okay with like what your body's doing, and honor your body and give yourself a lot of love and care. So yeah, thank you, Taylor, for that beautiful testimony as a student in the somatic nurse coach course. And thank you for your support in that as well. And if anybody wants to start, we start back up in June. We're currently in session. So if you want to start back up with us, we're going to be rolling it back out in June. Again, it's just for 8 weeks. It does not take a lot of time, but you'll get a lot of information, not only about yourself, but about how you respond or react to the world around you. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you. Come on in. And actually I think we're having a sale right now. I think it is like Nurses Week. So the price has dropped significantly. So get into Heartbeat, sign up for the course, and we'll see you starting in June.
All right, back at it again. We have speaker Dina Paloni in our waiting room. So I'm just going to bring her on in, and we should have one more speaker hopping on here shortly. Hi, Dina. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you so much for being here and being part of the Full Shift 12-hour live stream event of nurses celebrating International Nurses Day.
Yes, it's so nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited, actually. You ladies are amazing, so I feel very honored to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And tell us what part of the world you're tuning in from.
I am an Italian nurse, but I work and live in UK near London. Well, I work in London actually, and since 2015.
Nice.
So I'm an internationally educated nurse.
Yep. Yeah, and we're hoping to bring Modern Nurse Fest to the UK at some point, maybe 2027. I think that would be so amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's start off. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do that supports nurses.
Yeah, well, I'm a nurse signed 22 years now. I graduated with the bachelor degree in Italy in 2003. And I always advocate for nurses and nursing. And I want to say that I actually didn't want to be a nurse when I was young. I was very artistic. I used to play piccolo, which is a little flute. I did it for a long time. But because I'm interesting, so I ended up in studying nursing. And actually, I love it. So I never changed idea. I continue to advocate for nurses. And I came from Italy. In Italy, nursing is not very much recognized. So if worldwide not recognized, in Italy, less and less. So I decided to move in UK because I want to really do my profession in a good and profound way. So there's a lot of opportunity here in UK. Actually, I tried to grab as much as I could. And I'm involved in different projects with the NHS, which is the National Health Service here in UK. Personally, I advocate for nursing. I became a career coach specifically for international nurses. So I help international educated nurses succeed abroad. But I help hospital retain nursing excellence. And yes, I work in two different programs with the NHS, with the NHS Clean Entrepreneur Program and with the Healthcare Leadership Academy. I work in these two ways to try to retain international nurses in the UK, because we have a lot of flow in of international nurses who want to move in UK, but then they leave for other destinations. So our goal is to retain international nurses in the UK. This is a little bit about me. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm proud to be a nurse. Yeah.
Excellent. And so the reason that we brought you on is to basically share what being a nurse means to you, and like, why did you get into nursing, and what are your hopes for the future of nursing?
So I went to nursing because my mom died of cancer when she was 44. In fact, I'm oldest than my mom now. And I went to nursing. I wanted to become a doctor. We planned with my mom that the good career for me was to become a doctor. But then she fell sick. She died very quickly. So because we lose all our funds in trying to help her, she really passed away in 2 months. So we lost a lot of money, and I couldn't ask for. I was in the last year of secondary school, so I was supposed to go to medical school after that, but she died. So we lose so many money, and I couldn't ask for medical school for the university. So my grandma, she really told me, okay, I can't help you with medical school because it's too long, but I can help you. I can pay nursing school for you. So then once you start to work, you can provide for yourself and do university. So I really started very sad because I really wanted to be a doctor. I mean, because I planned with my mom. And also in Italy, the nursing profession was not seen yet. So I said, oh my God, why I have to do this career now, this job? It's not for me. I don't have recognition. There's no value there. I start to study and I start to do my placements. I start to love. And for me, the nurses really be part of other people's lives in the most vulnerable moments. It's not cliche. It really is. Yeah. Because I experienced myself with my mom, and I started seeing nursing. But when I started to study nursing, experience nursing with placement, I really understood the impact that my work have on other people's lives. And because I have this experience of my mom, also I was at the time when she died, I was 17 years old, so I was a teenager with this trauma, and I really felt that trauma on my skin. So when then I started placement, I saw how I could really help those patients, those moms, those kids in this very fragile moment. I understood how much important nurses are. And so I try to advocate for nursing since then. Anytime, back in Italy, but after also in UK, people try to diminish nurses, always back up with how much we value, how much we are important. We are present with, people's lives since the first breath to the other. It's not cliche, it's really the truth. And I identify nurses as guardians of life. So in all the beautiful, sad moment of their life. So I feel like an honor participating to other people's lives, and especially now now nursing evolved, so we have so much knowledge, we study so much, we highly trained. So participating in human life, not only with your caring and your soul, your capacity as a human being, but also participating with clinical skills, experience, knowledge, critical thinking, fast action. For me, I think it's one of the best things happening in my life, actually. So I always have working for nurses. I'm Christian, so I can see shared value in this. And of course, not all nurses are Christian, but I can see shared value. They can put one to compound each other. So yes, the future nurses. I was trying to read the report of ICN today. Basically, ICN, De Cipriano released a video today. She said that basically nurses are not just supporting nurses is not important for the health of people in general, but it's important because nurses can sustain economy, and actually nurses help grow economy. So the future of nurses, if nurses understand the value, identify their identity, new identity, because there's a lot of change in the healthcare industry at the moment. AI, climate change, billion put in infrastructures. So if nurses recognize the new identities in this new healthcare system landscape, they can really thrive and they can really implement innovations. So I can see a bright future, like very bright future for nursing, if nurses recognize they value their new identity. If not, I can see no very bright future. I mean, I can see that nurses are escaping, leave the profession, but not just that. I can see the population die because we all know that without nurses, people die. There is a lot of study article about that. So I really hope the nurses embrace their new identity quite soon. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think it's so interesting because we've been talking to nurses from like all over the world so far, and the messaging is the same. It's that there needs to be changes to our healthcare system for nursing to be a sustainable career path, and that's everywhere. So it's really interesting to see that pop up in all of these different countries. And I think if nurses just start to kind of like step into their power a little bit and put their foot down and come together, we can spend our careers like actually making changes. I am going to bring in, I've got Ali Fakar here. Ali, are you with us? Maybe not. I know we've had a little bit of connectivity issues. We'll see if he can join into us. But Dina, thank you so much for sharing all that. And thank you for being a part of the Heartbeat RN community. And like I said, hopefully we get to do Modern Nurse Fest 2027 in London. I think that would be just so incredible. So
I'm planning to come in Florida actually, but there's something personal that I have to adjust. It's not that easy for me, but I'm planning to come in Florida, and my book will be with you anyway, so I'm so excited.
We love that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I just say something very quickly before I leave? Very, very quickly. So today we celebrate Florence Nightingale's birth, and she was a researcher, mathematician. But the other founder of nursing, I recognize Mexico. She was an entrepreneur. So if we just put a little bit of research, a little bit of entrepreneurship, we don't necessarily need to do only shift in our work life. We can balance with entrepreneurship and maybe do a little bit. If all nurses stand a little profession that start to do a little bit, I think we can retain so many nurses. A little bit of entrepreneurship, a little bit of shift in the hospital. This is my point. This is my point of view.
Absolutely.
It was wonderful to meet you finally.
Thank you so much, Dina.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Nice to have you here.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Ali, can you hear us at all? Not getting any audio. We will try to figure out what's going on, and just give us 2 seconds. I think we're just breaking the internet, Taylor.
Yeah. I mean, probably, right? We'll keep moving forward.
Yeah. Well, it is the top of the hour, and I think it is time to maybe do another drawing. Maybe we have a wellness box that it's time to give away.
Yes,
so
please.
let me pull up. Let's see.
Don't mind me too, because I'm eating. I'm
That's
eating
okay.
because
You're
I'm
allowed to eat. We're not
to make our own rules.
We are allowed to eat. We're human beings. All right. Let me share my screen.
I'm gonna go grab a blanket.
Go grab a blanket. Let me get this pulled up. All right. While Taylor grabs a blanket, I'm going to go ahead and hit spin, and we will spin the wheel and see who gets to win the wellness box brought to you by Rise and Restore.
I love the music.
I do too. I think it's very fun. I love the colorful wheel and the confetti.
It's like an app that you found. I just love
Oh my
it.
God. And Ali won a wellness box. How amazing is that?
That's so cool. I love it.
So we need to get him on now. So let's figure that out. What else do we have in here? Hide this. Let's see.
I know you're kind of running the show. Oh, wait, we have
him. Do we have any audio? Ali, are you able to hear us at all? Oh, maybe not. That is okay. You have our link. You can hop on whenever, and we will try to get you in. We're here all day, so no rush. All right, Taylor. Should we take a look at our heartbeat map again and just show our global reach? We've talked to nurses all over so far, Puerto Rico, Canada, the UK, South Africa, Australia. 1 second here and I'll get our map pulled up.
And then I want to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Can you do? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, here's our lovely map. Do we see it? There it is. It's gorgeous. Look at all of our people. So thank you guys so much for being a part of Heartbeat RN, the nursing community that is here to support you. We appreciate all the support that you guys give us and give to the nurses within the community. Thank you. All right, Taylor, let me get back to a better screen here.
I just want to make note that we've been live for 5 hours.
I know.
This is something we do in the hospital. We'd be like, we're almost halfway through the shift.
I know. I would get to this point right about now and be like, I can do anything for like 6 more hours. Like, that's nothing.
Yes. Oh, I love that. Well, I just want to ask you, tell everybody about where you were last year and this vision that you had for nurses, and just let's start diving into Jen has been creating all of this all day long. She's masterminding this whole process behind the scenes. But I really want you to share why you're here and how you got here.
Thanks. So I live up in Alaska, and until March of this year, I was a house supervisor working night shift at one of the local hospitals here. Totally burned out from COVID. I made great money during COVID because I just put myself through a ton of overtime, just filling in, but also making really good money. And so it was just this really, really solid, hours equal money type of type of pattern that I got myself into. And then when you get yourself into that for so long, it's like, it's hard to pull back because you get yourself financially like, okay, like this is what the expectation is for the money that we're bringing in. But like, I don't want to have to be working like 4 and 5 days a week every week in corporate healthcare. A catalyst to like, I have to figure something else out for myself. I can't keep doing this. And then I definitely saw a big shift in the support for healthcare workers after COVID, like a year after COVID, like really quick after COVID. Like as soon as like the federal money kind of dried up, so did the support. And at the very beginning of this event, Trish Temple talked about long COVID and the effects of that. And our healthcare system is not set up for nurses to be sick at all. And so many of us like got COVID, and not just once, like several times. Like I know people that have had it like 5 times because of the work they do. They're in a ICU or in the ER, and you just keep getting sick. And I just started to look at my life and the people all around me who I love. I love the people I work with. That's the only reason I did it for as long as I did. But I was like, I am not envious of anybody's life here, because I feel like we're all just miserable and burnt out and tired, and we just keep getting sick, and we have no support. And now they're not even giving us like the good money for the overtime that we're working, because they're the ones that have lost the staff, and we're filling in the gap for it. And they just kept relying on us. We had one of our managers, because we would have like critical staffing pay that would get paid out if we were like really short staffed. The administrators would approve critical staffing pay. And we had a nurse that said, yeah, I'll come in for work, but I want this particular critical staffing pay. And she was told that she was holding the hospital hostage for asking for that. And it would have been her like 4th or 5th day on in an ICU. So like, what are you talking about? Who's holding who hostage? This is what the cost for me, that's the value of my time away from my family. And so like, just all of it kind of culminated into this, like, this is awful. This doesn't resonate with me, and this makes me feel really bad, and it makes me feel really sick inside. And I could see it in my body too. I'd gained like a ton of weight because of night shift, and felt unhealthy. I had a ton of back pain, just all of these like things that started creeping up. And it was like one symptom after another, of just like unwellness. And so I just decided that it's time to do something else. And so I got on to LinkedIn and started connecting with people. And the power of LinkedIn is incredible. And if you are a nurse entrepreneur out there and you are trying to grow a network, that's the place for you. Like, get online. It's the place for you for sure. So I got online and I just started making connections and got inspired. And then here it is a year later. And it's the connections that I've made that have really helped like hone what I want to do, which is be a support for nurse entrepreneurs and nurses across the board. So that's how Heartbeat RN came about. That's how Nurses for Nurses came about. And then I met Emily and you, and that's how Modern Nurse Fest came about. And so it's all about connection and really trying to live your best life and be your best self. Because you don't have to put up with the bullshit of corporate healthcare if it is not good for you. And it wasn't good for me. So it was time to move on. And I couldn't be happier. I wake up every day. I'm so like excited to wake up and check my email and look at all my Marco Polos and just be this like totally like happy person that gets to do something super positive. And it's still nursing in a way. So yeah, that's full circle. that's the full circle. Yeah.
Still nursing. I totally feel that. I love it. It's been really awesome though, like watch your journey. And I remember like our first call, and I agree, like LinkedIn also, we wouldn't know each other if it wasn't for LinkedIn. We wouldn't know Emily. I wouldn't know Matt Harless. I wouldn't know Ash. I would know Ashley. She was TikTok, but still, I'm just saying there's so many beautiful people, the speakers that are joining us today. I mean, just the community and the positive support is just like so awesome. And it's like, this collaboration. How can we support each other?
Yeah. It's been really good. And it's been like such a breath of fresh air because like the toxic culture that you get so used to, like you don't even realize that you're doing it, but like you're in that hospital setting and like the shit talking just about each other. You go to one unit and they're shit talking about this nurse, and you go to another unit and they're shit talking about this person. And it's like, why are we like this? Like this is a struggle. Like nursing doesn't just come like natural to people. Like, and some people take a little bit longer to learn skills and like that critical thinking piece, like when you're just starting out, like, so, it's been amazing trying to, pulling out of the toxic, healthcare system and being put in something super positive. I feel like my cup is like overflowing every single day, and that feels incredible. So we actually have, two of our guest speakers waiting in our waiting room. So I'm going to bring them in. I've got Casey Pacheco and hold on one second. This thing. Casey, welcome. And then I've got Coach Bina. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We're so happy to have you guys on our full shift event. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Thank you for having this.
So we are gathered here today to answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? But let's start out with if you will both just introduce yourself and talk a little bit about the work that you're doing in nursing and in healthcare. And Bina, can we start with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
So my name is Bina Bendale, and I've been a nurse coach now for about 4 years. I was a ER nurse for 20 years, decided to quit/retire and then become a full-time nurse coach. And what I do now is I do a lot of corporate wellness. So I actually bridge the gap of an employee assistant program and really support large organizations with bringing a holistic an employee assistant program out there using the modalities, along with helping parents with special needs, especially that there's no support out there. And then on the other side, I help nurse coaches as a business advisory. Nice. So a lot of different multiple hats here.
Yeah, very cool, but still like nursing the nurses. So excellent.
Still nursing the nurses on really teaching them how to get into these large organizations in a very healthy way without being burnt out, and co-creating what they want to create, not what is told that is being given. Because in society right now, a lot of people are like, do this and do that and all these different things. And it's like, I tell them like, no, go back to what you want to do. Have them really heart-centered, because that is what's going to sell. Not necessarily what people are telling you or a cookie cutter type of method, should I state. It's like, no, I can give you the systems, but we really want to personalize it for you. So when you are out there having these conversations, it's very natural. It's very loving. It's coming from that heart-centered conversation versus just like, here's something I want to do and please buy from me. So I really take a very different approach to business at the same time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, Casey, you're up. Tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing.
Hello. Well, I have the lovely job right now of working with nurses with the Modern Nurse Festival for the collaborating strategic partnerships. So I really love it. It's my playing field. I am a new mom, so I am on slight maternity break. But my brand, Preserves of Life, it is a holistic marketing agency. And what that is, it's a little bit a different approach. We use what I call feminine energy so that we help businesses market in a way that aligns with what they have to serve, who they're about serving. So they're not like running down and attacking and chasing and feel all grimy about, getting people to be aware of them. But I really start with your visibility being on the inside, being visible to yourself, and then showing up in spaces with beautiful invitations for people to partner with you. So that's what I do with Preservers of Life. I have worked most know it or not, most of my clients, my paying clients, were not nurses. So I've worked with a lot of entrepreneurs starting up their businesses. I work a lot of what I actually got down was nurses in charge, actually helping them grow into this huge organization internationally. So that's kind of the space I'm in, that marketing, but also holistic. I'm also a coach. I am a nurse and I'm a coach, but I'm not a nurse coach. I actually have training in hypnotherapy and timeline therapy, neurolinguistic practitioner. So I do a lot of that subconscious, deep, get it out of your system, go back into past generations and get it out of there. So I do that. It's a lot of deep work. So I don't take on many clients, but that's something that I do.
Yeah. Wow, Casey, you are so incredible, both of you. I mean, the being able to bridge into an organization and actually make like a sale inside an organization is like a feat unto itself. So the fact that you ladies have made careers out of that is so impressive. And I wanted to just mention, Casey, you said I'm a coach, but not a nurse coach. It's so interesting that we have to pull nurse out of the name when we do our coaching, even though it's still nursing in a way, but we're not allowed to call ourselves nurses as a coach unless you're licensed in the state that you're coaching in. So it's just such an interesting distinction, and that kind of bureaucratic way of looking at nursing as opposed to the heart and soul of who we are, and I might be getting with you for some coaching.
Absolutely.
And I have Tiara Owen in the waiting room. I'm going to pull her in right now too. One moment. She is fantastic.
What a group.
I know. Hi, Tiara. How are you?
Hey, great to see all of you.
Yeah, it's an excellent group. Yeah.
We've got awesome.
Really cool mix and match system that happened. I just these little dynamics that popped up through the sign up process was pretty cool to see it all go down. And I'm so glad you're here. Do you want to take a moment and just tell us about yourself and the work that you're doing in nursing?
Yes, absolutely. So thank you for this invitation and this super special week that we get to celebrate ourselves and each other and our colleagues closest to us as well. So I am a nurse who's been working in the mother baby space for a very long time, currently in the lactation consulting field, and I call that deep nutrition. As well as being able to also work in the coaching space. And I love what you said, Casey, because it's the same for me. I'm actually a coach and a nurse, but not a nurse coach. And my coaching space has been really focused around the 5-element theory, the 5-phase process. And if people aren't familiar with that, that is from Chinese medicine. Mm-hmm. And it's really coming from the deeper Taoist and indigenous traditions, rather than a more modern look at that, and helping people to find what their phase is and how to use that phase and moving through each of the phases to optimize where they're going and really be present with where they are.
Yeah. Well, that sounds incredible. So tell us a little bit about like what does somebody expect when they sign up for your coaching?
Yeah, so we work with an assessment, and it's a specific assessment that I've tailored. And we go through a little education, because really you need to have sort of a sense of it. And it attracts people that are really seeing themselves a little bit decentralized. And I'll use that term because, it doesn't go with medicine or healthcare in terms of the trust in nature that it brings on. You really have to have a reliance that nature knows best, as sort of the coming away from big paradigms that we're actually educated into. So it does take a lot of check with that, but I think people really align with that 5-phase process when they see themselves as a reflection of nature. So we work with what those are and understand them a bit, take them through the assessment. And then, like a lot of assessments, look what's strong, look what's needing some attention, and then look what the connections are between the phases or the elements, and how some of them build on each other, how some support each other, and how some can actually detract from one another. And then set up some focus in terms of, I like to call them invitations over goals, because it comes a lot more from the inside rather than being something external that you're shooting for, and really build out what that might look for somebody in terms of where they're going in a 6-month, 12-month, 18th month, or a 3-year journey.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to pull in, let's see, Ali has had some connectivity issues, so I'm going to pull him in and see if we can get him in too. This is such a great group. Let's see. All right. Ali Fakar, you here with us?
So many familiar faces.
Still no audio. We're going to leave it. Okay. We're going to... Casey, let's just kind of get into the heart of why we're all here, and that's to talk about what being a nurse means to you. So let's go with Casey first, and let's hear what you got to say.
Okay, well, it's what it means to me. So I've Kathleen Bartholomew, she often talks about where the word nurse, it actually comes from, my mother. And, people kind of look down on us in society. But to me, I truly believe being a nurse means being a mother of humanity. And I really, when I think of that, I think I will do whatever is needed to take care of humanity. In my soul, I feel this soul calling to take care of humanity. And that looks very different depending on what humanity needs. Sometimes you might need someone assisting you while you're dying. Sometimes you might need someone helping you nurse a child into the world. And sometimes you might need a fierce leader and advocate to change the systems. I will do whatever is needed to nurse humanity back to health. And that's what being a nurse means to me.
That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, Casey. All right, Bina, let's hear what being a nurse means to you.
For me, it's very similar to what Casey says, but I use an analogy to kind of help with this, is that I feel like a nurse is like an octopus. We're shapeshifters. Mm-hmm. We adapt to any climate. We camouflage to where we need, but then we also are very distinct in being that advocate when we need to go out. Yeah. And, what really works for me as being a nurse is we're present where present needs to be. We're not overthinking it. We're problem solvers. We're in the moment, whatever needs to happen in that moment to have from chaos to calm, or calm to chaos, depending on the situation. That's really where like the octopus analogy really comes into, is we become that shape. We become that force. We become those 3 hearts that an octopus has. Sometimes we have 1 for ourselves and 2 for other people, right? And we really are very empathetic in that sense, where we're able to take our emotions out and really be there for humanity the way that they need us to be, and really be that voice for people that may or may not have those voices. And that's really the true nature for me as being a nurse, where it looks different for everybody. It can be where you're bringing a child in, to taking somebody, you know, passing them through their afterlife, or however, what spirituality you look into. But it's really holding space without judgment, without guilt, without that shame that's really there. And you're able to hold somebody's hand and just let them know that, you know what, I know it feels really ugly right now. I know it seems daunting, but there is a light at the end of it. And I really feel like nurses are people's light and beacon. They're our hope. And that's what really is going to thrive for the next generations to come, is because we are that shapeshifter. We are that force when we need to be, but we also are super gentle when we need to be too. But don't get us wrong, we can be really mean when we want to.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're very firm when we need to be firm. We are. Okay.
And we stick together.
Don't mess with us. Stick together. Right. Nurses, there's like, we're like that, like, you know, that migration force, right? Like, we can be a lost herd every so often, but you put us brains together, man, we're like that galloping force that will just like keep going, and we don't leave anybody behind.
Yeah.
Regardless of where you are in the world, like if you put a nurse movement in, the nurses will shine.
Absolutely. It is my hope one day to see like the very first ever like nurse owned operated hospital. That I think would be the shining.
We have enough of us right here.
The shining star.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would in quick some introduce myself. Hi everyone, and happy International Nurses Days for everyone. And so happy and true honor to be here among so many powerful voices from my LinkedIn networks. Nurses I have learned from, being inspired by, walked alongside this movement to reimagine what nursing truly is and what it can become. So I would just start to introduce my and spoke my some briefing about my what that nurse mean to me. I believe that nurses is not subordinated assistant to any other profession. A nurse is a sovereign scientist. A nurse is a nursologist. And from the lens of nursing sovereignty, nursing becomes self-defined and self-determined and self-governed discipline, not one that depends on validation from medicine or compliance with inherited systems. So,
Did we lose him?
I am currently a global framework titled. I building a global framework titled the nursing sovereignty criteria, a 10-part model that redefines what it means to build nursing not as a support function, but as a discipline of human system restoration, strategic science, and coherence-based care. These 10 criteria are designed to measure and activate the sovereignty of any nursing system, school, institution, or professional, because we can't help nursing by performing within the same paradigms that silenced its voice. Here, what I believe nursing must stand: epistemic sovereignty. Nursing must generate its own knowledge systems. To biological sovereignty, we must own our interpretation of the human body, not rent it from medicine. Diagnostic authority, Nurses must diagnose from nursing lens, not just interpret someone else's diagnosis. Fourth, and paradigm independence, nursing must lead with its own frameworks, not perform within medical models. The five, policy power. Nurses must shape health policy and not just comply with it. And six, educational control. Nursing curricula must be defined by nurses for nurses, as we agree, all of us. Then, narrative representation. We must tell our own stories and shape public perceptions. 8. Economic sovereignty. Nurses must have a control over value creation, billing, and professional compensation. And 9. Culture authority. We must set the tone for our professional identity, not just for space, but own it. This is space. We should own it. And 10, innovation authorship. Nurses must design, own, and patent their innovation as a sovereign creators. So, to me, being a nurse is not just about tea. It's about co-creating the future of health through our own voice, logic, and leadership. It's about refusing to shrink our identity for anyone else's comfort. It's about rising, not just with a compassion, but with a courage, clarity, and claim over who we are. We are not just nurses. We are the authors of a new area. We are a narsologist, and as and we are a sovereign. Thank you so much for everyone, and happy day, happy Nurses
Thank you.
Day. Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much, Ali, for that. I really appreciate it, and thanks for keep continuing to keep trying to get onto the live stream. I'm glad you were able to make it on. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, Tiara, let's hear it. What does being a nurse mean to you?
Wow. Okay. Being a nurse, so much, right? But I think I take the perspective a lot of nurse as master of personal growth, that interpersonal, intrapersonal relationship that we get to have when we're just kind of magnifying the nursing experience, I think has been a really powerful aspect of my own nursing journey. So I'll give an example. I think that the nursing process would be a really fabulous mirror to, take a look at how going through nursing and doing our work in nursing can actually apply really specific to our own lives as well. So, like, for example, like in the assessment phase, not only do you get to really look and observe and take in and use your intuition, your knowledge, but also within your own energy patterns, any kind of potential judgments that may be coming up, just really being in that tracking mode inside while all that's happening is massive. I think when you get into the diagnostic phase and you're looking at that huge critical thinking piece that we've been really encouraged to deepen in our brain's capacity, right, is huge, because synthesis is one of the hardest things to master in terms of critical thinking. So a lot of times coming up with what you think is happening in your work, and if possible, thinking and deciding on a dime is really important sometimes in nursing, to have some digestion time too, to take even a few breaths at the Pyxis, or maybe your own workstation if you're not at the bedside or in acute care, to really settle in to, like, where am I coming from this? And in my gut, does it make me feel anxious, or do I feel really at peace where I think I'm going with this diagnostic position? And then in terms of implementing that care, you know, when you're taking action and really doing the work of a nurse, you know, just being really thoughtful about it, intentional, making it meaningful, and aligning with your own values. And that's huge, right? Because we have a lot of kind of this moral distress piece that people have been working with over the past few years. So your actions that you take in nursing really have to be in the right places so that you can align your own values with the work that you're doing.
Yeah,
I mean, and evaluating, I think just in that last piece, you know, planning and implementation, the evaluating is really being able to step back. If you do that on a daily basis or a weekly basis, however you go about, or a shift by shift basis, wherever you kind of take that evaluation piece, to know that you're just refining each day in each way. And that also brings in the self-care too, right? Where did I say yes? Where did I say no? Where did I hold some of that back for myself so that I'm having some of the resilience to keep going in this work? And sometimes that's really links in, I think, with our collaborative effects too, because when we have our teammates beside us, or we reflect in, you know, maybe a debrief process or just a one-on-one process, you know, we really get to lean into each other. And I think that that really gives you a little bit more juice and a little bit so I'd say that just through that lens, really, that inside and outside, right? In my work in Chinese medicine, I say the qi, I'm in qi, meaning all this out here, all of our patients and our work and everything we go through, and that qi is in me too. So there's just a really nice reflection back and forth of what it feels like to me to be a nurse and be in this work.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this event and sharing your time with us, and all the work you're doing that supports nurses and healthcare in general. So thank you guys so much. And we are going to go on our second commercial break to drink our water and to go to the bathroom, because we participate in self-care here. So
yes.
Yes. Thank you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Enjoy being on the screen with you beauties. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Beautiful to see you.
Bye,
So
guys.
good seeing you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oops. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play the commercial break, and we'll be back in like 15 minutes, 14 minutes.
So many times when, you know, it was a nurse that was the one that was providing the care, and the nurse that would calm us, you know, when we were worried. And so I just want to take time to thank those people who, you know, go way above and beyond their job, and to help families and patients just feel secure and cared for. And thank you.
love stuff. I love this kind of stuff, all of this kind of stuff, this kind of stuff, this stuff, and this stuff, stuff that I don't even use.
Maybe one of the greatest stories ever told. It's got it all. It's got a little something for everyone. A story of betrayal, violence, love, terrorism, action, drama, mystery.
You deserve to be celebrated during Nurses Week and pretty much all the time. You deserve healing from the trauma of being a nurse and doing the job of a nurse. And you deserve to feel empowered to take control of your nursing career. That's why we're coming for you. Modern Nurse Fest is coming to a city near you. Check out the dates on our calendar on our webpage, modernnursefest.org. This is not a conference. This is a festival to celebrate you as a nurse, to empower you, to heal you, to help you do the things that you want to do and take control of your nursing career. So check out modernnursefest.org for more details. 20% off tickets through the month of May. Happy Nurses Month.
Hey y'all, my name's Ashley. I am a nurse of about 15 years. My specialty was ICU and I traveled for 9 of those years before COVID. I burned out unfortunately during COVID and got very injured, and my passion shifted from caring for the patients to caring for the nurses. And so that's what I do. I wrote a book called Just a Nurse, right there, about my journey, but also I am a nurse coach and becoming a nurse advocate and getting involved in groups and communities that are really fighting to change the system and to support the nurses. That is who I am passionate about. I've always been passionate about mentoring. I love taking students, and I love the field of nursing, but I don't love what it has done to us, the way it is not showing up for our patients, and the way it demands so much without anything in return. So my passion is truly to support the nurses and to help change this ship to a better direction, because our patients deserve better and we deserve better. So that's who I am.
Every day, nurses face the weight of the world, the long hours, the emotional toll, the never-ending demands. It's hard to carry it all. But what if we focus on what we can change? What if we focus on the things within our control? When we shift our focus to what we can control, the journey becomes lighter. It's not about doing it all alone, it's about doing it all together. That's why we created Rise and Restore, a community where nurses support, inspire, and restore each other. Together we rise. Join us and let's change the journey together.
Hello, my name is Chaira Suarez and I'm part of the Moxie Scrubs team. I'd like to tell you a story about how a nurse made a profound impact in my life in one of the most challenging moments I have ever lived. This happened a few years ago when my miracle baby was so sick that we thought he had leukemia. So my 4-month-old baby was so chubby that it was very difficult for nurses to find his little veins and draw the blood out. I took him to many places until I found this amazing nurse who took my baby in her arms. She sang to him, she rocked him, and then she put him back in my arms. She was the only one able to draw the blood out without hurting him. She was incredible because for months she was the only nurse who took care of my baby. She transmitted that peace to us, that compassion, that passion for everything that she did, and she made a huge difference in our lives, in the treatment, and everything. I will forever be grateful for her existence, for everything that she does, and I know that many of you do the same thing. So thank you. Thank you very much for everything that you guys do. You are truly amazing, and we value everything that you do.
Of course, I'm scared, but I can turn that energy, the fearful energy, into excitement instead. So I don't know if you're following along, but hey, my name's Emily Knife. I am the founder and creator of Modern Nurse Fest, Somatic Nursing, School of Modern Nursing, and I want you to follow along because it's not all that it's dreamed up to be. A lot of us fail a lot and make a lot of mistakes, but what you see is the end result. And obviously the end result's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a great time at Modern Nurse Festival, but getting there can be such a fuckery. It is a mind mess. You have to rely on your inner self to get yourself out of your worst critic and all of the limiting beliefs that you might have about yourself. So if you're doing something big, just keep going, get through the mess, because the end result is going to be so amazing. So follow, like, save this stuff, and I'll see you in Alaska September 25th and 26th, Modern Nurse Fest.
When was the last time you trusted your gut? To all of us nurses, we know exactly what that means, and we keep talking about it, so I decided to write the book on it. It's taken 3 years of ins and outs of being an ER nurse, and I'm just so happy to bring it to you. We're currently the #1 top rated in nurse and patient relations, and I'm so thankful to all of you who've bought the book. We're killing it. And it's just another reminder to show the world that nurses come together and support one another, and we're here for it. So to everybody who's bought the book already, thank you so much. To anybody else who wants to read about all of my trauma in nursing over the last 16 years, please head to Amazon and pick up a copy, because honestly, it's my heart on a platter, and I can't say enough. And thank yous to all of you. Let's come together. Let's start to heal, guys, because it's time.
All right. I am coming back on. Emily and Taylor should be back on shortly, but I have Kimberly Chow, Courtney Mainsbridge, and Melissa Mills here to share their stories in nursing and to answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? So let me pull you guys in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of the Full Shift event to celebrate International Nurses Day. I really appreciate it. The amount of people that have stepped up and came forward for this is like, I keep looking at that like spreadsheet that everybody signed up for and seeing how full it was. It was like, I almost started to cry last night because I was like, all these people just kind of came through. It's incredible. So thank you guys so much. So let's just get started, and we will talk about, we'll go down the line and just introduce yourself and introduce the work that you're doing in the nursing realm. Kim, you want to start us off?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for including me, inviting me, and pulling me into this group. I feel so honored to be here. And thank you for the three of you for what you're doing for the larger nursing community. It just so happens that the two other people that are presenting today are some of my favorite people that I have met in this nursing journey. So I couldn't be more excited to be here. My name is Kimberly Chow. You can call me Kim. I'm a palliative care nurse practitioner, and I'm a co-founder of a company called Nursefully, which provides insurance-covered mental health psychotherapy for nurses by therapists that have worked alongside nurses and understand what that journey is as much as they possibly can. No one will fully understand unless you're actually a nurse, but we also have some psych NPs that are involved as well, because we really wanted to make sure that any nurse that came into the room with us was going to be in the hands of someone that could hold them and could understand the journey that they've walked. I have been a nurse for 20 years, which is crazy this year. In the oncology and palliative care space, I specialized pretty quickly after about 5 years, and worked in both academic medicine and startup environments. In 2018, I received my MBA and DNP. I did a dual degree program, and the MBA was really something interesting to me because I wanted to understand how to bring the language of business into nursing, and this idea of branding and influence that is so infectious across the marketing world and social media, and how nurses could leverage influence to really drive change. And I think this is an example of just that. Nursing, to me, I've worn pretty much every hat in nursing. And to me, it's this profession where you're surrounded by non-nursing professionals every single day that are constantly trying to find purpose and life satisfaction. And I think any nurse could walk into a shift and get that on day one, where you are making a difference in somebody's life and making this tremendous impact that will continue to ripple over time, even though we may not feel it. But that's what nursing means to me. It's meeting these incredible people and coming together and really celebrating what we do, but not just celebrating, also like taking control of it and starting to change the language and the overall brand. Sounds so bad, but it is like the image and the brand of nursing. That was a very long intro, so I'm gonna scale it back.
Appreciate long intros. We've got 12 hours to be here, so we are all good. Thank you so much. And I love the work that you're doing in the mental health scheme of things for nurses. It's something that a lot of nurses don't bring to the forefront out of fear of retaliation or, getting fired from your job, being told that you're not good enough to do your job if you're struggling. And so we really need those types of services. And the fact that it's like something that's created by a nurse to be presented for nurses is extra special. So thank you so much. Courtney, let us know, give us a little rundown of who you are and the work that you're doing.
How do I follow with that, Kim? My goodness. Well, who am I? What am I doing? I've been a nurse for just over 14 years, and I've worked in a few different areas, but I've never worked at the bedside. I've only worked in the community. I just realized that it's just not my thing. And, I have also had challenges like all of us, I'm sure, in nursing. And so that's kind of driven me to where I am right now. I've been bullied. I was bullied by, other nurses, managers, that kind of stuff. And it knocked me down. When I was in school, I tried to get my master's, and then it wasn't necessarily bullying, but it was also just not supporting. And so I quit that. And so, I've come to a realization that we need to be more inclusive. We need to be more understanding that we are human beings and that human beings make mistakes and that human beings deserve to have another chance. And, I put a post out today, and it's the responses that I'm getting from even people on this call. it's true. Like, I really can't say thank you enough for all of the people that I've met to actually really help me feel like I'm okay to be a nurse, because I've wanted to be out of this profession for more times than I could probably count. And all of you and everyone else that I've met and that I've had conversations with that have just truly lifted me has really helped me feel confident and capable of continuing in this profession and truly trying to make something of myself and for other people. And so what am I doing? I feel like I've kind of been all over the place, but I started a group. I started a group on LinkedIn called Nurses for Change. And, you know, there's over 200 of us, and whether people are active all or not, that's okay. I feel like we've had meetings and we just kind of chat about like, how can we make change and in what ways we can make change. And so it's been amazing. And then I'm trying to start something on my own, and I'm really, really feeling like the DEI, inclusivity, like all that piece and neurodiversity is weirdly enough not spoken about enough in nursing, even though it's very spoken about in the world. So I'm trying really hard to showcase that, because I really believe in community and being inclusive. And I feel like this is a testament of all of that, right? Like, what better way to showcase community but all of us coming on here, because we've all made those connections on, you know, LinkedIn and realized how amazing we all are, and let's talk about it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And you are so thoughtful in the putting together of your group. If you're a part of this group, like she said, you get like surveys to like direct the conversation of the group and to make sure that like the focus is in what the group actually wants to talk about. And I think that is really, really important. So thank you for doing all that. Like, that's a lot of work to put into a free group community just for something that like, it's like a project that you just want to work on to help nurses, help healthcare, make a better world.
Yes,
So,
yes,
very
exactly.
good.
Thank you.
I can see you, Courtney, a year from now. I can just see you a year from now. So hang on to that vision, girl. You got it.
We'll see. I mean, I'll keep in touch with all of you. That's how I keep going.
Yeah,
You all help me feel better.
And then we've got Melissa Mills. Thank you so much for signing up and coming on. Tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do in the nursing community.
Yeah, so I am Melissa Mills. I think I may be like the nurse matriarch of the six of us right here. I've been a nurse for 27 years. So I think I'm the old lady in the group.
I love it.
And you know, it's funny, like I became a nurse at the ripe old age of 21. You know, like I barely could buy alcohol, but I was pushing morphine, right? Like that's kind of a scary thought, but many of us are in that same boat when we graduate. So I currently am the head of content at Cinematic Health, where we create asynchronous curriculum for CNAs, home health aides, and patient care aides. They really don't get the recognition that they need, how hard of a job that is, and we don't put a lot of time into their training. So being able to create training for them that really helps them to be as impactful as possible just really sets my soul on fire. And I'm also the executive director for the Commission for Nurse Reimbursement, where we are trying to start conversations around what it means or what it would mean for nursing to have our own billing structure. You know, most people don't know, and some nurses do, but not everyone knows that nurses we're not a billable service. So you go into the hospital and, you know, physical therapy gets a line item, social work gets a line item, everybody gets a line item, but the nurses just rolled into that room rate. And so we are a pure cost to the healthcare system, and we're trying to advocate for change around that. It's a 100-year-old system. And if you think about healthcare, nothing is the way it was done 100 years ago, except for the way that we bill for nurses. And a lot of that is because nursing is primarily female, and decision makers 100 years ago were all male. We're getting better with that, but you know, it's where we are. And so we're also working on that. And then I am also a board member for Power Up Nursing.
Excellent. That's wonderful. And just to circle back to the Commission for Nurse Reimbursement and the work that you guys are doing. I think it's really important for like the world to people that outside the healthcare system to wake up and realize that when we have a system like this, it gives the corporations all the power to take away services, and you're still going to pay the same amount. So it doesn't matter if your nurse has a 3-to-1 ratio or an 8-to-1 or 9-to-1 ratio, you're going to pay the same amount, but you're going to get subpar care because your nurse is overworked and they probably don't want to pay for a CNA or lab or all of the services that could go in to your care. And so I think that you guys have so much potential to be super impactful, and the world just needs to wake up and say that, like, why should I pay for this level of care, ground floor level of care, when I should be getting top shelf care? So,
well, and even innovation, right? We talk a lot about nursing innovation, but we never really talk about if a nurse could bill for that care. Think about all of the additional innovation and change that could come out of that, because nurses could own their own business and they could bill Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance directly. And right now we can't.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much. So the heart of why we're meeting today is to just say what being a nurse means to you. And so let's circle back around to Kimberly and just, what does being a nurse mean to you?
I mean, I mentioned it before in my intro. I think it is this profession that, it sounds very morbid, but we could die tomorrow and know that we've made an impact on people's lives. And I don't think that anybody else can say that about their careers, right? And it's unquantifiable what we do every single day. I think I co-chair the communications committee for the commission, and it is something that is so important for us to understand. Part of how Nursefully came about and the fact that we're insurance-based is because I didn't know my worth as a nurse practitioner until I started understanding billing, right? I was part of an academic medical center. We get paid a set salary. My mentor was like, we need to start billing for services and understanding our RVUs and everything that we're bringing into the service. I said, why? It doesn't change my salary. I don't get a bonus. I get my 2% raise every year and job stability. What do I need to know this for? But the amount that it unlocks once you understand what you do every single day and how it adds to the bigger picture. And on top of that, like, we should be, listen, the insurance companies, they're beyond flawed, but why shouldn't we be able to bill and offer a service that is covered by the medical insurance that we pay into for services that probably take up the most amount of time, right? And so I think nursing to me means endless possibility, but starting from a place of intention and care and goodwill. And I think that if nurses understood our power, we literally could change the healthcare system. And I know that sounds grandiose and it sounds big.
No.
It's amazing, right?
I agree.
It's just putting it together and coming under something, an umbrella that we understand who can bill for what, who can do this, who can complement, right? There's so many wonderful things happening. Therapy is not the same thing as a nurse coach, right? Those are complementary services. And I think understanding where all of that comes into play is only just going to give us power. Nursing and the right type of power, because I've seen the underbelly of every side of healthcare, and it hurts once you see it. You can't unsee it, even with the best well-intentioned organizations. But I think organizations run by nurses are going to be the best. So I stand behind that every single day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Courtney, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Oh, you keep putting me after Kim, and she has these amazing conversations.
You are also amazing. Courtney is amazing.
Man,
mind-blowingly amazing.
What am I gonna say now? No, I'm just kidding.
Courtney,
No,
look at all these students that you inspire every day.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I know.
honestly and truly.
I actually told my students about this. I gave them the link because I had a class today. So I was like, here, enjoy this gift for all of you. What does it mean to be a nurse? Wow. In a way, for me, I feel like it's a loaded question just because I feel like I've come into this new thought process around nursing. I mean, I second everything that you said, Kim. I think that I mean, I live in Canada, but like honestly, we still don't even realize it doesn't matter where you are. We don't realize our power. We don't get to bill for our services out here either. It's the same idea. Like we just fall under this thing and we can't try to like open our own business and bill for that, which is BS. But anyways, that's a side note. So what do I think? What I think of nursing, what do I think to be a nurse? Honestly, I think to be a nurse is that you stand strong in what you believe in, you speak up for what you believe in, you don't allow for the challenges to just go away. You work on those challenges. You don't just let them be. If you see something that you don't think is right, say something. It's not okay to just let it go, because letting it go doesn't fix anything. I think that nurses are more capable and better off when they work together instead of siloing ourselves. And I think that in itself is such a powerful, I mean, this is literally a perfect example of what you can bring about and what you can do when you finally work together. And, I feel like that's a super strong piece. There's so many of us like trying to do our own thing, but it's fine. And I think that that's amazing. But like, how much more powerful could we be if we start working together and help each other to build those things? Like Kim, you've got one business and that's amazing. And Taylor, you've got a business, and technically both those businesses could be similar in what they're providing. But like, if you two work together and showcase the differences and yet what you each could do and help each other, how much more powerful is that? Right? Versus being like, Taylor, you're you and I'm me and we're doing our own thing. So, so I think that those are two really powerful pieces of, what it means to be. To be honest, I wanted to be, and I didn't even want to be a nurse. I thought I wanted to be a doctor when I started school. And then I was like, 10 years, no thanks. And like, I graduated when I was 24. So yeah, when you think about it, you're like, my God, I was so young. But I got into nursing because I wanted to help. Like, yeah, I wanted a job and I wanted to make decent money, but like, really, I wanted to help. And I really, and I stand by this, like, I want to make a difference in the world in some sort of way. And I feel like that is what me being a nurse is capable of doing. I feel like I've got this profession behind me. Yeah, I wanted to quit it, but now I really feel like, okay, now that I understand it so much more, I actually can use it in a way that creates change, creates this powerful thing that can help people. And like, am I going to change the healthcare system by myself? God, no. But I'd like to try and work on it with everybody that's here and everybody that I know. And so that's kind of where I am when I think of nursing.
I love that. Thanks so much, Courtney. And I want to kind of like just circle back on something that you said about like working together with all of these businesses that are like cropping up. There is no way that one of these businesses is going to serve all 5-6 million nurses in the United States. So like that collaboration, like, okay, like, yes, I have this customer over here and maybe they don't really fit my services. Maybe I find them the better services over here, like that would really serve them. And so I think that the more communities, the more spaces there are out there for nurses, the better off we're all going to be, because they're going to find their, like, what feels like home to them, eventually. Yep. So,
and that's how I operate. If I see something that one of you is doing and I think that I've got a friend that could be helpful or that they could utilize what you're doing, I'm like, hey, go see this person, go see Emily, go see Jen, go see Taylor, go see Kim, go see Melissa. Like, that's what I do because I believe in it. And this is not just since I've been a nurse. I've always done this because it's not because I want to be a networker. It's just that I believe in providing that to other people. I think that it's powerful when we can see, like, we talk to each other and we're like, we really understand what each other does. Then it's easy to just be like, hey, well, I was just talking with this person. And, oh my God, like, you could totally help this person. Bloop, done, right? There's your collaboration. There's your community.
Can I just
Thanks so much, Courtney.
Post today about that it took you 14 years to love being a nurse.
Yeah.
That vulnerability, but like, can you imagine, like, you're here talking right now after 14 years of not understanding what you're like, why you did this, right? No, continuing forward, and now you have this like revitalized, you are the audience, right? You're the target that we're looking for, right? People like you who have lost their like love of nursing and their direction, like, and then to have your story, you're amazing, Courtney. You're like, but like, my gosh, it's amazing.
And I agree. I think that that's a piece that people don't necessarily realize. Like, nurses do their thing and they go and do their job, and it's like a mindless job in some ways. It's not mindless, but like you just mindlessly doing it, right? And this whole nursing week, like I've never celebrated nursing week, and not because I just whatever. Nobody, like my husband doesn't say congratulate me like, hey, happy nurses week. Like I don't have that. And even in jobs, it's always been like, oh, well, here's your free thing, or here's your pat on the back, or this time I was like, no, you know what? I really like, even if it's just a post. I mean, now I'm here with this, but like, even if it was just a post, I was like, I really need to tell everyone that like, we do need to celebrate in some way. I don't care if it's just throwing it out there to say thank you. Those words, like doing that is so powerful, even though we don't necessarily realizing it. We acknowledging each other is more powerful than we give it credit for, right? Like when somebody calls me out and is like, yeah, you're doing great things, like it warms my heart, and it's like, oh, well, somebody understood what I was doing. Because for the most part, I don't get that. For the most part, I don't get like, I've never gotten an employee award for being the best because nobody sees me that way. I do things in the background and everyone's just like, yeah, that's Courtney. She's loud. She's her. So, that's why I say like none of you really understand how much it means to me, because it really has showed me that I'm so much more capable than I actually think I've ever been. So
you found your disruptor tribe.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's lonely until we find our sisters and our brothers. It's lonely being an entrepreneur and a disruptor until you find your tribe. And
That's
LinkedIn
true.
has provided this relationship between all of us, quite honestly, which LinkedIn should be sponsoring all of modern entrepreneurs. LinkedIn, if you're watching, we're helping you today.
I've thought that a lot. I'm like, for the amount of times that I've quoted LinkedIn for doing these things, like, man, you should get all of us in some sort of way into your platform so you could really show how awesome it's been for us.
Just bring that to fruition. We're coming that way.
There you
go. All right. Thank you guys so much. And Melissa, tell us about what being a nurse means to you.
So it's interesting because when I think about what it means to be a nurse, that has changed so much for me over the last 27 years. When I started as a bedside nurse in the NICU, in the PICU, it was all about care. It was about making critical decisions and being who a family member, who that mom and dad needed me to be to help support them through some of the worst times in their lives. Then I went through several years, 10, 15 years of being a leader in nursing and, being the cheerleader for other nurses and helping to promote them and to build them into the best version of a nurse that they could be and invest in other people. And over the last 4 or 5 years, I've kind of taken on this role where I've started to really own who I am as a nurse and my gifts and the things that really sets my soul on fire and just has a passion for myself. And that's what's led me to writing and curriculum and advocacy and helping nurses to be the best version of themselves, to use their voice, to advocate for themselves, to advocate for reform and all the things that we can do, because no one has the experience of a nurse unless you are a nurse. No one is going to understand when I say I had a day today and you're leaving the NICU, what that means unless you are another NICU nurse, right? And so I think nursing is just one of those areas that I've been able to reinvent myself 100 times over. And that is really what nursing is to me. It has afforded me so many different gifts and just amazing jobs and connections with other people that I would have never gotten had I not been a nurse.
Yeah, absolutely. The people that nursing, I don't know, it's like you just kind of find your people, Yeah. Even the nurses that I worked with, like in the hospital, before I transitioned out of the hospital, like that's why I stayed so long, is because I loved those people. And I still do. Yeah. They're wonderful people. Yeah. So nurses just are the best people. Thank you guys so much for your time and coming on and sharing about your stories and everything and just supporting this event. We'll be blocking it off and sending the clips out to everybody individually, so you'll have your own clip. And just, yeah, thank you again so much. Have a great rest of your day. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Wonderful to you, ladies.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. Who do we have? Do we have anybody? I thought I saw somebody come on. We've got a few minutes. I think we have another giveaway. We missed our top of the hour. I think it's time for a Modern Nurse Fest ticket giveaway. So all Heartbeat members are eligible for the Spin the Wheel giveaway. So let me pull it up. This always takes a minute. Bear with me. Share the screen.
So far, we've had Elena, Rosemary, and Linda.
And Ali.
And Ali? Yes.
He won a wellness box.
He won a wellness box. He was on and he won a wellness box.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Who else won? Have we done 2 wellness boxes or just the one?
Ro and Ali.
That's right. That's right. All right. Share. Okay, are we ready?
Woo! Do it.
Spin that wheel.
And dance. Can't see me, but I'm dancing.
And dance. And dance. Woo! It's slowing down.
Christine Worthing, you have won a Modern Nurse Fest ticket.
Christine!
Woohoo!
You won!
Thank you so much. We will get in contact with you to give you your Modern Nurse Fest ticket, good for any Modern Nurse Fest through 2026. There's 5 locations to go to, and we hope to see you at one of them. So thank you so much for being a part of Heartbeat RN, and yeah, just thanks for supporting our community. All right.
I just noticed our 11, 11, 11.
11, 11, 11. Well, we are halfway through the full shift. We're 6 hours. You can do anything for 6 hours, right? Just 6 more hours?
6 more hours.
6 more hours. It's been so good. We've talked to nurses all over the world, from Puerto Rico to South Africa, from Alaska, the UK, and Canada, all over the US. And now we're going to bring in a few more. We have, I have Alicia Tulsi on. Hold on one second here. Let me check my schedule.
I believe she's in the waiting room. She is backstage waiting to come on.
Excellent.
Getting
Hold on
her
one
makeup
second.
done in the green room.
I have a special introduction for Alicia. Here we go. Are we ready? Alicia, thank you so much for joining us. I hate that froze up. It was so good.
It didn't freeze on my end. I saw the whole thing.
Oh, that's good. You saw the whole thing. It was like,
It was
no,
great.
it's freezing up on me.
It was awesome.
Oh, wow. I loved it. That was from Miami Women's Fashion Week, where they gave us an award, actually. So it was quite the event.
I love that. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I was like, I need some pieces for Moxie Scrub. So I totally creeped on your TikToks.
Creep away.
Well, thanks for being here and being in one of our presenter spots. We just wanted to have you on to talk about the brand Moxie Scrubs and all of the work you're doing, even outside of the scrub world in the nursing space. So just give us a little bit about who you are and some of the work that you do.
Yeah, well, as most of you know, I'm the founder of Moxie Scrubs. I started this company out of a deep appreciation for the nurses who cared for my loved ones when I was growing up. I shared the story across many interviews, but my aunt, who helped raise me, was really sick. And it was always the nurses who showed up for us and kind of managed all of that chaos with so much compassion and patience. And I don't know how you guys do it. God bless you. My family surely wouldn't have made it through those difficult times if it were not for all of these nurses. And it was just in that epiphany of, wow, like here I am dealing with my aunt and the sickness, but um, this is what nurses are showing up every single day to do for all of America, showing up for us at our worst. And so my background, I actually started in food and beverage and music. And so I used to work with a lot of artists locally in New York City. I then ended up doing music journalism, and I worked for Rave magazine in India. And I got poached by the alcohol companies that we used to do a lot of events with. And so they brought me on board to build community around their products and then expand to the Indian market. And so I was like, wow, I, really built community around causes, around artists and brands. And I just saw that there was no brand doing this for nurses today. Nurses are the largest and fastest growing segment of the healthcare workforce. You guys have so much buying power, and people are underestimating you. That is not cool. And so when I, saw that there weren't a lot of scrub companies, um, I was like, oh, okay, well, you had Figs, and Figs was like really high end, and they're like $150 a set of scrubs. But their marketing was really focused on doctors at the time. And so I said, well, how come no one's looking at the nurse? And so that's where I just had that aha. And I said, well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a brand that's dedicated to nurses, that takes care of nurses the way they take care of us. And I named the company Moxie because it takes Moxie to be a nurse, right? You're showing up for us at our worst. And it takes determination to do that. It takes grit to keep doing that every single day. And that is the definition of Moxie. So our mission is to celebrate all of you and your Moxie.
Oh, thank you so much. And if you haven't checked out Moxie Scrubs, you can go to moxiescrubs.com and check out all of their really beautiful scrubs. They are comfortable, they are size inclusive, and they are available at a discount for Nurses Week. Is that correct? I believe I have a discount for Nurses Week. Yeah. I was like, oh man, did I just say something?
Well, I hate to say it's a discount. Like, everyone's doing the Nurses Week promos, or we like to say Nurses Month, but every day is Nurses Month at Moxie. So we're actually not really a discount. We're giving you a $20 gift card and a huge bundle of products of Copper Cow coffee. When you sign up, you get a link to get a free subscription. What do you call it? Organic chicken breast, steak, or salmon in every box with Butcher Box for a whole year. So it's all free product. You're getting an aromatherapy pen that is such a hit right now. Everyone's reaching out and trying to buy it. And I'm like, no, it's for free with your purchase. Do not spend money on it, please. If you reach out to me, I'll add more pens to your order. Just let me know. But it is truly a gift for all of you. And we have a Love Pop card. Love Pop is an amazing company. You might have seen them on Shark Tank. They're those cards that open up and they have this like really lovely 3D dimensional type of design. And they're supporting a bunch of our hospital programming that we're doing. And I feel like I'm missing something. There's another gift in there, but you guys can check it out at moxiescrubs.com. And if you have any questions, just reach out to us. We're happy to answer it. But this is truly just a bunch of gifts for you. It's not a discount. Like that is so silly. Like here's something off buying a product that's going to make us money. Like, no, this is beyond a discount. This is a true gift. I wish we can ship it to everyone for free, but we don't have that kind of budget. We are a startup. But if you do go and check us out, you will get a nice gift card toward your purchase and this great gift with your purchase. So,
wow, thank you so much. It's so nice to have people in the nursing realm that aren't nurses, but they appreciate nurses and that they do work to help empower and make nurses feel like respected. Because I think that's a lot of the problem that is happening in healthcare right now is there is this just kind of like sense of like, they don't respect me. They don't care that I work and work and work. They don't care if I work that fifth shift. They're going to call me tomorrow and ask me to work a sixth one. And then when I get sick a week later, they're going to, I'm going to get in trouble because I've, called out too many times or whatever. So we really appreciate the founders of companies that support nurses, and actually do work supporting nurses, not just say that they do, because they know that, nurses, we are a big consumer in the market. And I think there's a lot of brands out there that kind of take advantage of that. So could you talk a little bit about what you're doing outside of Scrubs?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So we launched in 2021, and we were so fortunate to get the support of the American Nurses Association right out the gate. They actually coined us as the brand for nurses, I think is what they said in some of the communication, which was such a great endorsement. And we had partnerships with so many organizations just around the country, and we kept, I had every single person on our team. It's mandatory that you talk to 3 nurses a week. You have to outreach, you have to talk to nurses, because how best to serve them than to understand their hearts and minds. And the only way you can do that is by saying, how is your day going? What's going on this week? What are you looking forward to? What's challenging? And we just opened up this really great dialogue, especially on our social media. So you should definitely check us out. Our Facebook following is the largest. We need to work on our TikTok and our Instagram. So I'm taking notes. We're gonna do that. But nurses started just sharing with us how burnt out they are, that they feel like they have nowhere to turn, which you are kind of highlighting there, Jen. And we said, wow, nurses are actually coming to us as a brand and sharing that with us. So there has to be more that we can do than take their feedback on what they want in a design, which we did, right? All of our scrubs are made by nurses, designed, named after the nurse who worked with a design team to create the scrubs they want to wear. But beyond that, how can we do more to support you? And so we collected all of these major key themes of issues that nurses were facing. And the big one is feeling like they have no professional development from their employer. They don't have enough resources or time to utilize those resources. And they're feeling fear of retaliation by their employer by saying, I'm burnt out and I don't know where to turn. And, I'm doing this again and again, and I'm coping in other ways that is not really healthy. And that needs to change, because I think I was saying this to you, Emily and Jen, in our conversation recently, that the health and well-being of our nation is the health and well-being of our nurses. Yeah. Like, you guys are the ones caring for America. So, who's caring for you? And so what we did was, over the last year and a half, we took all this feedback and found all these amazing resources and built it into a platform called Moxie 360 that we are offering to hospitals to use to support their nurses by using AI to power academic resources. So think your Lippincott, think your Saunders resources. Instead of buying them directly, you can purchase it through our platform for a fraction of the cost. And then instead of having to go through each resource yourself as a nurse, you can just say, hey, Moxie, what does Lippincott say about this nursing procedure? And it will automate that information instantaneously right in your fingertips. And think your hospital policy. Just last week, a nurse was telling me, man, where was this before? I spent half an hour looking for this in our hospital's policy, and it's time I don't have on my shift. But here now you can say, Moxie, what's my hospital's policy on this? And it's actually going to, again, automate it for you. But take it up a notch, you might say, hey, I don't know what to do. I'm reading the policy, I'm reading the resource, and I'm a new nurse. I don't have support. I don't have anyone I can turn to that I can ask without feeling retaliation. Well, you can actually then, our program matches the hospitals with mentors and mentees based on criteria and overlapping area of interest and support. And so you can then actually in the same interface say, hey, my mentor, this says this says that, I'm not sure, can you help? And then that mentor is going to get this ping on their phone. They're going to see it and they could say, oh, you know what, actually, I've been doing it this way for the last 10 years. Here's what works. And so we're cutting the time that you're having to spend searching and fetching for things, and God forbid, Googling things and finding the wrong information, which your hospital definitely does not want you to be doing. So that's kind of the digital resource we've built that supports you to be the best version of you as a nurse without all the drag.
Yeah. Just coming from, I'm just a few months out of working in a hospital setting, and how hard it is to find a hospital policy on their intranet system. It's not just right there for you to look at. And that to me speaks volumes about how that organization cares about its safety, because if you can't even find the policy on something, how are you supposed to follow that policy? And so I think that work that you have it right built in there, and it's an AI generated thing, and it's easy to use, and you can just say, hey, I need this policy, and it pops right up, is going to prevent a lot of actual medical errors. It's probably going to save lives. So that's super impactful and important. And the other side of it too is a lot of nurses act outside of policy without even knowing it. And so to just have that at your hand and to see this is the policy, but then maybe your manager is oh no, there's a workaround because we don't have this supply or this tool or this type of staff member that's supposed to be there, that has a certain certification to do this, but you can go ahead and push that med. Well, no, I can't. The policy is right here, under the hospital. So it just empowers nurses to be able to basically practice within their scope and within what their hospital's wanting them to practice under, and it's going to save licenses and lives. So that's really great. Thank you for building that.
Yeah, you're so welcome. It was literally built from the feedback of tens of thousands of nurses that said they wanted this support. With that, we also come to the hospitals and we do programming around all of these key topics that might be of concern, and we help really foster a better environment for the nurses in that hospital system. CERVI is a big partner of ours. We have a program called Renew, which is restoring every nurse everywhere. And so we come to your hospital for free, paid for by the Moxie Scrubs Foundation to do this programming, also issue CEs, because many of you need CEs. And we focus it on this kind of curriculum that really gives you actionable things that you can take with you into the workplace, but also, you're always pouring from your cup every day in this profession, and you do it for years. And, as our brand, we want to be a place that you come and refill that cup. And so we have all this digital stuff, and we're an e-commerce company, and we have the app, but then the hospital, this is where we're actually coming to you, where you need that support in real life. With all of this tangible community, and of course gifts, like you've seen in our Nurses Month gift bundle. So we're actually showing up with all these gifts, and CERVI's donated tons and tons of products to take care of your skin, and we show up with really great water bottles, so you better stay hydrated on your shift. You're on your feet all day. Don't forget to drink some water and have electrolytes. So this is a way that we can kind of put a little pause in that pattern and help you maybe make new patterns and new habits, and those small things add up over time, and that's our way to support you in that grind.
Yeah, that's so awesome. And just being able to go into a hospital and make those changes, and to be with the boots on the ground with the frontline workers. Healthcare workers do not need another Calm app. We don't need another app that you have to download and have a free trial for and then try to get upgraded on. We need support at the community level, at the hospital level. And I think the more hospitals that get on board with that are going to actually be more successful as far as their like recruitment versus retention looks like. It's incredibly expensive to recruit a nurse. If they could just realize that retaining their nurses is going to save them a whole lot of money, they might actually like see the value in providing holistic care for their nursing staff. So I think that's just really great stuff that you guys are doing. And we are so excited. We are, Moxie Scrubs is hopefully coming to Modern Nurse Fests all over, and we'd love to have your brand there to showcase for the nurses coming in. So
we're definitely supporting you at Modern Nurse Fest. I love it. I love everything you guys are doing. I think it's so amazing. So whatever we can do to support, we are showing up and supporting you and all of your model nurses.
Yeah, we're trying to make an army of modern nurses. I think it was Maureen Metzger earlier said we're going to start a fucking revolution. So
yes, I love it.
Let's see. Emily, do you have any questions or any pieces of insight?
Yeah. Thanks again for being on here. Just so excited to partner with you, and just wanted to just kind of go back on the scrub situation. I just want to make this a point because I think this is really cool, dope, and important all in one thing, is that the scrubs are designed by nurses, right? Yes. So like what better way to wear a pair of scrubs that are designed by a nurse for a nurse? Like nurses, we know what we need, right? So it's like, just like today, we know what we need. So we can just get together and figure out what we need. Then we can create a solution. And that's what Moxie Scrubs has done. So yeah, just so ecstatic to work with you guys. And I mean, you guys represent nurses quite literally. So yeah, so excited to just be with you guys at Modern Nurse Fest. And we'll also be having a fashion show. This is happening. So we'll be having nurses walk the fashion lineup, the show with Moxie Scrubs on, and we'll have also a couple other nurse-owned businesses too. But yeah, just so excited to see the versatility of the scrubs, touch and feel the scrubs, right? And do all the things. So yeah, super excited to have you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Just make sure I'm right on time. I think we have another 10 minutes. Is that right?
We have another 10 minutes. Okay. So what should we talk about for 10 more minutes?
What I was going to say is that actually I'm really excited about the new collection that we're going to launch. So yes, every design is made by a nurse and named after the nurse who worked with our design team. And, just things really evolved since the pandemic. A lot of nurses have left the bedside. The demographic is becoming younger, right, as the baby boomer nurses are retiring. And this new nurse workforce is like coming out of nursing school without support. Yeah. And, they don't know what they're signing up for. And they show up and then they're just thrown into a healthcare system without that support. And then they're quitting within 2 years with a lot of nursing school debt. And so just looking at the demographics and the socioeconomic demographics that we're facing in this country, the younger generations are not buying homes anymore. I don't own my home. I mean, we can't afford property. I live here in Boston and like 2-bedroom condos over $1 million. I mean, like that's insane for the small square footage. And this is the reality for a lot of us. So I was just like, wow, if I keep going down this path of just like how everything is different and like you're living at home with your parents or you're, having roommates and sharing, like my husband's my roommate. I'm glad we're married, but roommate situation is a real thing for many of us. What is the good out there that, okay, we're choosing to support nurses. We're choosing to become nurses because we feel that greater calling to choose a profession that, right. We have to like pay the bills. We have to have a life, but what gives your life purpose? And so many of us are drawn to nursing to care for others and have that everyday impact. So just kind of going down this thought process and really thinking about what it is for Gen Z and now Alpha that's coming into the workforce. You know, we really have to find the good. And so how do we look for that good? And so we have a collection that we're right now doing a casting call on. We haven't started marketing it yet, but it's called the Joie de Vivre collection, which in French means joy of life, that exuberance for being alive, no other reason than being alive. And I said, man, I love this term. And it just really clicked when I think about nurses. And it's like, well, that's what you're doing, right? You become a nurse because you're saving lives and celebrating lives and what it means to be alive, which is connection, right? If you look at all the happiness studies that have been published throughout the decades, it comes back to the quality of your relationships. Well, who knows that best than nurses and the relationships you're building with everybody at their most vulnerable? So this Joie de Vivre collection is we're asking all of you nurses out there to check out the page and tell us what brings you joy, why you feel this excitement for what you do and for being alive, and how would you like that to come through in your uniform? How do you want to wear that joy every single day? And so this collection is going to really highlight that good feeling, all of it, despite all of it. This is why I show up, and this is how our product is showing up for you. So for any of you seeing it, you know, let us know, and maybe you become the next nurse designer that one of the designs in this collection is named after.
We would love that. Yeah.
We're also going to end it with a fashion show and photo shoot in Paris. Nice. So we'll take all of the nurse designers out to Paris, do this fun shoot, and get the real like fancy fashion experience, and kind of live out maybe one of your early high school fantasies of like, I want to be a designer. That they don't make any money. You have to really work hard to get to the top in that field, and it's another kind of grind. But this is your way to have a piece of that and bring that meaning back into your everyday life. So despite whatever the things might be, whatever the political climate might be, the financial climate, the interest rates, whatever it is, there's still so much to celebrate. It's just being alive and the impact that you make. And so we want to really create meaningful experiences around that and share it with you and help you facilitate and foster that too. So I can't think of a better place than Modern Nurse Fest to really do that. So it'll be exciting to see. Maybe we have a design by then. It depends on all of you guys out there.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And then I just love that like you're trying to bring joy back into nursing. And I think that's where a lot of us kind of it's falling short, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of joy. For me, when I would go get ready, like I would work like a 4 on, 1 off, 2 on. So basically like 7 days in a row with like a day off in the middle. But then I'd have 7 days off, which I thought was like a decent schedule. But like the first 2 days are like recovering from night shift. Then I have like some okay days in the middle. And then like the next 2 days are like the anxiety building up to have to go back into work. Just really was just eating me alive. And so I just couldn't find any joy in it. And so I think that's really important to bring some sort of happiness back into it. And I just, hospitals just really need to be mindful that they are not going to keep people if they keep burning them out to this capacity. And so one of the things that I would do to help myself find joy would actually be to like, I'm going to actually like take time and get myself ready. I'm not going to be the nurse that shows up like with the messy bun and no makeup. Like I'm going to put myself together and like try to look good, because when I look good, I feel good. And so I think that having scrubs that reflect that, instead of just the green surgical scrubs that doesn't look good on anybody, that color, I think it's going to help a lot of people, because who hasn't like shown up like, all right, I'm on day 4. Like, I don't even care. I'm just going to wear those scrubs. I don't care what I look like whatever. But then like that's how your shift goes, is like you don't care, like you, like it's like you're just kind of like this zombie in this like just like space that you're not, you know, that just doesn't provide any happiness or joy for you. So yeah, I think that's really great, and I'm excited to see what you guys have to come up with. That's going to be so cool. And I don't know, this might like, I don't know if anybody has seen this movie, but there was this movie when I was a teenager called Sabrina. It had like Harrison Ford in it, and I don't remember the other actors, but it was basically a movie about this like girl that goes to Paris, and she becomes like a photographer in Paris at like for fashion design. So she's like working with like a fashion designer, and she has this beautiful like glow up during like her time in Paris. Like she has this like really beautiful haircut, and she comes back and she ends up like you know, winning over like a millionaire, and just like, I don't know, it was such a cool movie. I just remember thinking like, I want to go to Paris and be a photographer for fashion. So like you like hit home right there with the every girl's dream to go to Paris and be part of a fashion show.
Well, Jen, let's make your dream come true. So when we do this, we're going to bring you along to our Paris fashion shoot.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for your time and all the work that you're doing. We just really appreciate you, and we're so excited to partner with you and help bring Moxie Scrubs to Modern Nurse Fest. I think we're going to have the best time. So thank you so much.
Right back at you guys. Thank you for all that you're doing, and I'm so excited for the Modern Nurse Fest. So I look forward to seeing you guys there.
All right. Take care.
Sounds good. Bye. Bye.
All right, what is up next?
What is up?
What could happen next?
What's going on next?
Let's see. I should have a few speakers popping on shortly here. I don't think we've got anybody in the waiting room. That's okay. Oh, we've got somebody. Conley is a legal nurse consultant, so I'm going to go ahead and add her into the stream. Conley, thanks for joining us. How are you today?
I'm great. I am actually on my lunch break at the hospital. So yeah, joining in from there.
Excellent. Well, we'll try not to take over your whole lunch break. Tell us just a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing, because you do a lot of work. You work 2 or 3 different jobs and in totally different realms of nursing. So let's hear a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, so kind of in a really brief summary of my history, I started as an emergency room nurse. That was my first home. Went all over the country, was travel nursing, and ended up in California. I haven't left since I got to California. I am one of those nurses. And ended up getting a job in education. So I now work for a hospital system as a nursing professional development specialist. So I help nurses, that encompasses many different things, our title, but helping nurses professionally develop is kind of the best way to describe that. And while I was a clinical bedside nurse, I'm sure you guys can relate. I've heard you guys talk about it. I was super burnt out. I really was like, you know what? I'm going to become an attorney. I don't want to be a nurse anymore. And so I reached out to an attorney to talk with them and see, and they were actually a nurse turned attorney. And they were like, you know, you should look into legal nurse consulting. You would be really good at it and you can still make amazing money. And I was like, I've never heard of it. Let me look into it. And started looking into it, but found difficulty kind of finding education that was affordable for something that I wasn't really sure if I wanted to do yet. And that's how legal nurse education was born. So I ended up finding a couple mentors a few years ago, started that were legal nurse consultants, and were actively working with many attorneys, and worked with them for about a year or so. And then about a year and a half ago, I opened up my own legal nurse consulting business called Lantana Legal Consulting, and have successfully grown that in the past year and a half to service attorneys across the country. And now my passion, I've had so many nurses be interested in legal nursing because there's not that much out there about it. And so now my passion is creating this legal nurse education in addition to my consulting company, where I can provide nurses the information that I was really looking for when I was first started and wanted to get involved. I found that when I was looking, there were many different options, but they were thousands of dollars. And I didn't really know if legal nursing was what I wanted to do. And so I, through Legal Nurse Education, this summer, am releasing a free legal nursing course. So this will talk about the different services that legal nurses can provide and give people that introduction to say, hey, is this even something I'm interested in? And then from there, providing them additional resources if it is something that they want to move forward with. But yeah, that's kind of a shortened version of how I got here, but I'm super passionate about the legality in nursing. I specifically remember as a brand new nurse working in the emergency department, I was very fortunate that one of my preceptors had actually been to court before. And so whenever she was teaching me, I luckily brought that with me through my whole practice of, being told from the very beginning, it's very, very important, the way that you chart, even if you do everything right that you can as a nurse. If you don't know how to correctly put that in a legal document, it can really come back to bite you. And so I'm very thankful for that training. And now I'm just excited to keep empowering and educating nurses about how they can protect themselves and their license and also their patients at the same time.
Yeah. And I think that that type of work is so important because there's so many new nurses out there. COVID, we mass produced nurses and didn't give them a whole lot of resources to protect themselves or to even know about what they're supposed to be charting or really what they're supposed to be doing working in these hospitals. So I think that programs like yours are going to be really impactful as far as saving licenses, saving lives. Even looking back, even just over the last 5 years, we've seen this huge influx of nurses that are getting prosecuted and going to jail for the mistakes that they're making, whether it's a valid, an actual just a mistake, or if it's something like a workaround that they had to do. They're still, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the nurse, and so you have to know what you can and can't do, what your scope of practice is, and then how to document what you're doing. So that the legal nursing field I feel is a field that it is hard to get. It's hard to get into in a way. It's one of those things. There's a lot of them, but how do they do it? So how so you talked to an attorney and they just kind of directed you onto this path. Did you take any college? Was it a college course that you went through?
So I talked with the attorney and then I went online basically through online groups that I could find, trying to find somebody that wanted to help mentor me because I ended up signing up for a class that was thousands of dollars. And I think it's very similar to what happens in nursing school, where you go do a lot of education, but then you actually get out and you learn practically. I need somebody to guide me, right? Even though I have this knowledge. So that's why I am so passionate now about helping people. Like you said, it's kind of hard to get into. People hear about it, but then how do you get started? And so yeah, I found that working with mentors is really the best way because really being a legal nurse, if you think about it, we do chart audits every single shift, right? You know how to go through a medical record. It's not that I have to teach you as a nurse how to look through a chart and know where the deviations from standard or care are. You already know how to do that. It's more so you got to put on your legal cap, right? So instead of me thinking about everything from assessments and interventions and being a nurse, now I'm thinking about damages. I'm thinking about causation, right? So you kind of have to more so, it's not clinical knowledge that you need assistance in, it's more of actually learning about the legal field. And so I've found that my attorneys that I work with, they really appreciate some of that legal knowledge that I've brought to the table. So actually trying to expand some of my legal knowledge, which is actually super important too for nurses to understand that the legal system, right? Because it's really, really scary when our nurse gets that letter in the mail or gets, called in and you're like, wait, I don't even know anything about damages or how this relates to the medicine, right? All of a sudden you're in this really scary situation. You probably don't know anybody that has also been through it because so many nurses, I think, unfortunately, I try to tell people this, is that, if you have to chart every single time, like this is going to go to court, that I am going to be questioned on this. And as nurses, we get a little jaded, right? Because I'm like, oh, I've been a nurse for like 10 years and I've never heard of anybody going to court, and I've never heard of anybody, being called, but it does. And it's happening more and more. And so I'm so passionate because I'm like, I want to protect these newer nurses coming out too, even the ones that are still maybe a little jaded too. Until it happens to you, it's one of those unfortunate things that you're like, dang, I really wish I could have went back. And as you guys know, it's when it does go to court, it's usually 2 to 3 years, maybe even more. So I really, just as a charting tip here for all the nurses watching, really put good descriptors in your charting, right? Because you need to remember who this patient is. You have to. Because if I get up on and I have to defend my charting, if I don't know who you are, it's going to be hard. It can be done, but if you can put those descriptors so that you look back at a chart and you remember exactly what happened with that patient, you are going to be able, you're a nurse, you know what's needed to be able to get it done, and you're going to be able to defend what you did in the charting that you provided. But you have to be able to identify who that patient was. So that's my biggest tip, is put those specific indicators, because that could be the thing that really helps you remember. I mean, especially emergency room or somebody that's seeing so many patients throughout the day, and ERs frequently called into court. That's so hard. Sometimes I get done with a 12-hour shift and I couldn't even remember what happened to me. And so it's really important that you know that at the end of the day, you may not be able to remember everything. So put what you can into that chart.
Yeah, that's such great advice. And Conley, you're going to be coming to, I'm thinking, all the Modern Nurse Fests and talking about legal nursing and how to chart and how to protect yourself and your license and your patients. So we are so excited to have you. And thank you so much for your time coming in today and talking to us about all the work that you're doing. Man, like, and the working 2 jobs, like, God bless you, and I hope you. I hope your community platform takes off, and you get to quit one job and go off into another one. And yeah,
I appreciate that so much. And me, Jen, we got to talk the other day, and I'm super excited what you guys are building with Modern Nurse and Nurses for Nurses. So I'm excited to see us both continue to just empower each other and bring nurses together. So thank you so much for having me on today. And I can't wait for all of your Modern Nurse Fests. I'll definitely be there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll talk later.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you. All right. I think we had somebody in the dressing room. We got.
Let's bring her in. Let's see. Sarah Warren. And Sarah Warren is with Don't Clock Out. Is that correct?
Yes. And sorry if I have background noise. There's wind going on in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Thank you so much for contributing your time to this. I really appreciate it. And I'm so excited to have you on. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. So excited to be here. And it was interesting listening in on these conversations. And I'm sure y'all are exhausted. So thank you for doing this.
Well, I'm only a few months out of working at a hospital. So we were just saying it's only 6 more hours. I can do that. No problem. So tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing that supports nurses, because it's really, really important.
Yeah, so about 3 years ago, I helped start a community for healthcare workers offering peer support after a nurse in the Bay Area died by suicide. They left their shift and didn't come back. And we've been offering weekly peer support groups to healthcare workers for the last 3 years now. It's called Don't Clock Out. We offer weekly peer support groups. One is for nurses on Thursday, for nurses, nursing students, and CNAs. And then we have one tonight on Mondays for interdisciplinary healthcare workers. So we open that space up for anyone who works in healthcare as well as students. It's really, really cool to be able to witness healthcare workers, offer them a space to share. And what's unique about our organization is that it's outside of institutions and organizational affiliation, because we know stigma is one of the largest barriers to accessing mental health support. And just because healthcare workers may have resources through their employers doesn't mean they're open to accessing them, and it also doesn't mean that they're getting what they need in that setting, or that they even feel safe to do so, especially because we know that our employers often betray us. These systems can be really harmful, and it's morally distressing to witness the harm that our patients face and also the harm we face in these care settings. So to have a space outside of it is really powerful and countercultural, and I'm grateful to be a part of it.
Yeah, the ultimate disruptor. So absolutely. We, I think I know like a lot of people that, I don't want to say like a lot of people, but I think in some way we've all been touched by suicide in some aspect. And you're so correct about the stigma of like mental health problems, depression in the healthcare setting. It's not something, because you're just supposed to be a nurse and like just go and go and go and not really ever check in with yourself. You're like the pillar of strength for everybody else but yourself. And so I think that like the community support that you provide is so important, because like we really don't focus on our own mental health. And until recently, we're starting to see a lot more light shining on the holistic care of nurses. And it's because of organizations like yours and others that support nurses in that way. I think we're headed, we definitely have a lot of work in healthcare, but we're also headed into a space where like nurses are going to start taking care of themselves more, because we have to. Like otherwise, what's even the point of being a nurse if you can't care for yourself, you know?
And I think there's responsibility both with institutions as well as a collective to make that space possible, because we're really a Band-Aid solution to a problem that requires more than our own individual actions, because it's easy to say that we need to care for ourselves, but to make it actually possible requires a system that allows us to work and provide safe care to patients without feeling like we're sacrificing ourselves, as well as our own basic needs at minimum. Imagine trying to even support ourselves beyond that and not feeling some form of guilt or being faced with that guilt. So I think that it's always a humbling reminder that we're part of something. We're not the solution, but we hope that through these efforts, more healthcare workers will feel empowered to stand up for themselves, to fight for unionization, to fight for safer practices, to fight for accountability within administration, to fight for universal healthcare, to fight for the needs of patients in their communities. Because this is beyond the workplace. It ripples into our daily lives. And also what happens when we need care? What happens when we are the patient? What happens when our work becomes disabling? So thinking about all these things and holding that as a community is so critical. So I feel like moving from the individual perspective into the collective is critical moving forward, because no one could hold as much as we hold alone.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And then, so the kind of the meat and potatoes of why we have everybody coming on is to basically explain your why and tell us what being a nurse means to you.
My why is my mom. She's a NICU nurse of almost 20 years now, 18 years. She helped me shadow in the NICU when I was like 12 years old, and I decided to follow in her footsteps. But she'd been nursing her whole life since she was a little girl, and so was my abuela, so was my mom's three out of four sisters. They were always nursing, and I was always nursing. I remember taking care of our neighbor who needed a wound packing, and my mom helped me do this for her. And it made me realize that nursing is everywhere. It's not confined to these systems, especially these systems that are harmful. So thinking about nursing in the context of what we can offer, what skills we can offer, the caring we offer, our hearts, the love that we give to our communities, how that is so much more powerful than where it's confined. and thinking about how we can move it into every other aspect of our life where we can find some meaning, especially when it's been taken from us. So nursing is everywhere. That's the feeling I have in Nurses Week this year.
Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing all the work you do and your stories, and just we really appreciate your time here. So I hope you have a great rest of your day, and yeah, you take care.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Bye.
bye.
Have a good
Thank you. Awesome. Such a wonderful speaker. And yeah, I've seen Sarah speak live and she's amazing. She has such a passion for nurses. So Sarah, yeah, thanks for being on here today. All right. I think we have a giveaway before we bring on another amazing guests.
Yes, I think we are up for another one of Taylor's wellness boxes from Rise and Restore. So just like the other ones have gone down, let me mess around with this for a bit awkwardly, and we'll pull it up.
That sounds good. All right. Well, as Jen gets that out, we'll just go ahead and rehash. So Modern Nurse Fest is happening September 25th and 26th in Anchorage, Alaska. And it's a community festival. So remember, please bring your families. It's free for families and it's free for the public. The nurses are paying, we're paying for CEs. You're paying for all the fun workshops and the goodness that we are going to give you, all the love and celebratory experiences. So make sure you check that out. And again, please bring your families. There'll be an area for families as well as exhibitor area and career area will be open to the public. So if you're interested in being a nurse, you can check out how to become a nurse. You can also check out, we'll hopefully have the armed forces there. So if you're already a nurse and you want to maybe join the military, that's another nice way. As a veteran, I can't speak any highly, or actually I can speak very highly of being in the Air Force and being a medic in the Air Force. But yes, come to Modern Nurse Fest. We're going to have all the things there for you and just supporting nurses. So let's go ahead and give some stuff away.
All right.
Let's give the stuff away.
Yeah.
Yes, we got these cool wellness boxes. Rise and
Spinning
Restore.
the wheel.
Spinning.
Yep.
See who our winner is.
And to be eligible to be in our drawing, all Heartbeat members are have a name submitted in there. So very excited. Thank you guys all for your support in the Heartbeat community, free community. Anna Zimmerly, you have won a wellness box from Rise and Restore.
Anna, get it.
So much. We'll be in touch with how to receive your wellness box. We'll send your information to our good friend Taylor at Rise and Restore.
Woo! Get it, Anna. Got a box on the way. Got a box on the way. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. When are we doing another drawing for Modern Nurse Fest tickets? Is that gonna be
on the next hour? Yep.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So if you're not in Heartbeat, make sure you get into Heartbeat because we are going to be raffling through the names. So make sure you sign up today for that as well. All right, Anna. So exciting, Anna.
Congratulations, Anna. Thank you so much for being around and being a part of our community.
Yes, we love it.
Looks like we've got some people in our waiting room. I'm going to go ahead and pull everybody in. We've got Sarah Bellinger and Angie Gray and Taylor Page.
Yes, welcome. Coming from the green room backstage. I hope you guys enjoyed the beverages and the food supplied. So exciting to have you guys here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
This is wonderful.
Let's start with, so basically we're here to talk about a little bit about ourselves and what we do as nurses, and then come around and ask the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? So let's go ahead and start with Sarah and just let us know what you're doing, what work, tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about the work that you're doing to support nurses.
So I'm a nurse anesthetist, an Army veteran, and an entrepreneur. And so I am still, I just finished doing anesthesia this morning. And
Nice.
but I wrote an app in order to help us with credentialing. So I retired out of the Army in 2019, and I've been busy during COVID managing teams and all the new travel nursing and locums positions. The way it started to work out, people were having even more problems with it. So that's how I feel I can give back to nursing, is by you staying at the bedside, listening to the problems, and then getting it back out there so that we can do a better job of staying credentialed and uh, supporting each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And then tell us about, so how do people find you if they want to be able to like utilize your services or get in touch with you?
So the app is called Manage You, and it's manageyouapp.com. And it's in both of the app stores, and it's Manage Space You, YOU. And you can get in there. There's 2 documents free normally, but for Nurses Week, I turned on 3 months free for everybody.
Very
So
nice.
I'd love it if you guys get in there and start, I always say start trying to break it, because if anyone's going to fix an IV pump, it'll be us, right?
Exactly.
So I think that having the nurses in there and utilizing it to its full extent, and it's for anybody, new graduate nurses that haven't really done this yet. It's also on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. I don't Twitter. I can't do them all. It's too much.
Yeah, the social media stuff is I mean, it's like all encompassing, especially if you have to go across all the platforms. So I feel like that. I feel like the same way. Like I'm like, I really, my like comfort space is LinkedIn, and I've been trying to kind of bridge out a little bit. Not great, but I'm doing my best.
It's hard. And
Yeah.
I mean, they're all different. So, I mean, I agree with you. You're doing a great job, Jen.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. So tell us about, I guess so we can go right into it. What does being a nurse mean to you?
Well, to me, I wasn't expecting to be a nurse. I wasn't expecting to be in the military. 9/11 happened a year after I joined. I went back and listened to some of the earlier broadcasts, and I'm a little bit older in my nursing career. And I really find that it's important to both care for the team and the patient, because as I've come through, I've deployed, I've had some really cool jobs, I've done some awesome things, but always comes back to that team. And then I also think that we're having a resurgence of the importance of mentoring. And I've had some great mentors and some awful leaders that I've learned both good things from and bad things from. And so it's really important to be able to reach back to that. So to me, nursing is really not just the backbone, but the heart of the whole clinical practice, and taking care of patients and making sure that it's not just the patient that's primary, but also the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we've been talking about, because there's a lot of concern for like what the future of healthcare, the future of nursing is going to look like. And so like if you could kind of dream up anything, what would the future of nursing look like to you? Like it could be anything that you wanted.
Oh gosh, that's a great question. To me, it would be an increase or a continued development in the collaboration with the whole team. I think each person has a lot to offer, and we don't do a great job at making sure that happens. That's one thing. And then I would definitely love to see a little more innovation coming from the nursing side. And that comes from, developing an app as a nurse anesthetist is not the easiest thing out there. And some of the things I've had to have trouble with, I feel like we could do a better job with in nursing. And those are going to happen. I feel like those things, our teams are getting smaller and we're getting more tech. So I'm thinking short-term goals, and in the end, I think that those will springboard us into a stronger profession.
Yeah, I really agree, especially on the innovation space. Um, Nurses, like, we're doing the work, so we should have at least a voice on some of these, in some of these companies about how they're developing their products that we have to use. And so when we say nursing innovation, it could be developing the app, or it could just be like being in that company and working in that space. And there's actually, if you look like kind of outside of a nursing position, like on a career board, you can actually find like nursing positions in tech that they're pulling people in. And I feel like it's starting to get a little bit better. When we went to Vive, there were a lot of nurses that were working in the tech space to help these companies basically like make products that are actually going to help us. There's nothing worse than a new product that a hospital buys that a nurse hasn't even touched before, that they got like a discount on, and you're like, well, this is just really dangerous. So.
And it happens so often, right? It's
Yeah.
just amazing how we don't even get a chance to see these things or try them. And then the first thing you say is, hey, where's the pill cutter? Or where's the hand sanitizer? And it's like, oh, I forgot that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I mean, we built the hospital that I came from, we still have like double patient rooms, and to be able to get a patient on the other side into the second room over, it's like, did anybody try to like move a bed through the space? So just even little things like that, like the space planning and stuff. So yeah, I think nursing has a really bright future in tech. I love seeing companies just like yours that are creating things that are going to help us in the long run.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. All right, let's see, who do we have next here? Did we get Angie in? No.
She was in, but we couldn't see her camera, so I think she went back out. And then Love is in the green room.
Oh, good. Oh, let's see if we can get her in here. Angie!
Angie! Oh my gosh. Listen, I am so sorry. This was my fault, Emily. My daughter, oh my God. My daughter's downstairs working on the internet and didn't tell me. So it was totally me going, what? I'm not dumb. I swear to God, I'm not dumb. I can get in here.
Here you are.
You made it.
I missed some stuff. What happened? I was loving hearing the other gal that was just on. I can't remember her name, but I really loved hearing what she was saying. Did I already miss our favorite Taylor or not?
Our favorite healer.
What?
Sorry, it's cut out just a little bit, so I got like little bits and pieces. Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like it's going better again. Just thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here and sharing. Let's just share a little bit about who you are and some of the work that you've done, and then we'll dig into the question of what being a nurse means to you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm going to hold still. My nursing background is I've been in nursing and various parts of healthcare with that for the last 35 years. I started in skilled nursing and in the senior living sector, and that's really where I find myself now. But I loved my work. I loved my patients. My mom was a nurse, have a history of nursing in my family. Loved it. Left for sort of survival. I had 4 kids at home, and the culture was really poor and was pretty toxic. So I left really just to stay healthy. And it was really the best decision I ever made, because those 18 years I was home, I got to homeschool my kids and continue my education. And then when it was time, when the kids were a little bit older, everything that I had learned over those 18 years of continuing education in nursing and other fields of leadership and leadership development and relationships. I had a really cool opportunity to be on the Dr. Oz show. It sounds all fancy, and it was really cool. I got to do that twice with him, but we did a segment called The Future of Nursing, 2 segments, and it was really there. And Emily and I have talked a lot about this. It was really in that space where I knew I was being called back to nursing, because the nurses that were submitting these videos for them thinking they were the future of nursing to win this $10,000 scholarship, all of their stories were around how they wanted to, they were so excited. They couldn't wait to, make an impact. They couldn't wait to change things in their community. They were just so inspiring, really, to listen to. And they had been inspired by other nurses in their community or their families. Simultaneously, I had been interviewing seasoned nurses who 18 years after I left nursing were unfortunately still feeling the feels of burnout, being undervalued, underpaid, all the things, unseen, unsupported. So that was when I knew at that time that, man, I know I'm going back into the place I started to bring all the things, hopefully, that I've learned in my personal and professional life to help change that. And so I created my high performance nursing. I created my coaching opportunities, and I speak and advocate for nurses really all over the country now. So it's great. It's great that I get to do that. And they're still experiencing that. You all know that. They're still experiencing the same thing. So what you guys are doing here and what Taylor's doing and all the nurses that are coming on, it's super moving, and I'll be so surprised if I don't tear up. So, but this is how we get shit done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were throughout the whole day. It's just been like one incredible story after another of where it's turned like the burnout and the toxicity, but we're turning it into something that's like kind of like beautiful. And I think that going into the future, like we're going to be the change makers and we're going to be the disruptors of this particular system. And that's why we're here in this time, is to make these changes so that the nurses of the future have something better to work in a better space to work in, to be a nurse. Because right now it's just not sustainable. And I don't think it's sustainable for the hospital systems either. Like this model of burning nurses out exponentially just to recruit like a new nurse, like it's really expensive to do that. And so they're going to have to come up with ways to be able to keep their doors open. That way they have to come up with ways to support nurses in order to keep their doors open. Otherwise they're just going to blow through all their money in recruitment efforts. So,
Agreed. And it seems so logical when we're all talking about it. And I love that you said that, we're part of something really big. I think it's been a slow burn, and I talk a lot about the pendulum swinging. And, we went from, what is today Florence Nightingale's birthday, I think. We went from, those pioneers. It wasn't just, Florence Nightingale, but she's the figurehead. And, we went from us being these caregivers to being sort of honored and respected and all of these things. And you all know the things that have happened in between, but we've become so transactional. We've swung that pendulum so far the other way. And now we're this part that's bringing us back here, the ebb and flow of that, we're bringing it back. We get to be those people. And it's hard as, it is so hard. Taylor and I were just talking about, the struggle bus of being the innovators, being the ones that have the vision, the entrepreneurs, the nurses that keep hanging in there and asking over and over again. We are making a difference, but it is a challenging space to be in right now. But these kinds of things that you guys are doing are so important. They make people like myself who are out there speaking and coaching and doing things. It makes me remember that I'm not alone. And we also get to give people, those that aren't doing this kind of work, the bedside nurses that are actually doing the hardest shit ever. If we can get big enough and support one another enough that we're actually getting this message to those people, those middle managements, and I'm not saying the CNOs don't need this, they all do, but then we give them permission to have a voice. We give them hope, so it's so great. And we just have to keep remembering we are making a difference. We will get there.
Yeah. And just to kind of like echo that, I remember like a year ago when I very first started, I had connected with you, Angie, and I remember I was like, okay, I got to like know a little bit about this person that I've connected with. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to talk to somebody that was on TV. Like, oh my God, like this, I am,
So
like almost like who am I to talk to somebody that, you know, has such a voice in the nursing world? But then, you know, you connect and it's like we're on the same wavelength. And so to the nurses out there that have an idea in mind or want to do something or branch out or be in like an advocacy role for nurses, just start reaching out to people, because we are like, it's like an open arms type of thing. Like I don't really know anybody that is like, no, you can't sit with us. We are like starting this movement of like, come, like we need you, come and join the army, basically. So
yes, I love it so much. Thank you for saying that. That's so great. I felt the same way about you. Y'all are doing amazing things. Amazing.
I think it's hard. I think sometimes we don't look at ourselves as the needle pushers always. I think we always are looking up to the people who are leading ahead of us. And I love that, right? Like we look up to the Angies, we look up to the Emilys, and you forget that you are the Emilys, you are the Angies, we are the Taylors, we are the Jens. Like we are doing the work that we have seen Florence Nightingale do among all of these other leaders, pioneers in our field. And it just, the narrative, you know, where's the textbooks that has our names in it that says like we're paving the way too, you know, like we have to bring that like history back to today, like the modern time, which is, you know,
Taylor, that is such a great point. Yes. And okay, so this is my little aha moment right now. Bringing Modern Nurse Fest and then talking about, you know, Florence Nightingale and those women in that time that are our pioneers and our examples that are in the history books. Dude, they would never be in this Zoom and say they did it all. Right. So what's modern about it is realizing it isn't just us, you know, it's all of us moving the needle, you know, like that's so cool that you said that, Taylor. And it is so important for us to remember, you know, it didn't happen because of 3 or 4 people doing some big things or getting their name in the paper, you know, or being on a doctor show, you know, that is not what moves the needle.
Pretty cool though.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was good. But you know, that's such a good point. Such a good point. So good. Yeah. What else? What are we doing? What else can we say?
Angie, the big question of the day is, what does being a nurse mean to you?
We can say that I was supposed to be on here at 4:45 and I just welcomed myself in whenever. We can say that because I had no idea what I was doing.
That's okay. It's okay. It's we have 12 hours to be here, so it's a come as you are when you are type of situation. So it's been really, this event has been really cool. We've had, I mean, it's our talking about like stepping out into like a spotlight. Like this is our first like live stream and we decided to do it for 12 hours straight. So
you have liquids and sustenance and you have, you know, Uber Eats coming in, delivering some stuff. Cheers, ladies.
Yeah, cheers.
Yes.
It's been really cool just to hear the messages, because it's very similar, the messages all across the board throughout the day. It's been all about just like nurses coming together, stepping into their power, and being the disruptors of the system. It's the system that's the bad guy, and we're the good guys that are going to come in and save it. And we have the power to do it. We just have to figure that out, you know?
Yeah. Is my time up? Because I have something else I want to say. If it is, then I'll leave and come back at 4:45.
Say it.
Well, first of all, you keep saying we are the disruptors. So I have a hashtag that I started last year, about a year and a half ago or something, and it's loving disruption. And what I meant by that is we're not out here hating people. We're not out here judging the people that are signing checks. We're just saying, dude, you need to see us. You know, this is a strategy. This is about you not losing all your money and people not having places to go. You know, this is about helping you. Like what's the movie, Help Me, Help You? You know, what is that Tom Cruise movie?
Harry Maguire.
Yeah.
Harry Maguire, that's right. You know, so it is like that. And there's all kinds of reasons we could dive into why we think that we're in that place. But it is about not bringing hatred into it, but to be able to learn how to have the voice of influence. And everyone shuts people out when they're angry. Everyone shuts people out and shuts them down when they're hateful. But you can be direct. You can say what you need to say. You can advocate strongly and find justice and equity for people. You can do that without hatred. And I love that that is part of your guys' message, because in my opinion, in my experience, that's the only way the needle moves. The needle will move much, 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 much slower if we don't rise above and restore. So I love that you keep saying that. So that was really good. I was going to say something else too. What was it?
I love you.
I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me. This is my menopause brain, but I am working on it. Oh, I know. It was something. Okay. So then it was, I feel like we also, I hope, because I haven't been able to get on today, but to hear all these amazing stories, but I hope there's also been happy stories. Like, yeah. Okay.
It's been so good. So good and so
good.
positive. It's been amazing.
That's so good. Yeah.
And LinkedIn, a few of the social media platforms kind of failed us. We're still live on TikTok and YouTube. But for whatever reason, Facebook, Insta, and LinkedIn shut us down at some point. So that's okay. We're still out there.
Yeah.
Now we are.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess to get feedback from my coaching experiences, every single one of these nurse leaders that I get to coach, they all want to be there, so it's like, if we just give the smallest amount, man, like freaking people that are leaders and they're raising their hand, knowing the shit show they're going to be in. What? These are people that they are the diamonds in the rough. They just need the smallest amount of support, and they're so willing to learn and become more self-aware and go down the road of just actualizing, being the best person that they're here to be. And that's I have not had one experience that is not like that. And it's just so cool to see the progress that, because of the wave that they're making, how that ripple effect, the infinite goodness that comes from that. Not to say it's not challenging, it's simple but not easy, right? But they're doing it. So I definitely want to say that, kudos to the organizations that are out there doing that. They are offering, coaching for teams and individuals, and they are looking at ways that they can improve their culture. They do understand that it's not just a money quick fix, although let's make sure we pay them, right? But they do understand that it is about supporting them and nurturing them, and being part of their wellness program. So it's good. It's good. And those are the ones I want to highlight, those people. Those are the ones I'm trying to highlight, those organizations that are doing that.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
good.
Thank you so much, Angie. I've got Love Gadama in the waiting room. I'm going to bring her in. I know we had some connectivity issues a little bit ago. Thank you so much for your time and being here. And
thank you for what you're doing. See you soon. Okay, bye.
Bye.
See you.
Hello, Miss Love. Are you with us? Can you hear us? Love, are you with us?
We can see your screen.
It's frozen in the most beautiful way. Just
I
the
know.
way her head is tipped. It just looks beautiful.
So
I never freeze like that.
I know.
Like,
there she is.
So, okay, I'm going to watch for her to come back on live. Oh, Love, are you with us? Can you hear us at all?
I don't know if she can hear us.
Okay, I'm going to, can you hear us?
Maybe we need to spell her name. L-O-V-E.
Love, can you hear us at all? Are you with us? I'm going to pull her back, and we'll try to text her, see if we can get her on. This has been such an amazing event, and we've been talking to nurses from everywhere, and really, really amazing nurses that are doing just kind of just across the gamut of everything you can do in nursing. We've got nurses that work at the bedside. We've got legal nurse consultants. We've got coaches and entrepreneurs and innovators and marketers and just nurses. You can do anything. if you can get through nursing school, that sets you up to be to have the fortitude and grit to literally do anything you want. So I just want to put that out there to anybody that is watching this, that if you have something on your heart that you want to create, just start creating it. It will come to fruition. Find your tribe, find us all on LinkedIn or in Heartbeat RN, and we will, we'll stick together and we'll help you succeed. What is the saying? All ships rise together. So let's see if we can get Love back in here. Oh, it looks like she dropped off the chat. Okay, where are we at? Are we at 4:30?
Commercial break.
We're at a commercial break. Okay, it is self-care time for the Nurses for Nurses and Rise and Restore team. Oh, it looks like she joined again. I want to try to get her in. 1 second here onto the screen. Love, are you with us? Are you with us?
Oh, we can see you. Can you hear us? I don't know.
Can you hear us, Love? There might be some issues with connecting.
What if we all point at her box?
Love, can you see us?
Oh, I think she could see us for a split second.
I think she got it.
Yes, I can see.
Oh, yay. Hi, yay. Thank you so much. Sorry you're having
You can you hear me?
Thank you for being here. We can hear you. Yep. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, thank you so much once again for the invite and for putting together. I'm so excited to be here. It's really amazing. All right. Firstly, my name is Love Gadima. I'm a nurse and a registered nurse in Nigeria. And currently, I recently sat for my licensure, and I'm awaiting my results. Precise. So, I was a foreign trained nurse. I studied at the university in Uganda and came back for my transitioning period. And during that period, I realized that nursing was more than just the bedside, because into entrepreneurship, into digital skills, I was involved in running my business and empowering other professionals into building their own business and scaling their businesses. So professionally, currently I'm the co-founder of Nurse Scale Up Academy, a digital platform which is an initiative that is put together to help nurses in Nigeria, in Africa, and we're taking it globally to help nurses, learn and acquire digital skills, because we believe that nurses have so much potential and so much impact to offer, not just at the bedside, but beyond the bedside. And we're looking at nurses exploring and doing so much more in entrepreneurship, in innovation. And yes, that's why we're putting together this initiative to actually help nurses get this mentorship, hands-on training, the digital skills that they need to be able to explore fields and innovative parts beyond the bedside. Yes.
That is so cool. And thank you so much for coming and being a part of this all the way from Nigeria. We've been talking to nurses all over the world. So I'm so touched that that you are participating in our event. And it's so cool that nurses all over the world are coming into the entrepreneurial space, and that there's services all over the world to help them do that. And so thank you so much for your contribution to that, because that's how we empower people is helping them, support themselves financially, holistically, spiritually, all of those types of ways. Tell us, so the reason we brought you on, and we brought everybody on, is to tell us the big question, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Okay, what does being a nurse mean to me? I think that's a simple question looking at it from the surface, but it's actually deep. And I'll start by saying, starting from childhood, I saw nursing as that profession, that career that embodies care, embodies passion for, that compassion, right? To care for the sick, to alleviate suffering, and to help those who have illnesses, just to, restore health, make humanity better. So, and that's innate. I had this innate compassion within me. I think it was just beyond normal. That care of, I felt like a superhero. I wanted to shield my family, the loved ones, away from illnesses and all that. And so that innate compassion was what drove me into nursing. But while being in nursing school and even completing my training and my degree, I realized that nursing was more than just the bedside. And with the incorporation of the digital age and technology and innovation, and the 21st century, we've come to realize that now nursing can be done from anywhere at any time without borders. Like, it has been made so easy that it's not just about the uniform, it's not just about the scrubs, it's not just about being in one location. You can actually practice nursing, you can actually do what you want to do as a nurse and still make impact, because that's what matters at the end of the day. It's not just restricting yourself to the bedside, because at some point I felt stuck. I felt like, am I still a real nurse? The fact that I ventured into entrepreneurship, I'm running my business, I'm involved in, digital aspects. I felt stuck. I was like, am I still a real nurse? But with the help of mentorship, with the help of community, that helped me to see that yes, I can still be a nurse regardless of what path I find myself. It doesn't have to be at the hospital. It doesn't have to. I can still be a nurse. And that exactly is what nursing means to me. So it's not just about the location. It's not just being restricted to the traditional path. It can be you. It means defining what your career path means to you, and you go ahead with it, because at the end of the day, what matters the most is the impact, is the legacy that we leave behind for not just the future, no, not just for our own generation, but the future of nursing for those who are coming behind us at the end of the day. So what matters the most is the impact, and not even the location or the traditional paths that we find ourselves.
Very cool. Very awesome. I love that. Can't hear you, Jen.
Muted. Sorry. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing about your work and your story and what being a nurse means
Thank
to you. We really
you.
appreciate it. Thank you for your time. And
Thank
have a
you,
great rest
love.
of your
Beautiful to
day.
meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you, love. I think. All right. So we are for like nurses. We skipped our break because we had stuff to do. So we are gonna talk for the next 4 minutes, and then we'll enter our next round of. Let me see who's on next. Who do we have coming up next?
I think it's the top of the hour next, isn't it? Oh no,
Yeah.
maybe not.
No. So, we had Sarah and Sharon. Sarah and Sharon are coming on here in the next few minutes. So we'll watch out for them, and yeah, we'll talk more about what nursing means to people, what being a nurse means to Sarah and Sharon.
Did you guys say what nursing means to you today?
No.
Does one of you want to go when we have like a few minutes of downtime? Maybe we can go.
Yeah, Taylor, go ahead and go first.
That's funny.
That is
I need to
funny.
get my
I
break
was
together.
like, I want to know what nursing means to you guys, you know, like, hello.
I think, okay, so in all honesty, nursing to me, I mean, like, how do you even follow some of these speakers that we've had on with like the compassion? But it means compassion for other people. For me, nursing is something that that I take very seriously. That as a nurse you have power to heal. You have power to enact change in systems, and you get to see the worst of things, but you also get to see the best part of things, like walking somebody out of a hospital after they've been in an ICU for a long time, or you know, like as an ER nurse, like one time a baby got delivered in the parking lot. I was a pretty new nurse, so it was horrifying to me. But it was beautiful at the same time. It was amazing. And I just like being able to be part of people's lives in that way is so intimate that it's hard. I mean, it's hard to even put into words like what it really means. And it's not like an easy question to answer. And so the people that have come on and just kind of like been able to spit out an answer, and I've been thinking about this like all day long because I knew it was going to come, like somebody was going to ask it. And it's like, what do I even say? It's a part of who you are. I think it's that, like we talked about those like personality tests, and there's a caregiver personality type, and you know, it's part of my personality of who I am. I'm a caregiver, and somebody that likes to heal and likes to be compassionate and wants to be in service of others. So in a nutshell, probably not as eloquent as a lot of the people here that have come on, but that's what being a nurse means to me.
It's beautiful.
That's so nice, Jen. Such a good, I never heard you say that. Thanks for sharing.
It also means a lot of freedom too. And we haven't really heard that either. When you become a nurse, you have freedom to do almost anything. And you can see that that's evidenced by all of the people that have been on today, that you can literally do anything with your nursing degree. So take that if you are out there and you're thinking about nursing, there's a freedom component with it too. You just have to make sure that you don't get like pulled into a working environment that like a contract that you don't really want to finish or something like that. So yeah, the freedom is really good of being able to shift gears and reinvent yourself.
Heck yeah.
So good.
Right. Okay, who do we have? We have Sarah in, and I think we're just waiting on one more. So Emily, do you want to talk about what being a nurse means to you while we're waiting?
Sure. Let's see. So nursing to me is like who we wish we would have had when we were younger in a way. By that, what I mean is like how we care for our patients is like how we wish we might have been cared for as a child. It always goes back to, you know me, it always goes back to childhood. But I think nursing really just encompasses like a soul that might have been hurt or caused pain in either previous lives or like our past. And now we're just like paying it forward. Like that's what nursing is like to me, that we're just like paying this like love and kindness forward to people. I can't even really verbalize it, to be honest. It's just something you feel. Nursing is a feeling. It's an action. It's a feeling. It's a calling, as some people might call it. It's a purpose, it's a distraction sometimes from life. But ultimately, a nurse, it's like the essence of caring and love is what nursing means to me. The essence of caring and love. There we go.
I love it. I actually had a supervisor one time tell me I was going through like a pretty massive breakup with my ex, and I was missing some days at work, and she goes, "Why are you missing days? When your life sucks, just come to work. It'll take your mind off of it."
Yes. Yes.
So that's what
Oh,
I did. And she
okay.
was right. It took my mind off of it and helped me financially to work my way out of that. So she was right, but also like maybe not the most like productive way of like managing my own self-care. So
Yeah. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I do want to be respectful for Sarah. Let's bring her on in, the amazing Sarah Aleem. Come on in. Hi, Sarah.
Sarah.
Hello.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Hi, thank you for having me, you guys. You guys are doing such a fabulous job. It's such a undertaking in such a short notice.
Yeah.
Wow.
The people that showed up on such short notice are the amazing ones. I can't believe how full that speaker list got and how fast it filled up. So it's been incredible.
I love it that we are so much connected to each other and people are wanting to connect. People are wanting to share experiences and people are wanting to not hold back and be like, okay, let's build a network. And it doesn't happen with just one person. You need a network to build the net.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So tell us a little bit about yourself and your nursing career, and then we'll dig into the question of what does being a nurse mean to you?
So I have officially ran out of my honeymoon phase because it's my 5th year into nursing. So I think nursing for me, I was a biotechnologist before that, and the career shift was major for me personally. Most people go into nurse, or most people that I have worked with, or people that I've interviewed or have talked about shared experiencing with nursing, most people come on board with nursing with the idea that there's always going to be a job because there's always going to be sick people. And there's always going to be some kind of, I'm not going to, my stove is always going to be running. But for me personally, I came into nursing because of my personal growth. When I was doing biotechnology, I was really honing on to my introvert skills. I'm naturally an introvert. So going into biotechnology and being an analyst spoke to my personality, but I was missing. There's a part of me that was continuously craving that I need to improve my communication skills. I need to be in a place where I can understand people emotionally. I was missing that connection. So the change and shift from biotechnology to nursing was because I became a CMA and I really wanted to understand what the profession demanded of me. And after that, I chose to go into nursing because this is the best pathway at that time that I felt would give me most personal growth in terms of communication skills, in terms of connecting with people from a feeling level, in terms of connecting with people and troubleshooting things in a very different way. So I didn't want to saturate my thought process to analytical skills. I wanted to be more diverse in how I think. And I think it really gave me a pathway into more intuitive thinking, which is not something that you can find in biotechnology, especially if you're already introvert and connected to a profession by virtues of nature. So that's what nursing was to me. It was a sort of like a rebirth of parts of mind and body that I did not know that existed.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. And so what work are you doing right now? Because you're doing a lot of marketing work for the nurses on LinkedIn. And I know we're also grateful for the work that you're doing, trying to showcase all of us entrepreneurs. So tell us a little bit about that and how that's going.
Up until last year, I had a little bit of more like a soft launch, and my area was basically pain management and neurologists and chiropractors. And because I was doing travel nursing, it was mostly within that field. But when I came to LinkedIn I became more involved with LinkedIn in January. I know I talked to both of you, not Taylor personally, but both of you virtually last year. I didn't really see that as a big platform till January. So January, I've really started working. And I think the nurses was not something, so I have updated my website because I love the way nurses network with each other. And I think not only just the nurses but the medical community. My thing is that ultimately, if we are stronger together, the whole medical community, whether it's medical techs or nurses, and honestly speaking, in hospitals, we are already doing that. We are the ultimate buffer of a hospital. We are the glue that holds the patient, the staff, administrative staff, the doctors, and everything. We are the like a central processing unit of the whole thing. Like, no information. If there's a missing information that does not go through a nurse, there's miscommunication. There's always a flaw in patient care. So if we are such a central piece, then we should be a central piece in making sure that our, when people become entrepreneurs, I felt the need that nurses should do this strongly, because we understand how doctors think. We understand how patients think. We understand how medical infrastructure works from administrative point of view. So if you're bringing it, all those things into marketing, then you have a better chance of helping patients in general and stop the increase in acuity. My pain point of starting this business was I was so frustrated to see increased acuity and prolonged hospitalization stay. And when I talked to those patients in my nursing management position, a lot of times I felt that they did not need to wait for this long to be admitted in the hospital. If they had gone to a nurse who could have helped them, if they had gone to a doctor who could have helped them, their situation would have been much better. So that's why I'm actively networking and actively involved in showcasing entrepreneurs who are nurses and doctors, because the more we showcase them, the more patients will see, and the more, the people who are hurting will come find us as resources before they're hospitalized.
Absolutely. Just trying to collect my thoughts here on the more support nurses have, I think the more they're going to like step into that power of saying like, this is not safe. The patients are suffering. I'm suffering. And make actual changes that these organizations need to change. Like and I don't want to say that it's all nefarious, but I do think this like profits over patients profits over patients model, they're not seeing that like that it's doing a lot of harm. And so when people come forward and they showcase what nurses are doing on the innovative side, maybe it looks like they see like even if just one CEO sees that like these nurses are doing something and picks up one of those products, then it's like all worth it, right? Like if we could change one hospital and fill it with, or put one nursing innovation into that hospital that saves a few patient lives, and makes the process better for nurses, and lets them have more time back, lets them be safer in their practice, then it's all worth it in the end. So all of this like collective work that we're doing, if I do one thing that saves a patient way down the road because I've supported a nurse, think of that as a collective. Each of us out there, sorry, I'm kind of rambling here, but each of us out there supporting one nurse that supports one patient, that is going to spread that spreads like wildfire. And so we really appreciate you being on LinkedIn and all the work that you're doing to help showcase what we're doing, because at the end of the day, we all just want a better healthcare system.
Absolutely.
Better
Absolutely.
together. We are better together.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that one of the things that I love about it, that it's easy to find like-mindedness on this LinkedIn platform. Whereas when you go to Facebook, I have actually joined nursing communities in other social media platforms as well. I'm not sure why or how, but LinkedIn is the only platform so far that I've seen where nurses happen to support each other. Others, it's very competitive. And I think that change has to come within before we take it to the CEO level or administrative level. I think we have to see to work with each other and work with each other's strengths, as opposed to kind of, no, I do this and you do this, and this is your niche and this is your niche, and that kind of competitive mode. As opposed to, it's good to have healthy competition, nothing wrong with it, don't take me wrong, but I think it's better to complement each other's skills or gifts at the same time.
Absolutely. There's no way that just one of us is going to be able to serve all 6 million nurses in the US and 23 million nurses in the world, so there's so much room for people to be doing, even if you're doing the same thing as somebody else, there's room for you. It doesn't have to be competitive, and where something that I'm doing might fall short, maybe I know somebody where their services could really serve a nurse that I'm talking to. And so it's just this kind of beautiful environment of like just collaboration and positivity and support. And I really appreciate that whole environment, and I'm so glad you're a part of it. It's really good.
Me too. Thank you so much for inviting me again on this platform, and it has been so much fun. I love the work that you guys are doing. I follow you guys very religiously, and it's fabulous that you're connecting with other nurses, and keep up the fabulous work. And let me know if I can help you in any ways or form. I'm here for you as cheerleader.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. Take care, you guys. All right.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Like
So
our
many
cup is
great
just my cup is just like overflowing with today.
Yeah.
Like beautiful stories.
It's really good. Yeah.
So good. Yeah. Love it.
And we're 8 hours in. 8 hours in. This is one person's normal day of work. This is a non-medical person's
favorite
normal
chef.
day of work. They're clocking off. We're still here. We're still supporting nurses and supporting community. And it's time for another giveaway of a Modern Nurse Fest ticket. Woo! So I will awkwardly get the spinning wheel up. One moment.
I love it.
Like getting loopy.
Yeah, right. And it just, here's your research project, hospitals and everybody, right? Like nurses get a little loopy after 8 hours. I mean, when everybody else is going home, here are nurses. We got 3 hours left, sometimes 4, depending on if your shift change is relieving you, because we can't just leave patients. That's not how we roll. Like you can leave your coworker. We can't do that. So yeah, we're really excited to give some stuff away here. What are we giving away? We're giving a Modern Nurse Fest ticket, right?
We're giving away a Modern Nurse Fest ticket. So let me pull it up. And yeah, to speak on that point, like being after 8 hours, like I'm sitting here fumbling around with my computer, and there are nurses that have been working 8, 10, 12, 14 hours that are pushing vasoactive drugs on infants right now. So, and they are saving their lives with very little sleep, probably haven't peed, probably haven't had any water or lunch or breaks or anything. So to those nurses out there, thank you so much for the hard work you do. You guys are truly incredible.
Yes, queens.
Yes, queens and kings. Queens
All right.
And just everyone, we're willing to lend a CEO this wheel so you can bring it to your nurse tribes at your hospitals at 5 o'clock after you're done your work. You can go spin the wheel and give stuff away to your employees.
Yes, I will share the app of the wheel. And it can be yours. All right. Spinning the wheel.
Shall get the ticket this time.
I see so many of our speakers on there.
I know.
Darlene from Canada, who was one of our speakers earlier today for Nurses for Sustainable Care. You have won a Modern Nurse Fest ticket. So we will be in touch. Let me pull the picture up here. Modern Nurse Fest ticket good through 2026 to any of our Modern Nurse Fests. We'll be in Alaska in September of this year. Next year we go to Florida, Orlando. Following that, we'll be in Sacramento, California. After that, we'll be in Boston, Massachusetts, and after that we'll be in Houston, Texas, because we're going to the beach in the winter. So that's my favorite thing as an Alaskan. All right, Darlene, we'll be in touch with you to deliver your Modern Nurse Fest ticket.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got next?
All right, I think we've got just a nurse coming up at 5:15.
Oh, Ashley was going to stop in early because of my snafu with the timing thing. So we are just waiting for Ashley Chancellor to hop on to come and talk about her fabulous book, Just a Nurse.
And we've got the voice of bedside in the chat coming from Indiana.
Woo-hoo!
Indiana is in the chat. Maddie Matt. Whoop whoop. Love having colleagues with us. Love having colleagues representing in the chat. Love it. Love it. Yeah. If you're in the chat, if you're on the streams, drop in where you're coming from, where you're joining us from here. And maybe what kind of nurse you are.
Oh wait, hold on. I might have messed this up times 2. 2 seconds.
It's okay. Nobody's dying. So that is the best thing about this.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
I have an idea. Since we missed our break initially and we've got a little bit of time, why don't we go to our commercial break? We've got Todd on. We've got Todd in the chat. We've got Bill Dixon in the chat. Okay, we've got people joining on. Let's get them on.
Let's roll.
It really messes me up.
Get the green room. We're coming to the green room, guys. We're coming to the green room.
Oh, I had an intro. It doesn't have Todd Otten, executive producer of Suck It Up Buttercup, is coming on to join us to talk about his documentary. It's going to be a very important documentary going forward, showcasing the cracks in our healthcare system and the importance of change. Let's see here. Let me. All right. Welcome, Todd. Let me come back over here. Welcome, Todd. And let me pull in. We've got another one in. We've got Bill Dixon in as well. Is Bill on your team, Todd? Awesome. All right. So let's see. Can you hear? You can hear us okay?
Yep, I can hear you. I don't know why my camera heart. I don't. How you doing, Todd? I'm not sure why my camera is not working. I might try to. Every once in a while, a different app or something will act a little different. So.
Okay, no problem. Voice is just fine too. Audio is great.
Awesome.
Yeah. Todd, tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing with your documentary.
Oh, wow. That's the boring part of things. I had show and tell all prepared. I was going to jump right into some stuff, stories with nurses.
Well, then go with that.
Okay,
Do
right,
it.
good.
I love it. Yeah, do it.
So I'll
do it.
I tend to go off the cuff real quick. So first and foremost, happy Mother's Day to everyone that applies to, and happy Nurses Week in particular. To my wife of 24 years, thank you for putting up with me, because at times it cannot be easy as a physician. So if I can't say anything positive other than that, obviously I have a big love for nurses. So I thought I would start with a story maybe. I think everybody might recognize this on the call, a non-rebreather mask. And I suppose the reason I'm getting a little emotional already is because I recently started a bout of cluster headaches again. So if it seems like I'm rubbing two neurons together and it's a bit of a struggle, that's perhaps why. But I show this because when I was struggling seeing patients full time, it was never a doubt that my nurses or medical assistants would have an oxygen tank in the room so I could suck on oxygen, try and get some pain relief in between seeing patients. So I'm obviously very indebted to the nurses I worked with over the years, and a big supporter, and I think that's a big part of what I'm doing now. And I wanted to show one other thing. I wasn't the one who ripped this off the wall. before we left my last office, but it's my placard signed by a bunch of individuals, so you can't blame me for this, and I wanted to read one of them. My emotional support doctor, thank you for believing in me and giving me my start. We've been lucky to have you. Yeah, I'm lucky. Gosh, I wasn't expecting to tear up already. So I'm Dr. Otten. I'm a good troublemaker. We've got a documentary in the works that I'd like to talk about. But before we go to that, Bill's with me here today. He's a nurse that works with emergency care specialists. He also has been, there we go, there he is. 24 years of service.
Just in time.
Yeah, there you go. Bill, tell us a little bit about yourself before I continue crying.
Yeah, no, thank you for the introduction, Dr. Otten. Nursing has been so incredible to me. As he said, I've been a nurse for 28 years, worked in so many different realms of nursing, clinical, in the line of fire, if you will, administratively. And then probably about 12 years ago, I moved in data analytics because I really had a passion. Even as a director, I was always had my hands in the data and stuff. And I can't tell you how blessed I am as being a nurse. When you hear people say, yeah, I feel like I've never worked a day, that really is true. There are days, right? But the overall career has just been so rewarding and compassionate. And I think that's where it really tees up. And most recently, becoming full-time and working with ECS. I had worked with those providers years ago at the beginning of my data career, and then to turn around, 13 years later and to be working full-time with them again. They are the most creative, innovative, compassionate people. I can't express that enough. And even in the nursing leadership. So we have nurses, we have physicians, and I can't say enough about how they work together. It's totally incredible. It's like to say like everyone's on a first name basis, that really is the culture there.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll chime in too. I'll piggyback on this. So why is a family physician at an emergency physician group, which is emergency care specialists? I think Bill highlighted on a lot of it. They do things the right way. They think outside of the box. It's a collaborative team effort. The hierarchy is flat, if you will. And as a result of that, the synergy is just incredible. I'll give you an example of one of the recent projects that I've been involved with is the Right Care Clinic. You think of traditional notion of an urgent care, right? And then you've got this big gap between the urgent care and the emergency department. So emergency care specialists developed a freestanding clinic that is staffed by an emergency physician and an emergency room nurse, because that dyad is critical, in my opinion. CT, lab, X-ray, and this isn't an ad. IV medications, IV fluids, but you don't have that facility fee. So you're offering this amazing level of access at a fraction of the cost with both a physician and a nurse. It's incredible. And they do things like this all the time. So it's just a blessing to be a part of it. And I landed up there because a few years ago, I might have told my former employer where they could go the day after I walked into a meeting with this cup. And so, yeah, I missed seeing patients.
Does it say, be careful, you're in my novel? What does it say?
It says, be careful, or you will end up in my novel. And the VP at the time asked me if that was a warning. And I said, well, I guess it depends on how this meeting goes. I may have resigned the next morning. But, I totally digress, but I guess that's what I do. But it's led me on this amazing journey of not only being with ECS and trying to create innovation from within the system, but also working on other projects, trying to create change from, outside the system per se. And that's really what we're trying to do with the documentary. As many of you are aware, I had the blessing of having Taylor on an interview recently. We're trying to create a product that includes the majority of stakeholder voices. Not just physicians, right? I mean, we're just a small piece of this ecosystem, if you really think about it. We've got nursing voices, patient voices, CEO voices, former executive voices, business people voices, but really to pull the curtain back on what is really going on. And more importantly than that, an evergreen call to action will come out as a result of this. I don't want to play spoiler here because then no one will watch it potentially. But we feel this is a big opportunity to bring groups together that haven't traditionally worked together to really be the voice for hopefully lasting positive change, if you will.
Yeah, I think what you guys are doing is really powerful, and I think the collaboration between providers and nurses, that's something that it's not something that happens a whole lot. I mean, yes, we do work together, but it seems like our jobs, like especially within a healthcare system, are almost pitted against each other, meaning like the work of the nurse is there's so much to do that we can't do it all, but on the other spectrum of it, the physician is supposed to be meeting these metrics in their care that they provide, and when the nurse can't help meet them, then it's like the organization comes down on kind of the doctor, but also the nurse too, and it puts us in this like weird space where we're all here for the patient, we're all here to care for people, but it's almost like impossible to do and work together in a way that is like cohesive, just because of how, I guess it's like we just have so many patients and they're all just sicker, and it's hard to meet like the metrics and the standards of these like hospitals on what they want to see.
I agree with you 100%, Jen. And I recently come across the term called adversarial allies, where, you know, we're on the same team, we're on the same page, yet we're butting heads over this stuff. And unfortunately, I think some of it's intentional how our system has developed over the years. I think some of it's unintended, if you will. I think the reality is we have got to learn how to play nice in the sandbox. Is one of the things I used to say as chief of staff. In fact, my memory serves me correct, I had three things I wanted to do. One of them involved shorter meetings. Maybe I don't remember the second one, but the third one was don't throw sand at each other because it's not helping anything, right? It really isn't. And we've got to get over that. And you don't know what's happening to that person at home, behind closed doors. You don't know what trauma they've experienced. We need to have compassion, not just for patients, but for our colleagues too. Yeah, we could go down so many rabbit holes with
I was like,
this.
you're speaking my language over here, Todd. Like, this is what I'm talking about, you know? I mean, as I'm hearing you speak, I remember having a conversation as a leader with the director of IT. And he's like, well, why don't you just put a ticket in? I said, because we don't have time for tickets. How about we figure out why we can't put tickets in and why things are not getting reported and why we can't scan? And you know what ended up happening? Because nursing and IT talked and we got rid of all the other people, they started rounding on all the units to check in. Are there any immediate IT needs? I'm here for the next hour. Like, what can I do? And IT feels the lack of patient care when it's because of an IT problem. And we forget about them. We forget about IT. We forget about EVS. We forget about these disciplines within the hospital that without them, we couldn't do our job. And I just think it's so beautiful that we're seeing that pendulum swing where we're all pulling back together. Like everybody, Angie was just talking about that earlier with nursing, but I feel it with physicians and all of our disciplines just really wanting to connect. And I love it.
I absolutely agree 100%. I think that's because you had the question about, you know, what does nursing mean to you? And I love those kind of reflective things, but it really made me think, you've heard like servant leadership, right? But I really feel like the innovation, the collaboration is key. And it really is in life too. That's not just in our careers. And so I think we kind of, as people, we gravitate to something that maybe we get fulfillment out of. And that's why I went to nursing informatics, because of what you just described, Taylor, like that connection between IT and then clinical nursing, and we get so compartmentalized in what we're doing in our daily task and how we're leveraging it. It just seems like new technologies coming on top of you all the time. So to have some of that clinical background with IT as an example, you're able to kind of bridge those conversations and to have those innovative, creative moments to work through things, instead of building an EHR and trying to mirror what the nurse is doing, or the vice versa, right? And then all of a sudden we got this disjointed working relationship kind of going on that takes a lot of resources to consume. So I really appreciate how you that kind of brings it all together.
Nobody wants to see our patients suffer because there's a delay in reporting something or just any one of these things. We don't have linens, blankets. I mean, we don't want that to be. We just have to pull together. And I love this. I love it.
And that I'll circle that back, a little plug for ECS, emergency care specialists, where we work, is that is where that is the opinion, that is what drives that organization. It is so palpable. I mean, you walk in here, you just get goosebumps. Every meeting, people are invested in making the process better for the patient, patient-centric decisions. And then, yes, of course, we got to, no margin, no mission. You got to pay attention to the finances too. So we really try to get that 360 view of the decisions we're making and trying to improve them in all aspects if possible. So,
yeah,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, and I think that the piece about like the margins. If you look at like what nurses want, we're really not like doing this for like higher pay and more money. I mean, there's definitely places in the US that could stand to have like an increase in a bump in pay, but like we want to come in and do our jobs to the best of our abilities and to be able to care for our patients. And so when you're talking like retention, because retention is going to be like your strongest ally as far as saving money goes versus recruitment, a positive work culture that takes care of its patients and has processes that are smooth and you're not having to do a bunch of workarounds and there's not a lot of barriers, that's an organization that's going to retain its staff.
Well, and not only retain, but attract talent too, right? I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. There was probably one group in Michigan that I would have considered working for when I walked away, and it was ECS. And part of that's because I had, friends that are in institutional knowledge of how they operate. But honestly, the big part of it is they embody the quadruple aim, which patient experience, quality care, lower costs, and then that wellness piece, which is absolutely critical. They have resiliency dinners where they bring in sometimes speakers or sometimes it's conversations, et cetera. It's brilliant. I mean, and you bring talent in that way, all up and down the spectrum. And that's such a cost savings, but also potentially a huge return on investment, right? But we have to think differently about what we're doing, churning widgets and getting people through as fast as we can. We've proven that doesn't work that well. We in the United States, well, I won't go down any dark rabbit holes. We'll keep it positive. We'll try and move medicine forward. There's a plug for medicine forward.
And kind of on top of all that, if you get that oiled machine going in the right direction, happy employees in any industry is happy customers or happy patients. I mean, we've all had those healthcare experiences where we go in and you just like these nurses and physicians and custodial, everyone, hello there. All those people, everyone there has a part to play. And if they're happy, things can go wrong. Things happen every day, right? But you can feel that energy and that to me, give me a place like that any day that has that, that culture of just working together and really people being happy about being at the place they work. So.
Well, and I'll double click on that too. There are pockets out there like this. They do exist. It's not the norm. I mean, obviously there's a lot of stress. There's a lot of problematic things going on in the healthcare landscape, but there are little pockets of magic out there. And I think it's time we celebrate those things and say, well, what is that group doing? Why is that working? Why does nobody leave? Why is everybody happy? And then scale that, right? And then, the other powerful thing with that is then there's numbers. A lot of people feel like they feel helpless. We're in this learned helplessness phase where I'm just one person. What can I do? Well, we need to unlearn that because there's 5 people right here, and imagine the 5 of us coming together to do something, i.e. like this amazing program that's going on today. What are the ramifications going to be from this? What are the positive ripples going to be? Hard to quantify, right? But it's things like this that can lead to, then there's 500 people, then there's 5,000. Then all of a sudden, maybe we've got millions of patients emailing senators about things we don't like every Monday till they get frustrated and change something. That's just me going down a rabbit hole, I suppose, maybe down the road, but just an idea.
You should start a podcast called Rabbit Hole. The healthcare rabbit hole.
Oh, it's hard. Oh gosh, with these headaches, it's interesting. It's difficult for sure. I don't know if you know anybody who's had cluster headaches, but They are called suicide headaches for a reason. They're really bad.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry you're experiencing that. And I'm sorry about your yard work fiasco too. I got on a call with him earlier and he got a big bill from a landscaper. Unexpected.
Oh yeah, communication, transparency. Why would we have those things? As bills are getting bigger, bigger, bigger. Oh well, that sounds like healthcare, right? You go into the hospital, you come out, there's this massive bill. Nobody knows what it's for. There's an EOB somewhere, right? Somebody's paying something in theory. Anywho, should we transition and watch the sizzle reel, and then maybe you can do some Q&A for a little bit?
That'd be great. Do you want to just give us a quick overview of what this documentary is?
Sure. So I think it's worth framing this a little bit, right? So as one of the initial crew involved in developing this, you reach out to your inner circle. And as a physician, I'm going to reach out to my close friends, right? Because they know me, they're going to support me ideally, what have you. So the initial product was physician heavy, I would say, or physician centric, but we also realized that that's not the answer to the problems. The answer to the problems is collaboration on a big level. So ultimately, as I said, we want to have a multitude of stakeholders represented. The current sizzle reel definitely is moving towards that, and in the full product of the documentary, it'll be even more so. But ultimately, we plan to pull the curtain back, hopefully to a good percentage of the American public, as to what is really going on behind the scenes. And why are we paying a lot of money and you can't get in and you're having difficult times and bad outcomes, what have you? Why are we destroying our healthcare system? Why are we crushing clinicians' mental health? Frankly, how is it killing patients? Because it is. I'll tell you right now, decisions that are made directly lead to deaths, 100%. Yep. But in the second half of the product, it's going to be courage, optimism, hope, and a call to action that we all can participate in. So hopefully that lays the framework for the groundwork.
Yeah, let's dig into it. I'm going to pull it up right here. And the name of the documentary is called Suck It Up, Buttercup. And if you look over on the side here of the screen, you'll see a QR code. That is for a donation to the documentary for this really important work. You can name your price in the QR code. So go ahead and click over there and help support this important work.
I pray that the attention I give to those who put themselves in my hands be rewarded with happiness. And in honor of the knowledge I've received from my teachers, I swear to care for anyone who suffers, prince or slave. If I ever break this oath, let my gods take away my knowledge of this art and my own health. Here speaks a citizen, a servant of people. May I be destroyed if I betray these words. When we take that oath, we make a deep commitment to put that patient in front of everything. Our families, our own well-being, our sleep, our food, our rest, everything.
Nobody starts out in college to say what I'd like is to have a job that at night I go home and I'm scared and sad. Nobody signs up for that.
If you're a police officer and you accidentally, I think even if you discharge your weapon, you have to do debriefing. And yet as physicians, we lose people and then we're expected to just walk into the next room and put on a smile and say, how's your day? And act as if that hasn't affected us when it really does.
We were taught to stuff everything in a box.
And that destroys a bit of us every single time when we can't deliver the care that we promised we would deliver.
I think sucking it up is exactly what we do. And we just push through until we can't take it anymore.
I do feel like the job killed him. That's what killed my husband. Being a doctor killed my husband.
Harm is continuously happening, not only to the patients, but to every single staff member within the hospital. And the problem is, if the nurses and doctors at this point are harmed, who is helping the world?
We're on a not a good trajectory right now as a result of profits over people. It needs to be the other way.
For profit will always be for profit. They will talk about safety, they will talk about quality, they will talk about service excellence, they will talk about taking care of their people, but the ultimate suck it up, buttercup, is really what the true philosophy is behind the scenes.
If you're a corporation, your allegiance is to stockholders. So if you're a healthcare corporation, your allegiance is still to stockholders. You know, there's no ethic that requires you to have some sort of responsibility for patients.
If it's not billable, they don't want to know about it.
I don't have one particular time that a patient was harmed because of lack of staffing. It's how many times did it happen in one shift?
If you look at the trajectory of the current system, it's Thelma and Louise off the cliff. From a simple workforce demographic perspective, the current doctors who are retiring with the recent residency graduates, it's a 2 or 3 to 1 ratio that it takes. And there's just not enough doctors or nurses to power the system as it is right now.
What it comes down to is the structural determinants of health. How we choose to distribute our healthcare resources and who gets to decide.
And I remember thinking out loud, I was like, I had more autonomy as a waitress.
It is a war zone, and it is heading on a trajectory, and it's going to crash. 100%.
You're talking about a few years, not long though. I don't think 10 years out. I'm thinking 3 to 5 years. You're going to start to see significant impacts if we don't do something differently.
So the question is, how does this all end? Are we able to transform the system before a collapse, or does it have to crash and burn for us to make any meaningful change?
I mean, it's corporate healthcare, period. We're destroying medicine.
So powerful. Every time I see it, I'm just like.
Thanks, Taylor. For a while there, I didn't cry every time I watched it, but I guess today I'm a little extra emotional. Yeah, I'd love other thoughts, you know, Emily or Jen or Bill, you know, what you think about it, where we're headed with this. You know, this project is, and I'll say for a second, it's taken on a life of its own, you know. I feel that it's bigger than any one person that's involved in this. And I think that's part of the thing that's amazing. You know, it started as a grassroots effort and has continued as such. So yeah, if you want to know more about it, you're welcome to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And I think everybody on this call has my cell phone. If you're on the same team, I'm happy to have that shared with people. Not sure I'd be thrilled to talk to certain insurance executives about their thoughts on things, but I'll leave that aside.
Yeah. I think it's so important coming from like the nursing workforce. There's not a lot of light that shines on the mental well-being of the actual physicians too. A lot of the times when, you know, you look at all of the health and wellness products that are coming out for nurses specifically, doctors are kind of lost in that shuffle. Like, we just kind of assume you guys are good and okay. And, you know, you guys, at the facility that I worked in, you know, our doctors we'd have like ortho doctors working all day, 12 hours straight, and then taking call all night long, and then coming back and working all over again. And I always thought, like, how can you do that? Like, how are you doing that? How are you going into surgery and then coming back and being on call all night long? And I would work night shift, either house supervisor or as a transfer center. So I'd be one of the ones calling and waking them up to, you know, pull patients in from the rural communities. And I didn't ever understand it, but I never really thought it. Just never. You never really see the struggle because I think I don't know. You guys, just the doctors that I've worked with just seem so like strong and good, and yeah, we're good. This is just how it is. So I think that really shines light on like that doctors are not okay either. None of us are okay.
Well, Bill, it looked like maybe you were going to say something, but I'll jump in here for a second too. So, you know, in my career, I've don't even know how to say this. I've had 4 of my colleagues die by suicide. 4. That's insane.
Yeah.
There aren't that many of us. You know, when I was a resident, I had the blessing of being before the 80-hour work week. And I tallied up how many hours I was in the hospital in a given week. In the hospital, not commuting, not whatever. 126 hours in 1 week. You tell me if you want your airline pilot having been flying a plane for 126 hours. I guarantee you do not. Yet that's what we have done routinely. And there's a lot of history that goes back to this, and I won't get into that. But I think one of the other issues that, at least in my generation of training, was you just stuffed everything into a box. You know, as I said in the sizzle reel there, and that's all well and good until it's not. And when it's not, it becomes a freaking mess. And I think that is why we have so much, you know, mental health issues, substance abuse issues, suicide, etc. But I don't want to dwell on the negative. I think it speaks to why we've got to shine the light on amazing projects that are out there and turn this around. I mean, it's why I'm with the group I'm with, because they're trying to make a difference from the inside. You know, Bill, I didn't mean to, you know, usurp you there.
No, I think everything that Jen and you were talking about spot on. But I find it interesting because I usually kind of scope and read and catch up on things. But even 06, back when I started my master's, the one thing the program really had was it was like 2 semesters, if you will, were focused on what's broken in our healthcare system. That's back in 06. So it's all good. I mean, you have first is awareness, right? If you don't have awareness and you don't have insight, and so there is that, you have to have that illumination of, hey, we really have a problem here. But we've really got to rally more people to have the needed resources and to share. I love that, to share the practices that we're doing that is successful. How are we changing healthcare and making it effective? How are we improving the work culture and relationships between teams? And pick the best models. If we had I bet if we took one thing from every group across the United States that is doing something good, you could create such an amazing, that it would transform care. It's not like we have to come up with super innovative, never been done before thing, but sometimes it's just taking the best of what's actually going on out there and actually trying to get it done. It's a Herculean effort, right? It's like saying, hey, change our healthcare system. Because, you know, all of us on the call know that you would think in the United States we would have the best outcomes, but we've known this for decades that we don't. And there's been, obviously, you know, that's kind of the reality side of it. And you don't want to downplay what people have done and that certain things have improved, right? But I just think there could be such a rally for that, improving operations, improving the way that we're working together to prove that model. And I love that video that's the first time I saw the video. So it was like really calling that out and saying, you know, it's going to change one way or another.
Yeah.
It will, right? It's either it's going to crash and burn, which we can't afford to do. I can't imagine if we had no healthcare system. You know, even the way that now it's like merger. Eventually there will be one healthcare system. I mean, that's what it kind of feels like as time goes by, right? But I think we still want the autonomy and independence and to drive the healthcare throughout the world, right? To make it better and lead the whole world with that. But we got to be a lot more creative and innovative and take and listen to each other and incorporate all that together. One person can't make this change.
Yeah. We earlier in the day, we had the executive leadership team of Nurses for Sustainable Care. And their whole mission is to basically change how we look at healthcare and work at the root cause of and be able to go to the communities and provide preventative care and really change it from being a hospital-based system where you get sick and go to the hospital to where we're able to meet people where before they're even sick, and to service their needs as healthcare physicians and providers and nurses before they're getting sick, and give them that information to keep them out of the hospital, which is something that our healthcare system right now absolutely lacks. There's it's preventative care is laughable here. There's nothing really.
Yeah.
Just add to that there is so much, and I learned this when I was getting my master's. There's money from the government that is funded to hospitals for specific community health programs. And the nurse is supposed to, there's all these programs. I had to go through and do a mission, vision, values, and I had to look up a local hospital. And I was like, where are these programs that you say that you're implementing? And there's money that's, and it was just disheartening, because this is the preventative care that we need. And in my education, I got to go to the Dominican Republic. And when we went there on a mission trip, we did charlas. Our charlas was education to the children on brushing teeth. We are not even doing that here. I know it's done in pockets, but it's that's not the focus. The focus is when do we go to the doctor to fix the problem versus looking at it ahead of time.
Yeah,
and I agree that preventive care, to me, everyone should have preventive care. It shouldn't, that gets into a bigger thing, right? All that basic preventative care. And I think in the last 5 to 10 years, I've just found the insurances that we're on where, I don't have to pay for my annual physical. And that even encourages us, right? So sorry, I didn't mean that. Everybody was jumping there, which is awesome.
It's good. I think it speaks to what our system is designed for. It's to make money.
Yeah.
Our system is designed to make money, and not money for a lot of people, but money for a small amount of people. And it has created a massive amount of problems that we're now dealing with and trying to unwind. Over the years, people have been putting their fingers in the dam, trying to hold it up. And I think we're at the point where the dam's about ready to burst. I think of a perfect example when we talk about preventative care. I don't know how many of you are aware of an entity called remote area medical at all, a show of hands at all.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an entity that gets volunteer physicians, nurses, optometrists, dentists, etc. They gather up some trucks, bring all the equipment to often state fairgrounds, and provide free care to people that don't have access. Any guess at roughly how long this has been going on in the United States at scale?
30 years.
People.
30 years.
40 years. 40 years of servicing people that are either underinsured or uninsured, if you will. It's unreal, and this is happening in state fairgrounds where they clean out the animal stalls to then provide care to our fellow human beings in the United States. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
And then you're happy that your community has that service for them.
Totally,
right?
Yeah. People there are thrilled, right, that they're getting it. But okay, is this how did we get to this point? And I think it speaks to where the priorities are. Preventative. I'm a family physician, right? And part of that was, I had a transition early on in my career. I thought I wanted to be a trauma surgeon. I did a year of general surgery, hence the 126 hours. I loved operating. I realized the culture was, don't hate me, surgery colleagues, but I realized the culture was probably a little sadistic. And I'm like, oh my God, what did I just get into? It's true. Fortunately, I transitioned as a flight surgeon, which is primary care. And I loved it. People, my patients were like my family at times. And you can make the seemingly smallest decision that had a massive impact and save the system a boatload of money. And it might not have been, the gold standard or whatever, but for that person that's sitting in front of you, that was the right decision for them. And that's what we need to get back to. Not this cookie cutter, black and white, everything needs to go this path or this path, but there's a person there. What do they want? What is their past? What is their history? What is their trauma? Where do they work? What is their goal? Maybe they're in the ER because they're hungry. What's the root cause of that, right? So, yeah, I get on soapboxes really easily these days.
Yeah, no, that's good. We appreciate soapboxes, and that's why we formed this space, so you can have a box to stand on, Todd. And yeah, we love this. And yeah, I kind of wanted to hit back the stigma of physicians just being okay all the time. And what Jen really said just really made it so aware that our physicians are not okay, but they put on this front, like, I'm good, I don't need anything, but that's taught in medical school. That is like literally brainwashed into you. Like, you are independent provider, like you are independent. And we see our physicians like on their last string. I've lost 2 friends that were physicians to suicide as well. And it's absolutely heartbreaking because it could have been prevented. Most suicides could be prevented. And, I think this is what the business model wants. They want robots. And a lot of physicians are finding that they're not robots. And I feel like physicians and nurses, we all come in with such golden hearts and the epitome of caring for others. We want that for our patients, but we get into the system and we're like, what the fuck? Like, quite literally, like, what is happening? And it now doesn't come from this heart-centered place. It's now this person in front of me is a number. It's not even a person anymore. And so just kind of refocusing back on how can us as nurses support physicians? Because I know that the physicians that are my friends, even if they stated that they were having mental health problems to another colleague or to even their boss, they have to go seek care. And then they have to go on some other programs, and they might not even be able to practice medicine for some time because now they're in this mental health situation that also could have been prevented. So how can we as nurses support physicians just a little bit better in the areas that we work in together?
Yeah, that's a wonderful line of thinking and questioning, if you will. There are a lot of stigma out there. Fortunately, there's some amazing groups working on this. The Lorna Breen Foundation is a great example of reducing those credentialing barriers to getting the appropriate mental health or whatever treatment you might need. I'm well versed in what's going on in the state of Virginia as a result of the Medical Society of Virginia and the Safe Haven Collaborative and Psychological Safety, and their CEO is amazing. So there's a couple extra plugs in there. But I think coming back to sort of changing the big picture stuff, right? I mean, that's important, right? But not all of us are going to go out there and talk to senators and advocate for this or write a book or whatever else you want to use this as an example. I'm going to offer something simple. And this can be any human being talking to another human being. If somebody looks like they're struggling, all you gotta do is say, "Are you okay?" And that in and of itself might save a life. It might open the floodgates that are needed for that individual to let their guard down and say that they are struggling. I regret every day that I never asked my partner if he was okay. I'm okay with it now, but it would have been so simple. And had I just asked, he might still be here. So just, if someone looks like they're struggling, just ask if they're okay. And that might be all you need to do.
Hearing you say that, it's like instantly took me to a place of people have asked me that and I have instantly cried. The words are not even out of their mouth and I'm already crying because somebody saw me. And I think that's so profound because truly it's just about wanting to be seen, right? That's why we're upset about Dunkin' Donuts not giving us free coffee. It's about being seen. And yeah, it's just so powerful. I feel like there's so many correlations with the military and military training and boot camp. And we see this in academia where we tear people down and, like physicians with 126 hours, that's not unheard of. That was their norm. And I just feel like nobody picks them back up. We just break them down so that they fit like cogs in a wheel in our system until they're gone, because nobody is asking, are you okay? It's like how profound one question can change anything.
Well, and the other point to piggyback on that a little bit, Taylor, when I give keynotes, I call it the power of 1+1. I think there's some creative freedom in that because I can eventually just take it wherever I want to a lot of times, which is kind of what I like to do anyways. But the reality is you make that little connection, that little touch point with another human being, you have created a bond. And possibly a very strong bond that will come back to create additional benefits in many, many different directions going forward. You know, when you need say for a nurse physician, for example, that nurse asks the physician, hey, are you okay? Give him a chance to vent, give him a chance to reprieve. You know, when the nurses need some physician backup, there's a relationship there. You know, and who knows how that might evolve. So anyways.
And yeah, and I'll throw in, I encourage people, like, we're caregivers and we like to take care of everything, but just listen. You really don't be afraid to offer that to someone and say, are you doing okay? Because you don't have to, it's not like you're trying to solution that for them. You just be a sounding and just listen. And some people, that's what they want, is just somebody to listen without judgment or without trying to analyze their solution. And I agree, Todd, that's a great point. Like, that connection you make with a human, sometimes it's those small little things that seem maybe like, oh, I don't need to say that, or I don't need to be, relevant. We're all busy, blah, blah, blah. And you let it go, and you could really establish something that, again, builds that team.
100%. 100%.
Wow, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here and for the work that you're doing, and just everything that you guys are working towards. This is the kind of stuff that is going to help change the systems that we're all trying to. We don't want it to burn down. We just want it to change. It needs to change desperately, and I think that this documentary is going to be very powerful, and I can't wait to see it when it comes out. So thank you so much for creating it, and yeah, thank you guys, and just spending time with us today, taking times out of your day to be here. And I'm sorry about the scheduling snafu. That was all me.
Listen, Jen's been kicking butt and taking names doing this whole thing. So if that's the only gift that you've made, Jen, please pat yourself on the back.
Yeah. Several different time zones and an Excel spreadsheet in military time. I'm like, I don't even know.
Good times. Well, happy Nurses Week, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Guys.
Take care. And don't forget, people, give their documentary a donation. It deserves it. It's going to change the world. So thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. All right, so let's just take a moment here. That was a heavy conversation, and I think that we probably just need a little bit of clearing. So wherever you are, just take a couple deep breaths. We're going to do a little stretch, maybe take a little stretch here and just open up the heart center, because this is what we should be doing between patients. We should be carrying our patient into our next patient. So it's kind of just a nice little breath to separate space and time, to separate the past from the present, and just to bring us back here. So we're just so excited. Everybody that is here today, go ahead and drop in the chat where you're from, what kind of nurse you are. We're streaming on all sorts of platforms, and super excited. Are we giving more stuff I just want to keep giving stuff away. Can we give something else away?
We've got, we have a panel of presenters coming up, and then we'll have a wellness box headed out to somebody. So we'll get to spin the wheel music and reset our lives a little bit.
Yes, love it. Love it. Yeah, so many great speakers, so much wholeness and goodness, and just chatting and holding space and standing on boxes. Like, this is great.
This is so good.
Of soap.
So good. I can do this every day. I could do 12 hours of this every day. This is great. Maybe I'll just come live. I'll just force myself onto the general population.
I want to know what we have to say, man.
It's aggressive affection. Affection.
This is like, also for me, like, I'm not crazy about, like, putting myself out there into, like, the general public. I'm not, for the TikToks and stuff, I'm like, oh God, I hate these. But so this is like, what is that, like, immersion therapy? Like, yeah, okay, you're gonna go do it for 12 hours straight.
Yeah, and you're doing such a great job. You're killing it. I'm so
you're
proud
uncomfortable.
of you.
Okay, we're gonna make you real uncomfortable for a long time until you're comfortable.
You're welcome.
You look comfortable.
Yeah.
You look comfortable.
So
you look like
we
you've done
have-
this before.
Yeah.
And
Have you done this before?
Well, we have three amazing people sitting in our waiting room, and I want to be mindful of their time because we're already running just a little bit late. I've got Jessica Sylvester, Claire Haste, and Dana Dixon, and we are bringing them in to the chat right now. Thank you guys so much for your patience and for being here, and we're so happy to have you guys.
Look at this crew. It's so good. I love it.
Awesome to be here.
Happy Nurses
Week.
Happy
Nurses Week.
Happy Nurses Week.
And Dana. Hey, ladies.
I know, Jess. It's great to see you. And great to see you, Claire. I saw Claire a little bit more recently.
I don't know if you guys can see this on your screen. I feel like I'm in the Brady Bunch. I'm like, hi, Dana. Hi,
Point up.
Jenny.
Hey.
Hi. You know, like, look at it. Which box are you in?
Up, down, around.
Oh, I love it. I love like the mix and match of the presenters or the speakers, like just people just signed up for random times. And we've just had like the best like little mixes of people coming together. So thank you guys all so much for being here to answer the question, what does being a nurse mean to you? But before we get into that, let's just go through the three of you and just tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing.
In any particular order?
Let's start with you, Jess.
Oh, God. Well, first and foremost, I am so excited to be here and just like, thank you for putting this on, you guys, and the work you're doing. To all of our nurse peers out there in the world, wherever you are, I'm like seeing all the people coming through and like where you are. This is just so badass. I love that everybody's pulling together just globally. It's just where we are in history. It's just a neat opportunity. So I'm Jessica Sylvester. I am a nurse, right, for 20 years. And it's just so, man, listening to Todd, you know, what nursing means to me is just really deeply rooted in who I am as a person as a whole. And I could talk about this at length, but they kind of opened it up for me to be able to transition and just share, you know, I became a nurse because I grew up with a mother who had significant mental health challenges. I always tell people I had a really colorful childhood. It molded me into a different way. She always wanted to be a nurse and actually died by suicide, right? Grew up in a small rural town and she just didn't have access to the care that she needed. And so that was like, you know, the root of like why I went into nursing. It's my why, it's my driving force of like helping people and wanting to see people thrive. And, you know, fast forward all these years into founding HWNC, which, you know, we'll probably get into more of that, but I just felt like it was an interesting nugget to share with everybody. HWNC actually is Scandinavian. You can see me. I mean, it's probably no shocker, right? Scandinavian is bees, right? And actually what HWNC means is, to me, is creating a digital space for nurses to thrive, much like bees need an alternative modality in the environment to take care of themselves for the future, right? And to continue to survive. And what HWNC is a tech platform where myself and other nurses have pulled together to create an entirely different environment for us to thrive into the future. So that's just a small little nugget. I'm super excited to hand it off to my partners in crime who I know, right, have had the joy of meeting in person over time. And just like nurses are doing crazy and incredible things. So passing the baton. Yes.
Just virtually. So I'll go next because I'm next in the Brady Bunch box. I'm Claire Hast. I have been a nurse for about 23 years. And I always try to get my introduction down to more of a, you know, Cliff Notes elevator speech. But I think if, you know, you guys, with me, you know, you've been a nurse for a long time. It's like, how do you encapsulate and introduce all that is your nursing career? You know, it's so different from other professions because, you know, not only different specialties, but different settings and different roles. It's just so very diverse. So my mostly I'm very strong clinical background, critical care, ED, PACU, leadership, and professional development. And last fall, which is really fun because I volunteered my my colleague here, Dana, when you were looking for people to fill in slots, and I was like, oh, I'm sure Dana's free. We'll do it together. There's 2 slots. Okay, so. And we met through SONCL, which is the Society of Nurse Innovators, Entrepreneurs, and Leaders in Boston. I think it was fall of 2023, and had stayed connected and reached out to her in the fall when I was looking, for my next career transition, just trying to figure things out, because that's the great thing. Well, I guess almost the downside of nursing. You have so many options and so many choices. It's really overwhelming to pick one, and that anxiety of this one versus that one, and does, if I choose this, will this rule this out for the future? And so again, those are only things you can make the decisions for yourself. But we had a great conversation in the fall, and decided to bet on ourselves. She was channeling Rebecca Love of, we were talking about, I was like, I want to do this and I want to do this and nursing this and things that we're passionate about. I founded my company, Healthcare 3.0 Resources, or HERTECH. And that was, really catalyzed by Dana. I was like, let's just do it. And I'm like, right, let's do it. And not a few weeks after that, I was at an event in DC, because I'm in the DMV area. And they're like, it was like, what do you do? And I think it was the first time I'd gone to an event where it wasn't me attached to the organization in which I was employed. And it was really different for me, but also very empowering, because I can say professionally what I want to say, have opinions that are purely my own, not a managed up PR messaging machine of what leadership would like to have as a cohesive message. And that has been very empowering to me. So I'll turn it over to Dana.
Hello, everyone. Oh, Claire, thank you. That was just such a great lead in. Jess, I always love seeing you, and I did not know the backstory with the bees. How did that part not connect? I love it. So much of what Claire said. I have been a nurse for 20 years this year. Excited to celebrate that anniversary. And I've moved in my career from the bedside spaces into the leadership spaces that were sort of professional development and practice and quality and operations, and then a little bit of research, and had this just jarring passion for innovation that kind of got lit up all the way. I went to NCPD. I'm going to say it wrong, and Jennifer Gravy is going to kill me. But wonderful, got that keynote by Rebecca, and I said, oh boy, she is really here to kind of say the quiet parts out loud. And I was really fascinated by the courage and the bravery to stand in the spaces where we're not yesing everyone to death. We're not sort of posturing to what people want us to say, but really trusting ourselves with our voices in the spaces. I think that's kind of what Florence did, right back in the early beginnings of everything. And so to the point of betting on myself, I met, it was 2022, sort of 2022. And right when Claire started her company, I decided to, I was like, let's just do this together. And I founded Breaking Glass. And I got a little bit of pushback on the name. My mom's like, oh my gosh, that's so negative and disruptive. And I'm like, I want constructive disruption, and I want us to break all the glass, right? This is what I'm here to do. And we're going to stand up in this space, because if not me, then who? And I'm a really big believer in that. And I've been very fortunate to be at an intersection in my career where I was able to do that. Found Breaking Glass, go to my very first nursing conference in October, which was the health conference. Believe it or not, it was not a nursing conference, because I wanted to bet on myself, meet a health tech startup, and got my first official consulting gig within that space to really be able to bring some of our nursing knowledge and passion. I've been fortunate to pull Claire in, and we're working a little bit on that in that space, but uncertain, crazy, chaotic, disruptive, but so many good, wonderful, grounded, aligned things too, because there's that art and there is a science. So I think people look at what we do externally, especially as we're leaving these traditional structures wholly and just sort of augmenting, I'll do this here and I'll do a chapter there. And they're like, what are they doing? What are these nurses that are going out in this spaces doing? And it can be a mouthful to explain. So yes, much like Claire, I'm like, how do I get this down to an elevator pitch sort of thing? But I'm still doing all of it. And I think one of the things that I embrace about myself is the ability to have divergent ideology, but create coherence around it. So that's been wonderful. And I'm so excited to be here.
I like that.
This week.
I love that the three of you are on together. I met Jess and Dana at Vive this year when I went, and just seeing the nurse innovator space, and then just all of the nurses that were working in the different health tech companies throughout that whole conference was so it just was like uplifting. It was like, okay, like there is like hope for this career path, and there is hope for healthcare. And there are nurses that are really like stepping out of traditional roles and doing really incredible things, owning their own companies and talking to go from like a bedside nurse to a few years down the road to like pitching something to an investor. And having that investor sign on to your company, like, how does that happen?
Oh, can I actually jump in on that one?
Baby.
Okay. Which, oh man. So I should probably back it up and share, like, my last clinical role prior to founding HWNC was the director of emergency services at a big trauma center. And, you know, watching what I felt like was advantageous behavior of like agencies and recruiters, like either artificially inflate like cost to nursing and taking advantage of us, or not aligning with HR to get nursing in the door, because we actually had the delightful life experience of bringing the Department of Defense in to supplement our staffing after boarding intubated patients day after day. So kind of the genesis of HWNC. But frankly, to that point of just like, I think Dana had said it, just be like, there has to be a better way of doing this, like, and looking around. I think we as nurses are super good at being scrappy and resourceful and just letting go of fear and just like going for it. And just like, I know my space. I'm not alone in this. I have amazing peers that are going to help me tumble through. It's just we're at a particular time in history, like nursing needs to step up to the plate to solve our own workforce issues, because we can't have other people up in our business, right? But to the fundraising part, there are other people out there in the universe that I just want to put out there, have an idea and want to do this yourself and have questions around the various ways to raise capital. I am happy to pass along that knowledge, because frankly, like that's something we kind of tumble through, because not all capital is the same, right? And who do you align with? Who do you take money from? Do you bootstrap it and pay for it yourself? Or do you seed it within an institution and then they own that IP? Do you, do angel funding? There's like varying buckets. But there's something along the lines of not all capital is created equally, because it also starts to get into who owns your company at the end of the day and how much like influence you have. And so, starting small and failing fast. And I think for those out there listening, educating yourself around the different veins that are out there and like what makes the most sense for what you're trying to accomplish is super helpful. And right, like, we like full transparency, right? Like HWNC, we really like one of our missions is to be as transparent as possible, so everybody knows who's getting a piece of the pie and how much like systems are taking and how much the nurse is making, and just putting it out there. We started out with seed funding from family and friends, doing our market analysis and knowing how much it's going to take to create a basic product that's consumer ready. And, then you start to get into different series, and that's where you hear about all kinds of gnarly stuff with VCs or private equity, or again, not all money is created equally, and who you align with and who is aligned with your mission is super important. So there's a lot that I could deep dive into tentacles there. But, I think for myself being on this journey, I would not be here without like other people out there, like, Jen, Dana, or, Claire, just like passing along their knowledge to me. And I feel like I'm in a position now where I can pay it forward. So just like anybody else out there in the universe, You can look for me on LinkedIn. I am happy to like have a touch point with you and ask deeper questions, and you can ask Jess anything, you know? So sorry, that was a lot, but we are at a point now where I can share. Actually, their news will be coming out tomorrow. We have successfully raised a Series A, and that will be coming out with a delightful, thank you, group of people. So the deck stuff and creating a deck and getting it out there, I'm your girl. So okay, there you go.
Thank you so much. That's so exciting. Congratulations. Huge congratulations. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
I know how hard you guys have been working to get that. So that's just so great. Let's dive really quickly into just kind of the meat of it. What does being a nurse mean to you? And maybe we can start with Dana on the other side of the block.
So being a nurse, what that means to me, it used to mean being a really wonderful, caring, healing, focused practitioner at the bedside. And it has such remarkable change over the years. So I would say my best answer is being a revolutionary because of everything that we've discussed so far in this group dynamic. It's really having the ability to inform the space, to really drive innovation, to really take a long, hard, truthful look at the structures that exist and how we do need to constructively disrupt and reform them. So I think it means advocacy, innovation. I think it means transformation. That's what I wholeheartedly believe. And I think more and more of us are getting braver to stand in this space and say, let's do it. You can't write this story for us. We do need to be at the table writing it for ourselves. Like it's our business and we're happy for your support, but we're more than capable. And we're more than willing to show up in our spaces to define what that needs to look like for us and to hold the space open for the larger conversations. Because it's not the Dana, Claire, or Jess conversation. To Jess's point, to Claire's point, it's like we're an open source, like come talk to us. Like I think one of the large conversations we had when we were at Vibe was how do we actually make that conversation about funding and getting into entrepreneurship more accessible at an entry point for everyone and standardize that learning, that information and knowledge, because we think it's core education that needs to happen. So yeah, I would say being a nurse right now for me means being a revolutionary.
I love it. I love it. How about you, Claire? What does being a nurse mean to you?
Well, where to start? I think a lot of if any nurse, our driver why we chose nursing, I think usually it comes from a very personal place. And yesterday was Mother's Day, and I'm that statistic. I am the oldest daughter of a nurse. And my mother was a pediatric nurse, hematology, oncology, like the sick kids, and she referred to them as, my Sam and my Chloe and her patients, because she took care of the ones that weren't going to make it. And she, it'll be 9 years and a couple months since she passed away. She actually ended up getting a brain tumor herself. And so, Mother's Day is hard. And I think that, that's why I became a nurse, because I admired my mom. But I think that my journey, just like the many hats and opportunities you have within nursing, you can trace back those threads of what has brought you to where you are. And having that help inform your next steps. I think that, as I mentioned before, being in a position where it's very empowering not to be tied to an organization and having to fall in line, or in extreme cases, drink the Kool-Aid. You will take this nurse suite gift of a rock that you can paint, and you will be happy about it. It's like, oh, well, it's better than nothing. It's like, and I've been in all of those places. I used to, several years ago, when people asked, do you like being a nurse? And it's like, well, I used to like people before I became a nurse. Like, you go through all these phases of where, as much as you give, it hits you back in so many ways and feels like it takes. And it is very ominous. It's not a person or a thing or one thing. It's just it. And so I really want to be able to speak to nurses like myself who want to elevate the profession, are not okay that nurses don't run nursing. You know, like, we're not in charge of our own profession, and we have to pretend that we are. And when you get to the realization that there's a lot of talk, and then once you start paying attention, it's like, staffing, compensation, magnet recognition, and all these, like, things that nurse leaders and organizations, these are their big hot topics, that they're the same things over and over, and it's a lot of lip service and a lot of discussion. And nurses, we're not really about discussion as much as we are about action. The big part of the nursing process is implementation, and you're trying to churn and drive things forward. And so I think we're, again, at a very important time in our profession of creating this space of connection and momentum to take action with like-minded nurses and colleagues in order to create that change that has to happen, so that we're not still discussing these same things. Burnout. And I'll just sidebar here. It's just, I am a true non-believer in the term nursing burnout. I think, burnout to me is, I just worked 3 12-hour night shifts and I need to rest and don't talk to me, right? Which is very different from the soul weary, physical exhaustion, mental and health illness that comes from the cumulative effect of interacting with a system that is not interested in improving or taking suggestions for improvement. It's not the short staffing. One day you go and they give you 8 patients. One time that happens and you're like, I'm leaving now, I'm burnt out, I can't handle this. It's the 6th time that you're calling the pharmacy for your phenylephrine drip that they said was in the Pyxis, but it's not. To have you check the tube system, have you checked the fridge? Like, it's a system and process thing, and that's just one example. I mean, it's the tube system, it's the fridge, it's your pediatric tubes that you drew on your really hard stick to get an H&H, got hemolyzed, and you need to redraw, and it's those kinds of things. It's the system and processes that we do not determine and run, yet are held accountable to. That I think is where that's not burnout. That is moral injury. You're preventing. I am morally injured that I am unable to deliver the care that I am capable of and my patients deserve, because the system will not let me. So that is where I feel the greatest impact. So
thank you, Claire. Thank you so much. And yeah, I agree. A lot of the struggle that we have, it's not burnout, it's moral injury. It's not being able, it's working in a system that doesn't care about the patients or the people running it. So thank you. Okay, we have just a quick minute. Jessica, do you just want to tell us what being a nurse means to you?
Ooh, I mean, this sounds very sparkly, but frankly, like, I feel nursing in my heart, like, and who I am as a person, and just tightly tethered to, my DNA, right? Like, going back to what I shared earlier, it's like part of like why I like who I am, my life story, why I became a nurse, and it's still like a part of like what we're doing today. And so I think, I want to leave a good wake in our nursing profession and leave a positive ripple effect in what we're doing, and how do we pull nursing together, because I think it's a critical time, again, of nurses like pulling together and designing another modality for each other, so we can thrive for the future. And so I just feel really blessed to be here today and getting to talk to you guys and hearing everybody else's journeys. And yeah, I mean, nursing for me is just like life, which, right, it's just a part of being a mom. Is just like in my heart. So anyway, blessed to be here, blessed to have you guys, and thank you just for the time. Appreciate it. So you guys have an amazing day, and stay well out there.
Great.
Hope
Thank
to
you
hear
guys
from
so
some
much
of you.
for being here. I really appreciate it. And it's so great to see you guys again.
It's nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jen, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. So we're going to switch it up a little bit. Who do we have in our waiting room? We have
Keisha.
Keisha Manning from Nurses B&B. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to switch it just a little bit. I want to have Megan and Giovanna come on and talk about what being a nurse means to them. And then after that, we'll talk all about Nurses B&B. Does that sound good to you?
Awesome. Hi, Jen. Hi, Emily.
Let me just pull them in. Hi, Giovanna. How are you today?
Hello, everyone. So happy to be here. How's it going?
Thank you for being here. And Megan, thank you so much for being here. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Perfect. All right. So we are gathered here today to answer the question of what does being a nurse mean to you? But let's just take a minute to just introduce yourselves and the work that you're doing. And let's start with Keisha.
I'm Keisha. I have been a healthcare professional for over 15 years. I am an ex-travel nurse, and I started my company, Nurses B&B, out of the frustration and the challenges of finding housing when going on assignments, and the horror stories that we experience as travel nurses when it comes on to housing. And the fact that I've started this company is a testament to what nurses can do when they put their mind to it. I have done a master's in business administration, I think 5 years ago. And I also had a digital marketing agency on the side. So I've been doing a lot out there. But one of the things that we always encounter as a nurse, even when we are entrepreneurs, is the fact that people always try to look first at the fact that you're a nurse, right? And then they create some barrier in their mind. I don't know where the memo went, but there's a memo somewhere that we did not get that, when you're a nurse, people just see you in this little box and they try to keep you in that little box. And it's our goal right here, what we are doing now, to break out of that mold. We have broken out, but just to let them know that we are here. And that's what I've been doing with my time at Nurses B&B, just getting the community out there to understand what we do at Nurses B&B, which is a bit different from what other people do. In terms of how booking goes, because with the insider knowledge that I have being a travel nurse, I've gotten a team, and we have started something that puts the healthcare professional, the renter first, because people have always been vetting the renter, but nobody's really vetting the homeowner. So we have created something that vets both parties, so both parties can feel comfortable and confident when they book.
Thank you so much for being here, Keisha. Giovanna, tell us a little bit about the work you do to support nurses.
Oh, yes. Happy to share. Well, I've been a nurse for over 25 years. I did everything that we usually do, med-surg, ICU. I did cath lab, EP lab. Then I burned out at the hospital, so I chose working from home. And, that's what really sparked something in me, Jen, because when I was working from home, I said I have all my stuff together, right? I have all my shit together. Like finances were good. I was working from home. My family was doing well. But guess what? Like 6 months into it, I started feeling awful. And I mean awful. Like I was fatigued. I couldn't sleep. I was anxious. I was crying. If I heard the ice cream truck, I would start crying and I was freaking out. I was like, what is going on with me? I'm doing everything right. I have everything that I need. So why am I breaking down right now? It doesn't make any sense. Well, long story short, Jen, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder. My doctor was saying that I was burnout, and it completely shook me because I had no idea where it was coming from. But it was that quiet stress that was inside of me. You know, I was thinking about the future, trying to control, trying to analyze everything, and my past as well, like regretting I should have done something better. You know, the perfectionism, the imposter syndrome was just like in the back of my head, just eating my energy away without me noticing. At the same time, when I was working, you know, with my patients, I noticed something very important, and that was that everyone wants to feel good, everyone wants to heal and do better, but why is it that it doesn't always happen? There was a gap, you know, there was something that I just couldn't quite figure out why it was so hard for people that they were hurting, they were suffering. Why didn't they just improve their lives? So that led me to becoming a nurse coach, a board certified nurse coach, and I was actually one of the first 700 nurses here in the U.S. to get that specialty, and that really opened the doors for so many things. Because one, I was able to understand the person as a whole, you know, not just a body, you know, muscles and bones and symptoms, but as a whole, and to really understand what broke that person right from the start, what led them to get to that disease. So that opened the door for me, you know, not just to starting my coaching practice, but working with big companies like Fitbit and Google, to helping really people, you know, believe in themselves and see that, you know, the change can happen. You can do better, but at the same time, you have to be responsible for your thoughts, your actions, and how you're behaving. And, you know, I've been a nurse coach for, gosh, maybe 6 years now, and that has led me to do wearing different hats. So yes, I still do have my coaching practice, but I'm also working on the research field. I'm in partnership with the University of San Diego, where we're studying the mind and the body connection, and, you know, how people can actually heal themselves, you know, be it with mindfulness practices, with meditation. We just published our second paper this week, so we're celebrating that. And, you know, that is my passion, because I feel like there's so much that we have forgotten about our humanity. And when we embrace that, our emotions, our fears, our limiting beliefs, that's when we can really, you know, create that change. So for me, being in this position as a nurse, and being able to be like, I like to call myself not a healer, but a facilitator, helping people see that, it's just like the biggest gift in the world. So yeah, that's what I've been up to lately.
Great. Thank you so much. Megan, tell us a little bit about you and your work.
Okay, my name is Megan, and I've been a nurse for about 13 years. I started the business Trusted Canna Nurse about 3 years ago as a means to bridge the gap between patients and cannabis as medicine. I have a master's degree in medical cannabis therapeutics, and we teach patients how to use both cannabis and psychedelics as medicine. So we are more on the education side with cannabis. We formulated our own hemp line with really high quality crafted CBD products. And then we offer microdosing programs for those interested in learning how to microdose psychedelics, and then facilitate macrodoses as well. I have a team of nurses around the country. We have an admin up in Canada, and we are small but mighty. I speak around the country at various conferences. I'm put on my primary method of marketing is short form social media content, and I'll be doing a workshop at Modern Nurse Fest on how to create said videos on social media. I'm really excited.
I love it. We're so excited. And Keisha is also going to come to Modern Nurse Fest, hopefully, and be a part and showcase Nurse B&B. So lots of people come into Modern Nurse Fest for us, and we're hoping that it's going to be an amazing event. So let's just go through real quickly, and it doesn't have to be quick. I keep saying quickly. It doesn't have to be. Keisha, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Did you say Keisha?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Because it's coming through, but it's breaking up before it gets through. So, being a nurse, Jen, nursing and being a nurse, to me, it's like the nurse is the, what would you call it now? The nurse is the last line of defense for the patient, and I would say for the healthcare system. And for us, we understand what that means, but the public might not really understand. It sounds nice, but they don't really understand what that means. What it means is that when a doctor, God forbid, orders an adult dose of Valium for a pediatric, it is the nurse 99.9% of the time that catches that, right? When the pharmacy sends the wrong medication with the wrong patient's name, medication name up for a patient, it is the nurse that catches those errors. And we are the ones that are always in the middle, you know, playing between the liaison between all these different specialties and putting the patient at the forefront and advocating for the patient. So that's how I see nursing in my eyes. But the other aspect of it is that for nurses, there are so much, the nurses are on this side and the corporation is on the other side. And there's a tug of war going on between the organization and the nurses and the nurses and the nurses. And we are, this is the pole, and the nurses in fightings are at this end. They're not cohesive, and the organization is fighting against the nurses. So they're coming together, and if we don't find a solution, we are going to self-destruct.
Absolutely. Thank you so much,
You
Keisha.
know, it's hard to say that, but that's how I see it. And I feel like I heard Courtney speak today, and I could, you know, I can understand where she was coming from when she was speaking today. And as a healthcare professional and as nurses, we need to be more cohesive. You know, nursing is a team sport. It's not a solo sport. It's a team sport. No matter how you feel like it's you alone. No, it's not you alone. Because even if you're passing a room and that patient is not yours, if that patient is in danger, you're supposed to stop and look at that patient. It's a team sport, right? You can't say the only reason why you could pass that patient is if you're going to another emergency, right? So we are always looking out for each other, and the patients are depending on us to do that. But at the same time, we have the organizations that are forcing us in a direction that does not serve the patients. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Keisha. And I think we're all hopefully working in some capacity in some way to provide wellness and services and inspiration for the nurses coming into the profession, so that there's something better, that we get to leave something better behind. So everything that everybody's doing, all these little pieces of things that people do, no matter what they are, they have ripple effects, and I know one day it's going to get better. It just has to. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Giovanna, what does being a nurse mean to you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Giovanna, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Sure. I think Keisha was going to speak. Let me see.
Sorry.
No. Okay. I'll go. You know, that is a really good question. And when I first saw it, I was like, oh, I'll just go blah, blah, blah. But honestly, you know, I've been really meditating on this. And honestly, I think being a nurse has so many meanings depending on the life stage that you're at, honestly. And if I had to sum it up in some words, I guess I would call it being a nurse is being a transformative healer and a facilitator. Because if I give you a little bit of backstory, you know, when I was a kid, I'm talking like 5, 7 years old, I kept having these recurring dreams where I was healing people with my hands and animals. I would just be like, I could see myself doing stuff with my hands, and I would wake up and I was like, oh my God, that was such a cool dream, right? Or sometimes I would wake up very sad because I wasn't able to heal that person. I had no idea what those dreams meant. And, up until like last year, I finally figured out what they meant. But, that let me, I was always like very curious. In high school, I was volunteering at an orphanage. I was really surprised to see those kids, how they just light up with just a few seconds of attention. That's all they ask from anyone, anytime, right? They're so desperate for that attention and that love, that it just made me see how beautiful we can be as human beings to help someone else in need. I also volunteer at a retirement center, and that was like the complete opposite, right? It was like the loneliness, the resignation, the saying, I lived my life, I'm just waiting here to die. So that always in the back of my mind, even before I was a nurse, I was just like, why is it that there's so much suffering? Why is this all this contrast, right? That some people seem to have it all, others have nothing at all. Yet, they're still trying to find the way. So nursing for me was a no-brainer. Right out of high school, I said, I need something that has science because I love science and biology, but something that has a human connection. And, when I was a nursing student, I was bullied so hard. It was horrible, what my clinical instructors did to me and everything. But at the same time, I just kept pushing and pushing because I felt like this is what I was meant to do. And, I never been a religious person, but my very first patient, when an instructor came and put me on the bedside, I was like shaking. I was so nervous. And he said, this is your patient, and his name is Jesus. Again, I had never been religious, but just seeing this bedbound man in his 20s with his name Jesus, I froze. My heart just like felt like a roller coaster. I didn't know what it meant, but it just felt sacred. It felt like I was stepping into something, that was meant to be for me. And over the years, like I mentioned before, I keep seeing this, that yes, we can advocate for patients. Yes, we can give them the education. Yes, we're the connectors between all the departments and things, and mostly with the doctors and family members. But at the same time, if we really listen to the patient, if we use our intuition, we can really understand what those silent words are coming from, right? The fear, the pain, the unworthiness, the limiting beliefs. And when we can truly listen as a nurse to that, we can create that space for them to actually heal themselves, because the healing comes from each person. We don't do the healing for them. We just provide them the tools, the knowledge, the ear, the hug, whatever they need at that moment. So that's why I believe that we are, transformative healers and facilitators. And, it speaks very close to my heart for nurses, because we've all had our shares of stories and sufferings and stuff like that. But, that's what inspired me to write my book, Burn Bright Not Out, because I feel like we don't remember that as often. When it gets so hard that society is suppressing us, when the healthcare system is suppressing us so hard that we question our sanity, we question why did we choose this career, we question if we can even show up the next day. That's when we need to remember how truly powerful we are, how gifted we are. And, just to remember to hold that beautiful call. It's not, I don't like the word calling, honestly. It's like that beautiful space, to be there for someone else, and to remember that every day you do make a difference, no matter how big or small it is.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, there's a person on the other end of your care, and bringing that kind of back full circle, no matter what it is, what type of care you're doing, what type of services you're offering, but that's a person that you're engaging with, really helps kind of bring back my why on why I am in this profession. So
exactly. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Megan, let us know what being a nurse means to you.
Okay, I don't think I have as much to say as the other people, but being a nurse for me means changing the world. We grew up in a world where cannabis and psychedelics and these ancestral plant medicines, the world that we grew up in, they were illegal and bad and led to bad things, but they are incredible healing medicines. And I'm taking it on as like part of my duty to bring us back to that time, that we can like use them legally as a normal plant healing ancestral medicine, both cannabis and psychedelics. And just a couple hours ago, I gave a lecture to some high school seniors on cannabis and psychedelics. And it was phenomenal. Like, these kids know more about the endocannabinoid system than the majority of healthcare professionals and cannabis industry professionals. So, starting there and giving lectures to seniors about cannabis and CBD, and then, changing people's worlds, like their own personal worlds, with microdosing programs, and see that they can break free of whatever it is that's like has them stuck in their mind where they're at. Psychedelics are a great tool to break free of that. So that's what it is to me, is changing the world.
I love that so much. When I was a teenager growing up, it was like pot was the gateway drug. So maybe it's the gateway into your mind,
Yeah.
So thank you so much. I'm excited to see what you're going to bring to Modern Nurse Fest, and to meet you guys in person. It's going to be amazing. So thank you guys so much for being here. It's an honor to host everybody. This day has been incredible, and we're in it for 9.5 hours so far. We got a few more hours to go and a few more presenters to go. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this.
Thank you for creating the space.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Keisha,
we're a little bit behind, but I want to play your video for Nurse B&B. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
I pulled it off your website. So here is Keisha's Nurse
Welcome
B&B
to Nurses
commercial.
B&B, the home of the healthcare traveler. Our housing options are safe, affordable, and in close proximity to hospitals, even in remote areas. Our platform is designed to keep our community safe. There are no sign-up fees for homeowners or travelers. Hosts can say goodbye to daily booking and hello to weekly and monthly bookings. So, if you want to rent a house, an apartment, a condo, or a parking site for your RV, Nurses B&B has got you covered. Our hosts understand your needs and offer flexible check-in. Nurses B&B, created by healthcare professionals for healthcare professionals.
I love it.
Love it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. And I just wanted to showcase you a little bit, because you came from like working as a nurse at a bedside to creating this like platform where you were working with a web developer and had to like transition out of that and had to actually learn how to do your own coding for this platform. So just like another way that nurses can do anything. We can do anything. So can you just speak to that like a little bit on what that took to get you to where you're at now?
Jen, if I take a bit of time to respond, it's because I don't know, maybe my internet is slow, so it takes a while for it to come over.
That's okay.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So there are different worlds that we live in, right? There's the medical world, there's the programming world, there is so many different worlds. And when you enter that world, it's like you're speaking a different language, right? You and I could speak right in front of someone and they would understand none of the jargons that we're using in medicine. So when I went to start my company, it was like a different language. I understood nothing that was going on. But back in 2018, 2019, I had started my digital marketing company, and I knew how to build like a basic website, right? So I did the initial one, I did that practically on my own. And within like I did it was a prototype because it was a small one. And then I got some exposure. And within days of launching that little website, people were saying, hey, I want to put this property. But I did not have properties in those areas as yet. So I started to think about the whole process, because within 4 months we started getting booking. And I said, look, I will not be able to do this alone. I'm going to need somebody with some real technical skills, because I was having so much problem with the platform. So I started talking to people, and a friend of mine introduced me to a friend of his, which was like one of the top, developers. Worked with a lot of big companies like Idura, Johnson & Johnson, and he had a lot of experience, and he was more like a big brother, and an advisor. And he said, hey, let's build something bigger, because this is a really great idea. And I have no clue. I was holding on to my baby website. And he convinced me, and we started to get a team together to build this website. But what I realized is that there is no need for you to feel intimidated as a non-technical person, because at the end of the day, what we need to understand is that you are in the position of the customer, right? The customer does not need to know what goes on the back end. They want to know that the website does what they want it to do. And that's the role that you are playing, right? You're the one that's going to say, you don't need to know how to write the codes. You just need to say, this is not working how it's supposed to work. And that's what I did. I was like the quality assurance for the end user. And my CTO translated what I'm saying to the team. So that's how I worked around it. After a while, you realize that don't be intimidated. You have to speak up, because at the end of the day, you're representing the customer that you're going to serve. And if it doesn't work for you, it won't work for the customer. So that's how I navigated that situation. And it was a tough situation, because in the world of development programming, you have people that are, they're just sleazy, and they think that because you don't know, then they can do anything. But thank God I had a CTO, and he was able to call them out when they're trying to do things that are not right. And we had an advice that I would give to anyone, free advice, when you're working with like developers: give them a project. Don't give them like an hourly job. And here's why. When they mess it up, an hourly job, they're going to mess it up on your dime, and they're going to fix it on your dime because it's hourly. But if it's a project, you're paying them only once. If it's hourly, you're going to pay them twice, right? So that's a nugget that I have to give. If you're working with developers, give them a project. Don't let them talk it into an hourly situation, because it's going to be too costly. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Keisha. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time. And yeah, head on over to Nurses B&B. She's got an awesome discount, 50% off bookings, booking fees, utilizing the code drop down below. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to see you at Modern Nurse Fest. Yeah.
Yes, I'm excited. Thank you so much, Jen, Emily, and Taylor.
It was nice to meet you. It was wonderful. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Bye, Keisha. Okay. True to form, we are behind, but that's okay.
We were on time half the day.
We were on time half the day.
I know, and then we had to pass the meds. And we got behind.
We had a rapid response, and it put us behind. So
we're dealing with patients' families right now.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in the fabulous Ebony Gonzalez and the fabulous Angela Voss. And then who else do we have in the chat?
Hello, Ebony. How are you?
Hey now. Hey guys. Look at y'all. I thought I had one more. Hold on one second here. Oh, Priska Benson is supposed to be joining us. We'll see if she joins on. But let's go ahead and get started since we're a little bit behind on, well, we were behind. We missed our breaks because our rapid responses and full shift.
Welcome to nursing.
Yes.
Right. Welcome to nursing.
So we're here to talk about the work that we do in nursing. And oh, she is here. Perfect. Let me pull her in. Sorry, Priska, 1 second. Where are you? This is user error. There you are. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. So we're here to talk about the work that we do in nursing, and then to answer the question, what does nursing or what does being a nurse mean to you? So let's just go down and just give us a little introduction on who you are and what you're doing, and then we'll circle back around and talk about what being a nurse means to you. Ebony, do you want to kick us off?
I will kick us off, and I will say, you guys, I've been with you since 9 o'clock this morning. Okay,
oh my God, you're an angel.
Now listen to me. Like you guys were first place all day long because I had the Karen Reed trial as well. You know what I mean? I was trying. It's not like I've been trying to watch it. But
we gotta have some tea in the background.
But yeah. I've been with you guys. Like I was with you guys, and then you went down from LinkedIn, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna catch a little bit of it, you know what I mean? Because I was like, maybe we're on a break, you know what I'm saying? And so I was like, I'm gonna catch a little bit of my trial, but I caught you on TikTok where I've been hanging out.
Yay,
but
awesome.
I really enjoyed you guys all day, and I just want to say, even though we do speak often, congratulations. This has been great. You've done wonderful. The commercials killed me. And I was like, look at this shit. I'm like, look at this. Like, you go. Right. I was like feeling like I was living it with you, you know. I just want to say congratulations. This has been the greatest shift. This has been so wonderful. I mean, just across the world, you know how many people you guys have hit. And I just want to say congratulations. This I would have never, ever, ever dreamed or thought of it. You know what I mean? So just like congratulations. But I'm sorry. Okay, here I go. We don't get behind.
Thank you.
But you guys were way ahead earlier today. I don't know.
We were like, we're rolling through these people. We're rolling through people, but now we're behind. That's okay.
Yes. So I am Ebony Gonzalez. I'm from Gainesville, Florida. I currently live in Virginia. I've been nursing for, what's this year? 2025. So I've been nursing for 18 years now. Currently I've gone from, I started in the CVICU, then I moved on to med-surg. Med-surg is my baby. All right. So like my mom wanted me to go OR, which in nursing school, I was like, that's not my thing. Like, this is so boring. And then I thought the CVICU would be it. But then that was like, you're just sitting with one person. I can't do it. And as you can see, no coffee, me. This is who I am. I am a med-surg person. That's my baby. This is what I do. So staff nurse to charge nurse to nurse manager. Now I am an informatics nurse, but I do have a little side business, the nurse preceptor, where I focus on. I'm hoping to help nurses enjoy bedside. Getting them back to understanding the bedside. There's so much, and we will speak about that a little bit later. I'll talk to you guys about it later, but getting nurses to understand that it's not the bedside that's the problem. It's your leadership, right? Your leadership. We've been failed, right? So right now you're starting to see nurse managers don't know the job. Our charge nurses don't know the job. Our preceptors don't know the job, which leads to our new nurses not knowing the job. So we've all been failed some way, you know, or another, and just trying to get back to, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Yes, I work in informatics. I'm not a bedside nurse per se, but I do get my shifts in at least twice a week. I do pick up shifts because I love it. But that's who I am, and we'll speak more.
Sounds great. Priska, tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do.
Yes, I'm Priska. I'm a nurse and I'm a money coach, founder of Our Green Life. I've been a nurse since 2011. I reside in New Jersey. I've done all the things, I feel like, not every single thing, but a lot of the things in nursing, because I was very, I guess, curious and adventurous. So I started off in med surg in what I call Baghdad. It was a really rough inner city hospital, but it taught me to be fearless when it comes to nursing. So as a result, I've taken on so many different opportunities. I've done home infusion, I've done teaching, I've done, I went to neuro, I did EMU, and finally wound up being a neuro nurse navigator back in Jersey. And then now I'm the lung cancer nurse navigator at my hospital. So I also hold a master's in nursing education because I do love to teach. That's one of the things that made me leave bedside. I didn't have any beef with it. It was just, I want that time to connect with my patients and to help them understand. There was one patient, he had a list of cardiac meds and he had no clue what he was taking. And I was like, whoa, let's sit down. I have time today. And so it really showed me like, this is really what I wanted to do, is to help. I love supporting new nurses too, because I hate the rhetoric of like the nurses eat their young. I'm so like, come to me, baby chicks. I got you. I love it. So I love teaching both nurses and patients. And so as a navigator, I support my patients through the hardest time in their lives. And then outside of the job, the 9 to 5, I help busy professionals, especially nurses, feel more in control of their money, because financial peace matters too, especially for people like us who give so much to others.
Yeah, absolutely. We are holistic beings, so we need to live in abundance in all realms of our existence. So yes, absolutely. The money piece is a big deal. All right, so let's just dive into it. Ebony, what does being a nurse mean to you?
Oh, so yeah, being a nurse to me means being, the person before me was talking about being a healer. And I've really felt that, being a healer, but for me, it's a helper. But I do, healer really does speak to me. So I'll just give my little background of why I even became a nurse. So it was what a nurse made me feel. So my grandmother, she had a meningioma back in 1993, 1994. I was in high school, and they did a craniotomy. And so my parents worked, but we all took turns. We were one of those families that we're there 24/7, right? We're going to be there with the matriarch. We're there. And so, my parents worked, and, I'm like, my grandma's my best friend. She was my best friend. And I'm like, I'll be here. I'll, when I get off school from work, I'll come. So for like a month, I went to school from the hospital. I went home, took a shower, came back to the hospital. I was with my grandma. And it was the nurses. It seemed like it was always the nurses that were there with her. And they say, there was one nurse and she said, you listen to me. She gave me the call bell and she said, you push this button if, and she just gave me a list of things. If your grandma does this, if she does this, if she does this, if she does this, and it was just, and I just sat there just watching my grandma, waiting on the if this, so I can push the call bell, because apparently this was important. You know what I mean? I was like 13, 14, no, maybe 15 or something. But, but I watched them. My grandma was the fastest walker I'd ever known in my life, having this craniotomy, which brought her back to, she was paralyzed. And then over those 30 days in the hospital, getting her up to the chair, she's feeding herself. She's starting to talk and all of this stuff. And it was nurses that did it. And so it just felt like, I want to do this because I know what they made me feel. It was what they made me feel. I felt like they were miracle workers. You know what I mean? And it was just, they made me feel this is what I want to do. I want people to feel what I felt. I want to make people feel how I felt. And even I can tell you straight up, I don't know if I've ever been burnt out. Of course, there have been days when, God damn it, I just don't feel like getting up today. Right? I don't want to do it. But there's always been a moment where I've always remembered why I'm here, why I do it. But I can't tell you if I've been burnt out. Even as a nurse manager, that was like the hardest time of my life. But even still, I was a working manager. I took assignments with my staff. But I don't think there's ever been a moment when I felt like I can't do it anymore. I've always loved it. I have always loved watching someone, they think they're at their lowest. They think they're dying. I had one patient who she'd had cancer previously, and she was having trouble breathing. She got admitted, and she shaved her hair that same day before she went to the emergency room because she just knew the cancer came back. And I sat on the bed with her and I told her, I was like, how do you know it's not even pneumonia? You know what I mean? You sit here and cut your hair off, and how do you know it's that? Like, why are you just dooming yourself? This is not your story. Like, be optimistic. Like, I'm always optimistic. I always see the best. I think I always see the best in things. But it was a pneumonia for this woman. It was a pneumonia. And when I walked in the next night, she was just so happy to see me. And it's just those things that bring me back to the smile, those little things, even if it's getting them from NPO to some Jell-O, and they're so happy for that moment. It's those moments that make me feel really proud for it. But what I do right now with the nurse preceptor, so going from staff nurse to let's just end up at nurse manager, you're in your microcosm, right? Like, especially when you're a new nurse, you only care about your own practice. When you're working your 12-hour shift, it's your practice. You only care about yourself. As a nurse manager, you only care about your unit. But when you, like where I am now in informatics, when you come out of the microcosm, when you are looking down, you start to see the cracks. You see why the ER is complaining. You see why surgery has issues. You see all of this stuff and how your little world fits in it. And what I've noticed is we just aren't doing a good job of educating our people. We have errors, like you'll have med errors or patient safety incidents that lead to an RCA of some sort. And what we kept seeing was, oh, it's a new nurse. She's a new nurse. She's still on orientation. But there's two of you, right? So like you have a preceptor and you have the nurse. Like, there's two of you. How is this happening? And then, well, you have to understand our preceptors are 1 to 2 years. How did we get here? Right. And then, okay, I understand you made these people preceptors because they're the best that you have, but did you train them? Right. So they're a year in, you don't have much experience a year in. I mean, you may have experience on the floor, but you don't have institutional experience, right? And it was just those little things that I've been seeing, or I kept seeing, sitting in the patient safety committee, the med error committee, sitting in morning huddle, and oh, they're a new person, and I'm like, our preceptors aren't being trained adequately, and our new nurses are getting the shaft, and then you put social media on top of it, right? TikTok. I love TikTok. This is my thing. Like, I got recipes for days. But when you swipe on the nurse videos, like nursing, if you swipe nursing, it either looks like we are banking, like we got money, right? That's what it looks like. We getting money, or it's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Right. And med surge isn't, don't go here. Like, you had a bad experience, baby. You know what I mean? It's not always that, but I think it's just, I'm trying to get us to a point to having everyone understanding that we are novices. When you don't know what you don't know. And the person above you sometimes don't know what they don't know. They haven't been taught. So I think for me, everyone needs a mentor. Everyone needs that person to sit them down, like you guys. And I love the work that you're doing with Heartbeat RN. I'm a novice at this, and you're talking about helping us with, I can't wait to get into CEUs, right? That's one of my goals, and you're going to train us there,
We'd like
But-
to figure it out to be able to do our RN escape room for CEs. I think we can figure that out.
You. Yeah. Yes. So it's just those type of things, understanding that I'm a novice at what I'm doing right now, and you're going to help me with other things. Everyone needs a mentor. So I think that's where my role is right now is, trying to help everyone understand that it is okay to not know what you don't know, but we all need mentors. Yeah. I'm a land this plane. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Ebony. Thank you. No, thank you so much. And we're so excited to have you come to Modern Nurse Fest. She is putting together our RN escape room. We are really, really looking forward to all of the little pieces that people are bringing to it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Priska, let's hear it. What does being a nurse mean to you?
When I think about nursing, I think about being a reliable, kind of steady presence. Helping people feel seen or supported when they're scared, overwhelmed, or just don't know what to do, because of course healthcare is complicated. You have to. The thing that drew me to being a navigator is the nuances of this insurance means you have to take this direction with your care versus this direction. And it's you're leaving a hospital. Who has the time to figure that stuff out? It's okay, let's try to get that situated for you before you even leave. So as a navigator, especially in the lung cancer world, I walk beside patients during the scariest time of their life. Even if we tell them it may not be cancer, but just the word that it could possibly be freaks them out. And so I help them understand what's happening, what to expect, what support we have available for them, so that I try to make sure that they know they have a person, you don't have to just call the office. You can call me directly. You'll always get me, versus hey, you call the office, then it's we'll leave a message for the nurse, and then she'll call back, and then all this, which doesn't help the person's anxiety. And I think too that being a nurse is about holding space for them, listening to them, guiding them, making them feel less alone, and then being there for people in their worst times, but also their best times. Seeing people recover from things that didn't seem hopeful at all is sick. I think that's the best thing in terms of nursing, to see things it's how is this even possible? How is this feasible? I used to work neuro, when she talked about meningioma with her grandmother. I'm how do we do this? As how is it that we're cutting into people's brains? People are letting us cut into their brains, and then they can talk and they can walk afterwards, and they can leave feeling wow, this thing is now behind me. I think that's just so freaking cool. It also taught me to be very strong, teaching me how to advocate for my patients, how to stay grounded under pressure, how to listen to people in a way that makes them feel safe. And then that takes into my business as well. When we talked about earlier, Jen, about being holistic, I consider my brand, Our Green Life, a holistic money brand. It's not just about, hey, how much money can you rack up in your bank account, but what are you going to do with that? How are you going to live your best life? How are you going to live a whole life with this money? And so here on the money coaching end, I help people deal with financial stress, showing up for themselves, not just for everybody else. And then just being a nurse in general, I think, has shaped how I see the world, helping me lead with empathy, of course, helping people not to panic. And I'm just so proud to be a nurse. I when people down it, like Ebony was saying, I'm you don't know what you're talking about. I'm there's so many options. I'm there's no, it's not, you could literally be a nurse and never touch a human being, for God's sake. So don't say you hate nursing. You have no clue, okay? No clue. And so that's how I'm gonna end it, okay?
I love that.
It's a dang good profession. You create a lot of peace and wellness, not just in your life, but in other people's lives.
Thank you so much. That is so good. Because you're right. It's not the profession. It's you have the opportunity and you have the choice to do something else. So you just have to make the choice and take the dive into something else. And it's scary, but could it be any worse than, if you're miserable at your job, could it be worse? Probably not.
Pivot and do whatever.
Pivot. Yeah. Do something else. So thank you guys so much for being here. And then Angela, I know we've had some connectivity issues, but introduce yourself and then tell us what being a nurse means to you.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. I'm Angela Voss. I'm in San Antonio, Texas. I have been a nurse 20 years, started in pediatrics and ended in end of life care. So I've come full circle in my practice. Yeah, I got some hospice experience as in pediatrics. We had a cloud room on our floor, which is a room above the clouds, to bring a hospice feel to the hospital for our families that couldn't handle losing their child at home. So that opened me up to the hospice world, and I fell in love with it. The biggest compliment I've ever received in my career was an obituary. That's so weird and morbid. But I just feel like supporting someone in that walk of life, and for them to thank me at their most saddest time was so profound to me. How could you even think about me? Like, you're consumed by your pain, and you're thanking me. Like, it was my pleasure and joy to care for you in this time, and I don't need a thanks, but thank you. Like, it was so fulfilling and rewarding because nursing's a very thankless profession. And so I found my joy. Being a nurse to me is, it's like more than a profession. It's a calling, it's a commitment, a privilege. For me, being a nurse means like showing up with empathy and strength and unwavering dedication, and especially in that sacred space of hospice care. It's truly taught me the essence of presence. How powerful it is just simply to be there for someone in their most vulnerable moment. You don't have to do anything, just a soft touch. It'll ease the pain. A reassuring voice in times of fear, um, a quiet shoulder, and like the unshakable commitment to dignity, especially at the end of life. Together, we deliver more than care, we deliver compassion and a hope in humanity, in our profession. I realize the power of my gifts, and I choose to use them to make a positive impact on all that I encounter. I grew up with a father that suffered from many chronic health conditions for the majority of his life. So I saw lots of suffrage, and with the man that I was my hero, that I loved the most. It really shaped me into who I am today. So pain control has been always my biggest and hugest priority with all of my patients. It's a passion of mine. So the versatility of nursing, it is just, it's infinite. I have really taken a step into holistic living, and just seeing the polypharmacy effects that my parents have endured, in their elder age. I really want a more holistic approach to their care. So it's caused me to jump into some new entrepreneurial roles that I never even thought were a potential. So it's an amazing profession. How lucky are we that we get to do what we love every day?
I know, it's incredible. And the hospice space is such a special space because there is no greater gift that you can give somebody than helping them pass with ease and dignity, and compassion. So that work is so impactful. So thank you so much for doing that, and everything everybody's doing here in the nursing world. You guys are just incredible people, and thank you for your time tonight, or whatever time it is in your time zone. So we really appreciate you guys hopping on this, and everybody showed up for us. It's been an incredible day. So thank you guys for coming.
Thank you for this platform.
Yeah. All right, guys, take care. Have a wonderful night.
You guys have a good evening.
Nice to meet you all. In person-ish.
In person, yeah. And Ebony, we will meet again to discuss RN escape room. I have some ideas. So
yes. Okay. Yes. Let me know, because I did come up with some things as well.
Perfect. Okay. I gotta go.
All right, you guys. I'm still with you. I've been with you. I'm still with you.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Ebony. Bye. Aw. So amazing.
So good. Okay. What time is it? It is
time for a Modern Nurse Fest ticket giveaway.
Yes.
Who just wants to give shit away?
I love giving shit away.
I think we need to two, right? I think we need a wellness box and a ticket, right? Because I think we missed a break and a commercial. And poor Ashley, I'm trying to get her on, but I don't know if it's gonna pan out. But I'd love to get her on if we can.
We'll make it work.
We'll make it work.
Let me know what I need to do if there's anything. If you need me messaging, you just let me know, girl.
All right, let me do the screen share. Hold on, it takes me a minute.
Got the wheel of fun.
Wheel of fun. Oh, let me clear.
Are we gonna have a wheel at Modern Nurse Fest too?
Heck yeah, we're gonna have. It's gonna be a wheel of swag, and it's gonna be an actual wheel, not digital. So people actually have to put their hands on it and spin it.
Like
yeah, like
Wheel of Fortune. No, wait, what is it? Price is Right.
Price is Right. Yeah, probably not like that big.
It would be super cool though.
I mean,
I would
we'll
say,
see what
like, hold
sponsorships
up.
we get. Maybe we can afford the big wheel.
Maybe Pat can send us the wheel for the weekend or for the week.
Yes,
Couple of days.
Price is Right. If you're on this, please sponsor Modern Nurse Fest.
Sponsor us. We're delusional. Yeah.
The call's coming in tomorrow, ladies.
Eric Templeton, you won a ticket to Modern Nurse Fest.
Eric.
Woohoo!
Yes. Eric Templeton.
Eric Templeton, congratulations. Thank you for being a member on Heartbeat RN. You have a ticket good for any Modern Nurse Fest through 2026, including 4 locations and the online one. I forgot to say that, but we'd love to see you in person. Anchorage, Orlando, Sacramento, Boston, or Houston. Take your pick. We'll see you there.
Woo!
Right. All right. Let's do this again. That's super fun. Okay. This one's for a wellness box from Rise and Restore from Taylor. Thank you so much, Taylor, for donating these wonderful boxes. That's just so sweet of you. And hold on. Let me clear the thing. Oh, I got to get off the thing. All right. Spinning again.
I think it's the music that does it for me.
I think so too. I do like the confetti.
I feel like I'm like 20 again in a club.
Yeah. Do you need like a pacifier? You need a pacifier?
Crisscross.
The
Yeah.
strobes. The strobes.
Sandra Shellhorn. You a wellness box, compliments of Rise and Restore. So we will get you some information in the next, probably tomorrow, on how to claim your wellness box. Thank you so much for being a part of Heartbeat RN. You guys, our community, I want to just take like a few minutes to talk about the Heartbeat community because it's so beautiful. It's better than anything that I anticipated when we started it. You know, it's growing into things that I didn't even think were possible. We've got so many different ways that people can come in and advertise their businesses and their services. But it's also met with a lot of really great messaging and positivity, and it's just a great place to be. I really am so proud of it. And our membership is growing every day, and we're just, we couldn't be happier with the space. So it's been really good.
Yeah. Yay.
Thank you for dreaming this up. Thank you for dreaming this up, and thank you for showing up every time one of us, all of us, we fall down, but we got back up. We're still showing up, and you made this happen today.
This has been amazing. It's been amazing.
I want this to be like my new job.
I know. We could just do this every single day. We just get on the live and we just talk all day long because we already do that on Marco Polo. So why not do it on Livestream where everybody can see us?
Everyone can. It's the full shift show, dudes. It's the full shift
It's the full shift show.
It's the full shit show.
The shift show.
Like
the shift show of starting a business.
Full shit show. Oh my god, I love it. So good. Can we just give one more? Can I give a book away? Can we just give one more thing away? Can I give
all right, let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on.
She just grabbed that.
Where did you pull that out of?
I have some more books. I have a bunch of books. Yeah, let's give a book. Let's give the dialectical behavior therapy book away.
Let's do it. That's a good one. That's a powerful one. If you are not ready to dive
their seats right
deep
now
into your inner psychology, this might not be the book for you. But for most of us, it's a great way to heal.
Hell yeah.
So good. So good. Yeah. So if you get this book for the giveaway, you get not only a hard copy that you can feel and touch. You'll also get the PDF. The PDF.
PDF.
Yeah. Print it out. Look at it when you're in your car, not driving, of course. But yes, let's go. Who's gonna win this book? Let's
All
do
right.
this.
Big spin. Kimberly Fleck.
Yes.
You just won all the tools to healing your inner child and stepping into a better space in your life. Congratulations, Kimberly Fleck. Thank you so much.
Yes, Kimberly, so excited. We will contact you and get with you to get this book in your hands and get a better life in your body and mind and soul. It's going to be great.
I love it. Get a better life. Get a better life than this. This is a great life.
Get a better
life. I told my husband, I was like, because he was like, oh, you're going to be on all day. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm chatting with hot babes all day long. Like the Napoleon Dynamite guy, the brother from Napoleon Dynamite.
I love that.
Coffee. He wants me to give him a kudos because he said I didn't give him a kudos yet today. So kudos for the coffee.
Woo! Kudos.
So we can keep chatting on.
Perfect. I got this message from my husband.
What's it say?
1.59 left. You're doing great. Love you.
Oh,
that's awesome.
I love this. So supportive. Slick Rick, you're the best.
He is the best. He goes, I know. He stayed home from work today, so the dogs wouldn't bother me too much. So he's been on dog patrol. So otherwise, they're like all over me. Like, you see it.
Yeah.
We like your dogs.
We like your dogs.
I like my dogs. I prefer them a lot of the times to a lot of people. Where are we even at?
Yeah, so we have the man group.
We've got the man's group. It is a recording. I'm going to go ahead and play. So they changed their name. We dubbed it Men's Association in Nursing, but they've changed to the Men's Alliance.
Men's Alliance.
Brotherhood in Service. Service.
Scrubs? No, service.
Service, yep. So this is a little video that they made for us to be able to participate, to talk about their group and to then participate in this event. And then I think they're going to hop on. They said they were interested in hopping on with us for a little bit to talk more about their group and to deep dive into nursing. So here is the man's group.
All right, welcome. This is Todd, and I'm representing the Man's Alliance, the Brotherhood in Service, and me and Matt Harless are here. The community that that we're representing are the guys in nursing, guys in service, and first responders. We're here to just help support men. And we're honored to be asked here to just talk a little bit about what it means for us to be a nurse and, some of our journey in nursing. So what I'd love to do is, I just introduced Matt. I'd love Matt to share definitely about his experience. So Matt, share a little bit about your experience of being a nurse, maybe a couple stories it took to become a nurse.
Yeah. So before I was a nurse, I was a minister. I actually left ministry to work as adult protective services. And my journey into nursing came after seeing a patient that had just been left by their families to die. And I tell this story in detail in my book that's coming out, but this patient was basically molding into the wood subfloor of the house, and just the open jars of mayonnaise, and her skin and flesh was just molding into the wood. I mean, it was horrific. And when we called the 911 and got EMS on site, it took them a long time to just pry her from her place she was at. I got the opportunity to follow her through the ER, through the ICU to a rehab unit to a outpatient therapy center, and eventually she moved into assisted living. And it was at that time that I saw what nurses actually had done, because like in high school, I'd studied all kinds of sciences, and I always thought I'd be like a doctor or something, but I didn't want to go through all that schooling. What's amazing is, as a nurse, you actually get to spend more time with the patients. You have a 12-hour shift. You're actually touching them, and you're doing more to actually heal them. Our doctors, set the plan. They see the patient for a few minutes. They really manage the care, but we get to do it. And I am much more in tune with being hands-on and physically, emotionally involved in my patients. And like I can tell you, some of the patients I've cared for over the years have overcome addictions. When I worked a decade in the psych hospital, and we saw some patients like over and over again for the same drugs and alcohol, and then you started seeing them less and less, and then they started 12 steps, without the BS. And so every now and then one of them would come back and be like, I haven't needed you in over a year, and I just wanted to come in and tell you how good I'm doing. Success stories like that. And like, my approach to nursing has just been that. Like, I educate and I narrate my care. And like, what I love is when I have a surgery patient and they're telling me how they need to stop eating 12 hours the night before the surgery, because they understand the importance of it. Or I love it when these diabetic patients complain about the hospital's giving them too many carbs because they've counted them and they think it's too much. And I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. I'd much rather support and help somebody that's proactively trying to care for their health, and teaching and educating people that may be against it. It's like trying to get them to, cabbage on to the ideas that we're trying to teach them. But I feel like those are the real success stories, are the ones that go above and beyond what even you think at the time. So that's been my experience.
I love it, man. I love it, Matt. Yeah, for me, entering nursing, like honestly, I was a medic in the military, and I was like, I wanted to be like that helicopter rescue nurse. Like I was all into that.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, so what's the process for me to get there? So, obviously I started on a med surg cardiac and then went to the ICU. And that was like my motivation for a long time. But I really did like helping people and in that way. And I really enjoyed the medicine and that kind of part of it. And as I saw transplants as we, in the the CTICU, and which I thought was really fascinating, people that got hearts. And this was a while ago, guys. I've been a nurse for a bit, almost 30 years. And the thing that I love about nursing is that you could be so diverse. You could go to so many different areas. I went into medical device sales. I've been in corporate, all kinds of things, and kind of segued and created my own business, started my own business, just a lot of different things. And at the end of the day, the other thing too is if life kind of throws you a little bit, you could always pick up shifts or do something per diem, and we're needed in so many spaces, which I love. The question I have for you, Matt, that I love, like, what did it take for you to become a nurse? Like the process, right? Like,
oh my gosh, I think my story is unique too, because like I left adult protective services, and I started my school, right? And I did all my prerequisites. I went to a university and whatnot, but then I got mono and I was sick for 3 months, and it derailed my nursing education for a decade. I had to recover. I had to get financially back on track, and then I had to find a school that would accept me. And I ended up going to Ivy Tech, which is a small community college, paid cash for every semester, got an associate's degree. I have a master's in theology, but like I've spent my whole career with just my associates as a registered nurse. And honestly, I've been able to work anywhere that I've ever wanted to. I did resource nursing. Most recently, I've been a rehab nurse, and I feel like, as a man, I've never really felt like I was kept from any departments. I mean, there were obviously departments I had no interest in, like OB and stuff, but like, you know, I've always felt accepted, you know, where I was. And I don't know, for the most part, 99% of my days, I truly enjoy what I do, and I'm dedicated to being the best nurse I can be. But you know, it's those other days that make it struggle.
Man, I love that story. And you know, it's interesting that you share that story is, you know, and I'm not sure if it's like that now, but when I went to school, like I did a BSN program, and not because I thought it was just the track I went, but I felt, and the talk back then was, and I'm not sure if it still is now, that the associates prepared or the diploma nurses they were just stronger clinically. They had a lot more clinical type of experience. We had more theory and things like that. That was always the perception, you know. Like, was that your perception, or did you hear that through the ranks, or what's your thought on that?
So my favorite mentor was a nurse named Celia Conlue. And when I was in nursing school, I was a tech in that psych hospital. But Celia Conlue, she was like the president of the Nurses Association for, I believe it was Korean nurses or something. But like, she narrated her care with the patients, and then she let us watch, and she would do a head to toe assessment, and she would talk about what was wrong. And Matt, put your stethoscope here. Do you hear that? So, I mean, I got much more of an education from her than I ever did in a clinical experience or ever did in a classroom. And she would be like, well, now I have to give this metoprolol, but I can't give it until you do the vitals. So tell me what the vitals are, and I'll tell you if we're going to give it or not. I mean, she walked me through critical thinking like 101 long before I ever went to school. And like, for me, I didn't have to read as much and study as much because, you know, I had a head start from a nurse that was willing to just, you know, just show what she was doing. And I think, you know, I've imitated that in my own life because I think we have such a gift. We just don't even realize it sometimes for the new people that are coming.
Yeah, 100%. You know, my nursing school experience was like very you know, well, it wasn't traditional. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and then I was kind of a mess. And then I went in the military, kind of helped me out, straightened me out a little bit,
Yeah.
gave you the discipline to really, you know, like it was a very competitive program, so you had to like dial in to get accepted because they had so many applicants versus the slots. So I was grateful to get in, and it was hard. Like even the pre-work to get in and the work, I felt like it was just a lot all at once that you needed to manage.
Yeah.
And as I reflect on it now, I was like, you know, it was hard by design, I think, in a sense that, you know, nursing's not easy. It's, you know, you have to be able to manage stressful situations and a lot of different things. But you know, I did really well, and I was, you know, I was kind of proud of that moment. You know, as much as I sit there and, you know, you reflect over some of the challenges you see in nursing today. And we had those challenges back then too, but I think it's just more kind of exacerbated. One of the things that I want to ask you a question is, you know, what's your hope for the future of nursing, Matt?
I go back and forth. I really hope the current system just evaporates. I kind of believe in this doctrine of no nurse and no care, and I just believe that as more and more nurses understand what's happening in these profit over patient systems, that they step out of them. And then those profit over patient organizations have fewer and fewer resources to continue the medical, you know, assault that they're putting on the American people, and that those profit over patient hospitals have to shut down. And those profit over patient insurance companies have no revenue. And I feel like once that shuts down, I think there's a lot of hope in some new models that are coming out. And one of my favorite ones is this modified utility model that just says everyone in the city, your zip code, is just going to take a share in everyone's health care, which is really what insurance was supposed to be from the beginning. And this model just starts with health. Like, how do we prevent people from being sick? And then what do we do with the sickest populations? And, I'm on the committee called Flip Your Zip Code for Nurses Transforming Care. And I wouldn't be there if I didn't believe that there was something in our future. But I don't think the current system, I think it's beyond repair. And I understand there's executives and nurse leaders out there, and that just sounds like I'm catastrophizing. But I think what we currently have, we've got to be honest about what we have, and it's hurting people more than it's helping them.
I love that, Matt. Matt, thanks for sharing that, and keep us updated. In your perspective, I think people aren't aware of different things that are going on. For sure. And I think a couple things for me for the hope for nursing is I think I just want the nurses to start to heal a little bit, like to really start looking inward, to band together as brothers and sisters, and to just start to really support each other, even in a broken system. We have a broken system. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed, and this healing that comes at all levels, from frontline nurse. It could start with just one nurse that just is the example, and we just spread it, and everyone gets kind of promoted, and we start to deal with some of these things head on. I think there's going to be major shifts. And it's been great too, Matt, is getting to know you and some of the other guys that we've interacted with, even in the men's group, the men's alliance group. And we're kind of, we're not many in number, but I think our fellow sisters appreciate us being around. It's a funny story. As I was talking about when nursing school, I remember this nursing instructor who was really influential on me. I just loved her energy, and she was so awesome. And she handed me a paper pamphlet, right? I think the first internet was coming out as I graduated nursing school. We didn't even have the web,
Oh yeah.
This paper, I graduated nursing school. We didn't even have the web,
Oh yeah.
This paper pamphlet, and it was the Assembly of Men in Nursing, and it was the prior to the American Association for Men in Nursing.
Not sure what happened there, but we froze up a little bit. We've been having a little bit of connectivity issues throughout the day, but that's okay. We've got the real deal, Matt Harless and Todd Annalucci right in the back. So let's bring them forward. And Todd, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
It's all good. Look at this. Look at this. We've got it going on here. This is a cool. I feel like I'm in a
place to be.
Candle place here. This is fantastic. Yeah. We got DJ Emily there.
Yep,
mixing it up,
rocking it out all day.
We're 10.5 hours into this full shift event, and we've got the man's group. Say it again. Man's Alliance. Brotherhood in Service, correct?
Yeah, we've just expanded to include basically any guy, but we wanted to open it up to healthcare professionals, service members, first responders, and there's just been this draw for that to happen for sure. So it's we're super grateful for it, and it's growing.
I think it's such an important space because it is a female dominated profession that you're in. And we kind of take for granted the men that come into the profession as far as for me, working in the hospital that I worked at, you know, if there was a violent patient that was on the unit, one of the male nurses would be assigned to that patient. Or if there was, you know, somebody that was unruly, that was the male nurse's responsibility. The male nurses do a lot of the heavy lifting on the heavier patients. And there's not really a space for you guys to come together and to talk about that, and kind of how unfair that is. Just because of, you're a guy, so you should do the heavier lifting of healthcare. So I guess just tell us a little bit about some of the things that you guys talk about in this man's group, and just enlighten us on what services you guys are going to provide for the men that decide to join. Because, like I said, I think it's a super important space.
Sure, I'll start out a little bit, but Matt's been super, super helpful. I think really we just wanted a space for guys to kind of come together, and the group's fairly open on the LinkedIn space, so we allow the ladies as long as they don't get weird, right? That's kind of the disclaimer, right?
We are weird.
And we, if we're not grounded in ourselves, then we're not able, as men, I think, a lot of the guys that I talk to, we start to have some deeper conversations around this, and really kind of men have been silently suffering. And it's not just in, the healthcare space. It's just in general, like the way society, lack of male role models, they're playing from this playbook that nobody knows who really wrote it or what it is. Yeah. And so what I found is when men start to kind of step more authentically into themselves, it creates a space so the women in their lives could actually be more of who they are. And it's a pretty interesting phenomenon. I've learned this from some deep work that I've done. And now I'm creating a theory in background that one of my male friends in the nurse academia space is encouraging me to publish around the male-female energy around this. But the group, to start out, is really we want to get together like once a month, and I think, and Matt will chime in on it, I think it was so powerful. There was 3 of us who kind of did a little speaking, and then everybody just kind of started to open up. Like, it was just the guys, and the cool part about this is you started to see a little bit of the wounds that just starting to come out. And I run my own private men's group, and it's been like over a year, and we've all grown tremendously. But this was a nice thing to see of where some of the guys I started with, I don't really see growth, because we're in the growth together, but but it was really interesting to see. And as they started to open up, you started to see some of a little bit of their inner challenges and their pain and stuff. And then just being heard and talk, it's just such a powerful place. And so we're taking it small then, because guys are kind of silent, right? You could see on post, right? How many women respond? Like tons, right? The guys are like crickets, but they're thinking in the background, it's like stewing back there, right? So, so that's really it. And it's starting to grow in spaces that, a lot of people have talked to me in the background about it. They've reached out. We've had some deep conversations, and more surprisingly, more women seem very interested. The conversations go to like, wow, this is really cool. And by the way, my husband this, and then it comes back to them like, wow, I didn't realize this. And like, it's pretty fun to watch. Because it's just a kind of a fun little place to be. And you think about men struggling. Now you throw nurses who, let's be honest, we come with wounds, right? We come to a helping profession with wounds, right? Why do you think we're want to help people, right? So you add that in, and you probably got a codependent male that's a male nurse. Let's be honest, right? And that comes with stuff. So there's multiple complexities to it, which is pretty fun. And if you're open to looking at it and stepping into it. But Matt, I'd love for you to kind of share your experience and, all that good stuff, brother.
I don't think you can listen to Todd for very long or read his content on social media without realizing that guy's just heading straight on to trauma and our response to some, I think, the pull of what's happening bedside for nurses for years. But I consider myself lucky to become a friend, and just the relationship that Todd and I have built has done a lot to deepen myself and strengthen myself. And we're trying to just show that to others. We need men, that have deep relationships with other men in nursing, so that we can bring out the best aspects of who we are. And when we start being authentic about our weaknesses, it's not a competition of our strengths, and then we can be vulnerable to a point where we're being honest with each other. I told Todd, and I think that was part of the clip that didn't make it, but like, I worked 10 years in a psych hospital, and it was just natural that a group of 10 of us guys started, hanging out together, and we would meet once a month or so, and we would do things and talk and encourage each other. And what's wild is, here I am, 15 years after that experience, and there's only 3 of us that are alive. And the other 6, I know 6 of them that committed suicide, and not one of them, we still don't know what happened to them. But I mean, that's powerful to go through life and realize these men that you were close to, that you had relationships with, couldn't hack it. And you wonder, what could I have done differently, or what could I have done better? But there's a real psychological toll all this abuse, neglect, and exploitation takes on us as individual caregivers. And if we don't learn to acknowledge our part in this circumstance, we do get kind of fatalistic, and we lose a part of who we are. And I can't be in a conversation with Todd and not feel that sense of strength, the need to overcome it.
Yeah, just from my own experience, I working with several male healthcare workers. It just seems like there's a stigma about, you have to be like ultra tough and you compartmentalize everything, and it's you go through your shift and you do all the work of patient care, but it just kind of rolls right off your shoulders and no big deal. I'll go eat a sandwich in the break room and come back and get right back to it. And there's not a lot of even doing debriefing in the hospital, which is kind of a joke, but doing debriefing in that specific hospital, it was hard to get anybody to really open up about what they felt about the events that would take place. And it always kind of transitioned back to the actual, the skill set of nursing and what happened during the event, but nothing deep in here that said, how do I feel about this inside, and am I able to process this trauma? And so I just think there's a lot of work that needs to be done for the guys in healthcare. So I think this group, I can't speak highly enough about this group. I think it's really, really important. And sorry, I'm kind of rambling here, but I think the work you guys are doing is really good, and I think you guys are going to touch a lot of people. Yeah.
Mind if I add to that?
Sure,
I feel like you've said a lot of things that are just so important for everyone to hear, but for women to hear. And women in nursing. My brother is a nurse, and he's given me such a different. We've been able to help each other out, brother and sister, which I don't know if I was able to put that together until right now. And hearing the male perspective and sharing my perspective with him. And I'm like, you're a dude, you're 6'2", you're intimidating. That comes natural when he walks in a room. He's a big guy. And to be in a female dominated industry has been a real challenge for him. And I think the other part is any guy that I've worked with, if something bad happens on the unit, they're the ones that are caretaking on the women nurses. And I don't even know that we realize that we're not, I think it's a societal piece, right? Men take care of women is the societal piece. And in that trauma, you just code somebody, whatever, bad things happen. Like the male nurse is taking care of the female nurse. And it was just really kind of profound that it just hit me during this conversation. And I think you guys definitely need to be sharing. I want to hear more. We don't need to be in the club, but like, I want to hear more about that perspective, because I think it's so valid and needed for us to really just kind of see each other. I know we see each other from a nurse to a nurse, but from a male to a female, we know those relationships are hard. And I love that you're creating a space for men to like get in touch with themselves and be able to have that support where they're not going to be judged by the woman, you know?
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I'm not sure on how much time we have to share. Do we get cut off at a certain time, Emily or Jen or?
I have 15 minutes
Cool. So
until our next group. Yeah.
All
So go
right.
for it.
I didn't want to, you know, time frames and all that good
Everybody
stuff.
gets the time and the space they need. So it's been a great day of just providing everybody a platform to talk about what they're doing.
Yeah, you know, and I want to thank all you guys and you know, and Matt is I call him Bull from from Band of Brothers, you know, like I think it's that kind of is, you know, if anybody watches that, it kind of talks a lot about that band of brotherhood, and you know, it's we're all in the same foxhole, right? And like who's leading and what's going on, and like you could use it in so many different frameworks. And like, for example, the nurses, especially during COVID, it like blew the doors off of the levels of trauma that people faced, right? And so like I've had friends that were like ICU and MPs and doing all that, and they were really experiencing battlefield trauma, like battle fatigue, you know, those signs and symptoms. And Emily, you might be able to relate, you know, just from their military experience. And so what good leaders did was they took them off the line because they were unsafe for the team. You know, and so you really have to start thinking about it. And Taylor, I want to thank you for that introduction on LinkedIn to that gentleman who's a young leader and a pretty guy we got on a call and trying to do some great things.
Yay! He's fantastic.
Yeah, he's such a super guy, you know, a little bit of Jersey in him, New York,
yeah,
and a little Brooklyn, you know, you got to love that. That's, you know, it's the wheelhouse. But, you know, it's, you know, so somebody else reached out to me recently. We just got on this long call and he's like, you know, maybe post more guy nursing pictures, right? And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea, you know, because I do a blend. And so we got on that conversation. He goes, you know, maybe you could start to attract more men into nursing. And I guess I didn't really even think of that perspective. But he goes, you know, and think about it, because I've been interviewed. What are kind of the stereotypes that we're gay, you know, like, you know, we're this, we're that. But, you know, it's really different. You know, there's so many benefits of being a nurse that people don't often see. But there's a lot of stereotypes to overcome for sure. But the women, I love what you talked about with the women. And one of the things, like from an energetic perspective, women are emotional, and that's what makes them wonderful and beautiful all at the same time. And they have this emotional intensity. And so when a man steps into being his authentic, grounded self, he serves as that. And if he creates space without fixing, what problems is they try to fix each other, is it gives them the space. And when women come at the men in the ways they perceive differently, it's just a test that they'll be there. And it's really interesting that if women could, you know, guys could just create the space, the proverbial, I just wanted you to listen, maybe just create space around it. You start to notice that. And I think over the years on the nursing floors, nurses used to say, I love having you on the floor. You kind of ground the unit, you know, like, hey, we could just be real and whatever. Not to say that women aren't real. They more often talk to each other than anything. But to ground that emotional intensity sometimes in a place that gets very intense. So I love kind of that philosophy, and more will come out as I start to write more about it. But, you know, even, you know, Matt has shared a lot of different experiences, and sometimes the weight of that energy gets a little interesting, and to talk to other guys, because we're so silent, we're silent, like, let's just deal with this and rub dirt on it and move on, is like, sometimes you need to be like, man, do you feel that way too? And then it opens the door. Matt, like, what are your thoughts on that, brother?
Well, I really like that we don't record our meetings. We do like a video, and we try to just create that space where everybody's safe to just say what they're thinking and feeling at that time. And then the way Todd moderates it all, it's just, he really kind of brings things out in people. What I find fascinating is there's just a real hunger for it, because there's always a group of guys that are wanting to sit down and experience that. And I think there's a real growth to it, to know that you're not alone. And by being vulnerable myself, I started a conversation that really helped me, because I saw other people share the way they handled the exact same situation. And maybe they did it better than I did, or differently than I did. And I kind of cabbaged on to maybe some of their thoughts. And like, I really like the group, because it's like that fresh perspective you get all the time, and there's really no rules.
That's so amazing. I'm just going to hop in real quick, because I want to ask a few questions about the group, because I think, do you feel and do you see or notice when y'all join together, all the men together, do you notice that the men are able to let their guard down, that they feel safe enough to kind of open up to you guys?
Yeah, I think like, Matt, and you could share your experience. It was pretty cool, because I think, like, I started, it led to Matt, and then Julian wound up, like, as we started to open up, and then there was another strong leader personality in there. Is a great guy. And then, like, it was funny because it was only scheduled for an hour, but it went longer. I wanted to honor the time, but I had time, so we just let. And so everybody, like, literally shared, which was really cool. And I think by the end of it, I feel that, like, because you could see kind of the pain, like, I call it pain, but it's this intensity of stuff, coming up, and it was really cool. And I think it allowed them to open up and to make some moves. And some of the guys had reached out, hey, I started doing this, I started doing that. And that's cool, just to do that. So I hope that answered your question. Matt, what's your experience with that in the group?
Well, yeah, it's just that shared experience. It's like we talked about, like, one of the three of us talked first, and we both kind of shared what our struggles had been. And, I got to admit that I was kind of a jerk at one point in my life, and I don't like to share that, but like in the meeting, I was like, I'm not that jerk anymore, but like, this is who I was. And, and then I think that just allowed other people to feel like, okay, I was a jerk too, like, or something I did wasn't too great. And when you kind of start off the meeting with some of those conversations, that's different. No, I don't think people are used to that. And, it opens you up to go in whatever directions people need to go in that time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really empowering, I think, to talk about your own behavior, but then to also like realize that it's just human behavior. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you any sort of way. It's just, this is our first experience on earth, and we're all here to just live through it and grow from it. And I think that, like, being able to shine light on it and talk about it, especially in these like intimate group settings where you feel very safe talking about it, kind of helps you like pull back and not feel so like shameful of that behavior. And it can just kind of open your world up when you don't feel like shame anymore. It's like, it's a huge like uplifting of like, oh, like that, just who I was, and I'm not that person anymore, and we're done.
Yeah, for sure. And guys are, the thing I've learned with working with men is, they've, you know, because of the society stuff, you know, there's a lot less fathers, you know, involved fathers and all of that. They don't really, you know, they've disowned their own masculinity at a place because either they're mad at them or they're not involved. And by doing that, you actually disown your lineage and part of your masculinity. And it's and they try to find it in women oftentimes, and that's not healthy for them or for others. And like, just, you know, everything we do in our jobs and in our lives, they're all interchangeable. So what happens in one is not a compartment. So I think the thing that men that I've learned, you know, in my experience, is they're often disconnected from what they really want because they feel they need to fit into a mold and a framework that they don't understand. And you know what, you know, I think women are wonderful and beautiful, but we're different, right? And so oftentimes women are facing their own challenges in themselves, and they need the guy to be more of who they are, which they have to learn. And I found that a lot of men are often disconnected from themselves to the point that they can't even step into what they like. And you compound that, we just go along, and it does pile up for sure. Like, I'd ask guys, like, what kind of ice cream you like that basic, to just own that, to have an experience, you know, and then start to uncover as it unravels, which is a cool thing. And the guys in the group, you know, we'll see how it goes, but that's the space that, you know, that they be in. And I don't know, it seemed like the men in nursing, the nurses for sure are definitely need some support. You know, I've noticed, I didn't think about it more until we've had that experience, you know?
Yeah. It's been a good experience, and everybody seems to really enjoy it.
That's wonderful. I saw on the group page that you guys have a newsletter coming out. What pieces of the newsletter, like what is included in the newsletter?
Well, really, it's just like I encourage people to just submit stuff to me, you know, and I'll post it in there. You know, we're a bunch of guys, so if there was ladies in there, I'd get like 100 responses, right? But they're not, so which, you know, and this is part of the process, you know, and so whoever wants to submit stuff. But right now it seems like, you know, and Matt's got some good ideas. You know, Julian's got some great things that he's working on from the academia piece. He's really interested in men's health. He's trying to create a nurse practitioner for men's health, which is really super cool. And he has a framework for that. And that's, you know, so I just kind of publish as much as I can, at least once a week. So, you know, more to follow. And that's, you know, and our events, I'll put one out tonight because we have an event starting. Here we go. We got one Wednesday.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
Todd, is LinkedIn the space that we want to send guys to, or is there any other location for you guys?
I contemplated like Facebook just to have it there, but it just didn't want to. I don't know. Right now, LinkedIn, it's just, you know, because it does require a lot more effort, but I'm maybe finding the reach. You know, if you guys have any inspiration, or any of your watch, or whoever's watching does, like, shoot me a message. I'm just open to anything. It's just more of seeing where it works. And, you know, right now it seems to be working there because they don't want to travel too much. You know, if it's in your face, it's there, right? We're guys. What do you think, Matt? Like, am I off base?
That's why we call it a challenge. We feel like men respond better to a challenge. If we were on every platform, it would be easy. So, yeah, we're on LinkedIn. You know where we are.
I think LinkedIn's the perfect space for you guys because it marries that like professionality with the work that you're trying to do. You know, I think once you get into some of the other platforms, there's a lot more shenanigans that happen, and there might be a lot of, you know, not to like, I don't know, put a stigma on the other platforms, but I just think like LinkedIn is a perfect space for you guys. I think Facebook, you're going to get bogged down with ads and I don't know. It's like the wild, wild west over there.
Yeah, because when you go off any platform, it just becomes a challenge. Because I run my inner group through a platform, and then they don't go there because they're inherently on this. And I was like, all right, you know what I mean? So I've kind of learned that way. I think ladies are definitely more, and I don't want to super judge, but they seem more engaged in this, and the guys are like, oh, if it's in their face, like that's cool. So the newsletter will work, or LinkedIn has been pretty good so far, but we're always open to suggestions wherever we could help people the best. So that's where we're at.
Yeah. And just some final questions. Do you guys anticipate any like in-person events, like in-person meetups in the future? I think that would be kind of amazing.
Yeah, so this has been the talk in the background, me, Matt and I, and a couple other guys, and actually a lady that's out there really wants to support our movement too, is we're definitely looking at a retreat. So we're looking at the fall, but we're creeping up on it. So I'm going to have some information more towards the end of the week on it, like just a pretty cool retreat with a lot of different things. So that's what we're hoping for. So that's probably next on the agenda, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Well, awesome. That all sounds amazing, and you guys are amazing in the work that you're doing and putting out there in the world. It's going to have an effect on people for sure. So I send people there all the time as I run into them. Like, you guys got to join that man's group. They're doing some good things over there. So thank you guys for doing the recording for us and being here to celebrate International Nurses Day and talk about what nursing means to you. We really appreciate everybody that's like stepped up and been a part of this event. We're 11 hours in, and it's been incredible. So thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies, for having us and inviting us. We're honored to help support what you guys are doing here for sure.
Keep up the great work, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take care. Have a good rest of your night.
Take care.
Stay watching us.
We'll see you guys. All right.
All right. It is 8:00 p.m. Eastern time, 4:00 p.m. Alaska time. I don't know what time it is around the rest of the world. I'm too tired to think about that.
We're almost there. And I'm honestly doesn't even feel like a 12-hour shift. So good job. Thanks for being the best coworkers ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Candle of light, a lamp of light.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
Mine's on the table.
Under the nub.
I feel like the Statue of Liberty. I'm just gonna be like,
I did have this one, but then I almost like lit my sleeve on fire. So
that would have been a great live.
Yeah. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh.
We're gonna go keep the lamp alight in the burn unit. All right, we're at the top of the hour. Do we need another to give away? That happened so fast.
I love giveaways.
I do too. Where are we at, Taylor? I have lost track on gift boxes. I've lost track on tickets.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think
I kept score. I documented.
Okay.
I documented this code. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tickets, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes and 1 DVT book.
Awesome. I say we give away a wellness box, our very last wellness box of the event. And then that'll leave us with one more ticket left for the grand finale closeout shift report.
Yes.
Where we replay this whole thing and talk about it the whole time for 12 more hours.
Yeah. We'll just keep it up on TikTok so we get the peeps.
You guys know the drill. Hold on while I get this thing sorted out.
Start dancing.
Oh my God, I closed it out. Jen, hold on.
Jen, how dare you be so amazing and awesome? Oh, yes. All right, here we go.
I don't even know where it saved it in my computer.
I don't have anything fun right here.
yourself.
What is
You're
happening?
fun.
I'm fun.
Stop discrediting yourself. You're fun, man.
I'm fun.
You are fun. This has been super fun. I have enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
I mean,
Like a baby with a what is that? Like a baby with This is literally like 6 a.m. This is night shift at 6 a.m. This is what happened.
This is where you got to get real and be like, what just happened for the last 11 hours? I don't even know how to give a report right now.
Yeah, you're like, I feel like I'm drinking. Like everything's spinning.
Yeah.
So delusional, right?
Half an hour, we're going to get like nauseated. And
I say night shift was literally the shit. I remember when they did the thing, the nurses play cards.
Oh, yeah.
Literally like a year or two before that, I was working with 2 male nurses, and one of them said, we should get a deck of cards and put them in the bottom drawer just in case like we have a night like this, because every so often you'd have that super chill night that you could never really speak of. But he actually said that, and then the whole thing, we never played cards, just to say. We never actually played cards or got them. That was night shift though.
I had a
good night shift.
I love the men's group. Just to kind of go back to that a little bit, some of the best nurses, like the funnest nurses I've worked with, have been male nurses. We had this one guy that he was like a big prankster, and so like you'd come out of a patient's room and like instead of like your chair being next to your wow, he'd put like a bedside commode and be like, Jen's chair.
That's so
Or
awesome.
he
I
would
love
turn
that.
like the volume all the way up on your computer and then shut it down. So when you turned it back on, it would be like, dun, 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 dun.
I love that. Oh my god.
They used to take the cell phone when you'd leave the nurses station and like take selfies. You know what I mean? You didn't need the passcode. Is it okay to tell a joke?
Yeah.
It's not a joke, but maybe I'm not going to tell it. It's too good. But it's a little long. We'll save it for our next time.
What? You can't leave us hanging like that.
All right, I'll tell you. We had a new nurse.
joke. Oh, never mind.
Joke on her. We were playing a joke on the new nurse. You said prankster. This is such a bad joke, though. I feel like it's kind of mean. Well, anyway, we told this nurse, if she was new, we said this other nurse, this veteran nurse, had a fake leg. And that's why she always like had hip pain. She was an older nurse, like bedside 45 years, hardcore. And so we were telling this nurse that, and like we even went as far as like somebody had a prosthetic leg, and we like put it in the break room and took a picture of it and sent it to the nurse. So this is her leg. And then one night we're at the nurse's station, and this nurse said, fake leg nurse, grabs her hip and she goes, ugh, like just really like bad pain. Like we could not have made this up. And we start like giggling, me and this other nurse. And then the nurse that we said, she has a fake leg, she goes, guys, that's not funny. And the older nurse turned around, she goes, I don't have a fake leg. And she really like blew the whole thing up. And it was like the story we laughed at for years, all of us, like just years of laughing. Like, but that was the stuff we had to do just to keep you got to keep it fun. You have to, we see too much real rawness that we have to keep it fun.
Absolutely.
Only we get our sense of humor.
Yeah. It's got to be a little bit on the dark side.
Yeah. The morbid humor is how I got through hospice for sure. And I don't know why, but Another One Bites the Dust would always play. Like after I leave a patient, I am not playing, y'all. Like it happened at least 3 times in my hospice arena career. Yeah. Like I was like, are you kidding me right now? I'm like bawling, and it's like, dun, dun, dun. Another One Bites the Dust. I'm like, oh yes, they did. I'm just like, oh my god.
I always, do you guys have like a song that like you think when you're like, okay, I'm going to get to work and this is like my theme song of like going to work. Mine is, she works hard for the money. So hard for the money.
Oh my God. That's so good.
I love
I could just see you like beep bopping in the car on the way to work. She works
singing
hard
to myself with no music.
coming down your cheeks.
Yeah. I don't want to go in there.
I work hard for my money.
Oh
I
my
hope other
God.
people think we're as funny as we think we are, because we are so funny.
Oh my God.
Well, if they've been on as long as us, they're as delusional as we are.
They're
So
like,
probably.
I'm gonna go give a
Literally
bunch of
feels
like
night.
really dangerous meds right now too. So after 12 hours of just sitting here.
Oh,
You know,
so
some
good.
nurse administrator probably just heard that and they're like, what hospital is this? What hospital is this nurse at?
Where are these nurses having fun?
Oh my God. And this is how we work, y'all. This is the joy of finding people that support and lift you up and just laugh with you and at you.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's all you can do, right?
That's all you can do. Oh my gosh.
All right. I have it up.
Give some shit away, or are we going to do that?
Yeah. Yes. Giving shit away.
We
All
forgot our
right.
patient.
Wellness box.
I want to
coming
tell you
up.
guys what nursing means to me too.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna spin the wheel first, and then you can.
Yes, please do.
Hold your
Spin away.
thoughts.
All right.
Hold
Spin.
that
Yes.
I know. I was like, I shouldn't be on there. Katie Allender, you have won.
I'm so happy.
Rise in a Store wellness box with all of these beautiful items in it. Thank you so much for being a part of the Heartbeat RN community. And we hope you enjoy your box of beautiful, wonderful gifts that Taylor worked really, really hard to curate. So these boxes are very, very special and part of a passion project of hers. So I hope you enjoy, and we'll get you some information tomorrow about how you'll get your box. So thank you so much.
Yay, Katie.
Right. So excited that she won. That's awesome.
That's cool. All right. All right, Taylor, what does nursing mean to you, being a nurse?
I've been thinking about it all day. I mean, I think about it all the time, right? But like all day today, just listening to the amazing people, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, like just beautiful things. But the only thing that kept coming to mind was like the stories of the things I've gotten to see that I don't know that I've gotten to share out loud. You know, like I'm gonna get emotional, but like as a brand new nurse staying after my shift and getting to shave my patient's face, you know, he was hit by a car getting his mail. And I got to see him as a student nurse. I got to see him as a CNA. I followed him from ICU to the unit that I worked on as a precepting nurse. And like being a nurse to me is staying late to shave someone's face to make them feel human. Being a nurse is, and this one's really tough, and it's the second time I've talked about it. And it's like early on in my career, but being a nurse is coding a baby and losing this baby and putting this baby in clothing and taking pictures of this baby for their mom and dad to take with them forever. That's being a nurse. Walking this baby down to the morgue and leaving them alone is being a nurse. And these are the unseen things that we do that you can't quantify. You can't label that with like words. And so I just kept thinking of these stories and these like incredible patients that I got to care for. And just like, what a beautiful, beautiful thing that we get to do. But that's what it is. It's those moments that nobody else sees except for the nurse and the doctors, you know, the care team. But like, it is the nurse. It's the nurse who's in there with the camera and trying to take pictures with mom and dad. And at this time of their life that is just so unimaginable, like that's a nurse. And I'm just so thankful for all of us for being there, for enduring all of those times and still shining our light to the next patient. Like, it's just so amazing.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Yeah,
It's what we do, right? It's like what we do.
Yeah.
And we get to do that for each other. It's a special, you can meet a nurse in an airport that you've never met before and you instantly are bonded. You know, that's a nurse.
because
I
you
have one of
instantly
those.
see that. You instantly see that.
Yeah, I have a Facebook friend that just like we were in an airport and just started talking, and yeah, she's like been my friend on Facebook for like 5 years now. So
So
I see her and I
awesome.
like her stuff. She likes my stuff. So it is. It's definitely a collection of people that truly care about humanity, and we're all over the world. So
Amazing. Amazing.
it's a wonderful profession for anybody that wants to get into it. But you have to set boundaries and you have to demand respect for yourself and your inner peace.
And nobody should ever expect you to walk a baby down to a morgue and leave them there. And no manager should never, ever not check in on that new nurse.
Absolutely.
That new nurse, the old nurse, the seasoned nurse. Like, advocate for yourself. It's not normal. That's not. We have to find ways to get through that. And yeah, I just feel like we have to advocate because no one's gonna pick us up sometimes. Like sometimes we just are down there by ourselves, wondering if, how do you do this? How do you feel? How do you move through this? And I never had a manager come up to me and ask me a single thing about any of what I experienced. And I was still on orientation, like lost my first demise. And it just, it just really, if there's a leader out there, like check on your people. You have to pour yourself into your people so they can continue to pour themselves. It's a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We can't just expect people to box that away and not process those emotions because, I mean, what we come back to, what I'm trying to remember who said it at the very beginning. Oh, Kathleen Bartholomew, that, what is it, nurse? I don't remember what language, but means mother or mom. And so we have those profound emotions, especially for children. It's not normal to see babies and young people die. And it's not normal to not be affected by that.
And it's not easy to talk about, right? Like, I feel like it's hard to say it out loud, but like what Todd and Matt were just saying, like when you get vulnerable and you share, you allow other people to say me too. And I just feel like we have to do that. It's not to be downing or sad, or it's really to be like, we're not alone and we have to speak up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so
Love
much.
you guys.
So beautiful, just beautiful. And I'm so blessed to be a part of this group with you guys. So all right, it looks like we do have our last group of people, and I'm so excited about this group because this is the new generation nurses from Ghana coming to speak about what being a nurse means to them and about their work in the world of nursing. So let's bring them in. Let's see, I've got one. Hello, are you there? Welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Can you hear us okay? There might be a little delay. Hi.
Okay, I can hear you.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us. I think there's one more that's trying to hop on. So as soon as they come in, we'll pull them into the live stream. But let's start with an introduction. Will you tell us about yourself and the work that you're doing with the new generation nurses? To the stream here. Okay. And we might, and because of the area, I imagine that we're going to have some issues with connectivity. So just be patient with us. We'll get them on and hear what they have to say. So, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. I am so grateful that you guys came on last minute and wanted to share about your work. Will you take a minute and introduce yourselves and tell us about the work that you're doing with new generation nurses?
Okay, so please, can you hear me?
Yeah,
All
we got
right.
you. Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Ridima Donko, a nurse from Ghana. And together with three powerful nurses, okay, we came together to start an initiative for nurses. It's because we realized that there is more to nursing than the clinical bedside, the traditional way of nursing everywhere. We realized that nurses can be empowered, positioned, and transformed. So our initiative is under four main umbrellas. We have four departments to serve every nurse based on your phase or the phase of life you find yourself. So we have the mentorship department where we mentor nurses. We mentor them as regards to career clarity, what are things they need to know about nursing, especially the young ones in school, the nurses that are just done with school and are confused. We offer the mentorship department to help them to see clarity. Then we have the tech department because we realize that tech is invading spaces. Tech is invading the healthcare system. So we aim to empower our nurses because we want our nurses to be global nurses. So we aim to empower nurses through tech, through high demand skills in tech, so that nurses, aside being by the bedside, we can do something when it comes to the tech area. Then we also have the international pathway. You know, most nurses like to transition maybe from Africa to the UK to the Canada, and I believe in the right way of doing things. So we have a department that is for international pathways that help nurses to transition the right way based on the right knowledge. Then we have the last one, that's the personal branding department. We believe that every nurse is a product. Every nurse has experience. Every nurse has skills. And these skills are not to be hidden. These are lights that we need to share to the world. So we want to position our nurses, empower them, elevate them to become global nurses. So maybe you're in Ghana, but let's say that as now we are speaking to you here. So we want our nurses to come out, to shine forth, nurses to find themselves in spaces, in industry, because we believe that nurses are innovators, we are leaders, we are entrepreneurs. We can really take up this space and excel. So this is all about the new gen nurses, a collaborative effort between four Ghanaian nurses that we aim to empower our nurses to go global. And we are using ourselves as examples to let everyone know that it can be possible. There is more to a nurse than the bedside. A nurse can take up spaces and excel so well. So that is all about the new gen nurses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. I'm like a little emotional because of our reach. I can't believe we're talking to you from Ghana. That's amazing. Thank you. Can you just tell us what being a nurse means to you?
Okay, what being a nurse means to me. Okay, I think my colleague is here, but I'll answer. To me, I see nursing as a blessing. Today, we had a chance to be interviewed, and I shared a personal story. I said that for me, I started nursing because of my mom. She inspired me to be a nurse. You know, growing up, I found my mom falling sick here and there. So I decided to go into a career that will help me understand her, that will help me nurse her. That brought about that nursing in me because I realized that what I do in the house, nursing her, was part of the nursing. So why don't I go to school, polish my skills, and now serve humanity? So being a nurse has been amazing. It has been an amazing journey in Ghana so far, even though there have been ups and downs. But I see it as a blessing and a privilege to be by someone throughout their sick phases, being with them, encouraging them, letting them know that, see, you can be better, this and this, educating them with the knowledge I've gotten through school. So I see that it is a blessing to me to serve humanity with the skills I've learned, the knowledge I've gained, the skills I know. It is just a blessing. So nursing for me has been a blessing. And I like the fact that it is a human-based something. We deal with people, we talk to people, we meet diverse people, and it's just so amazing.
Thank you so much. I don't even have real like great words to say, but I'm just so honored that you came here and sharing your mission and the work that you're doing all the way from Ghana. Nurses are innovators across the world. We can do anything if we put our mind to it. We are a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, who are I like don't even have words. I'm so sorry. Can somebody else pitch in here?
Oh.
It's amazing, honestly and truly. It is amazing, and I think I feel like we're approaching the finish line, and I think it's like extra emotional too. But to hear the work that you're doing is inspiring. It's just so inspiring, and I love that you're here. And it's just like it is amazing. It is amazing. This day was filled with nurses who are embodying what we stand for, embodying all of our values, and out there just changing the game. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us your reach. And again, thank you for being here. Do you serve just Ghana nurses, or what's your reach? How far do you extend out?
Okay, so honestly, this is a new initiative, but our reach is not just in Ghana or Africa. As I said, we are empowering our nurses to be global nurses. So we are spreading our wings so wide that any nurse across the globe. So far as you're a nurse, you have the title nurse, you are qualified to be with us at New Gen Nurses. So from Australia, from wherever, from Canada, so far as you're a nurse, you are part of New Gen Nurses because it's a game together. We need every nurse on board to make sure that this vision goes far. Every nurse subscribes to this change, that nurses can be more than the bedside. So if you're a nurse, you're welcome. Our arms are right open to embrace. So we are so much happy and glad when we saw your message. We are like, oh my God, oh my God.
Yes. Yeah, we're so
Everyone is
grateful.
welcome.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful initiative what you're doing, and it's every area of the world. Nurses are struggling, so we just really want to thank you for putting this initiative forward and supporting nurses across the globe. How exciting is that?
Yes, across the globe. No one is exempted.
That's amazing. Awesome. Tell us a little bit more about your team and your colleagues as well.
Okay, I think Manala, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hi. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, I can. So, if correct, you were asking about our team, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are four now. We founded this initiative. We were four nurses that founded this initiative. And we have four main core arms under this initiative. The first department, we have the tech department, which aims to equip nurses with digital skills like web design, website designing, like virtual assistant, and then all that. That's the main aim of the tech department, to equip nurses to become digital, to act digital. That is, they have the mentorship department. After nursing school, you have the certificate, the license, but some don't know where to go from there. The reality on the grounds is different from where you were taught in school. And at times they are like, did I even make the right decision going into nursing? Then and there, they would need somebody to help them through that transition. And that's where the mentorship session comes in. And then we also have the personal branding aspect. In this day and age, attention is the new currency. If nurses are not visible, how can we make our problems visible to the world? How can people know what is going on in the nursing field, the help that we need, if we are always boxed up, if we are always hiding? So the personal branding department aims to help nurses build a personal brand, especially on LinkedIn, so that they are visible, so they can show the world that they have something to share. There is something in them more than just vital signs check that recorded a due medication saved. There is something more to us than just that. And then we have the international pathway department, which aims to expose nurses to the global opportunities out there. Within the African continent, nurse researchers, and it's not that common because a lot of people think after nursing school, I just have to go to the world. Some also feel like if they are not working in the world, then they are not nurses anymore. Even school nurses are not so common here in Ghana. So we want to expose these nurses to the global opportunities out there, that there's a chance that if they want to work in the US, there's a way they can transition legally, apply to the NMC over in the US, one of the states, and then go through the processes to become a fully registered nurse over there. If they want to work in, let's say, in the UK, there's a process they have to go through. So if they are stuck, they feel like they're not getting a job in their countries, and they want to explore opportunities globally. They just want to see how the nursing is like in other countries. Then that's what the International Pathway Department aims to do for them. So those are the 4 core arms of the new generation nurses. So in total, we just want to educate, elevate, and empower nurses. That there is more out there. There is more than the traditional way we've been taught. We could be more. We can do more. And there's a lot more in us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And you guys, it's amazing that the messaging all day long, all over the world. We've talked to nurses all over the world. I'm in Alaska. We've had nurses in Canada, nurses in Australia, nurses in the UK, nurses all over the US and in Puerto Rico come on today. And the messaging, like across the board, is the same, that nurses are we are innovators and entrepreneurs, and we can step into power and do anything we want. We have it in ourselves to do it, because we're nurses. We take care of people, and we can branch out into anything that we want to, that makes us happy and makes us feel like we can continue our work as a nurse without feeling stagnant. So I just, hearing your messaging today and the services that you guys are offering for nurses in Ghana and all over the world, just congratulations, girls. And I just thank you so much for being a part of this and sharing your work here. It's so inspiring.
Oh, thank you so much, too. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And stay in touch. We'll see you guys on LinkedIn. We want to hear updates, frequent updates, because we want to know how you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys have a wonderful, I don't know if it's morning or evening there, but have a wonderful day. And stay in touch with us. We would love to hear from you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, ladies. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Oh my gosh.
Like, how did that happen?
That, just the reach, and like that's the same thing everywhere. Like the same thing everywhere. This was not like staged or queued up or any of that. It's just this like organic thing that just happened today, that we reach nurses everywhere. And nurses are stepping into their power and doing other things, and doing things that really like resonate with their morals and their passion. So it's been incredible.
Creating their purpose, taking their passion and creating their purpose.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, I worked really hard on our commercial break, so I'm going to put that on for a minute and get myself together a little bit, and then we'll come back around in about 15 minutes, and we'll do a shift report and close. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for anybody that's here. This has just been incredible.
Yes.
In groups and communities that are really fighting to change the system and to support the nurses. That is who I am passionate about. I have always been passionate about mentoring. I love taking students, and I love
all right. So I'm not sure if anybody can hear me on this. I'm having trouble getting our commercial to play. I'm going to leave Trish Temple's beautiful poem, A Legacy, up for just a little bit, and then we'll be back on live here in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. We're back with our end of shift report. For everybody that tuned in across the world, I've said it all day long, but just from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating. It's up on YouTube. It's available for viewing. We connected with nurses everywhere today, and the message rang through throughout the globe on the importance of nursing, the importance of nursing innovation, the importance of nurse entrepreneurship, and stepping into your light, stepping into your power, and keeping the light inside of you and passion for this profession alive. It's so important for the future of the world. We are the healers, and right now we are on a journey to heal ourselves for a better future. So let's dig in and start from the beginning and just go over a shift report and what we did here today. I'm going to pull up my agenda here and go back up to the top. So we started out with the inspiration for this whole event, Trish Temple coming on, whose idea this was. And Trish, we hope we did you proud. I really hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, it's what you wanted. So we started out with her. She talked about keeping the light alive for the future of nursing. She's got a beautiful poem that she shared called "A Legacy" that she wrote in Kuwait when she was teaching nursing students there. And every year the nurses would come back and light a candle and repledge themselves for nursing. And so that's what started this whole thing. And so that was the poem that was just up during our break here. If you'd like a copy of it, get in contact with me. I'll probably have it up on the socials throughout the week. And we'll definitely have clips of this incredible event as we go forward. So you don't have to take it all in 12 hours. You can take it in little doses because it was truly impactful. And so that was the start, and it was a great start. Then we moved in to our first speaker panel where we talked with Laura Alesso, Darlene Schindel, and Rachel Dumas, three amazing nurses from the nurse coaching world into transitioning healthcare into helping high-risk moms get through their pregnancies. So three nurses doing very different things, but still out there serving their communities, serving nursing, and serving the world. So thank you, Laura, Darlene, and Rochelle, from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for joining and being a part of this. I better hold this up here. Next, we interviewed the Nurses for Sustainable Care, Ann Jordan, Darlene, and a few other, I think Steve Young popped on, and they talked about the work that they do trying to help nurse innovators and entrepreneurs break into the space where they can actually make changes. And so they're the people that you talk to when you have a good idea and you want to do something good. Go talk to them, and they will help work you through these systems that are such huge barriers to nurses everywhere to get their ideas noted. So Nurses for Sustainable Care, thank you so much for being a part of this. The work you do is inspiring and wonderful, and we'll be sending nurses your way all the time. Next up was our speaker panel with author Jen Johnson, RN Negade, co-founder Karen DeMarco, and Kathleen Bartholomew. Three, again, different nurses, but very different missions, but all three incredible nurses. Jen Johnson's book, Nursing Intuition, is out for sale. It's an amazing book. It talks about trusting your gut and and it talks about her journey through nursing, through healthcare, and it's her passion piece, and it's very, very good. You can buy it on Amazon. So thank you, Jen, for being a part of this. You're an incredible nurse, and we wholeheartedly thank you. Karen DeMarco, we are so excited about our partnership with you for Modern Nurse Fest. Our Renegade is going to be processing all of our CEs for Modern Nurse Fest. So all of our classes will have CEs for the nurses that come to Modern Nurse Fest. And just it's so cool to hear how you're breaking the mold on nursing education. It's impressive, and we're here to help support you all the way. So thank you so much. We love you guys, and we are just truly grateful that you guys, that you came on and spent some time with us today. So thank you so much for that. Kathleen Bartholomew, what do I even say about you? You are you are a force to be reckoned with. And I am so excited to have you come speak at Modern Nurse Fest and do a Flip Your Zip workshop with nurses up here, where they get to dream big and take down the barriers that prevent us from taking care of the patients at the community level. And we get to dream up what healthcare can look like in these workshops. And then maybe we actually put something forward into the community that really elicits change for the world. The work you do is incredible, and we can't thank you enough for participating and being a part of this mission. So thank you so much. Let's see. Taylor Page, Rise and Restore. Taylor, you and your group are incredible people. And you've got Ashley on with you, and Kim Mayer, and Matt Harless. You've got like rock star team of people there to support you. And of course you have us to work together with you to make your platform hugely successful, because it's truly, truly needed. And so thank you so much for being here for the majority of the day with us, and sharing your work, and sharing tears and laughter and all of it, and the wellness boxes. You're incredible. I just love you to death. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I need to take a breath and slow down. Maureen Metzger came on and talked about her nurse coaching business, and told us that she wants to start a fucking revolution. And it's my favorite part of the day. She started with
just coming from her is just so good.
So thank you so much for breaking that ice for us. We appreciate you. You are so lovely, and thank you. You're incredible.
Do it.
Yeah. Then we had Doris Taylor come in and talk to us about her journey through her own nursing and how it turned her into an entrepreneur. She does a lot of self-care and healing coaching. And then she also specializes in herbal medicine, herbal teas and oils to help ease the neurotransmitters in your body. She was talked about different types of oils that she creates that help ease your nerves, and tea blends that you can use for holistic medicine to start making yourself feel better. Most of the medicines out there, just so everybody's aware, the medicines out there mostly have plant components in them. So anybody that poo-poos Eastern medicine or alternative medicine, like, the joke's on you, I'm sorry, but most of these medicines come from plants. The compounds do. So it's time to get right with that and realize that there's better things out there than big pharma. Whew. All right. And then Julie Atkinson and Demetrius Kirk came in. Demetrius, who is like a jack of all trades entrepreneur from across the gamut, creating an app to be announced, also has a coaching business that helps nurse entrepreneurs, and also has his DNP, and also still teaches. He is incredible and just a wonderful guy. So he came on and talked about all the work he's doing and what nursing means to him. Demetrius, thank you so much for being a part of this. This was wonderful. Thank you. And then Julie Atkinson, the work you do in nursing and the summit that you're going to have this year is going to be so impactful and so important. So thank you so much for all your hard work putting that together. And thank you for coming on and sharing your stories with nursing and what nursing means to you. You are a gift to the world. So thank you so much. We appreciate your time here today. Thank you. Then we had a scheduling snafu, which was my fault. But we got over it. It was no big deal. We had Dina Paloni come in and Ali Fakar come in and talk about their coaching businesses and the support they offer to nurses. Dina is over in the UK. She's an Italian nurse, then transitioned into the UK and supports nurses there with her coaching business. And then Ali also supports nurses. I forgot to ask where he's from, but he does work and he went over all of his pillars to help support nurses all over, basically step into their power and to elevate themselves. So Ali and Dina, thank you so much for your time.